beneath the dreamy pink cherry blossom trees. Espen's cheeks suddenly flushed red at the words from the person in front of her. "There's something I want to tell you." To me, a fresh, colorful bouquet of roses was held out before her. A boy, less than a head taller than her, stood there holding the bouquet and awkwardly took a deep breath. "Please marry me." The moment he finished speaking, the corners of the girl's mouth twitched twice. Espen's eyes flew wide open in undisguised shock. "Huh?" She stared at the boy in front of her, furiously denying it in her head. No, no way. That bouquet only made it harder for her to believe. There was no way something like this would happen in the future. The boy in front of her, cheeks red as tomatoes, stammered out his confession. "I really like you, Pin." But Espen coldly turned her face away. "I don't want to." The boy immediately stepped closer to her without hesitation. "Why?" He pressed a hand to his chest, his eyes already brimming with tears. "I can't live without you." Looking at how fragile he seemed, Espen couldn't believe that this handsome and lovable boy in front of her, that would one day crush the entire empire and become the mightiest hero, as well as the greatest swordsman, known as a devil. The image of his future face, rising in her mind, immediately made her certain of it. He was also the person I hated most. Furious, Espen shoved him away and shouted, "I said no." The bouquet was thrown to the cold ground. "I'm leaving." Espen turned and ran in the opposite direction. Inwardly, she steeled herself. I can't help my future enemy. But she had no idea what this action of hers would do to that boy's tender heart. A large sphere formed by him instantly caused a small tremor, enough to make Espen scream in fear. The girl ran for her life. "I'm going crazy. I need to get out of this city fast." But after only running a short distance, he was already close behind her. Just as panic set in, another voice rang out and caught her attention. "Looks like you're in trouble." The newly appeared boy didn't seem much better than the previous one. "Need my help?" "It's him again, the one I need to watch out for second most." Espen turned around and feigned ignorance. I said I'll help you." The boy boldly rushed over and grabbed her hand. "Wouldn't it be better if you chose me instead of him?" Espen was hit by yet another shock. In short, this was what had happened. The black-haired boy who appeared first would, in the future, become the strongest of them all, the youngest commander under the Order of Knights. And the boy who had just appeared with a bright smile on his lips, he would become the future mage. Espen stood there with a dark expression and let out a sigh. "And I'm the one who accidentally fell into this place and threw everything into chaos. Just what the hell is this future mess?" Espen began recounting the story from the beginning. The strongest force in the Empire was the Sky Knights, a place only the most talented knights and mages could enter, where they were ranked according to a strict system based on their skills. Age, gender, status, and family background meant nothing there, because everything was judged solely by ability. It was the most prestigious and renowned place of all, one that made everyone stare in envy. Among them, the 10 best were chosen and granted the honored title of Royal Knight. And in that generation, there was one man known as the strongest man of all time who held all authority in his hands. Everyone called him the captain. Wherever he went, everyone bowed. A man so handsome he seemed to have stepped out of a painting. The black swordsman, Ivan, a Royal Knight and captain of the Sky Knights. Though he was the Empire's only duke, he was also the youngest knight ever to hold the position of commander. He was always driving everyone to work. "Aren't you going?" Another figure quietly appeared behind him. "By order of the knights, I've been appointed deputy commander." Everyone's attention shifted to Espen. "She's here." Praise rained down endlessly at the sight of her. She looked so cool. Espen silently walked straight ahead. The whispers kept sounding in her ears, but she seemed not to care much. She should be more careful. Being too competent isn't always a good thing. She was Espen, Royal Knight, rank 2, Deputy Commander of the Sky Knights, an orphan with an ugly scar, a person you could hate on sight even if she was your superior, just because of her hideous appearance. A woman rejected by society, welcomed by no one. Those words wrapped around the small girl's body like chains. A person who was never allowed to spread her wings and be herself because she always had to hide behind the captain's shadow. A loser I hated to the bone. A loud slam rang out as Espen brought her hand down hard on the table. Her dissatisfied voice rang out. Why not? That's the role of the leader at the victory celebration. The man in front of her raised a hand to his forehead in frustration. That's what I heard too, but unfortunately, the role has been changed. Espen angrily raised her voice. Other than the captain, isn't everyone else competing for the front position? What do I have to do to make you see that I'm the one who deserves it? He shot her a cold, sideways glance. With that face of yours, how exactly do you think you'd stand there? Once again, insults about her appearance became a weapon that shattered Espen's will. The captain is more suitable. That scar of yours can't be hidden, not even with magic. Though Espen tried to persuade him, he quickly cut her off. But if I wear a mask, enough. He sternly gave his final word and dismissed her. Maintaining the dignity of the royal family is our duty. The position has already been decided. There's nothing we can do. You may go, Espen. She clenched her hand tightly, her voice unable to hide its displeasure. TCH, then I'll go ask the captain. I never wanted to hate him. The door slowly closed, like the door to her future, making her think, but everything around me always seems to scream in my face that I should despise him. Espen raked her fingers through her hair and strode down the hallway. On the way, she happened to run into a few people she didn't want to see. Shares, Royal Knight rank 6, wasted no time mocking her. Deputy Commander, I heard you got stripped of your place at the victory celebration. What can you do? You outdid all of us, but in the end your position was still taken away. He turned and left behind a scornful remark. Well then, let our proud captain take care of the Deputy Commander. Watching the two of them leave, Espen didn't know what to do. She stared at the scars on her body. The horrifying memory of that night came flooding back again. When I was little, a fire took everything from me, my family, the people I loved, my relatives. The sound of people screaming amid the flames still felt as if it had happened only yesterday. Espen woke up in a daze after everything had already burned away, a fire caused by a mysterious figure. Standing before Xenok's room, Espen's thoughts were still far away. After that, I discovered I was extremely gifted with the sword. If only I had been acknowledged back then, maybe things would be different now. She quietly stared at the back of the man before her. The reason I always have to stay behind someone else's shadow, no matter how talented I am, is this man. A young man with exceptional looks and extraordinary ability, Xenok. In her eyes, he was like an impregnable wall, the strongest swordsman in the Sky Knights. Xenok turned his back and softly called her name. Espen. In the past, the two of them had dueled many times. I really hate you. If only I had one chance to defeat you. But somehow, the one who collapsed first every single time was always Espen. The shadow before her was too vast to overcome. Espen constantly tormented herself. But why are you so perfect? Why do you make me feel this hopeless? She quietly steeled herself. But I don't want to live with this inferiority complex forever. Her life now was no different from a puppet with its strings being pulled. The story that the Sky Knight's ranks were determined by skill alone was a tale from long ago. Almost all power now lay in the hands of wealthy nobles. Espen lifted her face to the sky, trying to stop the bitter tears from falling. It would only be a matter of time before this place became rotten and decayed, and when that happened, their stupidity would only grow worse. I should leave. She raised a hand to cover the scar on her face. I don't have any family or relatives left. Her lips pressed tightly together. And lately I've been asking myself what life even means to me. But before I die, I want to defeat this man at least once. She looked straight at Xenok and declared, Captain, please duel me. This will be my final request. No, before I leave this place, whether I win or lose, I'm going to put an end to this ill-fated bond with this man. Her gaze did not waver in the slightest as she resolved herself. Once this is over, I'm getting out of here. Xenok slowly stepped toward her. Are you serious? Espen swallowed nervously and secretly took a step back. Yes, I'm very serious. What is this? Why is he standing so close? She bowed politely and said, Then I'll see you at the training ground, where we usually meet. As soon as the words left her mouth, Espen turned and walked away without hesitation. Xenok pressed his lips together as he watched her back. After a moment, he quietly murmured, Her hair's a little messy. Outside, heavy rain continued to pour down. Espen held out her hand to catch the falling raindrops, while his voice echoed in her ears. Should we postpone this? Xenox slowly put on his gloves. If you lose just because of the weather. From an angle Espen couldn't see, a sly glint flashed in his eyes. There would be nothing more regrettable than that. He turned as if to leave. Tomorrow at 5 in the evening. Be there on time. A foot quietly stepped closer to Xenox. Espen firmly refused his suggestion. It's fine. She looked straight into his eyes with unwavering determination. I don't hate the rain that much either. Xenox's face lost its smile as he quietly replied. Then good. Espen had barely managed to raise her sword when the sight before her made her start. His feet shot forward as though out of control. Without the slightest restraint, Xenox drew his sword and slashed fiercely at his opponent. Espen frowned, regained her composure, and quickly drew her weapon to defend herself. He's coming. She twisted her ankles slightly to brace herself firmly. Espen swiftly lowered her body and successfully avoided one of Xenox's strikes. All of her focus was fixed on every single movement he made. Espen kicked off the ground and ran, reminding herself, focus on the movement of his wrist. Neither gave way, and both charged at each other with swords in hand. Her blade was already at Xenox's throat. Hope flooded her mind. Almost there, but in the span of a few moments, his blade had already cut into her flesh. The pain snapped her awake, and her gaze began to waver. Espen staggered back and dropped to one knee, clutching her wound. Xenox coldly said, accept defeat, Espen. She bent forward, feeling as if she were burning inside. Calm down, Espen. Think carefully. You're almost there. Her lips pressed together tightly. Today is your last chance. She braced her sword against the ground and slowly rose to her feet through the pain. It's still the same technique. It's possible. Looking up at the gray, rain-filled sky, Espen kept telling herself, you could defeat the captain. She straightened up and clearly said to Xenox, you're always punctual, always right on time, aren't you? This was the decisive moment. The two of them had fought side by side everywhere, at all times. Looking at Xenox, Espen had once thought with immense pride, you were my ideal. Being able to follow you had once been an honor to her. I truly respected you. But only now did something finally break open inside her. Now I understand. The inferiority I've carried all this time. She knew full well the cause of it. It was the people who despised and looked down on me. And she had once been truly happy by Xenox's side. It wasn't because of him. Espen slowly advanced toward him. You haven't changed at all. And he simply stood there watching her every step. That was his strength too. Espen had made up her mind. I don't need to rely on my sword anymore. This will be my final match. The two of them continue their clash. The first move is always to slash to the side. As she fought, Espen reminded herself, put the force into your wrist. Her hand gripped her sword tightly. Then she decisively brought down a strike so powerful that the ground beneath them seemed to shatter apart. Even Xenox froze for a moment at her attack. Taking advantage of the opening, Espen twisted her sword and rushed straight at him. Xenox simply stood there in place. You're always like this. The arm holding her sword did not tremble in the slightest. Always so strict with me. Behind Espen, the sun slowly began to rise. The warm morning rays, harmless as they seemed, made Xenox squint in discomfort. What is this? The moment she got close to him, Espen suddenly reversed her sword. She slammed her elbow hard into his neck. The impact instantly caused a small tremor that shook the entire training ground. Against all expectation, the noble captain's legs finally gave out. He bowed his head, breathing heavily. Remembering what he had said earlier, tomorrow at 5 in the evening. Be there on time. It's fine. He finally realized it. I don't hate the rain that much either. So that meant she had been timing it all along. Espen stepped close to the man kneeling at her feet. She raised a hand and wiped the sweat streaming down her face. You're not going to blame the weather, are you? The result was different now. Espen SUA, 99 losses out of 100, and after today, 1 single victory. That night, the flickering oil lamps inside the small houses had gone out, leaving only the faint light of the moon above. Espen walked wearily through the streets, clutching the wound on her shoulder. Though she was in pain and losing blood, she felt strangely happy. I don't know why, but I don't want to bandage it at all. In the end, even if I go back, I don't have a family to return to. Her attention suddenly fell on something small, white, and soft lying on the ground. What's that? A rabbit? It's too blurry. I can't see clearly. Just then, a carriage suddenly came racing toward it. Hey, Espen ran straight toward the tiny thing without hesitation. This is dangerous. Her blood-covered hands stretched out in front of her. I won't make it in time. Even so, I can't let it die. The coachman, seeing a dark figure suddenly leap out, panicked and yanked on the reins. At last, the little creature ended up safely in Espen's arms. She had poured the last of her strength into that rescue, and as she clutched it tightly, she collapsed unconscious. The coachman trembled as he spoke. Is she dead? Terrified, he hurried back onto the carriage and fled. I don't know anything about this. I couldn't even draw my sword in time. I just didn't have the strength. Espen lay there silently, her breathing growing weaker. So this is how I'll die, alone. She gave a faint smile. It's fine. It was a glorious end. If my life as a knight ends like this, I can be satisfied. But still, my life really was far too short. Returning to the present, as she looked at the small boy in front of her with tears welling in his eyes, I had no idea back then that after dying like that, I would be reborn. And the person I never wanted to meet again, most of all, I never imagined I would meet him again as a little boy like this. A small, chubby hand lay quietly on the fresh green grass. The little girl with pink hair stirred weakly. What is this? My whole body hurts. A flood of pitch-black memories came rushing back, Espen's blood-covered hands and her collapsed body. All right, I was hit by a carriage. The little girl clenched her hand and struggled to sit up. Her young, bewildered eyes looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Where is this? Before her lay a cool, green river, reflecting the bright full moon that illuminated the rustling rows of green trees. A forest? She gently touched her neck. Thank goodness. I thought I was done for. I'm so thirsty. Espen slowly moved toward the river. A breeze rose, and the treetops swayed softly in the stillness of the night. The instant she saw her reflection in the water, she couldn't stop herself from blurting out, "What is this?" Espen sprang to her feet and clawed at her hair. This wasn't her face at all. She stomped furiously. Wait a second, not just her face, her whole body too. How the hell had she turned into a child? No way. Had she really become a kid? Espen cried out in despair. Her perfectly trained body, the pride she had taken in as a knight. The little girl threw her head back and shouted at the sky. Where did it all go? Her tiny, helpless body toppled onto the grass below. Espen thought bitterly, this body is ridiculously sluggish. Just then, a plump figure slowly floated toward her. It landed right in front of her, making her gasp in surprise. The fat rabbit slowly opened its mouth. Feeling more awake now, little one? Espen asked irritably, Who are you? It cheerfully replied, I am Lepus, king of the sacred spirit beasts. Though if you don't greet me properly, that's fine too. Looking at that familiar round body, Espen finally remembered. Wait a minute. Isn't this the rabbit I saved from the carriage? She immediately searched through her memories. Back then, her vision had been blurry, so she'd assumed it was just an ordinary rabbit. But now that she got a better look at its strange appearance, she started to wonder, was it even really a rabbit? Espen hurriedly waved both hands. Forget it, you don't need to help me wait. Don't tell me, you're the one who turned me into this? Lepus nodded without hesitation. That's right. The moment he said it, she grabbed his cheeks and stretched them out. What did you do to my body? Lepus let out a pained cry. Well, hot-tempered child. Then he bluntly told her the truth. Little girl, you died that day. It hit Espen like a bolt from the blue. I saved you and gave you a new body. Without thinking, she wrapped her arms around herself. I died? Why? Even though I'd thought it wouldn't matter if I died. Her eyes grew watery. The jumble of joy and sorrow left Espen confused. But what exactly am I feeling right now? Is it because I saved you? No, you were destined to die that day anyway. Lepus happily dove into her arms. If not from that, then from something else. I like you, so I gave you a new body to use. He went on, but that body is only temporary. It'll disappear once I release my power. Lepus then asked directly, so, do you want to keep living? Yes. I don't want to die an unjust death like this. Something clogged Espen's throat. From now on, I want to throw everything away and live properly. Lepus excitedly flipped through the air. In that case, make a contract with me. He slowly explained, originally, this rabbit was the overseer of spirit beasts from different dimensions. But one day, a black hole appeared and pierced through those dimensions, letting all the troublemakers escape. His voice echoed through the night. If you're willing to help me catch the low-level spirit beasts that escaped within the time limit, then I'll let you keep living. Espen blinked in confusion. Time limit? Lepus let out a little sound. Let me explain. This is the Empire 18 years ago, before your death. Her hands fidgeted as she listened, only growing more confused. So, I've gone back to the past. He bounced around excitedly. You were reckless enough to throw yourself away to save my little life. I like that. Espen let out a long breath. Fine, I'll think while we move. But how are we supposed to live here? There's a village nearby. Okay, then we'll talk on the way there. Her mind was in utter chaos. She had gone 18 years into the past. How was she supposed to accept that so easily? And more importantly, how was she supposed to survive in a body like this? Pouting, Espen tried to persuade Lepus. Couldn't you at least have given me an adult body? My current authority doesn't allow that. Everything has limits. The rabbit sat on top of her head as the two walked beneath the moonlit sky. Then intermittent sobs drifted through the darkness and immediately caught Espen's attention. There was someone crying. Following the sound, she quickly found someone in the nearby bushes. I'm pretty sure it was around here. A child was crouching in the corner, and when he noticed someone approaching, he looked up blankly. Espen couldn't hide her surprise either. A child? At this hour? Tears streamed endlessly down his young face. Even so, the boy was very handsome, honestly very good-looking. His red eyes made her instinctively recoil a little, though. I don't really like that eye color, but still. Espen silently studied him. The longer she looked, the more he reminded her of someone. Of all things, his eyes were the same color as the captain's. But seeing how pitiful he looked, like an abandoned puppy, Espen immediately dismissed the thought. No way. That rotten man wouldn't sit there crying in fear like this, even as a child. Putting the two side by side in her mind, she was sure of it. The captain would definitely have had that same unshakable air no matter what. He was always indifferent to everyone around him. Coming back to the present, Espen stepped toward the boy. Still, why is he shaking so much? Why are you crying? The boy stammered. Why you're not with that gang, right? A gang? Trying to steady his breathing, the boy sniffled and said, You aren't. But he seemed unable to hold it in anymore, and his weak voice suddenly broke off. Then came a miserable, pitiful wail. Hey, don't cry. I'm really not good with kids. Growing flustered, Espen pinched Lepus's cheek, making him yelp in pain. Fake rabbit, do something. Ow, wow. He chuckled calmly. To that boy, I'm invisible, you know, but sitting on your head is really comfortable. What? The boy just sat there, staring at her in confusion as she argued with thin air. Let me go, idiot. Espen switched to a lecturing tone. Do you know what can happen to children wandering around outside in the middle of the night instead of going home? A place like this is dangerous. A dozen question marks seemed to pop over the boy's head as he shot back. Aren't you a kid too? What would kid know? He hugged his small body, trembling. In his childish voice, he slowly explained what happened. There's this boy. He hangs around with his friend in a group called Pantheon, and they always bully me. He's my uncle's favorite student. The skin on both his knees was scraped raw and beginning to bleed. He's a talented swordsman and an honor student. It sounded like he'd been bullied for so long he'd simply gotten used to it. Even when he bothers me, they just ignore it. Huh, if your uncle's a teacher, then aren't you his student too? The boy sighed. I'm untalented and useless. I can't even hold a sword properly. Espen snapped her fingers. So they hit you? Looking at the injuries on his body, the boy could only nod faintly. Espen sank into thought. There had been people like that in the Night Order too. The memories came rushing back. Those who lacked skill with the sword, or commoners, often picked someone weaker than themselves and deliberately bullied them, beating them, ganging up on them, hurling rude and degrading insults. There seemed to be nothing they wouldn't do. Espen straightened and said firmly, But no matter what, they're the ones at fault, not you. The one who hit you is the one to blame. When the boy stared at her blankly, she smiled and answered simply, So what? You should hit back. His bewildered expression made both her and Lepus burst out laughing. I can't do that. The boy raised a hand to cover his blushing face. But thank you anyway. Espen cheerfully shook her head. I didn't really do anything. It's nothing. By the way, what's your name? The boy hurriedly got to his feet. Before he could finish, an angry shout suddenly rang out from behind them. Hey, loser! The frail little body dropped back down, both hands over his head, shaking like a leaf. Where'd you run off to, huh? Lepus bounced excitedly on Espen's head. Ooh, looks like a fight's about to start. Espen snapped angrily. What kind of thing is that to say? How am I supposed to fight in a body like this? You saw how I fell earlier. I practically withered on the spot. Ignoring the terrified boy clinging to the tree, the two kept bickering. That's only because you haven't adjusted yet. What? At last, the three kids from the Pantheon group showed up. Oh, so this is where you were, you wimp. The apparent leader swaggered forward with a large wooden sword over his shoulder. You'd better start running while you can. I came all the way out here today to cleanse that rotten soul of yours. The boy could only cower in the corner and listen in fear. My teacher even gave me permission. Espen stood there, dumbfounded. What is this? I've ended up in a pretty nasty situation. She bent down, picked up a small branch from the ground, and said lightly, looks like you're a night trainee too. Huh? 3 against 1? That's what you're doing? The boy immediately turned toward Espen. Tilting his head, he looked at her with contempt. And what are you supposed to be? Espen answered without hesitation. If you want to fight, then do it one-on-one. Do you think people who dream of becoming knights have the right to throw their weight around and bully those weaker than them? She pointed straight at his face and shouted, that isn't called sparring. It's called violence. When the boy said nothing, Espen's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Her eyes curved into crescents. Or is it? Espen's voice turned cold. Because you're just a coward. She swung the little branch in her hand. A bunch of weak idiots who can't beat anyone unless there are 3 of you. Espen's insult successfully provoked the arrogant boy's anger. What kind of bullshit is that, you bratty little girl? Without hesitation, he rushed at her with his sword. Espen swiftly stepped aside, neatly dodging his attack. She clicked her tongue in amazement. Wow, are kids these days really this foul-mouthed? Espen spun around, her movements light as she leaped into the air. She raised her arm and struck hard at the empty space before her, causing a small tremor. The ground between them split apart. The boy dropped to the ground in terror and scrambled backward. Espen panted angrily. Her eyes narrowed, and she couldn't stop herself from cursing. You little punk. The boy gritted his teeth, hanging his head to hide his fear. He took a deep breath and shouted, what are you idiots standing there for? At his command, the other 2 immediately charged with their swords, swinging wildly at Espen. But these 2 boys were no match for her either. She kept smacking them across the face. The other boy could only sit weakly by the tree and watch with wide eyes. The lead boy cursed furiously, coward. Espen flashed a bright smile at the insult. What a bunch of childish brats in fancy clothes. She straightened up and adjusted the dress she was wearing. By then, the other 2 boys had already been beaten so badly that they didn't dare come closer. The leader shouted indignantly, just you wait. Espen folded her arms and shook her head. Is it the only thing people like you know how to say? She stared blankly at the hand she'd just fought with. But this body is strange. I don't think it's ever held a sword before. So how can it move so naturally like this? She stared off into space, eyes brimming with energy. Lepus took the chance to boast. I told you already. It's just because you hadn't adjusted properly yet. I gave you a top-tier body, you know. Hearing that, Espen was left speechless, frozen stiff on the spot. Only then did she remember the frail boy. Espen held out her hand. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere else, right? The boy nodded shyly. Thank you for saving me. His face turned red, his eyes full of admiration. You were really cool. That adorable reaction made Espen's heart melt. Oh no. She let out an awkward laugh, trying to dispel the embarrassed atmosphere. I'm a little hungry. Let me get you something to eat. Espen asked Lepus. You said there was a village nearby, right? You live in the village, don't you? You mean the residential district? The boy lowered his head and fidgeted with his fingers. But my house is somewhere else. Espen tilted her head, confused. Somewhere else? She cleared her throat and put on a pitiful expression. This might sound a little strange, but I need a place to stay for tonight. The boy quickly asked, were you kicked out of your house? Or, did you run away from home? What? Without hesitation, he held his hand out eagerly. Come on, my house is this way. Scene change to Xenok's mansion. The estate looked magnificent and enormous. The moment they entered, the servants bowed respectfully to him. Welcome back, young master. Espen looked around at the furnishings and marveled inwardly. Compared to that boy's clothes, the house is ridiculously extravagant. And that maid just called him young master? She watched the two of them, speaking quietly. What a strange kid. He looks like someone of fairly high status, and yet he gets bullied? Soon, a table was filled with snacks and all kinds of sweets. Isn't this a little too luxurious? A big bowl of soup was placed in front of her. It was nothing compared to what she'd eaten in the night order, but still. As they sat facing each other and talked, he said, "Thank you for helping me today." "It's nothing." Holding her fork, she voiced what had been on her mind. "Still, maybe I shouldn't have interfered. People like them won't stop that easily." His eyes widened in shock. "I'm afraid they might come after you later, too." Zinok twisted his hands together and stammered, "But no one's ever stood up for me like that before." Until now, in his lonely life, she was the only one who had protected him. Espen asked in confusion, "What about the people I saw earlier? Aren't they your servants?" He spoke about the past. "When it comes to swordsmanship, no one is on my side. Even my father threw me out of the house." He sat there dejectedly, like a small abandoned puppy. "Your father?" Espen didn't know what to say. "Is something going on here? By the way, what's your name?" He lowered his head and quietly said it. "Nots." Espen didn't catch it and laughed lightly. "Huh, I didn't hear you." He smiled and said, "I'm Zinok. Zinok Black Knight." At first, hearing his name only made it sound vaguely familiar. Xanuk, that does sound familiar. After thinking carefully for a moment, she suddenly slammed the table and jumped to her feet in shock. What? What did you just say?" Her abrupt reaction left him confused as well. Is he really Zinok? Zinok Black Knight? Zinok had no idea what was going on and could only answer, yes. She continued, "Do you have an older brother or a younger brother?" "I have a younger sister, but I'm the only son in the family." Espen was horrified by this earth-shattering revelation. Oh my God, looking at the pitiful puppy-like boy sitting in front of her, she could only think, this kid is really the captain? How is that possible? She recalled the man who had been both cold and admirable, the man at the center of everyone's awe and jealousy. Was that man really this little boy when he was young? Holding her forehead, she thought gloomily. He was talking earlier about his teacher and all that. "You're learning swordsmanship here on this estate right now, aren't you?" Not understanding why she was asking, he answered timidly, "That's right, but I really can't do it." What he said next shocked her just as much. "I'm scared of holding swords." That one sentence turned her into a statue. After that, our dinner ended with me sitting there in a daze, repeatedly asking myself if that really was Zinok. That night, in a room lit by the warm glow of candles, she sat on the bed deep in thought. Holding herself, she muttered, "I can't believe I really traveled back in time to when the captain was little." Even her toes curled unconsciously in the lonely stillness. And on top of that, in a completely different body, looking out at the night sky, she thought in a frenzy, what the hell is going on? This is such a mess. She missed her old body. Was there really no way for her to ever return to her original form? Then a realization struck her. Wait, if that's the captain as a child, then my younger self must be somewhere out there too. Suddenly, Lepus's voice came from atop her head. "Give up, girl." The suddenness of his voice made her jump and look up at him. Yawning, he calmly said, "Don't even think about it." Since he gave no explanation, Espen asked back, "What do you mean? You're thinking about going to find your younger self, aren't you? Or trying to change the past?" He had hit the mark exactly, so she silently gripped the bedsheet. Then he said coldly, "You can't do that." The shock and panic hit her so hard it felt as if her heart had stopped. "You absolutely must never go looking for yourself at this point in time, because the two of you are sharing the same soul." Filled with questions, she asked, "Then what happens if the two of us meet?" "Then your existence will be erased." It fell silent, watching Espen curled up tightly like a little ball. It gently nudged her hair and tried to comfort her by offering a task. "If you bring back all the spirit beasts, I'll give you what you want." She set it down and asked anything at all. Holding Lepus in her arms, she thought, then from now on, I'll do everything I can. After all, I've already come here. But this isn't so bad, and more than anything, no one looks down on me anymore. Thinking of little Zinok, she realized, no one here hates me. She was secretly delighted, and it showed on her face too. I'm free now. She resolved to make the most of this new life. Maybe I can become someone more capable this time. Right? That's right. I can do it. First, I should gather all the information I can about the spirit beasts. Only then did she realize she still didn't even know what a spirit beast was. I didn't get to ask earlier, but what exactly is a spirit beast? Lepus, with its round little body, stared at her with a smile. Then it spoke. Is that all you're curious about? You're really one of kind. Hearing that, she explained, I died and suddenly came back to life, so I still haven't fully sorted things out. And on top of that, I ran into the captain. Then it began to explain, spirit beasts are sacred, divine creatures. They possess immense power. These mysterious spirit beasts are powerful beings that can control both a vast nation and the tiniest village. This body was created to gather and manage the most dangerous among them. Are you a god? You could say that. It said it as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. But this body is restricted to this space, so I can't use much of my power. That's why I need your help. Now she understood what had to be done. She had to capture the ones that had escaped before they caused trouble. All right, I understand. She fell silent for a long moment. Then she grabbed its 2 ears and asked, Hey, you said I can't meet my past self. But what about other people I know? It's fine if I meet them, right? It laughed and replied, That's fine. You look different now from how you looked before. Now she knew what she needed to do. I understand. On a beautiful morning, birds flew across the sky. Espen and Xenoc were sitting together in the middle of a lush green garden. Her cheeks were puffed full of food, but she still tried to talk. So you're saying you're studying at the night training center in this region? Sitting properly on a tree stump, he answered, I heard Count Eset owns this place. I think he's a vassal of House Black Knight. Count Eset stood respectfully before someone of higher status here. He had a hard life, but he had no power. As for the small, abandoned boy before her, Xenoc had been left behind on this territory. Holding an apple as she wandered about, Espen thought over everything that had happened in this world. She remembered how cold he had seemed in the future. How did the captain end up like that? How did a strong, decisive man become such a timid, frightened child? Even his personality had changed. Just then, he hesitantly asked, Would you like me to show you around the training center? Sure. If I want to gather information about this body, I should probably look around a little. The scene shifted to the training center. A human-shaped training dummy stood there, and there were also vicious eyes fixed on him. Seeing such open hostility, she thought, I already guessed as much when I saw him being chased yesterday. She couldn't help sympathizing a little. Is he really hated that much? It reminded her of what had happened to her in the past. Alone in a cold, dark room, isolated and lonely. This feels familiar. Back in the present, she glanced at those familiar children. They ran off in fear the moment they saw her. Those were the same kids who bullied the captain yesterday. Then she looked at Xenoc, shrinking in beside her. Maybe he's afraid to go around by himself. Suddenly, she gently placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I'm here. Let's go somewhere quieter. There's also a green garden inside the training center. The two sat on a long bench, with Lepus set down beside them. Without meaning to, they both spoke at the same time. She yielded to him. You go first. No, you go first, since they kept giving way to each other. Espen shyly made her request. If it's all right, could I stay at your house for a while? I don't have anywhere else to stay. Even she found it hard to believe she was going to stay at the captain's house. Not just anyone's house, but the captain's. Unbelievable. To him, it was a very simple matter. That's fine. You can stay as long as you want. She thanked him profusely. Thank you. He didn't even ask who I am or where I came from. Then she cheerfully introduced herself. My name is Espen. I should introduce myself too, right? Thinking of the boys with bad intentions, she added rather abruptly about the ones who bullied you yesterday. If I think about it, they might pick on you again if you're alone. She wanted to help him wholeheartedly. They might even take revenge on me too. I want to help you in return for letting me stay with you. He stared at her in shock. Help me? Her clear voice was full of conviction. I'll help you. Then she looked into his eyes and said, Trust me. He stayed silent for a long time, and then to her surprise, tears began streaming down his face. Panicked, she thought she'd said something wrong. What? Why are you crying? He answered, Because no one has ever helped me before. It was such an offhand remark, but it was enough to make her clutch her skirt in shock. Those words made her think. Everything about the captain had been good, but wasn't he too cold? Sometimes he acted like he didn't care about me at all. That was part of the captain's charm. He looked so cool. She remembered the training dummy she used to practice on. No matter how exhausted she was, no matter how drained her strength became, she would keep training. And then the captain would pass by and praise her. "You've done well." He would kindly say, "If you need anything, just tell me." Back then, she had turned her face away because she hated the captain, but she still remembered those words. At that time, everyone except her friends had felt like an enemy. Returning to the present, she gently patted his head and said, "Don't cry." The moment she realized she was patting the future captain's head, she suddenly yelped. She made his face turn bright red, then reflexively pulled her hand back and turned away. "I just patted the captain's head. This is so complicated." Then she suddenly remembered something. "Right, this is a swordsmanship training center, isn't it? Maybe I should enroll too. Here?" She smiled brightly and lied through her teeth. I want to learn swordsmanship too." His face grew redder and redder because of her kindness. "If I stay by his side, it'll be easier to protect him. And I'm also curious why he can't use a sword." How strange. The captain can't even control a sword? She was sure something had to be affecting him. Something must have happened. When Xenoc didn't answer right away, she grew suspicious. "Don't tell me you're being forced to study here." "No," he said. "Actually, my father told me I had to stay here." To keep him from feeling worse, she suggested, "Then why don't you take a walk around the village with me? I need to gather information about the spirit beasts." "Huh?" When he echoed her questioningly, she added, "To help change your mood. It doesn't have to be here. And if you don't go, that's fine too." Espen had been through this before, so she understood how he felt. "I understand how you feel." By noon, the sun was high overhead, but the two still spoke softly together. "If no one here cherishes you," she smiled brightly and offered him a solution, "then all you have to do is meet someone who does cherish and treasure you." The two of them held hands, cherishing this moment together. "I don't want to get close to the captain, but I was once helped like this before, so I should repay that kindness. The captain is such a straightforward person. This is a scene I don't even want to imagine." She suddenly got flustered on her own, and Xenoc asked with concern, "What's wrong?" It's nothing." "Then let's go play in the village." Suddenly Lepus, off to one side, made an urgent noise. It flew toward Espen and called out, "Hey, human." It sounded extremely urgent. "Emergency, emergency." She scooped it up and asked to make sure. "An emergency?" Looking quite smug, it grinned and said, "I can sense it." "Sense what?" "Don't tell me." "That's right. I can sense the energy of a spirit beast." As it spoke, its chubby ears pointed in one direction. "Over there." So she immediately asked Xenoc what lay that way. "Hey, what's over there?" The village." Her eyes sharpened with resolve. She had to go there. The first spirit beast was in that village. She rose from the bench and asked, "I'm going to that village. What about you?" He didn't answer right away. He lowered his head, and only after a few seconds did he say, "I have an appointment with my teacher today." Seeing that, she asked kindly, "Want me to go with you?" No. Outsiders can't meet him. There are a lot of people who come from far away to learn from him. His cheeks flushed red as he said firmly, "But I'll ask him if I can stop coming here for a while." Not wanting to leave him alone, she lightly caught his sleeve. Then she murmured, "I'll go with you." In his eyes, she was a very kind person. Hearing her encouragement, the little puppy finally stopped looking like he was about to cry. "Can't you?" After spending all that time comforting a pitiful child in the captain's form, she thought, is he really the captain? Seeing such a weak little boy who had barely grown up yet, she was deeply shaken. She was bewildered and horrified, unable to adapt at all. Still, she asked gently, "Or are you embarrassed? Am I making things difficult?" When no answer came, she awkwardly tried to explain away herself. No, that's not it, right? I don't really know either." At last he spoke. "I was just thinking about something else, so don't mind it. I don't hate you. Seeing that he seemed all right, she waved goodbye. "Then I'll go for a bit and come back. See you at home tonight, okay?" Even after she had gone far away, he still sat there waving to himself. In the bushes not far away, 3 boys were lurking and plotting something. The chubbier one suddenly smiled wickedly. "You all heard that, right?" The scene shifted to the village Espen and Lepus had arrived at. "Where exactly did you sense the energy from?" To the east, people bustled back and forth buying fruit. To the west, there was also a stream of people working hard. Suddenly, it pointed one paw in a direction. "Over there." By the time they got there, the signal was gone. "There's nothing here. This looks difficult. Where are you even getting your information from?" Hey, is there no other way to find it? Try thinking of another method. It folded its ears in front of itself like an old man and said, in places where spirit beasts stay and appear, their power should leave an influence behind. Suddenly, something cold appeared under the blazing sun. Humans call this a miracle. Huh. Looking closer, she realized it was snow. What is this? Snow? When she touched a snowflake, it felt strangely unusual. How odd. Is this the spirit beast's power? Then she heard a villager exclaim, "It's snowing again." The people in the village didn't seem all that surprised, did they? Since the timing was perfect, she asked him right away, "Sir." Pointing at the snow falling freely from the sky, she asked, "What's going on? Snow at this time of year?" He said, "You're from another region, aren't you, miss?" "Yes, sir." Stroking his chin as if he had plenty of knowledge to share, he said, "Well, of course you'd be surprised. This has only been happening in this village recently. Snow suddenly falls in the middle of the day. Mages from the capital came to investigate, but they couldn't find anything unusual. Pretty miraculous, right? Since it's not dangerous, everyone actually likes it." His finger lightly touched a snowflake. "Let me tell you something interesting, miss. Try tasting the snow." After hearing that, she cautiously tasted one of the flakes. "It's salty." "That's right, it's salty, isn't it? It's always like that. But there was one time it tasted sweet. There was one exception, when the season's first snow fell. Anyway, the kids in the village love it. Since it's harmless, it's not a bad thing for us." Just then someone called him away. "Peria, come over here." "Got it." From atop her head, Lepus revealed the spirit beast's identity. This is Snow Waver, the spirit beast that makes snow fall according to its emotions. Dealing with Snow Waver for the first time won't be easy. What kind of spirit beast is it? It's one that makes snow fall. When it's happy, the snow tastes sweet. When it's sad, it tastes salty. And when it's angry, it tastes spicy. And it really hates this body, so catching it will be difficult. Afraid people would notice, she only whispered anxiously, "Will this really be okay? We have no choice. This body has to personally bring the spirit beast back anyway." "Good. Now that we know which spirit beast it is, let's go gather information. Does it like or dislike anything? I wonder if spirit beasts eat regular food or something else." Spirit beasts really like human food. The problem is we don't know what kind it likes. "And what makes you so confident?" "I can sense its faint energy over there." Looking into the dark alley, she suddenly felt a little afraid. An alley? When she closed her eyes, she heard it say, "Are you scared?" "It's just that I hate the dark, because it reminds me of being tied up in a dark place when I was little." At that point, she steeled herself to enter the dim little alley for the sake of the spirit beast. But once inside, she suddenly stared in surprise toward one side. A child was being threatened by two thieves. A little kid. The two robbers deliberately intimidated him. "Hey, brat, hand over all your money and we'll let you live." Unlike most boys his age, who would have panicked, he only spoke in a cold voice. "You're going to regret this." Provoked by those words, one of the two pulled out a knife. "What the hell? You little brat." He lunged forward and growled menacingly, "I'm not letting this slide." But before he could keep his momentum going, he fell flat on his face. In a fight, you should watch your footing. Espen had stepped in just in time to help. Even after the man went down completely, the boy standing to one side only said casually, "Thanks." Then, as if that was enough of a greeting, he asked, "Who are you?" After a brief silence, he spoke. "I'm a mage. My name is Keth. Nice to meet you." She was startled. "A mage?" "Mages are people who use magic. The Sky Knights, where I used to be, had both knights and mages." Among the few comrades she knew, there had been one mage. But aside from the mages who joined knight orders, most either wandered the land or gathered in the tower. Seeing that she had frozen for too long, he leaned his face closer. "Hey!" Keth's voice startled her. Are you okay? Or were you hurt by the magical outburst I had just now?" Since she couldn't tell him the truth, she could only lie with a guilty conscience. "It's my first time meeting a mage. I was so amazed that I just blanked out." That wasn't unusual, so he gave a sheepish smile. "I see. Do you live here? What's your name?" "My name is Espen." He cheerfully introduced himself again. "I already told you earlier. My name is Keth." Now that name felt strangely familiar to her. "That's odd. Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere." But she didn't dwell on it for long before asking curiously, even though you're still young, you're already a mage? He used his magic on a branch. When the branch floated over to him, he said, so even though you're still young, you already know how to hit people with a branch. Espen grinned and replied, because I'm a knight. Thanks, by the way. Come to think of it, do you live here too? No, I just travel around with my master, the Archmage. The moment she heard him mention his master, she froze in alarm. Looking at the boy in front of her, she could hardly believe it. I remember now. Keth. Keth Lyko was the name of the anonymous Archmage. Right after I became deputy commander, the Emperor of the Empire collapsed from an unknown magical illness. The only cure was the Archmage's magic. And at that exact moment, Archmage Keth appeared, cured the Emperor, and then suddenly vanished. The Emperor regained consciousness soon after. Then a delegation of knights went searching for the Archmage, but in the end, that mage had disappeared. Remembering that time, she recalled how frantically she had searched. I searched so hard back then. How could I possibly forget that? A thrill rose in her heart. Oh my God, I get to meet the future great Archmage here. All around her, her thoughts turned a lovely shade of pink. Should I try getting closer to him first? Not hesitating for long, she asked, so why did you come to this city? I'm traveling with my master, collecting special treasures. I heard something unusual happen here, so I came. They said it snowed. Looking for treasures? Yeah, what kind of treasures? Things like a harp that makes the sound of ocean waves, a kind of stone that makes food taste better when you put it in a dish, or a clock that turns back time. At that, Espen's eyes widened in shock and amazement as Keth added, or a treasure that lets you go to the future. A thought suddenly flashed through Espen's mind. What? Keth smiled brightly at the still bewildered Espen and said, I heard it suddenly started snowing mysteriously here, so I came to check it out. She hesitated, then answered, Suddenly, Lepus shouted in alarm, Espen, snow waver. At that moment, the small figure of a child peeked out from behind a wall. At Lepus's shout, Espen instantly reacted and stepped in front of Keth, her eyes fixed on a boy called Snow. Looking at Snow's blank expression and his big, sparkling eyes, she wondered, a child? Lepus quickly reassured her. Don't be afraid. That's Snow Waver. Hearing that, Espen looked doubtful and asked again, that child? Lepus stared hard at Snow, shooting him a deeply suspicious, razor-sharp look. No, he looks way too much like an animal. Why does he look like that? Is he a different species? Meanwhile, Snow was staring at them with shining eyes of his own. Suddenly, he turned and ran off in another direction, startling the two of them. He ran away. Let's go after him. Espen and Lepus ran after the boy, and from behind them Keth called out, Hey, Pin. Embarrassed, Espen made an excuse and hurried off. Sorry, I have to go first. You'll be staying in this village for a while, right? Keth blinked in surprise and stammered, Yeah, probably for a little while longer. Then she stepped forward, clasped his hands tightly, and said, See you later. A thought flickered through her mind. I want to ask Keth about the treasures. Keth was so startled by Espen grabbing his hands and saying that he was left speechless. His eyes followed her as she hurried away. Keth suddenly remembered the boy who had been peeking out earlier and wondered, is that someone she knows? Watching Espen run off with Lepus stuck to her head, he couldn't help but think, but why does she have such a strange animal on her head? By now, he was intensely curious. Then a thought crossed his mind. Keth said, maybe I should follow them? Meanwhile, Espen was putting all her strength into chasing the boy to a crowded area. She lightly wiped the sweat from her face, panting. Irritation was written all over Espen's face when she failed to catch up to Snow. I lost him. Lepus, still perched on her head, cheerfully said, Well, he's still somewhere in this village. We just have to catch him. Easy. But Espen never expected that what seemed far away was actually right in front of her. In a corner just behind her, Snow was standing there, staring at her. The boy's eyes burned as if sparks were about to fly from sheer anger. At the same time, at the training camp, under fresh air and abundant sunlight, in one dark corner, 3 young men were bullying another boy. It was Xenoc, bruised all over. He was crouched against the wall. The other 3 kept taunting him. What's wrong? Pick up your sword and stop us. You can't, can you? Their words struck directly at Xenoc's pride, and his hands slowly tightened around the sword he held. The boy with turquoise eyes, full of arrogance, sneered at Xenoc. That little girl isn't here today. I'm going to break your legs. Weak and frightened, Xenoc hugged himself and lowered his head. Tears welled in his eyes as he thought, I'm so scared. Why was I even born in a place like this? Xenoc's eyes looked lifeless as he stared ahead. He thought, so what if I have power? Suddenly, he fell silent, his face going completely still. Then determination replaced the weakness on Xenoc's face. He gripped his sword firmly and raised it, his eyes fixed on the three boys. The one with the sea blue eyes continued arrogantly. So what if you picked up your sword? While Xenoc still held his sword, another sharp blade was thrust straight at his face. The boy said, go ahead and try. The sword pressed closer to Xenoc, as if it were about to take his life. That boy clearly thought he had the upper hand. Like a devil, he taunted him, try hitting me. Xenoc slowly rose to his feet. Seeing that, the three boys laughed mockingly. Look at him. The boy with the blue eyes sneered at Xenoc and let out a contemptuous laugh. Idiot, he said. The word hit Xenoc head on. His face suddenly changed, and his red eyes blazed like fire. Their laughter echoed in the quiet air. Their insults dragged Xenoc down into hell. His body fell backward as their jeering voices kept ringing out. Moron, brat. His sword slipped from his hand, and at that moment Xenoc truly looked helpless. He curled up, clutching his body, but the bullies didn't stop. They kept kicking and stomping on him. In pain, Xenoc could only cry silently as he shut his eyes tight, while the insults continued. What a genius. Memories streamed through Xenoc's mind, a man lying on the ground, blood pouring endlessly from him. Then a voice rang out, I caught it all by myself. Xenoc's face was soaked with tears. He clapped his hands over his mouth to keep from making a sound. The voice echoed again, so what? You can't even hold a sword. Then the image of a powerful man with a dark, cold expression appeared, saying, Trash. Xenoc collapsed in agony, crawling on the ground, covered in dirt. While he drowned in those memories, the bullies laughed in satisfaction. Boring. This isn't fun at all. Suddenly, Xenoc slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. His gaze fell on the sword lying right in front of him. Life, courage, and desire seemed to rise up inside him again, and he reached out toward it. While Xenoc struggled to grab the sword, the three boys kept mocking him, laughing gleefully as they did. Suddenly, something shot toward them at incredible speed. It was Xenoc. He was no longer the same boy from moments ago. Gripping his sword powerfully, he slashed straight at the three of them, sending the gem on that noble boy's clothes flying off. The boy couldn't believe what had just happened. Xenoc, meanwhile, wore a cold, expressionless face, his gaze fixed on the three of them. The blue-eyed boy thought in shock, what was that just now? Xenoc slowly raised his sword. His eyes had turned strangely cold and empty. The blade gradually tilted toward the blue-eyed boy, who thought in fear, what is wrong with this guy? Gone was the arrogance from before. Sweat began to bead across his face as fear filled him. He thought, there's no way this guy can even hold a sword. Faced with Xenoc's terrifyingly cold expression, all he could do was clutch his head and think, at this rate, I'm going to die. But after waiting and waiting, no sword came down. Startled, he opened his eyes and saw Xenoc sprawled flat on the ground. Completely baffled by what had just happened, he wondered, was I seeing things? Then he shouted, why are you so slow? Finish him. Elsewhere, Espen was still busy searching for the boy from earlier. Panting as she walked, she said, it wasn't this way either. I think I know where he is. Lepus, clinging to Espen's head, began telling her, he probably hid somewhere because he doesn't like me. Espen turned to Lepus, both suspicious and irritated, and asked, why doesn't he like you? Seeing that, Lepus could only laugh awkwardly and say, well. It turned out that earlier, both Snow and Lepus had shouted at each other, I really hate you. But Lepus didn't tell her that. Instead, he let out a sigh and answered Espen, I don't know either. That made Espen furious, like electricity was running through her whole body. She grabbed Lepus and pinched and twisted him. In pain, Lepus screamed, let me go. Don't you care about your own body? Hearing that, Espen finally let him go and replied, fine. At least we know he's in the village. Meanwhile, Lepus thought resentfully through the pain, I saved your life. Espen turned and kept walking. Then all we have to do is catch him. First, let's head back. Espen's face looked a little absent as she silently stared at the branch in her hand, her thoughts in a tangle. Still, she said to Lepus, at least we know he's in the village. We just have to catch him. Her hands tightened around the branch as she thought, I can't keep going on like this. In her mind appeared an image of herself in an older body, dignified, holding a sharp sword. Espen thought again, I need a real sword. If only I had the sword I used in the future. Thinking that, Espen grew discouraged. She sighed bitterly, but that sword is too much for this body. Her expression turned strange. Only moments ago, she had been cheerful, but now her eyes were unexpectedly full of sadness. Let's go back, she thought. The scene shifted to another place beneath a blue sky with drifting clouds. Espen returned to the training grounds. Suddenly, something made her freeze in shock, her eyes widening. There in front of her was Xenok, curled up on the ground. Espen cried out, Xenok! Espen quickly ran to him, calling over and over, Captain! Ah, no! Xenok, wake up! Hearing Espen's voice, Xenok slowly opened his eyes. Espen hurriedly asked, what's wrong with you? Then, as if realizing something, she immediately turned to look behind her. She spotted the three boys still lurking not far away. The moment they realized Espen had seen them, they bolted. Seeing their reaction, she couldn't hold back her anger. Those brats, honestly. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed Espen's clothes. She gently turned around and saw Xenok had woken up, trembling as he said, His face lit up with hope as he told her, I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger, Pin. At that, Espen was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head as if weighed down by many thoughts. She remembered the powerful, imposing Xenok of the future. The captain was a gifted knight, the greatest knight in the history of the Empire, a truly talented knight. Espen fell into thought. He was the most terrifying person to any enemy. Then she looked at the present-day Xenok before her and wondered, so where did that talent go? It didn't disappear. Then Espen softly asked Xenok, why do you want to become stronger? Referring to the three boys who had bullied him, she asked, is it so you can fight back against them? Do you want revenge? At that, Xenok merely wiped away the tears gathering in his eyes and said nothing. Seeing that, Espen continued, stop crying. I'll help you. Xenok widened his eyes in surprise. Then she thought to herself, right? He'll become strong eventually anyway, so it shouldn't matter if I do something. The image of future Xenok surfaced in her mind again, and she reminded herself, just think of him as different from the captain I know. Then she gently took Xenok's hand and pulled him to his feet. After all, the captain and I have no real relationship. Time rolled forward to the future, where Xenok slammed his hand down on a table and ordered, find her. Find her immediately. With a resolute face, he said, Espen belongs to the Sky Knights. Bring her back here. As the imposing captain of the Sky Squad, he continued, without my permission, no one leaves this place. Xenok's hands looked ready to crush the paper bearing Espen's profile as his face turned cold and he said, no one is allowed to leave. Bring her back. At the same time, in the past, Espen led Xenok off to one side and said, so I'm going to help you. You help me too. She continued, you gave me food and a place to stay. Xenok listened quietly. Growing more enthusiastic, Espen eagerly said, so I'll make you stronger. Starting tomorrow, don't go to the training camp anymore. Train with me instead. Her offer clearly caught him off guard, but seeing how earnest Espen was, he quickly nodded. Then she made another suggestion. Since I'm helping you, first help me find something. Let's talk while we eat. Then, in a sunlit kitchen, a table was set with steaming, delicious food. Xenok listened to Espen while eyeing the food eagerly. Espen explained, the child I'm looking for is still very small. Mention of a child surprised him a little, and he asked, a child? Looking at Xenok's adorable face, Espen felt her heart stir for a moment and thought, ah, he's so cute. But then she caught herself. No, that's the captain. Get a grip. Taking a deep breath, she thought, I can handle this, and smiled as she replied, yeah, a child. She began describing the boy from earlier. It looks like a little boy with curly white hair, shorts, and a horn on his head. Something like that. Xenok sank into thought, then asked a horn. Seeing his confusion, Espen said, if you don't get it, just memorize it. You'll know right away when you see him in person. Xenok answered, okay. Then he took out a pen and started scribbling something, muttering the whole time, horn, horn, horn. Watching him, Espen wondered, what is he doing? Then Xenok exclaimed, Done. He handed Espen a childlike drawing and asked, "Does he look like this?" Espen stared at it for a moment in thought. Then she handed the drawing back and said, "I don't think you should draw." That made his mood visibly drop. But Espen quickly encouraged him. "Even if you can't draw, you'll still become the greatest knight." Xenoc asked, "Me?" She answered at once, Her eyes turned thoughtful again, and she asked, "By the way, why are you living here alone? If your father entrusted this territory to you, couldn't you live in the estate?" Xenoc clenched his hands, his gaze avoiding hers. At the question, he looked shaken, his eyes filling with fear as he hesitated and said, "That place." He remembered the gloom of that room and a hoarse voice saying, "It's cold and uncomfortable there." Espen listened in silence, both worried and curious. Xenoc lowered his head to avoid her gaze, shrinking so much he seemed to hide beneath the table. Espen couldn't stand to see him like that. She slapped the table and said loudly, "Just talk to me freely. You'll leave this place someday anyway." Startled, Xenoc looked up at her blankly. Then he lowered his face again, eyes glistening, not knowing whether from anger or hurt. Bowing his head, clutching it with both hands, he trembled as he confessed, "Actually, everyone at the estate keeps bullying me." He remembered the people there, their eyes shining like demons. Choking up, Xenoc told Espen, "I kept worrying how long I'd have to live as someone so weak." Staring at his own hands, he continued, "I'm afraid I'll become useless." Espen folded her arms and thought deeply, "Oh dear." So it's not just one or two people who want revenge on the captain. She remembered that young man's figure and thought, "I'm trying to help the captain. There's no way the captain would ever see me as his deputy commander." Looking at the innocent, youthful face before her, Espen thought, "I'm sure I can repay all the debt I owe the captain. He's a once-in-a-century genius." Even now, that's still true. Suddenly, Espen sank into contemplation. Then she quickly brightened and cheerfully said to Xenoc, "Anyway, let's stop talking about depressing things. Today, let's go eat something good and have some fun." Xenoc blinked in confusion and asked, "What about training?" Espen cut him off at once. "It's fine." Xenoc still looked worried and clenched his hands as he protested. But Espen immediately countered, "It's not like you can become strong in just one day." Then she suddenly pointed straight at him. "Same goes for you." Xenoc jumped, staring at her with his mouth hanging open. Then, with an utterly firm expression, Espen assured him, "Taking one day off won't change anything." Xenoc was still very confused, his bright red eyes wide as he stared at her. Espen beamed and said happily, "Let's go have fun." Seeing her like that, Xenoc's face turned bright red. At that moment, somewhere else, a manhole cover clattered as it fell. Startled, Snow looked over, both angry and anxious. A small body stood in the darkness, shouting, "Lepus, you jerk!" Memories surged through Snow's mind like waves, and he remembered seeing a small figure run past him earlier. It was the girl with Lepus on her head, smiling so brightly. Snow lowered his head, his pupils shrinking as he said angrily, "Why is he with someone he just met for the first time?" After that, Snow pressed his lips together and said nothing more. His small body sank into the darkness as he said firmly, "I won't let this go." Meanwhile, at a house, soft light shone through the window frame, glimmering on the leaves. Espen had just woken up and was still sleepily yawning. Then something seemed to ring out like shattering glass. Both she and Lepus turned around blankly to look, and she wondered to herself, "What was that?" Espen stepped outside and saw a maid crouched low on the ground. When a maid saw her, her eyes were wide with confusion. Then she pointed in one direction, and Espen followed her gaze. She lifted her head and looked up at the sky, silent and thoughtful. Espen's eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Before her, it looked as though a city had appeared out of nowhere, sunlight pouring down and making it seem like a land from a dream. Snow Waver thought blankly, "What is going on?" In front of the old houses, white snow had piled up into little mounds blocking the doors. Espen put on a fur coat and wondered, why is the snow falling this heavily? Xenoc, walking behind her, was just as bewildered. The people there were also asking one another, "What on earth is going on?" Someone replied, "Exactly. The whole place is covered in snow, and in this season too." A man pressed a hand to his forehead and said anxiously, "Will the Lord come here?" The three of them looked up, and under the light cast by the eagle's wings, they said, "The royal court mages said they would come, so let's just wait and see." Espen sat in front of a snowdrift, deep in thought. Lepus suddenly cried out excitedly, "That's a snow waver." Remembering snow, he explained, "It's a spirit beast that makes snow fall according to its emotions." Espen scooped up a bit of snow and tasted it, thinking, when it's happy, it tastes sweet. When it's sad, it tastes salty. Suddenly her whole face flushed red, her eyes widened, and she shouted, "It's spicy." Espen still had her finger in her mouth as she wondered, why is it spicy and bitter? It's a little sour too. Lepus kept smiling as he explained, "Oh, spicy? Then this isn't ordinary anger." Espen stared blankly as Lepus hopped on her head and heard him say, "And sour means Snow is in deep sorrow right now." Espen's face fell, and she thought sadly, "Sorrow? Why?" Standing there, she heard people whispering among themselves. "There's definitely something strange. That one is far too unusual. He must really hate me," she thought. "Why does he hate me that much? I still don't understand." After that, Espen turned back and called Zinok. "Zinok, let's go." He quickly agreed. Their footsteps crunched on the snow, as though sensing something. Zinok was still some distance away from Espen. Someone asked, "Are you okay?" She turned back and said to him, "It's a little slippery, so be careful." Suddenly Espen slipped and fell, and even Lepus was flung away. Seeing that, Zinok quickly reached out, grabbed her hand, and pulled her back. He pulled Espen toward himself and caught her in his arms. For a moment, both of them froze. One of Zinok's hands supported her waist, and Espen thought, he looks pretty strong. The two of them stared straight into each other's eyes, as if realizing something. Zinok let go of her, stunned, his face turning bright red. He quickly stepped back and kept waving his hands at Espen. She lightly brushed a lock of hair aside and gave a quiet little "oh." Seeing Zinok shyly turn away, Espen thought, "So after catching me, he's pushing me away like nothing happened?" Zinok kept his back turned, unable to look at Espen, and the heat in his face showed no sign of fading. She clenched her hand and looked at him curiously, thinking he really does seem strong. Looking at Zinok's flushed face from behind, Espen wondered, then how does he not know how to use a sword? The two stood with their backs to each other, when Espen suddenly noticed something and looked up. A man had fallen flat onto the ground, engulfed by the snowstorm. Slamming into the ice made him cry out in pain. He held up a frozen apple in front of an older man in the village and lamented, "This harvest is ruined." The light sparkled on the icy surface left on the apple. Someone said, "How are we supposed to eat that?" Espen's face hardened as she thought, "The city has suffered serious damage." Looking over the city buried in white snow, she concluded, "It may look romantic, but this isn't just simple snowfall." Espen fell silent, unable to bear seeing the townspeople in such a state. She thought, a spirit beast is behind this. I can't just leave it like this. Espen looked toward Lepus and called softly, "Fake rabbit." He climbed onto Zinok's head and heard her continue, "Can you make other people see your true form?" Lepus's face was full of smug pride as he said, "Of course I can. There's nothing impossible for me. But why does he need to see me?" Espen looked utterly troubled and asked Lepus, "Let Zinok see you." Dejectedly, she explained, "Because it looks like I'm talking to myself." He looked at her in confusion. Espen thought, from now on, I'll be going around with Zinok. Lepus angrily shouted, "I refuse." Espen grabbed the fake rabbit and squashed him around. Even though Lepus's words came out garbled, he still stubbornly refused. "And no, let me go." After she released him, Lepus let out a sigh of relief. He floated up, and a glowing magic circle appeared as he began to cast a spell. Zinok looked as though something had shocked him terribly, his eyes wide. His trembling finger pointed at Espen as he stammered, "Dubby, what is that?" Zinok's face was full of curiosity as he reached out and poked Lepus in the cheek. Then Zinok became more and more interested, continuing to touch Lepus's face until Lepus cried out. Wanting to stop him, Espen quickly changed the subject and asked, "Zinok, I told you I was looking for something in this village, right? It's connected to the person I'm searching for." Seeing Zinok staring at Lepus with some unease, Espen said gently, "His name is Lepus. You don't need to be afraid. He's very gentle. Suddenly sensing something, the rabbit in Espen's arms wriggled. Xenoc listened blankly as a voice said, "You're a boy with many regrets." He wondered himself, regrets? Seeing the curiosity on Xenoc's face, Lepus muttered, "So you still don't know. Better that way." Just then Espen spoke up and introduced Lepus. "Since you'll be coming with me from now on, I'm telling you this. He's a spirit beast, the same kind as the one I'm searching for." Xenoc blankly asked back, "A spirit beast? The same kind?" She struggled to explain. Well, a spirit beast is... A little while later, Xenoc understood everything and believed what Espen had said. He exclaimed eagerly, "Really?" Espen was utterly stunned by his reaction and asked, "You actually believe me?" Espen looked at Xenoc thoughtfully, unable to believe it. Does he really believe such an absurd story that easily? Something this ridiculous? Espen pictured Xenoc as an innocent little boy with a babyish face who believed everything she said. It struck her like a bolt of lightning, and she couldn't help doubting his capabilities. Will he really be okay? Then she patted her own head and thought, forget it. At least the captain will forget everything anyway. The image of the child Xenoc overlapped with the image of him grown up, and someone thought, just now, it was like he became a completely different person. Lepus fell silent as he watched Xenoc's small back. Watching him and Espen chatting happily, he muttered, this boy really is full of too many regrets." Lepus remarked about Xenoc. He still doesn't know his true nature. Then he looked at Espen's smiling face and thought to himself, it's best not to interfere in this. Under the clear blue sky, Espen grabbed Xenoc's hand and smilingly pulled him along as they ran. Behind Xenoc's small figure, the image of him as an adult kept flickering in and out, and Lepus thought, better not to know. Elsewhere, a woman shrugged regretfully. "A white-hair boy? I've never met one." Another young man found it strange. Something on his ears? Is there really someone like that? Espen rubbed her chin and thought worriedly, why is he getting harder and harder to find? Suddenly a shout rang out, making both her and Xenoc jump. Damn it! Over there, two young men were helping an old man up. He shouted, "Some brat knocked me over. White hair and strange hands too." Espen and Xenoc turned to look at each other, and they immediately understood. Snow Waver. The old man was still grumbling. It's freezing out, and he's wearing shorts. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Sir." It was Espen. She hurried over to the old man and quickly asked, "Where did you see that boy?" The city was bathed in light, but every house still had thick layers of snow on it. Snow stood on a rooftop, silently looking down. In the city below, a little girl was building a snowman with her mother. The little girl happily cried out to her mother, "Mom, it's so big. It's as big as Dad." Her mother cheerfully replied, "That's right. Should we make a snow baby too?" Hearing that, the little girl immediately agreed. Yes. Snow clenched his hand, and a gloomy darkness enveloped him. Lepus's image appeared right before his eyes. Then a voice rang out, as if waking Snow from a trance. "Parents, I don't have things like that, so don't get the wrong idea." Down below, the little girl smiled brightly and kept building the snowman with her mother. Sharp shards of ice flew toward them, but neither the girl nor her mother noticed. Only when they were about to strike did the little girl finally see them, her face full of terror. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" The ice shards missed and shattered the little snowman instead. Snow looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. Espen, looking furious, scooped up the girl and her mother and saved them from death. Snow gasped in shock, his eyes wide as he stared at what was happening before him. Espen set the mother and daughter down, then quickly soothed the little girl, who was sobbing in fear. After that, she waved goodbye to them as they left. Lepus smiled happily as he watched them go. Snow suddenly froze, his eyes glowing blue as he thought, "Lepus," and then the ice shards shot toward Espen. She used her wand to create a wave and block them. Espen drew back her hand and thought, could this be used like a sword? She raised a branch, and streams of electricity ran through it with overwhelming force. At the same time, while Xenoc stood there dumbfounded, the ice shards suddenly changed direction and flew toward him. Espen rushed over at once and stood in front of him, blocking the attack. Snow was deeply startled, and it seemed like something flashed through his eyes. Espen was shocked as she looked down at her wand. now broken in half and gradually freezing over. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes narrowed as she thought anxiously, "What do I do now?" Just then, Xenoc pointed behind her toward a pile of weapons and shouted, "Espen, over there!" Soft sunlight fell and gleamed brilliantly on a silver sword. Espen stepped forward, grabbed the sword, and thought, "This will do for now." While she was holding the sword, someone suddenly launched a sneak attack, and the ice shards came flying at her from behind. Then something unexpected happened. Lepus shot up into the air, looked at Espen holding the sword, and said, "Ho ho!" As expected, this body is the chosen one. Both Snow and Xenoc froze, their pupils widening as they wondered, "Who exactly is he?" Snow crouched down, his small hand raised in front of him as he prepared to unleash another move. Suddenly, Xenoc charged forward, his face stern as he spread his arms and stood in front of him. Snow looked at him in annoyance as small pieces of ice floated around him. Suddenly a voice shouted, startling him, "Xenoc, throw the barrel." Xenoc flinched and shrank back, not understanding a thing. Even so, he still did as told and lifted the barrel with both hands. Right after that, he heaved the barrel up and let go, sending it flying away. A cloud of black smoke appeared, blocking everyone's view. As the smoke rushed at his face, Snow had no choice but to raise a hand to shield his eyes. In that instant, Espen took the opportunity to leap up and prepare to strike him. Afterward, she landed on the ground and wondered suspiciously, "Did I defeat him?" Before her was only a dense cloud of smoke, too thick to see through. On the ground lay a tiny spirit beast, dizzy and dazed. Looking at its spinning eyes, Espen thought, "What is this? Where'd he go?" She grabbed the spirit beast upside down and lifted it up, staring at it curiously. Then something else caught her attention, and Espen turned wide-eyed in that direction. In a shadowed corner hidden from the light, Snow was lying there in spirit beast form, tightly bound. Two hazy figures came over and peered at him. He opened his eyes to find Espen and Xenoc both staring at him curiously. Snow struggled against the ropes and shouted, "What are these things?" Espen was full of questions about Snow, so she immediately asked, "Why exactly did you turn into this? You are obviously human." Lepus flew over at once and explained, "If spirit beasts suffer a heavy blow, they revert to their original form." Espen then asked again, "Then why do you look so much like a steamed bun?" Lepus angrily yelled, "Hey, I'm not a steamed bun." Snow and Xenoc beside them could only look helpless. Snow's face turned angry, mixed with something sorrowful. Snowflakes drifted down gently beside him, and Espen stared at them in surprise. Her eyes widened as she watched the snowflakes fall one by one, and she blurted out in disbelief, "Snow?" The whole city was buried under thick white snow, and someone exclaimed, "It's snowing so much." Then a voice rang out, "Stop it. If you keep using your power like that, you might disappear." He smiled viciously, baring his fangs, and cut the speaker off. "Whether I disappear or not has nothing to do with you. It's not like you care anyway." Snow had transformed back into human form. He broke apart the bindings, his eyes brimming with tears. Then suddenly those eyes turned cold and savage. Espen stared in shock, as though a flash of light had passed through her eyes. Xenoc noticed it too and turned his head in alarm. Half of his face was swallowed by shadow, and his red eyes grew serious. Snow narrowed his eyes, his face turning sorrowful. Espen flinched, unable to react in time, when she saw Snow rushing toward her. He shoved her, and her knees buckled as she fell hard to the ground. Xenoc hurried over in alarm to catch her. Taking that chance, Snow quickly turned and ran away. Espen fell painfully and anxiously asked, "Xenoc, are you okay?" Because he had grabbed her hand, Xenoc was pulled down too and ended up sprawled on top of Espen. The two of them froze in shock, and his face instantly turned bright red. Xenoc had no idea what he was supposed to do. Then Espen suddenly said, so he got away?" All Xenoc could do was answer, "Yeah," smiling. She raised a hand and patted his head, lavishly praising him. "Thanks for helping me just now. You were amazing." He could only stare blankly and accept it. Her praise made him blush all over. Then he suddenly pressed his lips together, He quickly stood up and at the same time reached out a hand to help her up as well. Watching her talk to Lepus, he suddenly called softly, "Hey, Bin." Then, out of nowhere, he dropped to one knee. The scene looked strangely romantic, though also rather odd, with a little boy sincerely kneeling before a little girl. Espen was so bewildered by Xenok's action that she blurted out, "Huh." Suddenly, he grabbed the hem of her skirt. Then in a serious voice, he asked, "I'm not useless, right?" That question made her fall silent for a moment. Then she suddenly gave him a warm smile. With complete sincerity, she answered firmly, "Yeah, not at all. You did great." Her answer made him so happy that he broke into a bright smile. As Espen helped Xenok to his feet, his smile made her think, "The more I look at this child." In her heart, she told herself, "The more I forget he's actually the captain." At that very moment, Xenok suddenly burst into tears, startling her into asking, "Why are you crying?" He wiped away his tears, still smiling brightly, and answered, "Because I feel relieved." The moment was sweet and gentle, but then Lepus spoke up. "That's right. Right here." Clicking his tongue, he said, "You are my friend, Xenok." His eyes stayed fixed on Xenok as he thought, "Didn't I tell you before?" Watching the two of them laughing and playing together so closely, he had to mutter, "A person with many regrets. You'll regret it, just wait." A week passed, and snow had piled up everywhere. Espen and Xenok worked together to clear the snow, and when she saw a house buried beneath a thick layer of it, she exclaimed worriedly, "The house is going to collapse." The reason the snow had fallen so heavily was because of snow, and it still hadn't stopped. Things had become very serious. After letting the culprit get away, we haven't seen him even once since. That made her think hard. If they kept hiding the truth, things would only get more difficult. But fortunately, there was some good in the bad. Even so, the people here were adapting very well. They took the initiative to clear the snow from the streets and from the roofs of their own homes. Although things had settled down a little, Espen knew the trouble would not end here. Still, that was not all. She remembered the arguments she had overheard. Once the mages from the royal family arrived, they would learn the exact reason. This time, it would not be low-ranking people like before, but a real mage. Hopefully nothing would happen when they revealed the cause to them. From their expressions, Espen realized that everyone was angry. Because of that, her worry only grew. At this rate, if the royal knights really came here, things would become even worse. The reason she thought so was simple. They would never forgive anyone who harmed others. After thinking that, she suddenly called out Lepus. In a stern voice, she asked, "Do you really not know why Snow Waver turned out like that?" It answered casually, "I don't know." Seeing how flippant it was, she looked at it pitifully and said, "I'm asking seriously." This time, it answered her with silence, then suddenly climbed onto her head and sat there. Lepus's action made Espen inwardly furious. "Are you really going to keep acting like this?" But then it explained to her, spirit beasts have no concepts like parents, siblings, or family. However, Snow is different. He always wanted to be like a human. What he always wanted most was a family. Besides that, he also had another wish. He wanted this body as well. Hearing that, Espen asked in confusion, "Why would he want you to play that kind of role?" Lepus casually replied, "Because I picked him up and brought him along, perhaps." That answer made her angry once again, and she roared, "That makes you his parent, doesn't it?" But it denied it. No, it said that this body did not understand such concepts. Those words suddenly made her mood sink. Then she softened her voice and said, "All right, I understand. But think about it. If a royal mage comes, they'll capture Snow Waver." Espen gently touched Lepus and spoke with heavy emotion, "I really don't know how spirit beasts can ever be accepted in this world." Her heart was in turmoil when she thought of what would happen if a spirit beast were captured. They might be taken away for experiments and die. She hugged Lepus in her arms and asked worriedly, "Are you really all right?" It answered her with an innocent, adorable, but expressionless face. That made her let out a long sigh and think, "I really can't tell what you're thinking from that expression." Seeing that there was nothing more to ask, she prepared to head back. "Let's go." But before leaving, she did not forget to call the friend waiting for her at the fountain. Xenok. Hearing Espen call him, he happily turned around, and she said, "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? I went a little far." Hearing that, he quickly replied, "No, not at all." Then she curiously asked, "How about your side? Did you see him?" She asked because, to save time, they had split up to search, but the result disappointed her a little. He had not found him either. Xenoc shook his head repeatedly, confirming that he had not seen anyone, and simply answered, Because of that, he felt sorry toward her. I'm sorry. Seeing him look so downcast and disappointed, she comforted him at once. No, it's okay. I couldn't find him either, and it's already been a week. Espen also acknowledged Xenoc's efforts in this matter. You've worked really hard looking for him. As she was speaking, she suddenly noticed the sword hanging at his waist. She remembered that Xenoc had confessed he was afraid of holding a sword and found it difficult, but now he was carrying one, which made her slightly flustered as she softly called Xenoc. Hearing her call him, he answered, She gave him a smile and some encouragement. You'll get used to it soon too, that sword. After saying that, the smile on Espen's lips became even brighter, like a gift meant just for him. Then she cheerfully suggested, Pick it up and let's start practicing. Naturally, he could not resist her charm and immediately agreed. Looking at that cute, youthful face, she found herself amused. Ah, he's so adorable. No, I shouldn't, he's the captain. No, that's not right. Things are different now. She gently patted Xenoc on the head and firmly told herself, Right now, he's just Xenoc. After patting his head, Espen turned her head away as if searching for something. Meanwhile, he suddenly raised a hand to touch the top of his head, the place where she had just put her hand. Then he smiled more gently than ever before. A commoner woman pointed in one direction and said, Oh, that boy? I think I saw him in that alley over there earlier. After receiving her directions, Espen and Xenoc immediately ran off. The two of them hurried straight to the very alley she had pointed out. Espen was even panting from the exertion. In front of them stood a tightly covered figure, and the moment they saw this person, both of them exclaimed in joy, We found him. They quickly moved in. The boy they had been looking for turned around the instant he heard the sound. Suddenly, Espen used magic, catching the boy off guard. But while using it, she saw something, and her eyes widened in shock. The person she had thought was Snow was actually someone else who also had white hair. She called the boy Keth. At that moment, her sword collided with Keth's magic circle. Realizing she had attacked the wrong person, she quickly withdrew her sword. She looked at Keth with a strange expression and thought, We meet again. Outside, Xenoc saw that she was about to fall and panicked, about to run over to catch her. But Keth was a step faster and said gently sorry. Then, using his magic, he steadied Espen so she would not fall. After that, he added a bright smile and a greeting. Are you pinned? Hello. At the same time, as Xenoc helped lower Espen down, she gave Keth a short reply. Yeah. A moment later, Espen apologized to Keth with complete sincerity. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else, so I attacked you. She even bowed her head earnestly. I am truly sorry. Keth kept his bright smile and answered, I'm fine. But she still felt guilty and cried out, Even so, I'm still sorry. Naturally, he did not blame her and only said gently, It's really okay. After they went back and forth with apologies for a while, he finally asked, But what happened? You don't seem like the type to suddenly attack someone. She could not possibly tell him the truth, so she just smiled awkwardly and stammered, Well, actually, we were looking for someone. Snow came to mind, but she did not say it out loud and instead covered it up. You looked about the same age, so I got confused. Keth understood why Espen had mistaken him for someone else, but he became curious about Xenoc's identity. Since the alley's dark, it makes sense to missee things. But the person beside you is? Espen did not hide it and introduced him. Oh, he's my friend. His name is Xenoc. He's helping me look for that boy. Hearing that, Keth replied, I see. He also politely greeted Xenoc. Hello. What answered him was Xenoc's avoidance, in a way that somehow looked very handsome, forcing Espen to explain on his behalf. Please understand, he's a little shy. Of course, only she saw it as handsome. Keth saw it rather differently, so he felt inwardly confused by her excuse. Shy? At that point, he could only laugh awkwardly and pretend he had seen nothing just now. Once the awkwardness passed, he enthusiastically offered, I don't know why you're looking for him, but let me help you search. This unexpected offer initially surprised Espen. Huh, you? But then she reconsidered. If the future Archmage was willing to help, that would be great. So she gratefully replied, If you help me, I'd be very thankful. As she spoke, she suddenly fell silent, busy thinking before finally making up her mind, while Xenoc looked at Keth with an unhappy expression. Even so, Keth was now looking in another direction and slowly said besides. Apparently, he had noticed Lepus, which was why he spoke in such a meaningful tone. There's something that makes me curious. Lepus itself sensed the malice in his gaze and let out a startled cry. Oh, returning to Espen, after thinking for a while, she finally said, "All right then. I want to ask you a favor. Can you keep what I'm about to tell you secret? If that's difficult, then you don't have to help." Keth did not answer immediately and simply remained silent in thought. Then he smiled brightly and agreed. "All right, I'll keep it secret." On the outside, he looked friendly, but inwardly he was slyly thinking, this sounds interesting. Naturally, Espen had no idea what he was really thinking, so she seriously asked, "Good. Then, do you know anything about spirit beasts?" Of course he knew about spirit beasts, so he answered, "I do. You're talking about creatures from another dimension, right?" He added, "My master says the world is divided into many dimensions and complicated dimensional layers. Sometimes I hear stories about people from elsewhere coming here." The moment he mentioned people coming from other dimensions, Espen panicked inwardly. Everyone has a different time. Though she was alarmed, she forced herself to stay composed. "I can't waver." Then, with the calmest face she could manage, she replied, "I see." Just then, Keth smiled kindly and murmured back to her, "Even mages don't really understand the concept of spirit beasts, and yet you know about them. That's impressive." Of course, she did not explain how she knew. She was just about to tell the truth. Actually, the person we're chasing. But before she could finish, a shout suddenly rang out, "Over there, catch him." All three of them were immediately drawn by the shout. There's a stranger. Espen realized something bad was happening. So without hesitation, she called to Xenoc, "Let's go." The two of them immediately hid in a corner and peeked out to observe the situation. They saw a group of people chasing after something. Recognizing who they were, they wondered, those are the Lord's knights. Where are they running off to? At that moment, seeing the fierce pursuit, Espen wondered inwardly, could it be that they've discovered Snow Waver is the one behind the snowstorm? A flood of scenarios appeared in her head and frightened her. Because he attacked humans, he may be the one they're chasing. This is bad. So she hurriedly decided, for now, let's follow them. Maybe we'll find him that way. Just as she was about to follow the knights, Xenoc noticed that they had suddenly split up and exclaimed, "Pin!" The knights split into two directions. What do we do? In that difficult situation, Espen had no choice but to decide. There's no help for it. We'll split up too. Hearing that, Keth volunteered, "Then I'll go by myself. If he's not on my side, I'll come to where you are right away." He also thoughtfully added, "I'll use magic to track you. If I find him on my side, I'll send you a signal." But what exactly am I looking for? Espen did not answer him at once. Instead, she suddenly took his hand. Then she used telepathy to tell him, "A boy with two horns." After getting the information from her, he replied seriously, "Understood. If I see him, I'll shoot fireworks into the sky." Hearing that, she agreed. Okay. At that moment, in another direction, two knights were frustrated as they ran about searching. "Damn it, we've lost him." The silver-haired knight asked his companion, "Are you sure you saw him?" The black-haired knight answered firmly, "Yes." He looked very strange, and the moment he saw us, he ran. The two of them were so busy talking that they failed to notice Espen hiding in a corner and eavesdropping. After listening, she turned to Xenoc, who was panting. "Xenoc, are you okay?" He replied between breaths. Then she told him the information she had just overheard. It seems like they lost track of him. Hearing that, he asked worriedly, "What do we do now?" She did not answer right away and remained deep in thought. It looks like they've discovered Snow Waver. If that's the case, he can't have gone far. Deep down, she thought how great it would be if Lepus could sense him. Lepus had said that he was using his power to avoid being detected. Just as she thought that, she suddenly saw something. She had accidentally found Snow hiding in a corner. Found him. As for Snow, while hiding, he thought in alarm, these troublesome people. If I weren't using so much power to avoid being tracked, I would have wiped them all out already. Just when he thought he had escaped, a murderous aura suddenly came from behind him. He quickly turned around in shock and saw someone that made him jump out of his skin. That person smiled gently and said, "Found you." The one who had found him was none other than Espen. She wore a deadly smile as she declared, "You're dead." Her terrifying appearance made Snow panic and flee. As for her, she naturally took on the role of the witch chasing after him. "Don't run." After saying that, magic spread beneath her feet, and then she leaped right in front of him. A smile bloomed on her lips as she said threateningly, "I told you not to run." In that situation, Snow shut his eyes and decided, this time, I absolutely cannot get caught. As soon as he made up his mind, he created a huge chunk of ice, which made Espen go pale in fear. Looking at that block of ice, she worried, this is bad. If that thing falls, everyone will come running here. Even more dangerous than that, if that happened, the knights would come too. And if the knights came, Snow would be done for. Then he would be captured and dragged away. At the same time, Snow threatened, "If you don't move, I'll kill you." In this urgent situation, Espen sighed and made a decision. There's no choice. I can't let it break or make any noise, but I still have to suppress him. I'll just have to risk it. Thinking that, she quickly drew her sword. She slashed straight at the ice block Snow had created. That strike made him gape in shock. Then she suddenly grabbed him by the collar and said, "Don't look away." Espen ruthlessly slammed him down with a thud, and he fell to the ground with her sword pointed at his face. Only then did he reevaluate her abilities. What is this? She's seriously no joke. So he gritted his teeth and muttered, "From now on, I can't let my guard down. Even if I have to use every last bit of my strength, I'll kill you." Espen heard what Snow was saying, so she immediately raised her voice and asked, "Why do you hate me so much?" Snow shot back just as fiercely. "Do you really need to ask you?" Before he could finish, Xenok came running up and shouted, "Pin!" He urgently announced, "The knights are coming." Those words made Espen panic. Damn it. At once, the pounding footsteps of a group of people rang across the ground. Then someone else appeared and remarked, "Oh ho, so it really was this way." Keth appeared in the air and looked down at Espen's group. Smiling brightly, he offered, "Let me help you." Seeing that an ally had arrived, Espen hurriedly shouted, help me, quick." Just then, a group of people came running over. But the moment they reached the spot where Espen had been standing, there was no one there. "There's no one here." The knights looked around in confusion. "I clearly heard something. You probably misheard. Let's search somewhere else." In truth, Espen's group had not gone anywhere. Keth had simply erected a barrier to hide them all. Smiling brightly, he said proudly, "I put up a barrier. No one can see us." Hearing that, Espen immediately asked, "Keth, even if we make a loud noise here, no one will hear it, right?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's right." After getting that answer, she instantly drew her sword. "If that's the case, then." She pointed her sword at Snow and lightly smiled as she declared, "Now I can use my strength freely." Her power made Snow inwardly panic. Someone that age shouldn't be able to use such swordsmanship and strength. Could she be? He speculated inwardly about her. A genius. In that quiet, snow-covered city, Snow had been tied up tightly and looked utterly pitiful. In his mind was the image of Espen before their fight. She had looked so frail and small. But after the fight, she had smiled brightly in excitement and said, "It's been such a long time since I had such a refreshing warm-up." She even still had enough energy to turn and ask Xenok, "You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Xenok nodded and answered, Looking at the situation, Keth thought to himself, "Now that I think about it, being able to catch that guy so easily earlier was because of how active she was." Then he looked over at Xenok, who was bickering with Snow. Suddenly, Xenok cried out, "Hey, wait." He pointed at some sheet covering above and asked, "Wouldn't it be really useful if we broke that?" Keth agreed, "True." Then Xenok turned and asked, "Can you help me? I need to climb up there." Keth did not mind helping. "Sure." A moment later, Xenok had been lifted up high. He raised his sword and cut through something. A huge tarp fell over Snow, making the boy cry out in confusion, while Espen stared blankly. What is this?" After struggling for a while, Snow managed to free himself from the tarp. No sooner had he escaped one danger than he ran into another. Espen. It was over. A moment later, a hand opened before him. Xenoc looked at his own hand and wondered, can I really use a sword? Even though it was still sheathed. Back in reality, the trauma still haunted him. Even now, swords only remind me of terrifying people. He gripped the sword tightly, but I finally realized something. A sword isn't just something cruel and frightening. It can also show you something beautiful. Thinking of Espen, he silently wished, I want to be like that too. Noticing how quiet Xenoc had become, Espen asked in concern, Xenoc, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. Then he said gratefully, thanks to you, I can hold a sword now. He thanked her sincerely. For the first time, I wasn't scared, and it didn't hurt either. You're the best, Pin. Seeing him like that, she remembered how, when he was older, he had once told her the same thing, that she was the best. That image and those words still remained in her heart. There was something to be proud of. Espen blankly recalled the moment Xenoc had told her, my vice captain can only be you. At that moment, Xenoc looked mature again in her eyes, smiling gently. Something to be proud of. My vice captain can only be you. She stood frozen, staring at him without saying a word. Espen lowered her head and thought, why are the memories I forgot? The image of herself in her former body, walking behind Xenoc, surfaced again. Meanwhile, Ket stood there deep in thought for a moment. Then he spoke up. Everyone, we need to move somewhere else for now. The nights are coming. Just as he said, many nights were hurrying toward them. The snow had stopped falling, and sunlight was beginning to shine down. Snow Waver, tied up in a corner, shouted, I have nothing to say to any of you. His cries echoed everywhere. Kill me. Just kill me. It was so loud that Espen had to cover Xenoc's ears. Frowning, she asked, Xenoc, are you ready? He answered softly, yeah. He held up a leaf to signal that he was prepared. After that, he enthusiastically tickled Snow Waver's ear, making him shout, hey, are you trying to die? Espen glared at Xenoc. Their eyes met, and they communicated silently. Make sure he can't run away, right? Sitting on top of Espen's head, Lepus chuckled to himself. If the spirit beast I finally found runs off again, that'll be a real headache. And the one who told me to catch him hasn't even said anything. Espen and Lepus turned and left the spot, letting Xenoc continue. After walking a short distance, she raised a hand and called, Lepus. Under the trees, Espen looked straight at him and said firmly, tell me this. If he runs away again, we won't be able to catch him, right? At this rate, the Lord will find out soon and capture him again, especially now that they've asked the royal family for help. It'll be even more dangerous. Espen asked seriously, you want to gather the spirit beasts, don't you? That's right. Then promise me this. Whatever I ask from now on, you'll answer honestly. Do you really want to keep being hunted like this forever? After hearing her words, he answered cheerfully, all right. Espen hugged him in her arms. Good. In that case, after speaking with Lepus, she walked over to Snow Waver and looked at him. Seeing that, he immediately shouted, who are you supposed to be? Kill me. Kill me right now. Espen asked in surprise, so you really don't care if you die? That question left him speechless. Then she said, hey. Snow Waver looked confused, so she added, I was asking Lepus, not you. Got it? Hearing that, he shut his eyes tightly and thought, of course he'd agree. Right then, Lepus flew over and stopped her. No. He flew in front of them and said, Snow Waver belongs to the dimension connected to this body. He can't die. Espen immediately asked, then what if he runs away again? Lepus replied casually, then we'll just catch him again. She couldn't hide her anger and threatened him. Do you want to die? Snow Waver's expression darkened. He pressed his lips together and said nothing. Then he finally asked, don't you hate me? That question drew both their attention. Espen glanced up and asked, you hate him? Snow Waver lowered his head and listened to Lepus's answer. No, I don't hate him. Espen pretended to threaten him. Then what if we let the royal side capture him? Either way, I need to catch him if we're going to keep running. If he gets taken, we'll be caught too. We might end up dying over and over. We can't have that. He has to stay alive and come with me. Snow Waver could only lower his head and listen. Espen crouched beside him and said, see, I hadn't seen this pig rabbit for a while. She pinched Lepus's cheek and smiled brightly at Snow Waver. But in his own way, he really does care about you. Snow Waver looked up at her, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, He transformed into his spirit form and threw himself straight at Espen, startling her. What? Why is he hugging me? She soothed him gently. Hey, don't cry. Kef, who had been watching from behind, clapped his hands and smiled brightly. Congratulations. You made up, right? He suddenly paused. In that case, he looked toward Lepus. Can I ask about that strange rabbit? A week passed, and the snow no longer fell. The search for the cause was completely over, and everything had been settled. And I began sword training with Xenoc. Holding an apple with a serious expression, Espen said 10 more minutes. Just hearing that made him tremble. Since Xenoc was afraid of swords, I decided to start by helping him get used to them first. As she ate her apple, she recalled asking him earlier, how on earth did you manage to break that 10 a week ago in this condition? Xenoc answered awkwardly, back then I just thought I could do it. After a while, she said stop. The sword immediately fell to the ground, and Xenoc collapsed to his knees, panting hard. Snow Waver and Lepus had been watching from the side for the past week, and Snow Waver always looked impressed. Hey, you're an amazing teacher. The maid welcomed us in surprise. She was so happy she teared up. Oh my, young master has made another friend. Welcome, everyone. Snow Waver teased him. So you're actually weak. Xenoc cried out in protest. Hey, I'm not weak. Lepus and Snow Waver laughed merrily. Weakling. Espen, meanwhile, stood off to the side watching him thoughtfully. Going back a bit earlier, after hearing her explanation, Keth understood what was going on. Oh, so that huge rabbit was the spirit beast that asked for your help? He smiled brightly. And you're staying at Xenoc's house while you search for the spirit beasts? That's right. I don't have anywhere else to stay right now. Hearing that, Keth suggested, then how about moving to my place? If I'm nearby, I can help search for spirit beasts with magic. He continued, we could also get help from my master without anyone finding out. Espen's eyes lit up. Keth's master was the teacher of the future Archmage, after all. Keth asked again, so what do you think? Just then, Xenoc ran over and shouted no. His face turned completely red with embarrassment. Stay with me. The two of them froze, not knowing what to say. Espen's face also turned red. She screamed inwardly, that's the captain. That's the captain. She gave an awkward smile and told Keth, I guess that won't work. Yeah, can't be helped. See you next time, then. She closed her eyes and told herself, good answer. I decided to teach Xenoc's swordsmanship to repay him for letting me stay there. Watching the three of them bicker, then looking up at the sky, she wondered, but where is the next spirit beast? Somewhere else, something was approaching a door. It nodded a few times. A tiny spirit standing before that great door said, I can sense Snow Waver's scent here. Setting that mysterious spirit beast aside for now, we returned to Espen, whose eyes widened as she exclaimed in surprise and excitement. What? A mage is coming? Since I was the one who told them, Keth smiled brightly, his cheeks slightly flushed, and replied, yeah. The Lord requested it. Even though it isn't snowing anymore this time, it seems they're specifically coming to investigate. Espen had reacted the moment she heard part of it, and now she was thoroughly unnerved. Her face darkened with obvious fear as she said, a mage from the Sky Knights. She looked utterly frazzled, running her hands through her hair as if she wanted to scream, what do I do? Under the bewildered gazes of Xenoc and Snow Waver. But it'll be fine. I'm here, aren't I? Seeing that his friend wasn't doing well, Keth stepped forward and gently placed a hand on the shoulder of the panicking Espen. Then he gave her a friendly smile and said, haha, don't worry so much. As long as he isn't discovered to be a spirit beast, everything will be fine. Meanwhile, Snow Waver kept glancing around at something. Sensing that things seemed a little off, he immediately summoned a crystal shard. Snow Waver, full of confidence, put his hands on his hips and loudly asked, hey, who upset you? I'll punish them with this block of ice. It was a nice effort, but not very helpful. Espen was still crying internally, while Keth lowered his head to observe her more closely, muttering blankly, I don't even know what to do. Then, probably because the shock was too much, she reeled dizzily and cried out, oh no, my neck. Xenoc panicked and hurriedly reached out to support her back. What followed looked like emergency first aid. Xenoc kept fanning her to cool her down, while Espen's face was so red it looked like she was about to burst into flames, and they even stuck a cooling patch on her. Snow Waver just stood there watching, looking rather blank, while in Espen's narration we hear, Wibby, Snow Waver's nickname, Wibby, As soon as we started living together, I asked him whether he knew anything about the other spirit beasts. After hesitating for a while, he said he didn't know. Feeling that something was off, Espen looked disappointed. Her eyes filled with hope as she asked again, "You really haven't seen the other spirit beasts?" Not even a tiny clue, but all Wibby could do was stare in surprise, a hand raised to his lips, his wide eyes shimmering with tears. Then he tried hard to remember everything and said, when I first woke up in this world, there were only 3 of us. That meant there were more of them than Espen had thought, and she asked in surprise, 3? Yes. I woke up with 2 other shadowy figures. One went off looking for a great bolt of lightning, and the other ran off to look at roses. I was the only one who stayed here. After wandering around for a while, I ended up in this city, because I sensed traces of him, the round, chubby Lepus. As she received that information, Espen rested her chin on her hand and thought, so they're scattered in different places. Does that mean I have to leave the city to find them? The problem felt daunting. This is difficult. While she looked around at the enormous castle, suddenly, in a vast, dim room, an irritated voice spoke up. Has the young master still not appeared? Hearing that, the butler bowed and answered with closed eyes, yes. I heard he hasn't been seen in swordsmanship class for quite some time. Then he added with a small gesture, even the instructor who teaches the young master says he hasn't seen him either. The one who had shouted earlier was Count Eset. Clenching his hand, he closed his eyes and sighed. What a headache. But then Eset's expression darkened dangerously, grinding his teeth in irritation. That's the person Lord Black Knight entrusted to me, and yet he's just a pathetic fool. I'm protecting someone completely worthless. But remembering Lord Black Knight's words, if you make my son into someone useful, I will give you a great reward. A deal like that right in front of him was impossible to pass up. Eset's eyes widened, greed filling his face as he slammed the table. Then I'll make him useful. Grinding his teeth, he emphasized I even brought in the best swordsmanship instructor possible. Because of that, he ordered the butler irritably to summon the one responsible for teaching swordsmanship. Bring that instructor here. She looked startled, but replied, Pardon? Yes, sir. As for Eset, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, I'll have to step in personally. Elsewhere, in an area with a wooden roofed house and many barrels of wine nearby, Xenoc was in the middle of physical training, doing push-ups and dripping with sweat, when a voice called from the distance, Keth is back. After finishing a few warm-up exercises, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, Pin, who taught you swordsmanship? She had just been standing there blankly, so the question took her by surprise. Folding her arms, Espen blinked and replied, Me? As if it were nothing special, she laughed and casually said, Maybe I was just born with it. She thought she was the most foolish person around, but apparently not. Xenoc actually believed her. His eyes lit up as he gripped his sword and exclaimed, Oh, I see. Espen hurriedly denied it. No, that's not it. I was joking. Now she gave a real answer. Putting the sword behind her back, Espen revealed, I learned swordsmanship from my teacher when I was young. He came from the Sky Knights and is retired now. But the moment she mentioned them, she suddenly realized, come to think of it, that person should be with the Sky Knights right now. Not letting herself get distracted, Espen continued, Actually, what I mean is I worked really hard. Where I used to be, no, the place I used to belong, there was a genius there, a precious, shining jewel. As if it had been her own wish, she had worked desperately hard just to keep up with that person. Every time that person appeared, they were brilliant, and every time they got in her way. Even though I really hated that person. But when I think about it now, I actually respected them a lot. Unlike her earlier bitterness, she seemed lighter now. Xenoc admired that part of Espen, her ability to let go of things she no longer needed, and her belief that envy mattered less than striving to improve herself. But then, somehow, his thoughts returned to feelings of the heart. He suddenly clenched his teeth. Then he stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest, and awkwardly asked, Do you like that person? Again, with the kind of question that left people at a loss. Espen blinked in confusion. Huh. But then she actually thought about what he had said, turning her face away and covering her mouth as she considered it. After that, unable to hold back her own curiosity, she thought, Do I like the captain? And that only made her burst out laughing as she replied, No way. Xenoc was clearly not pleased. It wasn't just a simple laugh, either. She was laughing so hard tears formed in her eyes. Wiping them away, Espen explained, as if I'd ever like someone like that. Hearing her say, I don't even have enough time to hate him, made Xenoc visibly brighten with joy. His face was full of happiness. But who could have guessed that while she was emphasizing, "I really, really hate him," an image flashed through her mind. Lord Black Knight in a thin robe, his alluring chest exposed, saying, "You seem to have slept well." Just remembering that scene was enough to make Espen blush furiously, so embarrassed that she had to cover her mouth. Seeing her intense reaction, Xenoc tilted his head in confusion and called, "Pin?" That made her quickly deny it. "It's nothing." And she lightly urged him, "Hurry up and keep training." But unexpectedly, three dark figures appeared behind them. Sensing something strange, both of them turned around in surprise. The moment Espen saw their faces, she was startled. Those guys are the ones who bullied Xenoc. At first they'd looked timid and nervous, but who would have thought they'd be so nasty? Because of that, Espen tensed up and spread her arms protectively as she asked coldly, "Did you come all the way to his house just to bully him again?" Without any hesitation, she pointed her sword straight at them, making one of them panic and raise his hand. "Wait. We only came to deliver a message from Master." But she wasn't about to trust them so easily, and asked again, "Deliver a message?" The blonde one didn't hesitate any longer and shouted, "That's right, you useless brat. Master is looking for you." Xenoc visibly flinched, shuddering with anxiety. It seemed this didn't affect only one person, because Espen also stiffened slightly, thinking Master. A few images flashed through her mind. "I heard Xenoc's current master is such a famous knight that people come from far away to seek him out." Xenoc's face appeared again. "I'll go with you." But Xenoc had said he'd already explained everything clearly to his master, so this didn't seem like a planned meeting at all. Pushing aside the tangle of thoughts in her head, she glanced at her friend, who still looked dazed, and pointed the gleaming tip of her sword at them. Espen's eyes were sharp and guarded as she said, "How am I supposed to believe you're not lying? You bullied him before." That undeniable truth made the expression of the one facing her turn visibly worse, as if caught off guard. But very quickly, one of them lost his temper and shouted, "We're not lying." Even though his companion tried to stop him, in the end the blonde youth stepped forward on his own and spoke in a calmer, conciliatory tone. "I may only be a knight apprentice, but I'm still a knight. I swear on my honor that this is not a lie." Those emerald green eyes glanced over him, as if probing his reaction. If he didn't go, he would be the one to suffer for it too. Then a challenging voice rang out. "Isn't that right, you worthless loser?" Those taunting words made him crumble once again, his hands clenching tightly as if suppressing that all too familiar emotion. Faced with such unpleasant behavior, Espen was visibly irritated, but she did not respond. Suddenly, she felt a light squeeze from behind. The boy hesitated until his face turned red, then said, "I'll go and come back. Okay?" His bright red eyes dropped to the ground before he added firmly, "I'll use this chance to tell my teacher that I won't be going there anymore. Because you're my master now." Those words made her heart race wildly. Her cheeks flushed red as well. She couldn't even understand her own reaction and wondered, what was that just now? The boy's figure gradually disappeared into the crowd, but that smile of his was impossible to miss. That wave beneath the sunlight planted a strange hope in her heart. "I'll be right back." Inside the garden house, beneath the harsh summer sun, her thoughts kept darting all over the place. Can I really let him go like that? Espen sank into contemplation as she sat on the grass. In her memory, his tearful and pitiful expression surfaced again. That only made her even more anxious, and after fretting for a while, she finally sprang to her feet. "I have to follow him." The sunlight flooded everywhere, blazing down on the earth. In the distance, rows of students stood in a long, orderly line, with two instructors in front of them. Espen hid in the bushes and watched nervously. She focused on thinking of a solution. But can I really sneak in? It wouldn't be hard to hide, but... Suddenly, a cute voice rang out. "You want to hide?" Startled, Espen looked up at the adorable creature in front of her and hurriedly nodded. Lepus waved its ears kindly and said, "This body can help you." But the idea sounded rather unconvincing. She looked at it doubtfully and asked, "How can you help?" Its eyes lit up with excitement as it explained, "This body can make ordinary people unable to see you." Still puzzled, Espen asked, "Then why haven't you done that for me until now?" The cute creature had quite a sharp tongue as well. Without the slightest mercy, it replied, "Because it's such a hassle, idiot." The moment it finished speaking, Lepus got painfully pinched. Espen hurriedly begged, "Oh, come on, do it already." And so, noisy bickering broke out inside the bushes. In the end, She lay flat on the grass and sighed. As expected, following him really was the right decision. Nearby was the boy from earlier. It looked like he was being scolded mercilessly. Watching him squeeze his eyes shut, she thought bitterly, wow, this treatment really is. This scene reminds me of the past. Suddenly, Espen noticed the nobleman who remained calm through it all. Is that the Lord? Count Eset, even though he was a vassal of Duke Black Knight. Wasn't he known as the weak retainer? At that moment, the shrill voice continued, Stop? What do you mean stop? I only said take a short break. I never told you to stop altogether. Do you really think you can train on your own after leaving here? Eset touched his chin with a mocking smile. Young master, if you keep this up, you'll be left behind forever, won't you? That made her feel deeply uncomfortable. What is he saying? As she watched the children around him laughing and sneering, Espen realized that at this moment, the future captain didn't have a single person by his side. It felt as though something clawed painfully at her heart. Lepus suddenly spoke up. So what are you going to do? Espen hesitated before replying, well, I can't just leave it like this, so I have to take Xenoc away. It asked curiously, and then? That question made her realize something too, right? In this body, there isn't much I can do. I don't have money, and I have even less status. At the very least, if this body were an adult, then all I need to solve is the issue of the body itself, right? Lepus began to explain further. It'll only be temporary, but I can turn this body into an adult. Think of it as a reward for finding Snow Waver. Espen's eyes widened at the offer. The young boy was still drowning in the barrage of scolding, wondering, what do I do? How am I supposed to get out of this now? Eset said, now you understand, don't you? Starting tomorrow, you'll be here every day. Is that clear? I will not accept any objections. Suddenly, a voice cut in. I object to that. Espen appeared in her adult form, pushing the small boy behind her, making her protective intent perfectly clear. Seeing that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, his lips parted, and he softly called her by that intimate name. Peen, Count Eset's face showed clear unease as he crossed his arms and asked, Who are you? Espen replied, Me? I'm this young master's guardian. After sizing her up, he quickly realized from her speech and bearing that she was clearly a noblewoman. Could she be someone sent by the Duke? She glanced at the boy beside her and added, I forgot to introduce myself. At the moment, I'm also the master who is teaching him. That announcement rang like an alarm bell, making Eset frown warily. She continued to strike at him in a deliberately provocative tone. It seems I'll be able to teach him better than you can. But the man in front of her had long since lost patience with being belittled and shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Would you trust the words of someone whose background you don't even know? But Espen didn't panic in the slightest. She said, Oh, you don't believe me? Then come at me. Her eyes burned even more fiercely with fighting spirit. I'll show you the difference in standards. This knight is incredibly strong. Damn it, this isn't a standard I can match. But if I don't try, I won't be able to get any money from the count. Watching the tall figure and the small one whispering together, they could no longer stay silent. Wait a moment. If you really are the one who taught him, then show me the results. If that's the case, I'll gladly withdraw. Espen's voice sounded softly. Results? That's right. If he defeats my best student, then I'll give up. His finger pointed at the arrogant child from earlier. His challenging voice rang out. If he can defeat my top student, I won't hesitate to withdraw. Looking toward the one big figure and one small figure protecting each other, the man spoke again. Well, Espen stared at them with unwavering, powerful eyes and answered, Fine. Just don't go back on your word. Xenoc looked up at her in surprise, his mouth falling open at such a reckless decision, while Eset still frowned, irritated that she had shown no fear of him. Then the voice spoke again. My lord, do you agree? His eyes flicked briefly over the doubtful expressions of the people beside him. Both of them looked grim now. Faced with a situation he could not retreat from, Eset replied, Very well. In the name of the Lord, I agree. Espen smirked confidently, without the slightest concern. A voice then reminded them of the condition. The loser must carry out the winner's demand. Xenoc looked pitifully miserable, his small figure sitting slumped in a corner in a daze. Espen looked at him, not knowing how to act. Lepus watched for a while before asking, Hey, what's wrong with him? She whispered back, Let's just leave him alone for now. In that little corner, he sat in thought with his arms around his knees and let out a quiet sigh. I thought I'd be fine even after leaving the training grounds, but every time I go home, I just feel empty. Espen turned to look at the pitiful boy, her eyes narrowing slightly. Is it really okay to leave him like that? A voice nearby pulled her out of her thoughts. Peen, seeing the boy in front of her, she immediately shouted, Keth, get over here. Is it really fine to go flying around like that? He answered as if it were only natural. Yeah, there's no one around here anyway. Glancing toward the lonely, miserable back not far away, he said, but what's going on? The atmosphere feels kind of gloomy. Espen gave a hollow laugh as if he'd hit a sore spot. In the end, she held her forehead and sighed helplessly before walking over to the patch of grass. In a gentle voice, she softly called his name. Xenoc, can't you do it? Hearing his name, the boy slowly raised his head. If I can't, will you abandon me? But Espen seemed like an angel descended from heaven as she gently moved closer to Xenoc. Abandon you? Of course not. With a radiant smile like the morning dawn, she said, I never once thought of parting with you before you can use a sword. That warm, gentle voice echoed deep within Xenoc's mind. You're my very first disciple. Those simple words became a strange source of strength, making him clench his hand tightly. He declared passionately, I can't just keep crying like this. I want to win. Espen cheerfully replied, that's right. Exactly like that. Of course we're going to win. But despite those encouraging words, she still had one major worry. This really is troubling. He still hasn't overcome his fear of the sword. While those two remained immersed in hope, far away there was a small figure sinking into shadow, his eyes tinged with sadness and exhaustion. Leaning against the stone wall, Keth quietly looked down at the girl below, lost in the scent of flowers and grass. I found Pin. His golden pupils widened as he looked at her figure. The moment he had first found her came rushing back, but he remained deep in thought, burdened by confusion and a huge question mark. She had clearly used magic, but she isn't a mage, so how was she able to use magic? He remembered Lepus's appearance and couldn't help wondering. And then there's the existence of that spirit beast, too. There are far too many suspicious points. The more Keth thought about it, the more questions he had that he couldn't resolve. What exactly is that person's identity? Should I talk to Master? If I do, I'm definitely going to get dragged to the tower. He was pulled from his thoughts when Espen suddenly spoke. Keth, what do you think? He startled at her clear voice. Taking in the situation, he quickly understood the problem. You mean because he's afraid of swords, he can't do it? Espen hurriedly answered, exactly. Pretending to think, Keth said, then what about doing it like this? The clashing sounds rang out like a storm, mixed with heavy breathing. Clearly, the other side was training with all their strength as well. The blond noble boy thought disdainfully, Humph, just because that loser managed to hold a sword once means anything? His small hand gripped the sword tightly, indignation filling his heart. Meanwhile, I have the Lord's support, and Master has given me special training. As if to reassure himself, the boy spoke up. Master, I'm definitely going to win, right? The other side quickly gave a confident answer. Of course. The boy's mind calmed down at once. As expected, but unfortunately, just as he had been somewhat reassured, that man spoke again to remind him, however, his natural talent is greater, so you need to be careful. Those words wounded the boy's pride, and his eyes suddenly turned strangely sharp. Xenoc's gleaming sword was pressed to his opponent's throat. The other boy's gaze met his, and a flash of shock crossed his face. Xenoc lowered his head, staring at him with wide, round eyes. His cold eyes glanced down at the defeated boy at his feet. So this is all you amount to? The mocking words were like a knife stabbing into the heart. The other boy glared at Xenoc in fury. From a distance, Iset heard the referee's voice ring out loudly. Victory! He slowly raised a hand to his chin, his eyes wide in surprise. Oh! Then he quietly formed a mysterious smile. Iset's gaze shifted to Xenoc, and he thought to himself, I suppose I should inform the Duke. The man standing beside him hesitantly spoke up. Am I Count? His face darkened, his gaze turning as cold as ice before he said in a low voice, You're dismissed. From afar, the boy appeared, running toward Iset with a delighted expression. Xenoc smiled brightly like a blooming flower, his cheeks flushed like ripe peaches. 18 years later, in the present day, at the Sky Knights building, he dropped heavily into a chair, his voice annoyed and irritated. I am exhausted. This is driving me insane. Just what kind of mess did we get dragged into because of that useless vice captain? The young man standing behind him chimed in immediately. Exactly. The one sitting nearby didn't forget to add, the captain said when it's time to withdraw. Chloe stood quietly in one corner, listening. He turned his eyes toward the young man and said mockingly, "Right now, the captain is capturing that level, 100 criminal. But since when did the captain discover such a talent for swordsmanship?" The young man answered at once, "I heard it was from when he was little." The other asked back, "Not since the moment he was born?" After that question, the whole room fell silent. Then suddenly a voice rang out. "What? So nobody knows?" He stammered in reply, "I've heard about it before. Just rumors, though." A young man holding a sword in the darkness, giving off terrifying killing intent, continued. "They say the Duke once threw the captain onto Mount Porake, a place infamous for being full of monsters, just to see the captain's innate talent. He survived and came back, and after that, rumors spread that the captain was a genius." He looked at him with some surprise. "That sounds like he was sending the captain to his death." His voice suddenly dropped as he said, "Honestly, I was hoping it would be the vice captain whose corpse was found." Hearing those words, Chloe went pale, her hand tightening around her staff until her knuckles turned white. After that, he abruptly stood and strode straight out the door. She lowered her head, her gaze falling to the floor. "Espen," she thought. Images flashed through her mind of Espen blushing and saying, "I spent the whole night with the captain." Then in a panic, but there was absolutely nothing to misunderstand. Or gently saying, "You're my only friend, Chloe." Chloe kept her head lowered, but her cheeks suddenly flushed red. "Just where are you now?" The captain I respected so much has been acting stranger and stranger. Amid a lush green field stood a small wooden house, with a vast forest stretching behind it. Xenoc had stopped attending the training grounds. Under the pitch-black night sky, a splendid mansion shone like a bright jewel sparkling in the quiet darkness, and Xenoc's former teacher had gone mad and been dismissed. Espen began recounting it, her voice full of energy. When that teacher's background was exposed, I was completely shocked. A man bent over, clutching his head in fear. Who would have thought he had lied about his experience? He dragged himself down the road, his face pale. Espen sat on the lush grass, tilting her body and shading her eyes from the sun with one hand. "This feels so nice." While enjoying the fresh air, she suddenly turned when she sensed someone behind the bushes. Xenoc, who had been practicing nearby, also turned to look at her. His anger instantly flared up, and Espen hurried over to soothe him gently. The blue sky stretched endlessly like a vast silk cloth. She walked over to the boy and demanded, "Why do you keep coming to our house? It's making both sides uncomfortable." The boy's face darkened as he said, through gritted teeth, "Where did that excellent night go?" "My sister." Hearing that, Espen was briefly surprised. "Sister? Your hair color really is the same as mine. By the way, why are you looking for her?" He suddenly turned his face aside and hesitantly said, "I also want to learn." She immediately broke into a bright smile and replied, "No, go home." Standing beside her, Xenoc merely stared at the boy with icy eyes. Espen narrowed her eyes and warned threateningly, "If you don't leave right now, I can make you go back myself." The moment he heard that, the boy turned and ran off at once. Elsewhere, a voice suddenly made Keth turn his head. "Tomorrow, the Archmage of the Sky Knights will be coming." Stroking his beard, his master cheerfully continued, "No, actually, perhaps they've already reached the gate." He whipped around in shock, eyes wide with surprise. "Here?" Espen cried out, her voice echoing everywhere. "What? The Archmage of the Sky Knights? And Royal Knights too? Those people are really coming here?" Keth smiled and nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, probably." She lightly touched her chin, sinking into thought. "Since what Wibby caused was quietly resolved, I thought they wouldn't come. But if it's the Archmage of the Sky Knights, could it be someone I know?" Espen's face darkened as she glanced at Lepus and Snow, who were playing behind her, and thought, around this time, there were hardly any people in the Sky Knights I knew. Iset stepped forward and clapped his hands with a friendly expression. Welcoming. Messit and Clory approached from a distance, and he continued, "Archmages, As soon as Messet arrived, he got straight to the point. We have come to investigate the incident that occurred in this region by His Majesty's order. Has the phenomenon happened here again? In contrast to him, the other man remained cold. Iset said, what? That's right, but the phenomenon is no longer occurring. No mate. Even if it has disappeared, investigating it is still our duty. Messet smiled and continued. Besides, climate change requires incredibly powerful magic, so a full investigation is absolutely necessary. Iset replied, haha, yes, I'll give you all a proper welcome. He turned away, inwardly fuming. Damn it, 2 archmages and royal knights on top of that. What a nuisance. Then he ordered the servant behind him, come here. The man answered, yes, sir. The servant dropped to his knees and bowed his head in apology. I'm very sorry, sir. It seems I was too tense and made a mistake. But Iset immediately denied it. No, suddenly, an arm holding a torch appeared. A sound rang out, and the servant was already sprawled on the ground. Messet's face darkened, but he smiled slyly. When one must receive such great royal knights, a servant may make a small mistake. But when something this rare appears, what can one do? Clory turned his head coldly and observed Iset, standing behind him. The Count's expression had clearly changed. Then Clory suddenly noticed something strange and turned to look at it. Clory saw a tiny lamb with a blue horn. It looked adorable. It was Flea. He thought to himself, that's. His eyes widened as he looked back. Clory was still a little suspicious. What is that? Suddenly, Flea darted in a flash to stand before Clory and Messet. It eagerly came over to Clory's feet and sniffed around. Flea cried happily. Humans really do have such a pleasant scent. Clory bent down and picked it up. He examined the strange creature closely. But just then, Messet snatched it away. He asked curiously, what is this? Flea shouted in annoyance. Let go of me, you stinking human. Messet grabbed Flea by the head and laughed sinisterly. Oh, what is this? So this backwater place has something worth studying, does it? The scene shifted into the forest. Espen thought back to her old sword companion. Chloe's father had been a royal knight. In the past, when she and Chloe were in the Sky Knights, the 2 close friends had once sat together and talked. Chloe had said, my father is a royal knight too. You have no idea how hard I studied, because I wanted to become someone just like him. Chloe had smiled so happily when she spoke of her father. The 2 of us are exactly alike. Espen remained lost in thought, while Lepus and Snow Waver played leisurely together. As if sensing something, Lepus suddenly frowned. Pin, I can sense a new spirit beast in this village. Hearing that, Espen, Xenoc, and Keth immediately became alert. Lepus said thoughtfully, it's a spirit beast extremely good at hiding its presence, so even I didn't notice it. Snow Waver added, hiding its presence? Could it be Flea? Espen asked, what is it like? Lepus and Snow Waver exchanged awkward looks. Snow Waver said gravely, it likes humans. Lepus calmly added, but it likes flowers even more. Espen asked suspiciously, flowers? Snow Waver explained, I'm a spirit beast born from snow, so my personality is... Then Snow Waver stopped. Espen continued, so what? Snow Waver hesitated, looking at her awkwardly. Then Snow Waver finally offered a warning. It's best not to make it angry. Meanwhile, Flea was perfectly calm, not looking worried in the slightest, even though it had been locked in a cage. Clory was a principled man, so when he learned of Messet's intentions, he couldn't stay calm. Messet, do you even know what it is before bringing it into the city? You don't know its background, so you can't just bring it in carelessly. Isn't that a basic rule for a mage? As if it were nothing, Messet said, come now, Clory, calm down. I understand what you mean. He leisurely touched the bars of the cage. First of all, you needn't worry about danger. Even after being captured, it hasn't resisted even once. But Messet smiled ominously. I know what it is. It is definitely the spirit beast described in the records. No doubt about it. Clory looked doubtful. A spirit beast? I've heard of them before, but how can you be so certain? Messet replied casually, my goodness, have you forgotten why we were sent here? The abnormal climate phenomenon. It snowed in this region, didn't it? According to the records, there are said to be beings capable of changing the climate and nature itself with immense power. Clory sharply picked up on something in his words. But we didn't come here just for one spirit beast, did we? Messet looked toward Flea. That's right, but look at it. Do you have any better living evidence? What else would you call it? Clory said nothing. Messet smiled faintly and placed a hand on Clory's shoulder. Sir, perhaps we've stumbled upon an extraordinary discovery. His smile slowly twisted, revealing greedy eyes. Just imagine how much magic power we'd get if we cut it open. We might even have our names written into history. Messet's words were both a threat and a warning. And I hope you haven't forgotten that I am your superior, Clory. I don't like subordinates who rebel. Then he casually brushed past Clory. After he left, Clory helplessly ran a hand through his hair. What a greedy bastard, he sighed and muttered. A mage's most basic rule is not to harm a life you've only just encountered. Someone was approaching from behind. Clory turned, wary. Who's there? A little boy with green eyes and beautiful brown hair approached, carrying a blanket. Clory spoke first. Ah, Ruben, it's you. Yes, Sir Clory. Clory asked, what is it? Ruben replied, Master told me to cover the birdcage. Clory asked again, then what's that blanket for? The boy shyly explained, I thought it might be cold here for that animal, so. Hearing that, Clory said flatly, you're a good disciple. It's a waste for someone like you to be under that man. The boy blinked in surprise. What? Clory corrected himself. It's nothing. All right then. Clory gently patted his head. You remind me of the daughter I left behind. The cage is over there. Cover it and then go. Ruben answered happily, yes. Clory said goodbye to the boy and walked out the door. Ruben's cheeks were flushed pink, and he was still floating from the head pat just now. He even thought to himself, Sir Clory really is a kind person. He doesn't hit me or hurt me like Master does. If only Sir Clory were my teacher. The thought was immediately snuffed out. The boy shook his head cutely. What am I even thinking? He stopped dwelling on it and returned to the task his master had given him. Flea smiled in satisfaction. How kind! The sudden voice made Ruben freeze in confusion. Then fear overtook him, and he stammered, Why you? What did you just say? Flea said, Hey, I smell the scent of grass on you. Ruben was startled. He didn't understand what was happening, but his face turned a little red. Flea suddenly transformed into a human form, becoming a small, adorable little girl. She said gently, I like kind people. Then Flea smiled brightly. Is there anything I can help you with? She smiled warmly, but Ruben was terrified, trembling as he pointed at her, unable to form a complete sentence. Amused, she lightly touched the timid boy in front of her. Ruben finally calmed down and asked, who are you? Flea smiled radiantly as she introduced herself. My name is Flea. Then she asked, I'm looking for my friend. Have you ever seen anyone like me? Ruben brushed off his clothes and stood up. No, I just came to this city, so... Oh, so you're from somewhere else. Resting her chin on her hand, Flea excitedly made a request. Hey, kind boy, could you help me find my friend? Ruben blinked innocently. Your friend. While the two were talking, a noise came from outside. Ruben turned toward the door in alarm, his pupils shrinking in fear. Could Master be coming? He hurriedly grabbed Flea's hand and agreed. Okay, I understand. But for now, go back to the small form you had before. In an instant, Flea returned to her original form, the small lamb lying obediently on the blanket. Seeing Ruben's worried expression, she called out, Hey. Flea had seen the kindness deep in the boy's heart and sincerely thanked him. Thank you for helping me. Ruben just stared blankly after hearing those words, his youthful face full of confusion. The scene shifted to a lush green forest full of life, bathed in warm sunlight. Espen and Xenoc searched together for Flea. As the two approached a tree trunk, Espen said, It's been a while since we came here, hasn't it? She looked ahead with a smile. This is where we first met. Snow Waver softly offered. Flea likes flowers, plants, and trees. There's a good chance she's in the place nearby with the most vegetation. Hearing that, something suddenly came back to Espen. At that moment, Lepus unexpectedly said, That girl blocked her signal again. I can only tell she's somewhere in this area. Xenoc raised his hand, wanting to say something. But wait, if we're talking about a place with lots of trees, wouldn't that be the forest? Do you think she's in the forest? Snow Waver agreed. That's possible too. Espen, however, wasn't sure. Her heart was full of questions. Where exactly is the spirit beast? Then suddenly she noticed Xenoc standing in front of her. Wait, when did Xenoc get so tall? Espen's thoughts started drifting in all directions. Realizing she was getting off track, she stopped thinking about it and clenched her hand. Xenoc, let's search around this area. Lepus and Snow Waver can cover the other direction. Xenoclopid, okay. He secretly glanced at the lively girl in front of him. Come to think of it, I don't know where Pin is from or how she came to be searching for spirit beasts. I know nothing at all. After thinking it over, he finally asked, Pin, do you have a family name? She looked a little surprised. A family name? Her mood dimmed, and with a bitter smile she said, only noble houses have family names. I'm just a commoner. Xenoc understood, and his mood sank too. I see. He stepped closer and gently said, then, what do you think about a marriage between a commoner and a noble? Caught off guard, Espen looked at Xenoc's hopeful expression in confusion. Huh, she answered doubtfully. I suppose it's possible, if they like each other. But inwardly she was baffled. Why are you suddenly asking that? Hearing Espen's answer, Xenoc's eyes sparkled, and his face bloomed with a radiant smile he couldn't hide. Watching this, Lepus sighed and scolded fondly. Seriously, neither of them notices a thing. Beside him, Snow Waver looked utterly confused. What is this? Xenoc bravely voiced what was on his mind. I'm curious about your hometown. Espen asked, why so suddenly? His face reddened shyly like a girl in love. Because I don't know anything about you. Espen thought for a moment. That's true. At the mention of her hometown, her expression darkened and her eyes shifted away. My home, she hesitated, then said bitterly, it's very far from here. After saying that, she quickly changed the subject and started walking again. It doesn't seem like the spirit beast is here after all. Let's go back. Behind her, after hearing those words, Xenoc grew serious, as though he had silently made up his mind about something. Espen walked ahead, while Xenoc followed. Along the way, she thought to herself, what should I do? I guess I'll have to ask Keth. The two came out of the forest and entered the busy streets. Just then, Lepus and Snow Waver also came over. Espen asked expectantly, did you two find anything? Any clues? Snow Waver shook his head to show that he hadn't. Espen frowned as she walked. So it wasn't the forest? This place is too big. We can't search all of it. But at that moment, Snow Waver remained unconcerned with the matter at hand and asked instead, what are we eating tonight? Espen knitted her brows in irritation. Could you at least worry a little? Just then, a man came running hurriedly toward the four of them. The man kept looking back behind him and wasn't paying attention, so he bumped into Espen. She cried out in surprise. The man quickly helped her up. Oh dear, are you all right, child? It was Clory. He looked apologetic. I am sorry, truly sorry. Espen lifted her face, and her eyes widened in shock. The man before her looked exactly like her close friend Chloe. Clory kindly cast magic. If anything hurts, tell me. I'm a mage. I can heal you. He raised his staff straight ahead, and the pearl-like gem at the top shone brilliantly. Unbelievably, it worked. The wound on Espen's wrist gradually healed, leaving her stunned. It doesn't hurt anymore. But after that, she said nothing more. She fell silent, her face growing grave. Xenoc, who had been watching the whole situation, widened his eyes and quietly called out, Pin. Feeling deeply guilty, Clory hurried over with worried eyes and asked, it doesn't hurt anymore now, right? He received the answer, yes, sir. That eased some of his guilt, and he looked gently at Espen. His eyes were moist as though he might cry. Thank goodness. I'm sorry once again. I was in such a hurry that I didn't see what was in front of me. Then he suddenly turned back and told her, if it still hurts, come find me at the Lord's castle. My name is Clory. As he slowly loosened his tightly clenched fist, he gently praised Espen. How cute. I also have a daughter about your age. But then, because he had urgent business to deal with, Clory couldn't stay there. He quickly waved goodbye to her group with cheerful energy. But Xenoc, who had been observant all along, sensed something unusual. This is the first time I've ever seen Pin so flustered. While Espen was deeply troubled, her expression dark, Snow Waver simply looked up with round eyes and whispered, Hey, when do we get to eat? Seeing Espen like that, Xenoc couldn't just stand there. He was about to reach out and gently pat her shoulder and ask, Pin, what's wrong? But she kept it all inside and gripped her wrist as she shook her head. No, it's nothing. It just felt like I'd met someone I knew. Xenoc was shocked. Really, still uncertain, Espen raised a hand and began calculating something in her mind. Then she pointed ahead and said, "Xenoc, let's follow him." Without hesitation, he agreed at once. Okay. And just like that, Snow Waver was completely ignored, crying out in despair. "Hey, dinner. Let's go eat first. Don't tell me I have to starve." Once the idea was decided, the two wasted not a second. Wherever Clory went, Espen and Xenoc followed in step, never pausing for even a moment. Before long, they had nearly reached him. Hiding behind a large tree, Espen stared at his back in puzzlement. So it really is the Lord's castle? There, Clory was speaking with someone else who was also wearing a white cloak, just like his. With just a glance at the cloak and the stone at the neck, Espen recognized it immediately. That's the uniform of the Royal Knights. By then, she had no doubt left at all. All the speculation in her head became certainty. As I thought, he really is Chloe's father. But then a troubling thought suddenly surfaced in Espen's mind. But from what I know, Chloe once said that her father died when she was very young, while he was away on duty. It felt as if thousands of knives were poised to stab straight into her heart, like purple roses. Espen was so shocked she couldn't believe it. She had to cover her mouth in stunned disbelief. This was exactly what a time traveler had to face. It was different from merely meeting someone she once knew. This was seeing the dead. Xenoc had already noticed how dark her expression had become, and he grew worried. Meanwhile, Snow Waver was fast asleep, but Xenoc was focused only on her. Espen, however, kept her eyes on Clory and wondered, could his death happen here? Yet instead of continuing to follow him, she suddenly said, "Xenoc, let's go back." Without saying anything more, the group turned and left. However, Lepus seemed reluctant about something and stayed behind to observe once more. Before the pitch-black palace gate, the spirit beast seemed to sense something and let out a low cry. Back home, after hearing the whole story, Keth asked in confusion, "So you ran into a royal knight?" "I see. But that wasn't all," and Espen added, "Yes, and Xenoc saw him too." They needed a proper plan. So Keth immediately took on the role of strategist and said, "It may sound easy to talk about going to the Lord's castle, but..." Not understanding, Espen asked back why. So he explained, "There is currently a powerful barrier around the Lord's castle. When I probed the area earlier, I took a quick look. Mages do usually set up barriers around their residences, but this one is exceptionally strong. And it's not just for protection." Keth emphasized his theory. There is definitely something being hidden inside the castle. Hearing that, Espen froze in shock. Her face darkened as she guessed, could it be? Knowing Espen would figure it out, Keth confirmed firmly, "Yes. I wonder if the spirit beast is in there." At that point, Lepus finally made his move. He leaped neatly onto her head and added, "That's possible. I can sense something inside the castle, too." With no way left to deny it, Espen stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Because Lepus had followed them around the entire time, without saying a word. Hearing that now made her furious. She grabbed him with both hands and shouted, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Lepus immediately explained, "Because I wasn't sure." So Espen couldn't argue back and fell silent. Then she slammed both hands on the table and declared, "That settles it. Tomorrow, we're going to the Lord's castle. We'll go there directly, see for ourselves, and ask for help. Keth, can you help us?" So when he heard that, he smiled, ready to answer. "Go investigate? Sure. It sounds interesting. But there was one problem." Keth looked rather uneasy, his golden eyes flashing in warning. "There are two royal knights, and right now, they're living in two different places. I already said goodbye to my teacher." Hearing that, Espen also began to hesitate and calculate. If they wanted to investigate, they would have to go to both places. It wouldn't make sense to try to see everything in one day. The two places were very far apart, and the side with the laboratory had an extremely powerful barrier. So she started planning and asked for opinions. What about the places where the other mages are staying? Are those less important? Could we split into two teams? One team investigates and the other watches the mages? Hearing that suggestion, Keth found it fairly reasonable and replied, "That could work, but how would we contact each other?" Since there seemed to be a way, Espen immediately suggested, "Didn't Lepus say you could tell what I'm doing even from far away?" Lepus, Wibby, and Xenoc in one team left him rather bewildered, while the others were delighted. Keth and I will be one team. We'll look around the castle, and Xenok's side will watch the mages. Just as expected, Xenok was inwardly furious, unable to accept it at all. What weighed on his mind was simple. I want to go with Pinker. However, Espen had to focus on the plan, so she only asked seriously, Xenok, do you remember the mage we met today? Can you keep watch on him? It's an important mission. As soon as her question ended, his next move was to raise his hand. Then, unable to hold back any longer, Xenok grabbed Espen's hand and said hopefully, but you can't get too close to him, okay? I want you to be close only to me. That incomprehensible statement made her flush in shock. What is he even saying? Espen hurriedly denied it. I'm closest to you. But no matter what she said, she still felt oddly flustered inside. There's nothing special about it. So why am I so shaken? Because in Espen's mind right now, Xenok's adorable, sweet face had appeared with a smile. But Keth, who knew how to tease, rested his chin on his hand and said lightly, that's too much. I thought I was close to you too. Xenok immediately snapped, glaring at him with resentment and jealousy. The atmosphere at the table fell heavy, and no one said anything more. Only a few minutes later, the scene shifted outside beneath the sky, where Espen, wrapped in a cloak, returned to the castle. Once they reached the place they needed to investigate, she said with a determined expression, I'm counting on you. Keth, a little embarrassed, hurriedly answered, I know. She didn't forget to add, Lepus and Wibby don't cause any trouble. Especially you, Wibby. Xenok was completely ignored. She bent her knees into position, then launched herself high over the sharp iron wall. The wind whipped their clothes about, and Espen smiled eagerly. Then let's go. The bright morning sunlight poured over the magnificent palace. Inside the palace, Espen and Keth were hiding and waiting for an opportunity. Elsewhere, Xenok, Snow, and Lepus were also making their move. At that moment, Keth asked her, will they be okay over there without a mage? It'll be fine. Lepus is there, after all. She remembered talking with him and smiled. He had said he would help. It's about finding that spirit beast, right? Understood. Suddenly, a man appeared in the corridor where they were standing. He angrily cursed the mages. Mages are a bunch of scheming frauds. Seeing him so enraged, the person beside him quickly tried to calm him. My lord, you cannot leave this place. What does that matter? Didn't you say they were out today? Then this was a waste of effort. The laboratory isn't attached to the main building. And on top of that, it has to be the best room. Sooner or later, they'll target my room too. He bit his finger and growled, damn it, even if they aren't royal knights. At that moment, Espen was startled when she heard a certain name. Any contact from the royal knight's side? Not yet, sir. She watched the two of them disappear into the distance. Then she pointed in the opposite direction with certainty. Judging by where the lord came from, the laboratory should be over there. Let's go. Following her lead, the two of them crept down the corridor toward the laboratory. Suddenly, Keth put a hand on her shoulder. Pin, wait. At that moment, he cast a spell, revealing the barrier in front of them. It was a magical barrier. Only those with permission could enter. He said flatly, if we go in, the alarm will sound. Then what do we do? I can handle it. But while I'm undoing this, I'll probably have to temporarily release the invisibility spell. To help her understand better, he had to explain in more detail. What I mean is, just then, servants appeared in the corridor, walking toward them. They were gossiping about the mages too. Mages are so hard to serve. At the slightest thing, they hit people. Exactly. I hope they leave soon. That's the laboratory. They say you can hear animals screaming there at night. Could they be experimenting on humans too? From the narrow hiding place, the two of them heard every word of that slander. No way. Waiting inside that cramped space was uncomfortable, and she grumbled. Are they gone yet? Keth, can you use magic freely here? After her question, the two of them found themselves face to face, only inches apart. Unlike most people who would blush, she simply stared at Keth. Your eyes are really beautiful. He smiled and praised her back. You're beautiful too. Then, in the middle of the corridor, a bright blue light appeared. Keth said to her, Pin, the farther we go in, the stronger the barrier will get. The invisibility spell might break. Then she smiled smugly and offered an idea. How about we do this instead? At that moment, Espen transformed into an adult maid. If something unrealistic is possible, then I think this should be too. If there's a risk of being caught, it's better to be in an adult form and avoid suspicion. Then long, wavy hair appeared, and Keth also transformed into an adult man. He asked proudly, seeking praise, "What do you think? I can create very complex illusions from what I've seen. I look exactly like my father." Helplessly, she thought, Xenoc already saw this form when he fought Pantheon, didn't he? Hang in there, hang in there. Pin, actually, I've seen this form of yours ever since the first time the spirit beast used magic on you. I was watching you from the sky. Pin, I'm very curious about you. You're someone who uses the power of spirit beasts. Where did you come from? Why are you searching for spirit beasts? Who are you really? She stared at him in shock, as if unable to believe what she was hearing. I want to know more about you. The scene shifted elsewhere to where the spirit beast flea was. Facing Reuben, she proposed, "I want to see flowers. Can't we go outside?" Reuben seemed bad at socializing, so he was a little flustered. What should I do? Master is away today and will be gone for a while. There's a barrier near his quarters, so it should be okay, right? So he said, "The garden should be fine. Do you want to go there? I can't let you leave completely, but I want to grant your request." Hearing that, Flea beamed happily. The cage no longer held any spirit beast. Now she had transformed into a little girl, so she could go out and play with Reuben. "Let's go play together." They went to the garden, where the two of them sat in a truly picturesque setting filled with flowers and butterflies. She was delighted to have someone to play with. Seeing such a lively flower garden, Reuben asked excitedly, "Is this magic?" Something like that. Looking at the sparkling lights in his palm, he thought, was this really created by magic? She smiled as brightly as a spring flower in bloom. The scene shifted back to where Xenoc's group was standing. Perched on Snow's head, Lepus said, she deliberately cut the connection. She's probably having fun. As long as she doesn't get angry or lose control, it's fine. For a brief moment, Xenoc fell silent in thought. He clenched his hand with resolve. "I want to get closer to Pin by carrying out the task she entrusted to me." He remembered those happy times when it had been only the two of them. "You're the only one who understands me. I want to stay by your side for a very, very long time." And then he remembered her sorrowful words. "My homeland is very far from here. If Pin leaves, I want to go with her too. Is that not allowed?" He stood in the cold wind, thinking. At that moment he thought, why not? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out, startling Lepus and Xenoc. A tall man approached and said sternly, It was Clory. He recalled the image of the two children he had met before. And if he wasn't mistaken, the person before him was the black-haired, red-eyed boy. He looked down and asked, "You're the child who ran into me on the road before, aren't you?" At that moment, Espen's words came back to Xenoc. "The great Archmage has a good memory, so if we get caught and end up facing him, I'm sure he'll recognize you." Xenoc had spoken like this then. The scene shifted again to Flea and Reuben, who were still playing together happily. Suddenly, he asked her, "You said you had to find your friends. Is it really okay for you to stay here like this?" "It's fine." She placed a flower crown she had made herself on his head. "I think I found one." "Really?" After thinking for a moment, she voiced her concern. "If they're not in the city, then maybe they're in that castle." Elsewhere, it seemed Lepus and Xenoc heard her speaking, and they said, "Don't you remember us?" She looked startled for a moment, as if she had heard their voices too. But she did not dwell on it for long. She smiled at Reuben and said, "Right now, I like playing with you." Reuben held the flower crown he had made and sat there grinning foolishly when he heard that. Then he said, "But, about me bringing you outside." Just then, a large figure appeared and ruined the moment for both of them. Reuben hurriedly stood up in fright. "And Master." The man he called Master stood there smiling, but there was menace in it. "Why are you here instead of doing what I told you?" The threatening tone made Reuben's limbs go weak, and he could barely speak. About that." Then the man turned his attention to Flea. "And who is this little girl? Are you even listening to me?" Suddenly, Messet seemed to realize something. Wait. Looking at her unusual appearance, he immediately connected the dots. Could this be that spirit beast? Reuben panicked as soon as he heard his master question her. Messet grinned maliciously at her. "You can turn into a human." A chilling laugh echoed from him. "You're well worth researching." Hearing that, Reuben grabbed his clothes in terror and cried out, "Master, no." Messet said sternly, "I feed you and raise you so you can meddle in my affairs. But, Master, you said you wouldn't experiment on humans anymore. He shoved Reuben to the ground and sneered. Silence. Does it look human to you? Those heartless words struck Fleece's anger directly. Messett continued in a threatening tone. Listen well. It's a monster in human form. No matter how much I use it, it'll be fine. What would trash like you know, daring to lecture me? He kicked Reuben away with force. Useless brat. Do you want to become an experimental subject in my laboratory too? After making that threat, he raised his fist, ready to bring it down on Reuben. But before the punch could land, Messett was the one who fell first. When he came back to himself through the pain, Flea had exploded in fury, unleashing immense power. Hey, I hate you. The atmosphere here turned tense, while elsewhere everything had still been quiet. A red flash shot toward Messett. Something sliced across his cheek, leaving a dark red line of blood. Thorny vines wrapped tightly around him, yet he still smiled eerily. This magic power. At that exact moment, a foot suddenly appeared. Espen had arrived where the spirit beast was being kept. Seeing the terrible scene before her, she couldn't help shouting inwardly, "What the hell is this?" Then her eyes fell on a child. He had already fallen to the ground by the time she looked. Ugh, can't you stop it? Why will my magic move? Damn it, damn it. The thorny vines were lashing toward Reuben. But someone else stepped in to help. Looking down from above, she asked, "Are you okay?" Damn it, these vines. Help, my friend, your friend. Hearing that cry for help, Fleece's expression turned cold. At that moment, she heard a voice call out, "Hey, spirit beast, come with me for a moment." Holding Reuben in her arms, Espen smiled. "Just for a little while. Because you used your power, your friend got hurt." And indeed, there were small wounds on his face. When she saw them, her heart ached for him. To reassure her, Espen smiled confidently and said, "Leave that bastard to me." At last, Flea obediently stepped forward. The scene shifted to a palace, and the bright sky overhead showed that a new day had come. Espen had already dealt with Messett, tying him up neatly. But suddenly she thought sadly about the little time remaining. There's no time left. While Flea and Reuben were sharing a tender moment, she interrupted them. "Hey, sorry for intruding on the world of you two. But we need to leave right now. Do you two still want to stay here? Lepus and Wibby are looking for you. You could bring a friend too. I'll treat his wounds. You're really kind." Seeing the two of them getting along so warmly made her happy as well. Suddenly, Clory appeared from somewhere and cut in. I was wondering what exactly was going on. He looked at the large man lying unconscious on the ground, then shifted his gaze to evaluate her. It left her alarmed, unsure what to say. "And who are you?" She stood there tensely, sweat starting to run down her face. And behind him, Xenoc appeared. Standing behind him, he smiled, giving her confidence. Because he was there, she seemed able to relax a little in relief. Then Clory turned his attention to the adult Keth over there. "And that boy is..." Keth laughed awkwardly, just as someone said, "That's the Archmage's disciple." At that moment, a staff appeared, returning the two of them to their original forms, though they still remained wary of Clory's attitude. Keth scratched his cheek and laughed sheepishly. "Haha, we got found out." Then he glanced toward the man, tied up over there. After that, Clory said sternly, "If you don't clearly explain who you are, I'll report you as intruders." Espen looked at him with guarded eyes. Xenoc had said this earlier. She spoke up. "Haven't you heard who we are?" She introduced them confidently. "We're Chloe's friends." He fell silent, thinking for a long while. Then he lowered himself to look at the children in front of him and said, "Come inside first, then talk." After they brought the tied-up man inside the place where he lived, they all sat at the table, facing Clory. Lepus's group was brought in too and were fooling around together. "So," he carefully asked again, "you my daughter's friend?" She answered firmly, "Yes. I lived in the rose field for a while." That was the place where the two of them used to play together as children. Chloe had been around 11 back then. To make him believe her more, Espen also told him things connected to both of them. "At the time, I heard Chloe talk about you a lot, that her father was a royal knight, someone she was very proud of. It was thanks to Chloe that I learned about the royal knight's uniform. And when I first met you, I recognized you right away, because you look so much like Chloe. You're a father, aren't you?" He blushed because his daughter still cared so much about him. There are no holes in this story. Chloe is very shy around strangers, and yet she told you about herself? If you don't believe me, Then let me tell you this. Although Chloe is talented in magic, she lived quietly in Rose Field because she didn't want to be discovered. Hearing that, he was deeply surprised by their friendship. There were no secrets between us. They really were friends. The lie detection magic found nothing. Although everything she said was true, she was still nervous in front of Chloe. Chloe's father was a pioneer of spiritual magic. My father can tell when someone is lying. I really admire my father's magic. Espen was quickly relieved that he was listening to her. If she hadn't listened to Chloe's words before, this could have become a huge problem. So the reason you infiltrated this place was to rescue the spirit beast that Messick kidnapped? Yes, that's right. My friend sent me to ask for your help. That's true. Besides, you had to see the spirit beast with your own eyes before you'd believe that I'm a friend of the spirit beasts. She glanced at him warily. He couldn't help pondering. The story was consistent from beginning to end, but something still felt strange. The more he spoke with the child called Pin, the more it felt as if he were talking to a knight accustomed to interrogations. So what do you all plan to do next? Even though Messick has been captured, he is an extremely greedy man. Once he discovers an experimental subject that interests him, he will never let it go. He'll chase it to the death. I know, but there has to be a reason that person covets the spirit beasts, right? It's because of their marvelous magic powerful enough to even change the weather. Could Chloe be after the spirit beast power? Someone asked. He answered calmly, I have no ambition, so I have no interest in that. Then he glared at her and suggested, just call me uncle. Doesn't that make me sound younger? She remembered Chloe tearfully saying before that her father had no ambition, and that perhaps he might already be dead because of it. Thinking of that, she suddenly felt sorrowful. Chloe, it really is just as you said. She nervously asked him, would you mind keeping what happened today a secret? Without beating around the bush or setting any conditions, he readily agreed. Sure. His straightforward answer surprised everyone. I'll cover for all of you. Even so, she still brought up the risks. You could get into trouble because of this. He replied, I'm not heartless enough to pretend I don't know my daughter's friend. If you're a close enough friend that my daughter entrusted you with her most important secret, then all the more reason. Hearing that, her heart ached sharply as if stabbed. I'm sorry I never even learned the name of her closest friend. He smiled, showing them his trust. If I help you, then I'll have plenty to tell Chloe. Espen could not help thinking that perhaps it was finally time for her to see Chloe again. I shouldn't stay here any longer. As for Messick, I'll make him remember something else. The scene shifted to a spacious garden. A voice stopped Keth in his tracks. You're Keth, right? The Archmage's disciple. Gary stood there and called out to him. I have something I want to ask you. Looking at his friends enjoying themselves in the distance, he heard Gary ask, are you going to tell the Archmage about what happened today? The scene returned to another lavish palace. Keth was leisurely making his way into a room when he suddenly heard a voice. You've been going out a lot lately. An old man stood there holding a potted plant and looking at him. Yes, master, Keth cheerfully told him. This city is full of interesting things. I've been a little captivated. At my age, that's only natural. Then, as if he already knew everything, the old man asked, are you looking for something? Something related to time? Keth did not hide it. Yes, I'm still searching. Master and disciple continued chatting and smiling together, looking quite harmonious. That's why we came here, after all. But master, the thing related to time, it might be a person, not an object. The old man replied, I told you to inform me if you saw anyone with unusual magical power. That's right. It could very well be a person. The power of time is strange and mysterious by nature. You must find it. And if you do, let me know. Keth smiled, but the smile was hard to read, as if he were plotting something. Yes, of course. He remembered speaking with Chloe yesterday afternoon. Are you going to tell the Archmage about what happened today? When asked that, he had only smiled. I don't know. What should I do? Just then, he heard a reproachful voice. Aren't you friends? The man had rubbed Keth's head and said, try to get along with your friends. The memory ended, but Keth did not look happy. Back where Espen was staying, she slapped the table in shock. What? You said you know where the remaining spirit beast is. Flea smiled brightly and said, Flea knows. We were really close. We were like twins. Espen was holding a flower while Xenoc, beside her, kept sneezing. Then why did you separate? They said they wanted to find fire and lightning. Flea doesn't like those things. I see. But you know what direction it's in, right? Where is it now? Flea enthusiastically replied, I know, but I don't know its name. After finishing his sneezing fit, Xenox suggested a solution. Then what if you look at a map? Might that help? Let's try it. Looking at the small but detailed map of the area, Flea began thinking about where the other spirit beast might be. After staring at it for quite a while, Flea pointed to one place. I think it's this way. It was a vast region. The moment Espen looked at that place, she was horrified. Ah, this was the place where she had once lived and died, her homeland. Xenox noticed how pale she had become. At that moment, he only thought her name in silence. Peen. After a while, the atmosphere turned lively again. Night fell, all the lights were out, and only a warm oil lamp remained lit. Flea and Snow were sleeping soundly on one side of the bedding, but Espen could not sleep and sat awake alone in the quiet night. A voice suddenly came from behind her. Can't sleep. She did not hide it and answered Lepus. She sighed gloomily. The place where the next spirit beast is, that's where my family lives. What if I run into my younger self? I have to avoid that no matter what. Lepus said, you should avoid meeting yourself. You don't want to disappear, do you? She stayed silent in sadness for a very long time. Then she rose and walked toward the window. I'll have to lure the spirit beast out, just like Wibby said, because I can't go there myself. Then she spotted a familiar figure outside. She wondered, that's Xenox. Why isn't he asleep? What is he doing out there? On a cold, windy night, Espen put on an extra coat and headed toward him. But then she saw something striking. His figure seemed to blend into the star-filled night. He looked so captivating it made her heart flutter, and even she blushed shyly. Before she realized it, she called out, Captain Pin. Realizing she had misspoken, she gave an awkward smile. Saw thee. I got mixed up. But Xenox was still thinking about the name she had called him. Captain? Espen asked, why aren't you sleeping? Why are you out here? I just have a lot on my mind. What about you? Me too. I have a lot to think about. Then she added, but when I saw you, all those thoughts disappeared. Isn't that strange? Xenox fell silent after hearing her say that. Then he asked, are you going to leave this place? Probably. There aren't any spirit beasts left here. Then can I go with you? He slowly took her hand. Of course not. Why would that be possible? In response, he lifted her small, warm hand to his face and murmured, I want to go with you. Blushing shyly, he confessed, I think I like you. With her hand still against his cheek, he repeated sincerely, I want to go with you. Espen was completely shaken inside. What on earth is he saying? Then she clapped her hands as if she had figured it out. As a friend. You mean as a friend, right? To quickly dispel the awkwardness, she patted Xenox on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Seeing her react that way, Xenox looked startled and wanted to explain. But then he turned red, grew shy again, and fell silent. At the same time, Espen sank into thought. Come to think of it, if I leave Xenox behind, the only person who treats him kindly is the maid. Thinking of that, the image of the smiling maid with Xenox appeared in her mind. Then the vicious faces of those malicious people surfaced as well. And Espen remembered he might get bullied by those kids again. Following that train of thought, the image of the three people who used to torment Xenox appeared in her heart. Time passed, and the full moon and stars slowly emerged overhead. Espen's clear voice suddenly rang out, startling Xenox. Xenox, let's go together. He answered in a flash. Okay. As they walked, they chatted. Have you ever gone camping before? No. Then let's take this chance and call a trip. Your face is bright red. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window cracks. Espen woke up with her hair all messy, then slowly walked somewhere. But the moment she passed the mirror, she suddenly turned back. She stared in shock at the haggard face reflected there, almost wanting to scream, what happened to my face? Then she immediately understood. I knew it. Xenox's words kept echoing in her head. I think. I like you. As she bit her nails, she thought, could it be that he really likes me? Then in her mind, she pictured the two of them as ducks, with Xenox's duck form repeatedly crying, Mom, Mom. But she still had a shred of reason left. No way. Right. Then she compared it to a duckling, thinking the first person it sees after hatching is its mother. He just thinks I'm cool and admires me because I saved him. That's all. So Espen convinced herself, yes, exactly. It's like how I admire the captain. But then the image of Xenox smiling and asking, "Were you okay yesterday?" appeared in her head. The jumble of thoughts made Espen furious, and she screamed inwardly, "Go away, go away." Then she collapsed helplessly in front of the wash basin. Meanwhile, Xenox was also deep in thought. He remembered the look in Espen's eyes then, and the word captain echoed in his head. He clearly remembered it, so he thought, she definitely called me captain. Then Xenox suddenly remembered his father's imposing figure and thought, my father is the captain of the Night Order. At that moment, he noticed Wibby under the table. He immediately asked, "Hey Wibby, where's Pin's hometown? You know, don't you?" Wibby answered at once, "I don't know." But Lepus looked at him and said, "I do." Rummaging through his memory, Lepus said, she lived in the capital. Hearing that, Xenox objected immediately. That's not her hometown. Still, she lived in the capital. Until she died. The moment those 3 words were spoken, Xenox froze. He shot to his feet and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I can't tell you." Hearing that, Xenox naturally did not know what else to say. On a road running beneath rows of buildings, people were coming and going busily. Keth asked, "You're leaving the city?" Espen answered brightly, I'm leaving for a while." She took his hand and said, "Thank you so much, Keth. Who knows when we'll meet again?" As she said it, she thought, "But you're a good friend of mine." Then Espen laced her fingers with his and said, "Take care of yourself." After saying that, she turned to leave. But Keth's voice made her turn back. Peen. Suddenly, the image of the old man's kindly smiling face appeared in Keth's mind as he said, "That's right. It could also be a person. The power of time is strange and mysterious by nature." Then Keth smiled gently as well and made a proposal. "Can I come with you?" At that moment, in Xenox's room, he was busily packing a suitcase. "For traveling, I need this and this. Why is there so much?" Just then, a voice called out, "Young master." The maid hurriedly opened the door and announced, "Young master, the messenger has arrived." Hearing that, Xenox froze for a moment. A second later, a tall, elegant man appeared in the doorway and greeted him. "Young master, it has been a long time." At that very moment, in some luxurious private estate, the butler held a sheet of paper in his hand and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this true?" The servant standing beside him nodded fearfully. "Yes, that's right. Duke Blacknight is coming here." 1 week later, at Duke Blacknight's estate, white and elegant mansions shone beautifully under the blazing sunlight. Standing before the window, a mysterious man's cold voice rang out. "So he's revealed his ability?" "Yes, that is correct." The one who answered was Carson, currently a second-rank knight and vice-captain. As soon as he finished speaking, the image of Xenox's frightened face appeared, along with a scornful voice. "So he's not all that special after all. I thought he was just a slow, useless brat." After saying that, the man suddenly fell silent. Then he abruptly remembered Messit and Clory and asked, "Messit and Clory have already reached that territory by now, haven't they?" Carson immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, that is correct." When the handsome man turned around, Carson finished with "Captain." So it turned out he was Duke Blacknight, the current captain of the Sky Knights. He placed a hand on his chin as if in thought. Then he made a decision that left Carson only able to answer, "Sir, maybe I should go see it myself for the sake of my son." His voice was firm, as though no one could possibly stop him. "I'll go to that territory myself. It should only take about a week, right?" Duke Blacknight is heading to the territory. Reading the report containing that news, Xenox looked deeply displeased. He was so irritated that he crumpled the paper tightly in his hand, then threw it away without hesitation. Seeing that, the maid asked worriedly, "Why, young master?" But he only replied coldly, "Throw it all away." Xenox turned around and said, "I can't accept any of it." Elsewhere, in a quiet street, Espen suddenly shouted, "What?" Then came Keth's patient voice, "I was asking if I really can't come along." Espen's face reddened as she snapped back, "Why would you?" But Keth stubbornly insisted, "I want to go with you." "So what?" As soon as he said that, Keth grabbed her wrist, and she asked, bewildered, "Why exactly?" Then he smiled gently with soft eyes, suddenly moved his face closer to Espen's, and confessed directly, "Because I like you." Hearing that answer, Espen was so shocked she could hardly believe it. What kind of nonsense are you saying?" Looking at Keth's innocent face, she could not help imagining what he would become in the future. The future Archmage is confessing to me? Espen quickly tried to calm herself down. "No, that can't be it. He's just a kid. Words from a child don't mean anything. Even then, Espen stubbornly asked, "You mean you like me as a friend, right?" But Keth bluntly denied it. "No." Then he took Espen's hand and said seriously, "I could kiss you right now. Actually, maybe I should say that I want to kiss you. And besides, I also want to." Before he could finish, Espen quickly covered his mouth. In the end, she could not take it anymore and shouted, "And my childhood is ruined. I can't accept this from a 12-year-old. Seeing her react that way, Keth covered his face with both hands in surprise. Then he took her hand and asked, "Do you hate that kind of thing? Then I'll change the approach." He placed her hand on his cheek and gently asked, "What kind of person do you like?" Hearing Keth say that, Espen could not help but be stunned. I had no idea the future Archmage could be this soft. Then, without hesitation, she flatly rejected him. "First of all, definitely not you." Keth could only say that was decisive. Then he used magic to conjure a staff and said, "Even so, let me come with you." Holding the staff, Keth said confidently, "I'll be useful." Seeing that, Espen was a little taken aback. A little later, Xenox stared at the scene before him in astonishment and blurted out, "Huh." Standing across from him were Espen, Keth, and Flea. Espen enthusiastically introduced him. "Look, we've got another traveling companion, Keth." The moment he heard that, Xenox was so stunned he nearly burst into tears. He raised his voice. "What?" Espen awkwardly explained. Well, if we have magic, it'll be a lot more convenient." She thought of having to stand in lines and quickly found another excuse. "Also, we're traveling without a guard, right?" Keth said he can take that role. She remembered how she had once sweetly said, "But you can transform into an adult, can't you?" Back then, however, Xenox had answered, "But I'd still need identification papers." Seizing the chance, Keth immediately introduced himself. "I can handle that because I'm the Archmage's disciple." At that, Xenox thought with distaste, "So identity verification is fine." Then he could not hold back anymore and spoke up. "I can do that too." Xenox placed a hand on his chest and asserted, "I'm a duke." Espen was so stunned she did not know what to say. "A what?" When Keth and Xenox stood facing each other, their eyes were exactly like those of two rivals. Off to one side, Flea and Lepus watched the drama with great interest and remarked, "Humans really are fascinating. What is this, I wonder?" Espen let out a helpless sigh and said worriedly, "But will you really be okay? If you go using your Real identity, won't that basically announce to everyone that you've left your territory?" Hearing that, Xenox immediately said sadly, "That's true." A little while later, the two Lepuses gathered around Flea, chatting merrily beside Keth. "Are you a divine beast too?" "Nope, haha, I'm a mage." While Espen was lost in thought, someone suddenly called out, "Espen!" Xenox asked her with concern, "What's wrong? You look down." Espen was a little surprised that he had noticed. "You could tell." She then clenched her hand and said, "Actually, the place we're about to go is close to my hometown." Xenox didn't understand, so after a moment of silence he asked, "You don't want to go there?" As Espen spoke, the image of a beautiful, luxurious white castle nestled among majestic mountains appeared. "It's the opposite," she said. "I want to go there, but I can't." Then she looked at Xenox shyly. Espen leaned close to his ear and whispered, "This is a secret only you know, okay?" Her sudden closeness made Xenox blush instantly, and he obediently answered like a puppy, Espen was gazing at him just as intently. She quickly snapped back to her senses and pulled away. Let's go. It'll still take us about 2 days." After saying that, she was too embarrassed to keep looking around. Even Espen herself couldn't understand what was happening to her. "What's wrong with me?" Elsewhere, deep beneath the forest canopy, a group of riders was moving at great speed. A lavish carriage accompanied them, and the one sitting by the window was none other than Brake. He asked patiently, "How much longer?" The man above immediately replied, "Yes, sir. 2 more days until we reach the territory." 2 days later, at Espen's wooden house, she and Xenox had finished packing and were about to set out. But then the maid suddenly entered and announced, "Miss, you have a visitor. They've come to see you." And sure enough, a cloaked figure was waiting outside. The visitor turned out to be Clory. As soon as he stepped inside, Espen called out, Uncle Clory. Hearing her call him that, his face plainly said, "After all that, she's still calling me uncle." He quickly noticed that they were dressed to leave and asked, Are you two going somewhere?" Espen smiled brightly and politely told him, "Yes, we'll be leaving here for a while." But with his sharp eyes, Clory quickly realized, "Doesn't look like just for a while, does it?" The bustling city now seemed to fall silent, as though only Clory's voice remained. "You two are leaving the city?" Hearing that, Espen replied anxiously, "Yes." Then, just as expected, came the next question, "Where to?" Silence stretched between uncle and niece. Knowing she couldn't hide it anymore, Espen recalled the place on the map and answered, "We're going to the SUA territory." Clory mocked inwardly, "Am I talking to little kids?" But still said, "That's far." Espen cleverly explained, "But we have to go, and we don't have a guardian with us." While she was still smiling and talking, Xenos quickly stepped forward. "But we have to go no matter what." The moment she finished, Clory spoke firmly, "I'll help you too." His decision shocked her so much that she cried out, "What?" But she still remembered to ask, "But what about things here?" "There's not much to do here anyway, but ordinary inspections have become difficult." It turned out Messet's side was suffering the aftereffects of the memory-erasing magic, and Clory continued, "It'll probably be difficult for a while. Lord Messet will handle it himself." After hearing that, Espen nearly burst into tears. Will he really be okay? But unlike her, Clory remained calm. "Of course. Messet's the one responsible, after all. I'll tell Messet and the Lord that I'm going to inspect the surrounding area, and then return." Suddenly, he stroked his chin and remembered something. "All right, I heard Duke Black Knight is coming here." The moment he said that, both of them froze in shock. "When will he arrive?" "Very soon." "What?" Hearing that answer, Xenos's expression turned much worse. Espen immediately realized something was wrong and looked at him worriedly. A second later, Xenos grabbed Espen and said urgently, "Pin, we have to leave right now." Clory, confused, asked, "Is something wrong?" To avoid wasting time, Espen hurriedly said, well, we really have to leave immediately." The more evasive they were, the more Clory wanted an answer. Why? Because he doesn't want to run into his father. As soon as Espen said that, Clory stammered in shock. Wait, his father?" Looking at Xenos, he continued, "Don't tell me this is the captain's son, young Master Black Knight?" "Aha! Yes, exactly." Clory observed him for a long moment. Looking closely, he really did resemble him. And of course, Clory still hadn't forgotten the main issue. "But why doesn't the kid want to meet the captain?" Espen patiently explained, he just doesn't want to see his father." "I respect that." Hearing Espen say that, Xenos's eyes showed deep emotion. At the same time, the spirit beasts were still happily chattering away. In the end, they still won't leave. "It's too crowded." "Have you packed it yet?" "Fine. Then I'll help you too." In the end, Clory still couldn't help asking, "How much time do you need?" At that moment, beneath a clear blue sky, a carriage came to a stop. Soldiers stood neatly lined up on both sides of the gate to welcome an honored guest. And that guest was none other than Duke Black Knight. Clory was there as well to receive him. "Captain, you've arrived. It's been a long time." But Black Knight cared about only one thing. "Clory, where's Messet?" "Lord Messet isn't feeling well, so I came out to greet you in his place." But that obviously didn't escape Black Knight's sharp eyes. Irritated, he exposed the truth. "Off fooling around somewhere again." Clory didn't answer, only thought to himself, "You're not wrong." Then he suddenly smiled broadly and said, "But Captain, there's something I want to show you." Black Knight asked indifferently, "Right now?" "Yes, right now, sir." After saying that, the two looked at each other as if they both understood. And Black Knight was the first to speak. He agreed helplessly, "Fine." At the same time, he thought to himself, being a little late won't matter. The scene shifted to a house under the blazing sunlight. Standing in front of the building was Keth with a suitcase, seemingly waiting for someone. He suddenly turned his head and called out, "Espen." After the two met and Espen explained everything, Keth finally understood. "So we have to leave right now?" Espen hurriedly replied, "Yes." Then she quickly informed him, "The schedule has changed. We have to leave right away. Is that okay?" He immediately smiled gently and agreed, "Of course." At that very moment, Espen's wooden house seemed about to receive an uninvited guest. As expected, when the door opened, Black Knight appeared. But unexpectedly, the room was empty. Seeing that, Carson looked at him anxiously, sweat pouring down his face. Black Knight's gaze was now filled with killing intent. A deadly voice rang out. "Bring him back immediately." Espen urged impatiently. The schedule changed. "We have to leave now, okay?" Keth answered brightly, "Of course." Even so, he couldn't help but wonder, "But why do we have to leave so urgently?" Espen folded her arms and thought. She suddenly caught sight of two figures approaching. They didn't seem to have noticed Espen's group. She panicked. "Oh no, it's the Sky Knights." Xenoc had seen them too. In the next second, Espen rushed over and smacked him before he could react. Keth suffered the same fate. She put a finger to her lips in a hushed gesture and warned them in a low voice, "Get out through the city gate now. There's no time." The two of them still looked completely blank. Keth wasn't nearly as flustered as Espen. He even tilted his head and asked, "So all we have to do is get past the city gate, right?" Right after that, Keth grabbed her hand without asking, which caught Espen off guard. At the same time, he raised his staff as if preparing to do something. Everyone hold on tight. Even Xenoc, who had been standing by himself, was lifted into the air. Espen stared blankly, confused about what he was trying to do, her brows practically knotting together. Then out of nowhere, a glider appeared and carried all three of them soaring into the sky like an arrow. Espen got so dizzy from fright that her head spun, while the other two looked perfectly calm. The two knights from earlier suddenly saw a strange object flying through the sky and were baffled. Beside them, Espen had gone pale with panic, while Xenoc remained completely calm. As he left that place behind, Xenoc still had one lingering thought. "Father will realize sooner or later that I'm not there." His father's silhouette appeared in his mind, cloaked in darkness that symbolized both the distance between them and Xenoc's hidden fear of him. Father is going to be furious. Then he looked at Espen, whose positivity, even at a time like this, reassured him, and he smiled faintly. But it's okay. In his eyes, Espen was always sweet and bright, always carrying an energy as radiant as her unusual hair color, "because I get to be by your side." Xenoc looked down at the ground below. His view was filled with a vast landscape, simple and beautiful, fragrant with a sense of freedom he had never known before. "This is the first time I've ever seen freedom like this." In the past, his eyes had only ever rested on four walls and the same monotonous view beyond the window. But now a new world was waiting for him out there. Xenoc felt truly grateful. "Espen, you are my savior. That's why I want to keep staying by your side." Not long after, the news reached Xenoc's father as well. He sat at his desk, his expression lifeless and his cold voice making him hard to like. "My son has run away from home, and the servant has gone back to her hometown." The assistant was so frightened he went stiff, sweat rolling down his face at Xenoc's father's words. "How exactly are you managing this place?" Standing silently to one side was Clory, who glanced around and thought, "Good thing he hasn't realized I was stalling for time. I didn't expect him to actually order a pursuit." He bit his lip and frowned in worry. "I have to stop them somehow. But how? Or maybe..." Looking at the steward bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle before his master, Clory came up with an idea. "I need to stop the captain before he kills someone." He gazed into the distance beyond the rows of trees and mountain ridges, a bit of worry rising in his heart. Have the kids gotten far enough? Evening fell, and deep in the dangerous forest, the three children set up camp by themselves. They even knew how to make a fire and cook a pot of food. The little spirit beasts had already rolled over and fallen asleep, carefree expressions on their faces. Soon, the stew was done. With chunks floating on the surface of the rich, glossy broth, it actually looked quite appetizing. Espen clasped her hands together, eyes shining, and cried out, "I didn't know you were this good at cooking." Keth replied, "I have to take care of my master, so I cook a lot." Xenoc picked up something pale and flesh-colored that looked like some kind of root vegetable, though he seemed to be seeing something else entirely. As Keth ladled food into bowls, he asked, "You said our destination is the SUA territory, right? What are you planning to do there?" Espen answered without taking her eyes off the bowl in Keth's hands, "I'm still thinking about it." Keth brought up Xenoc's father. "We had to leave in such a hurry because of Duke Black Knight, right?" She looked uneasy for a moment. "Yeah." Keth folded his arms, recalling an old memory. I've met him once before, only once when I was with my master. I heard he hits people whenever he feels like it. The moment he said that, Keth immediately felt as if he had made a mistake. The two of them quietly turned to look at Xenoc, who had his head lowered. They thought they had upset him, but in truth, Xenoc was just peeling an onion and his eyes were stinging from it. Espen wondered about it. There were too many bad people in the world. She felt sorry for Xenoc's situation, always living under his father's control. Only now do I understand that the captain's whole personality changed because of Duke Black Knight. She crouched down and continued thinking to herself. People who seem lacking on the outside probably have problems others don't know about. Keth grew thoughtful, his words heavy one by one. You didn't know? That's why you shouldn't trust people so easily, Pin. He still wore his usual practice smile, but the aura he gave off had changed a lot, becoming mysterious and sly. Because you never know what they're really thinking inside. Espen asked cautiously, You mean him? Keth brushed it off. How could that be? Then he suddenly changed his tone to something syrupy. I like you after all, Pin. Stop being weird. I'm not lying. Don't laugh. I mean it. You don't believe me? She quickly changed the subject. That's boiling over there. Is it okay if you don't take it off? Keth handled everything with magic, smoothly controlling the pot and ladle without even touching them, under Espen's curious gaze. Keth changed the subject as well. But Pin, how are you able to deal with the spirit beasts like that? Espen answered innocently. I didn't do anything. He raised another question. Then how are you able to turn into an adult? That's not the imagination magic I usually use, so, is it? He trailed off, his voice lifting slightly. An ability related to time? Then he handed her a bowl of soup. Espen looked as though he had hit the nail on the head and flinched a little. She hurried to hide it, but her voice and expression almost seemed to agree with him completely. Huh, no it's not. What are you even talking about? A flash of light from deep in the forest cut across their conversation and drew both their attention. They immediately became wary. An intruder? Keth instantly went on guard. Yeah. At the same time, he took up his weapon. Like I said before, we'll change our appearance into adults. Espen was now in the form of a grown young woman. She turned instinctively when she sensed someone approaching. Her clear blue eyes widened in surprise at what she saw. Espen spoke, her voice slightly unnatural. Captain. Standing before her was Black Knight, Xenoc's father. He had arrived. Going back a little to twilight, when the three had first started discussing the plan, Keth spoke with the seasoned understanding of someone experienced. When we travel, we'll meet all kinds of people. In the city, people don't care whether we're children or adults. Espen nodded in agreement. But in the forest, it's different. Exactly, she reasoned. So if we meet strangers here, Espen paused for a moment before continuing. Then use your magic. That imagination magic of yours. Keth answered without hesitation. Sure. Espen asked curiously. How long does it last? He explained cheerfully, if I use a lot of mana, about half a day. At most, 1 full day. Espen showed complete trust in his friend. Then keep it up until we can trust the stranger, okay? Now, face to face with Black Knight, Espen couldn't help feeling tense. Right, I promise, but she was utterly flustered. She had never imagined Duke Black Knight's face being placed on Xenoc's body. Espen even turned away at once, unable to look straight at him. No matter how much she tugged at her hair, it didn't help. I knew he'd take on someone else's appearance. It's Cloris. Xenoc, gentle as ever, noticed her state and placed a hand on Espen's shoulder, asking, Pin, are you okay? But her imagination had already run a little too far. Xenoc's concerned voice echoed in her ears, yet along with it came the image of a grown, handsome man with a slightly open shirt, enough to make anyone blush. Espen couldn't escape that either. Just thinking about it made her face burn hot, red as a tomato. Shy, she shrank back and hurriedly protested. I'm fine, so could you stay a little farther away from me? Xenoc silently clenched the wrist she had just pushed aside, his eyes dimming with emotion. Espen probably had no idea that her careless words had made him think. A moment later, rustling came from the thick bushes nearby. A boy stepped out, scratching his head innocently as he greeted them. Oh, are you the one staying here? In contrast to his friendliness, the other three burst with killing intent, 6 eyes glaring like bullets, hands poised near their swords. The young man suddenly realized he had walked into a tiger's den. His face stiffened awkwardly. Oh crap, wrong place. Seeing Espen's murderous expression, he knew his place at once. These aren't ordinary weaklings. I'm going to get beaten to death. He hurriedly dropped the knife at his side to the ground to show he meant no harm, try to placate them. Looks like you used those ropes that were once fencing to keep anyone from coming in. Fortunately, the three of them relaxed a little. They only stared at the uninvited guest with suspicious, scrutinizing eyes. He immediately bowed his head and sincerely apologized for barging in without permission, saying he had no other choice because he was starving. As he said that, Espen and Keth quietly glanced warily at the steaming pot of food. She decided what to do with him, but before that, she gave Keth a meaningful look. Espen growled as she dragged a hand across her throat in warning. Hey, if you start talking nonsense, you know exactly how you'll end up tied up in the forest. He immediately nodded. Of course, after that, he was kindly allowed to share a bowl of hot soup, and his face lit up with happiness. The little spirit beasts had apparently been warned in advance, so they obediently lay still like stuffed toys whenever a stranger appeared. A little while later, the bowl was spotless. With his stomach full, he looked overwhelmingly grateful. I'm alive. Thank you so much, everyone. Then came the introductions. My name's Zek. I may not look like it, but I'm actually an A-rank mercenary. I'll definitely repay you. Espen cautiously asked, where are you from? I'm from the nearby Poti territory. Zek awkwardly explained the absurd situation he was in. The forest around here is really dangerous. At first I had a guide, but he left halfway through. And then somehow, while I was wandering around, I lost my wallet and my compass. Maybe the guide stole my wallet. Mercenaries were people who accepted requests and did all kinds of jobs. Usually, they handled subjugating beasts or monsters, going on expeditions and escorting guilds. Espen narrowed her eyes suspiciously at Zek's ridiculous story. A mercenary had lost his wallet and gotten lost, and an A-rank one at that. She sized up the suspicious man. Judging by his clothes and gear, he was at least a seasoned veteran. So how could he have let his money get stolen? Just from her gaze alone, Zek immediately noticed how wary Espen was of him, and he burst out laughing. You're really on guard. Watching Espen's worlds-apart difference between her childlike state and her adult state, Xenok couldn't help feeling confused. One side of her was carefree and quick to laugh, while the other was firm and mature. Zek casually asked, where are you all headed? Espen answered coldly, why do you want to know? I get it. Then I'll go first. He replied casually, I'm on my way to Shua territory. At that, all three of them gave a small start and instinctively exchanged glances. Espen asked, why are you going there? He didn't seem inclined to hide it. What else would a mercenary go for? Of course, someone hire me. Espen still looked openly unfriendly towards Zek, so he quickly defended himself. What's with that? I'm a rank, you know. Since you all helped me, I won't forget it. Carefully, Espen let slip a little information, like baiting a trap. We're heading somewhere near there, too. But we've come from far away, so we don't know what the area around Shua territory has been like lately. Zek caught on right away. Information? I could tell you what I know. He shared, recently, Shua territory's been in complete chaos, inside and out, because an arsonist appeared in the district. He's a man in his 30s. First, it was in the forest, and it didn't stop there. Not just the forest, but houses in the territory, too. And that's not all. Zek continued. I also heard that some noble family's estate was burned to the ground. Espen froze in shock as if struck by lightning. Not only Espen, but Keth and Xenok were also drawn in. It was someone who appeared and disappeared unpredictably, setting fires over and over. The neighboring lords had become wary and had even gathered mercenaries. Zek was one of those who had been called in. Zek warned them, this really isn't a good time to go near Shua territory, so don't stay there too long. But miss, if my instincts are right, you seem incredibly capable. Espen's defensive stance against an enemy earlier had left a strong impression on him. Would you like to take on this request with me? I happen to be looking for a strong partner. Espen didn't need a second to think. She flatly refused. No, I don't make friends with absurd people like an A-rank mercenary who says he lost his compass. Zek could only laugh awkwardly. Espen didn't bother holding back as she tore into him. If it's true, then you're an idiot. If it's false, then you're a liar. I don't want to get close to either kind. Zek could only laugh and admit it. Ha ha ha, you've got me. Sorry for deceiving you all, but it is true that I got lost and was starving. He said, that information was way too trivial to trade for such a good meal. Next time we meet, I'll definitely repay you properly. With that, Zek decided to leave. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he waved goodbye. See you later. Once the troublesome man was gone, Espen felt somewhat relieved. She frowned and sighed. Honestly, what do you mean, next time? Still, it feels like something's off. No, I'm sure of it. And before long, perhaps only a few days later, the two sides crossed paths again, though this time the situation did not seem to be going very smoothly. At that moment, the three of them were surrounded by a group of soldiers, and Zek was among them. The moment he saw her, he greeted her cheerfully. Oh, we meet again, don't we? He gave her a teasing wink. So, need some help this time? The scene shifted to the next morning. The three of them had arrived at a magnificent, luxurious city. Taking in the scenery around her, Espen thought, we came out of the forest and got closer to Shua territory. She looked at the people here, all dressed elegantly, heading toward the open gate ahead. Espen kept glancing left and right, calculating nonstop in her head. If we travel another 3 days from here, we'll reach Shua territory. I thought it would be best if we looked like adults when entering through the checkpoint, so we used magic. She looked down at the bag Xenoc was carrying. Inside, the three spirit beasts were probably crammed together, fighting for space. She was certain that, in any case, Keth had identification proving he was the Archmage's disciple, so entering and exiting should not have been a problem at all. But the moment Espen thought that, the three of them were stopped by a tall guard. He looked at them with grave seriousness and said in a low voice, "No." Keth calmly explained, I know that with my identification, I can vouch for up to 2 people in my group. The guard's eyes wavered with uncertainty as he said apologetically, that would normally be true under ordinary circumstances. I'm sorry, but because of the arsonist's actions, we're under strict guard right now. I ask for your understanding. There are rumors that the arsonist is a mage, so identification is being checked especially thoroughly. Each person needs proof of identity. Other than disciples of the Archmage, everyone else must present identification. Hearing that, Espen couldn't help feeling anxious and impatient. What do? I don't have anything like that. She glanced at Xenoc, who had started sweating too, and thought, Xenoc does have one, but if he shows it, word will reach the young master of House Black Knight. We can't allow that. We should have said we were Keth's bodyguards instead. The three of them stood there stiffly under the scrutinizing gazes of the townspeople, all desperately thinking for a way to get into this territory. Whispering and murmurs began to rise around them, growing louder and louder. Even the other guards became more alert and prepared themselves to arrest them the moment an order was given. Then one soldier approached the man blocking the three of them and whispered, Captain. No one knew what that soldier said, but the very next second the guard captain pointed straight at the three of them and shouted, Those are the suspicious ones. Surround them. Espen's eyes widened in surprise. She thought, oh no, too late. In an instant, a whole group of soldiers closed in around them. Fear showed on all three of their faces. Espen quietly assessed what had just happened and thought to herself, it's been so long since I've seen something like this that my reaction was a little slow. Back when I was the vice captain of the Sky Knights, this was something I never could have imagined. These were well-trained soldiers. Breaking out of the encirclement would not be difficult. But if they got accused of being the arsonist, then what? The captain glared at the three of them and ordered, Please present your identification. Otherwise, we will arrest you immediately. Espen forced a stiff smile and waved her hand as she made an excuse. We're just mercenaries. The captain replied indifferently. Then you should have papers. Feeling that the whole group had been cornered, Espen became flustered. Anxiously, she wondered what we do now. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. Isa, miss, we meet again. It was Zek. He gave her a friendly wink and asked brightly, So, do you need some help this time? She laughed and said, Meeting like this really must be fate, huh? As Zek walked over to the three of them, he shook his head. No, not fate. Destiny, maybe. I told you I'd repay you soon, didn't I? Along with those sweet words came an equally sugary, flirtatious wink. Before Espen could answer, Zek stepped forward and warmly greeted the captain. "Oh, Captain Jacob, it's been a while. You've been well, I hope?" He pointed at the three people still surrounded and said, "They're traveling with me. New friends of mine." The moment Zek said that, the people around them gradually withdrew, which left Espen genuinely surprised. But her eyes darkened as she reminded herself inwardly, "He helped us, but this is still suspicious. There's a reason I can't trust mercenaries. When the Emperor fell ill, I once ran around looking for mages and even hired mercenaries to work with me. Most of them were greedy, and they often betrayed me. Luckily, the one paying them was also one of my people." Espen quietly stared at Zek and thought, "I wonder if he was hired too. I really can't trust this." Unexpectedly, Zek blushed and raised his voice. "You're making me embarrassed. I already repaid you. So why are you staring at me like that?" Looking like an irritated rabbit, Espen answered sourly, "Sorry. I have bad memories of mercenaries, so—" Before she could finish, Zek replied, "I understand. I may be a mercenary, but I don't really like this job." His words left her stunned for a few seconds. Zek smiled and continued, "Would it sound more reasonable if I said I was looking for a traitor?" "A traitor?" "Yeah. I'm looking for the traitor who nearly got my comrade killed." His face suddenly turned grave, his eyes dangerous. In a low voice, he added for revenge. Keth leaned over and whispered in Espen's ear, "I already tested him with magic." Everything he said is true. At that moment, Zek returned to his cheerful demeanor and said, "Miss, do you have a place to stay? I know this city really well. Your destination is Shua territory, right? Inspections, there will be even stricter." To Espen, his figure suddenly seemed strangely shadowed and ominous. Unexpectedly, he continued offering to help. "If you tell me just a little more, we soldiers can confirm your identities." What should I do? No matter how friendly Zek acted, a trace of suspicion still flashed in her eyes. When night fell, the four of them went together to a well-known tavern in the city. While gnawing on a chicken drumstick, Zek puffed out his cheeks and asked, "So then, since we're headed toward Shua territory anyway, could you help me out a little?" Espen answered coldly, "We're busy. Thanks for helping us, but we have urgent business." He kept trying to persuade her. It's okay. It won't interfere with getting to Shua territory." But she wanted things made clear. "Fine. Show me your mercenary card first, then talk." Meanwhile, Xenox sat quietly to one side, enjoying his meal while listening to the other two talk. The dishes had been beautifully laid out on the table. At that moment, Zek refused her demand for a mercenary card. "Huh, I can't. Because of the current situation, they haven't been issuing new cards for a while." That left Espen momentarily speechless. Once again, Zek smiled, but this time it looked suspiciously sly. "So, you can help me while we're on the road. Once you reach Shua territory without incident, you'll be free to go. How about it?" No longer bothering to hide her caution, Espen decided to ask him directly, "What exactly is your purpose?" In response, he simply shook his head. But the very next second, a frightening edge entered his voice. Raising a hand as if whispering to her, he said, "The arsonist." His face became chilling. "Actually, he's my colleague." After that, they all went to an inn to rest. It was already late, so Zek slept like the dead, oblivious to the world. In another room, however, Espen still sat at the edge of the bed, her mind filled with thoughts. The arsonist. How was he connected to what happened to my family? Was he the culprit? At last, exhausted, she collapsed onto the bed and shut her eyes tightly. In the next room, Xenox and Keth had returned to their child forms. Xenox, too, had many thoughts on his mind. Why does Pin keep calling me captain? Just then, Keth's voice sounded from behind him. "You're not asleep yet?" Keth smiled brightly and said, "Want me to tell you something funny? It's about Pin." With a demon-like glare, Xenox shot an annoyed look over his shoulder. "Don't." That reaction only made Keth more interested. Tilting his head and resting a hand on his chin, he repeated, "You really don't want to hear it? It's about Pin." Xenox snapped irritably. "What does that have to do with me?" But no matter how cold his words were, his eyes still sparkled with anticipation. Then Keth hit the heart of the matter. "You like Pin, don't you?" His voice softened, his gaze lowering as he placed a hand over his heart and confessed, "I like her too." The instant those words fell, the air between them turned tense, both of them suddenly serious. Xenox frowned, his face darkening as he shouted, "Stop lying. You think I don't know you're using her?" Even that outburst did not shake Keth's calm. He gave a mocking laugh. And here I thought you were like a teacher. So you're just timid? How devious. Xenoc looked straight at Keth and called him out. You're the devious one, using Pin. Keth denied it. Using her? What are you talking about? Xenoc shot back sharply. If not, then why did you follow her all the way out to a place this far away? With a sincere smile, Keth raised a hand and said openly, because I want to become closer with her. Really? Under Xenoc's icy scrutiny, Keth continued, if I fought with you, Pin would probably take your side. The logic in those words made Xenoc pause and consider them. His reaction made Keth chuckle happily at how adorable he was. Xenoc warned him, what are you trying to say? If you speak badly about Pin, I'll tell her right away. Keth calmly sat down on the bed and replied, nothing like that. But listen, that power Pin uses, don't you find it strange? Crossing his arms gloomily, Xenoc asked, you mean the part where she turns into an adult? Keth nodded. Exactly. Remembering the image of Espin glowing in black clothes in her grown-up form, Keth explained, she said she borrowed the spirit beast's power. But until now, the concept of using a spirit beast's power like that has never existed. Xenoc did not answer immediately and sank into thought. Seeing that, Keth's gaze turned cold as he boldly stated, my guess is, this is the power of time. In Keth's memory appeared Espin's lonely, pained figure from the past. He explained, I mean from before she died. Xenoc's face went cold as he asked sternly and directly, why are you talking about that? Keth answered gravely, that power is very dangerous. I don't know whether Pin knows it or not, but the power of time is extremely dangerous for humans. So Pin could get hurt. After laying out his reasoning, Keth stood up straight and faced Xenoc, emphasizing, when that happens, you and I have to stop her. Startled, Xenoc repeated, you and me? Keth answered firmly, yes. Xenoc remained a little wary, his expression dark, but in the end he accepted the proposal. Fine. With the conversation over, each of them went back to bed. Xenoc fell fast asleep, but Keth remained sitting there, unable to rest. The next morning, Espin sat properly facing Xenoc, who yawned sleepily. Suddenly, she opened one eye and thought to herself, oh, it's already been a day, so I'm starting to get used to Xenoc looking like this. But then she noticed something that made her freeze. Usually Xenoc and Keth bickered constantly, both of them competitive even over a simple meal. But today, the two of them were being unusually polite, quietly focusing on eating. It surprised her so much that she started questioning reality itself. What is this? It feels like those two have become a little closer. Espin raised a hand uncertainly. Or am I imagining it? Zek cheerfully lifted a hand and called sweetly, Miss. Surrounded by the fresh outdoors, with thriving birds and trees all around, he briskly asked, where did you come from? Espin clenched her hand, frowned in dislike, and answered indifferently, a very distant place. Smiling brightly, Zek clasped his hands together affectedly. You're so cold. She asked seriously, don't you know? As he walked alongside her, he pointed and asked glibly, we're co-workers now, aren't we? So why are you still so cold? She replied coolly, as long as you're useful, that's enough. Espin said evenly, you asked me to help catch the arsonist, right? Then tell me about him. Keth and Xenoc walked behind them together, expressionless despite the lively conversation ahead. Sensing the tension in the air, Zek awkwardly scratched his cheek and laughed sheepishly. Well, all right then, since it's told out anyway. Then he shared information about the mysterious person lurking in the shadows. It was said that the man was in his 30s. The rumors were true. He was a mage, but he was also highly skilled with a sword. People called that kind of fighter a magic swordsman. Zek let out a cautious sigh of admiration. He really is a rare one. To explain, a magic swordsman is someone who can use both a swordsman's blade and a mage's magic. Espin listened with a serious expression as Zek added, but most of them live pretty ordinary lives. She hesitated, wondering if this man was truly that capable. In the forest, lit by the warm rays of the early morning sun, Zek's voice echoed through the gentle air. He's from the north, but he likes doing whatever he wants, and he's a bit sly. Remembering the jobs that man had carried out, he warned them, no matter how desperate mercenaries may get, he never hesitates to hurt people. A colleague told me he's in Shua territory right now. At that point, the cheerful, lively look on Zek's face suddenly changed. Turning serious, he said, I think we need to hurry, all right? It'll take about 3 days to get there. Zek stated solemnly, That's what I wanted to tell you. By the time night fell, the forest was steeped in silence, and in that wilderness, a lone hut and a warm fire cast a cozy glow over the surroundings. From there, Espen and the others began their difficult journey. Suddenly, the spirit beast Lubis poked its head out from Xenok's bag. Time passed, and 3 days later, a vast castle came into view. Zek pointed ahead. See that? That's Shua territory. Espen's face darkened with worry. It wasn't far from her home anymore. Trembling, she clenched her hand and told herself, But I can't see father or mother anymore. In a wide open sky, strange bolts of lightning struck down over Shua territory. Espen looked up in shock. Thunder? Zek scratched his head carelessly. I forgot to mention it. There's been a lot of thunder in Shua lately. He said it casually. Seeing lightning in a clear blue sky is normal here. Lubis poked its head out and explained, It's the power of Spirit Beast. It spoke excitedly. A Spirit Beast is creating that thunder. Fly also peeked out, eyes sparkling. Leica, it's Leica. Lubis added, It likes lightning and fire. Be careful. It's far stronger than the spirit beasts we know now. The warning made Espen wary and afraid. A tiny spirit beast appeared in her mind, along with one important warning. It did not like humans. Inside the great castle, a servant cried out in alarm. Young lady, young lady. The maid hurried around in panic. Oh my, where did the young lady go? Then a faint little giggle came from under the table, and Espen happily thought, She won't find me. Suddenly, a warm, deep voice spoke up. Hey, little one, so this is where you were. A red-haired man bent down and gently scolded her. You shouldn't tease the maids like that. Then he lifted her up. Count Shua looked gently at Espen in his arms. Where did your mother go? She answered quickly. Mother is in the greenhouse. Count Shua smiled brightly and softly patted Espen's back. He looked at her with the tender gaze of a loving father. Thoughtful and understanding, the Count said, You must have been frustrated lately, not being able to go outside because the territory is in danger. Resting her head on his shoulder, she replied, Yes. Holding Espen close, Count Shua looked outside with grave concern and thought, When the arsonist makes a move, we have to catch him quickly. Then he reassured her, Father has called for a capable soldier. I spent a great deal of money and even asked mages for help. Espen looked at him in confusion, but he only laughed cheerfully. Haha, it's all right if you don't understand. Gently cradling her head, Count Shua said, If that wicked criminal is caught, we'll go walking around the estate again, just like before. Espen agreed excitedly. Yes, the father-daughter moment was sweet, but suddenly a noise came from outside, and the Count turned around. Captain Sky of the Night Order entered, leading a fat man with him. Bowing formally, he announced, Count, Baron Sahaman has arrived. Count Shua's face darkened, stern and irritated. I told you not to let him in. His sudden change in attitude made Espen a little uneasy and afraid. Watching her dignified father, Espen thought to herself, Father looks scary. Then a gentle voice called out, Espen. Count Shua set her down and spoke softly. Go to your mother. Feeling downcast, Espen called Hick. Father. Understanding what she meant, he reassured her, I'll come soon. She answered firmly, Okay. Sahaman laughed falsely. Hee, my lord. With a syrupy smile, he looked at Count Shua's dark expression and asked, You've been well, haven't you? Espen hurried outside, but not before sneaking one last look back. Suddenly, she froze, realizing something. Espen smiled mischievously to herself. I should surprise father. But before she could open the door, a loud, harsh voice rang out. Didn't I say no already? The voice continued with a mocking laugh. Ha ha. So what if we're family? She froze when she heard the terrible words. You already borrowed 30,000 gold. Count Shua shot him a murderous glare and threatened coldly. If you add up everything you've borrowed over the last 10 years, it equals half this territory's annual budget. Sahaman flushed red and awkwardly defended himself. It was all for the people, you know that. Don't you trust your own brother? It'll help Shua territory a great deal. Count Shua spoke with icy sarcasm. I only recently learned the truth that my older brother is a gambler. Standing firm and imposing before Sahaman's guilty expression, he demanded, Wasn't all that talk of investment nothing but lies? Then Count Shua stepped closer, his voice rough with warning. Consider your duty fulfilled. So stop gambling. If you ask for more, I'll order that you never be allowed in here again." A moment later, the door shut, leaving Sahaman stunned. Espen stood there watching, scared and shaken. "Father." She cracked the door open slightly and peeked inside. Sahaman trembled with rage, but did not dare argue back. Hatred filled his eyes as he seethed. "Count Shua, just a country count, and yet you dare." Sahaman's expression and attitude were reflected clearly in Espen's eyes, and she watched in fear and panic. Outside the grand gate, blazing sunlight poured down, highlighting the ancient dignity of the place. Espen stepped inside and looked up along the quiet street. Then she remembered the happy, harmonious days her family once shared. After that, her mood began to sink. Keth and Xenok exchanged puzzled looks. Xenok looked at Espen gently, understanding her feelings. Then Zek suddenly spoke up, breaking the melancholy. "By the way, we've been together for a few days now, but I feel like I still haven't heard anything about you two." Looking at them, he asked, "One of you is a mage, and one is a swordsman, right? Can you use a sword? I mean, you've got a strong build." The unexpected question made Xenok freeze. "Aye," he stammered. In contrast, Keth just smiled brightly. Then Espen cheerfully cut in, "He's really good." She moved closer to Xenok and introduced him eagerly. Her sudden approach made his emotions surge, and he gazed at her like a love-struck fool. He's going to become an amazing knight in the future. Her firm praise made Zek stare in surprise. "Oh, really?" Espen placed a hand on Xenok's shoulder, affirming it while reassuring him. Zek immediately began trying to recruit him. Without the slightest hesitation, he said, "If a talented lady like you acknowledges him, then how about joining my troupe?" The invitation only made Xenok more embarrassed. His face turned as red as a tomato, and he couldn't say a word. Espen frowned in disapproval. "What are you saying?" "No way." Annoyed, she shoved Zek's head away and warned him, "Stop trying to lure him away. He's cunning, you know." Zek asked, "Why not?" "My troupe needs talented people." The conversation happening right in front of him left Xenok, standing there stiffly, blushing and trembling with shyness. Espen then asked seriously, "By the way, you've never even seen me cut anything with a sword, so how can you be sure we're capable?" Zek sighed. "Oh, what's the big deal? You can tell just by the way someone holds a sword. The killing intent gives it away." Zek changed the subject. "Anyway," he spoke eagerly, "now that we're inside the territory, I'm planning to gather information on the arsonist." "What about you?" Espen replied coldly and cautiously, "We'll investigate on our own too." In the bright sunlight, Zek praised the idea and set a time to meet again. "Good. Then let's meet back here at sunset." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and strode off. Espen called out, "Xenok, Keth." Espen said, "Let's gather information about the spirit beast." Under the clear blue sky, she suddenly froze and looked up in alarm. Lightning in the sky. She remembered Lubis's warning. It likes lightning and fire. Raising a hand, Espen sank into thought. The things the spirit beast was doing were similar to the arsonist's actions, attacking cities with lightning. In the busy street, she analyzed the situation. That must be why the arsonist was acting like that. The image of that vicious man together with the mysterious spirit beast made a thought click into place in Espen's mind. Otherwise, he would have acted according to his original plan. Then the spirit beast appeared and made everything more complicated. Or maybe not. I'm not sure. She shook herself out of those thoughts and looked around. Keth and Fly were searching in another direction. Espen sat down on a bench by the road and sighed. Sigh. Thinking too much is exhausting. Xenok came over with concern. "Pin, you look tired." Standing close, he asked with affectionate eyes, "Are you okay?" Xenok reached out and placed a hand on her cheek, worried. "Your face is really red." Espen froze. When he pulled his hand back and stepped away, she covered her face in flustered frustration. "I'm blushing because of you, obviously." "No, that's not it." Xenok awkwardly held a water bottle and thought to himself, "I need to finish all this quickly and get out of this grown-up body." Just then, Espen noticed something. She stared in shock at a familiar figure on the street. Sahaman's angry figure emerged, and she was startled. "That man looks so familiar. It's my uncle." Espen fixed her gaze on the furious, heavy-set man. He looks so familiar. It's my uncle." Seeing her sitting there in a daze, Xenok came over and asked, "Pin, what's wrong?" "Wait for me a moment." She suddenly recalled her recent encounter with that man. It really was her uncle. But when she had seen him then, there had been someone standing beside him, a mysterious figure in a cloak, who was standing next to him. Thinking of that cloaked person made her uneasy. What is this? Why do I have such a bad feeling? Espen began to reason it through. Her father and uncle had always been very close, and she also knew that her father trusted him deeply as his own brother. I remember Uncle helping me a lot too, but something felt wrong. Then why is he hurrying off in such a panic? And that man beside him. There's something ominous about him. Should I follow them? The look in her eyes made Xenos uneasy as well, but the spirit beast was just ahead. Even so, she finally made her decision and cleared her throat firmly. No, Espen grabbed Xenos' hand. Come with me for a moment. Huh? And just like that, she forcefully pulled him along, ignoring his bewildered face as he had no idea what was happening. Come on. Having her pull him by the hand made him shy. Her hair carried a soft, pleasant scent that enchanted Xenos. Peen, you smell so nice. Meanwhile, Keth was walking around town with Fly. Do you sense anything? No, I don't sense anything at all. The two of them were strolling through the street when Keth suddenly noticed something strange. Fly asked him, Hey mage, I have a question. Why are you helping Pin? Keth laughed. Friends help each other. Besides, I like her. Humans don't help others without expecting something in return. There are also people who help others unconditionally. That's true, but you're not that kind of person. Then Keth lifted Fly into his hands. What would a spirit beast that knows nothing about humans know about judging people? That's Fly's special ability. Its gaze was firm, because Fly has to distinguish between people who harm plants and people who don't. While talking with Keth, it suddenly spotted another spirit beast, Leica. It cried out, That's Leica. But from the look of it, something was strange. Leica looks a little odd. Its invisibility had broken, so ordinary people could see it now. That's right. The passers-by were startled when they saw Leica. Hey, what's that? A doll. Frightened, Leica shrank back against the side of the street. Then it suddenly lashed out at the two of them. The strike sent both men tumbling to the ground in fear. Keth stepped forward to calm them. Is it always that violent? I've got goosebumps. If this keeps up, the Knights will catch it sooner or later. Fly felt that something was off. This is weird. It really does hate humans, but it's not normally like this. Keth replied, Nothing in this world is absolute. Maybe you just don't understand. Judging from what he observed, it seemed he had come to some conclusion. Maybe it really did do something bad. In the end, Fly stepped in. It went over to speak to Leica. Fly, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Fly asked gently. Are you hurt? But before it could do anything else, Leica unleashed a single move, and a burst of fury erupted. Keth had no time to react. Below them stood a splendid and imposing building. Espen and Xenos, now wearing cloaks, hid in the corner of a wall, coats they had hurriedly bought while passing by. The way Espen kept peeking around made her look just like a little thief as she carefully watched her uncle and the cloaked man. She remembered her childhood. How strange. Father and uncle were obviously very close. She could still recall her uncle once saying, Our territory is small and cramped. You can cross it back and forth in no time. Espen grabbed Xenos' arm and pulled him closer. Xenos, this is a narrow alley, so there are a lot of suspicious people around. Stay close. The sensation made Xenos so tense and embarrassed that his face turned red. The taste of death. The feeling was so terrifying that Xenos nearly burst into tears, and she had to soothe him. Meanwhile, the two men kept talking heatedly. Suddenly, Espen grabbed the front of Xenos' cloak, making him panic. She instructed him, Put your hand on the wall. Hurry. Okay. After talking for a while, the two men finally moved away, still glancing around as they went. Without realizing it, she had used Xenos' body to hide her face. Really now, kids these days. It was an incredibly awkward scene, both of them blushing furiously. So what is it you want in the end? If you're going to whisper, at least do it loud enough to be heard. It's not the sort of thing we should discuss openly, is it? Espen strained to hear their conversation. Someone might be listening. Those brats are busy. Say it again. The cloaked man continued. Fine, it changes nothing. It really is 3 days from now. I need to confirm it one more time. At that moment, she remembered something her uncle had once said. Right, burn the mansion to the ground. Leave nothing behind, neither witnesses nor evidence. Miss absolutely nothing. Her eyes filled with fury. The mastermind behind the arson had been inside her own family, and no one had known. That truth left her stunned. The culprit was her own uncle. The revelation threw her into panic, and she could hardly believe it. How could this be? Xenoc didn't know how to comfort her. She remembered how warm those days in the past had seemed. Uncle had been so close to father. When she was little, she had once heard them talking. Thank you truly. You saved me. Hey, don't cry. Brothers are supposed to help each other. Sometimes her uncle even borrowed money from her father. Unable to believe the truth, she wanted to hear more. No, listen a little longer. Seeing the sorrow in Espen's eyes made Xenoc's heart ache too. Maybe if they listened a little more. But then the old man spat out even crueler words. If they all die, all the property will belong to me. Those words instantly drove her into utter panic. The cloaked man warned him, "Sure, you're speaking too loudly." All right, what if someone hears? Don't worry, they'd need excellent ears to catch this. Espen's hand had clenched into a fist with rage. If only Keth were here, he could record this. A sound recording spell. Faced with this truth, she hesitated, deep in thought. Should I break his legs right now? Or just kill him? She remembered something Xenoc had once said. Some crimes cannot be punished simply by killing the criminal. That was exactly why her sense of justice had only grown stronger. She had always been a rational, ideal-driven deputy commander. At last, she managed to calm down a little, and her hand slowly relaxed. Calm down. It hasn't happened yet. Espen also realized something else. If that's the case, then that man in the cloak is the arsonist. She had to prepare so those two could not succeed. Only now did I understand why the arsonist's identity was never discovered. Uncle even had my fortune told and arranged my funeral, but the criminals were still walking around freely. This time, I'm not letting it in like that. After finishing their conversation, the two men finally parted ways. Let's meet again next time. But if I can change the past, what will happen to me? Father and mother won't die. And maybe I won't join the Knights after all. Then I'd be living happily without a single scar, right? But if that happened, would I never have met you? Xenoc stared at her with wide eyes. Pin, are you all right? Espen then tried to steady her emotions again. Saw thee. She hid the sadness in her eyes and pulled him along to keep running. The two of them continued tailing the man in the cloak. Xenoc, let's keep following him a little longer. Okay. At last, night fell, and the three of them returned home. But all three slumped over the table, utterly exhausted. Zek came over and asked, "What happened to you all? Why do you look so worn out?" Espen reminded him, "You? What time did you promise to meet us? And now you're only just getting here." He laughed. Saw thee. I got so caught up investigating that I only realized how late it was afterward." Looking dejected, she asked Zek, "Did you find anything?" "I found a few things, but what?" She hesitated a little. Maybe I should wait until I'm certain before I say anything. No, there's something I want to ask first. She then asked Zek, "If it's something related to the arsonist, you'll definitely cooperate, right?" Of course. Espen kept pressing him. "Even if it means obeying me absolutely in order to catch him?" "Yes, I'll listen to you." She immediately turned to Keth and asked, "Can you use a magic oath right now?" I can do it." A magic oath was a spell that bound a vow so it could not be broken. If someone dared break it, their heart would stop. She asked Zek, "Will you do it?" "Yeah." "All right, I understand." Keth began casting the spell. "What is this all of a sudden?" "This is the first time since taking a commission that I've had to do something like this." Done with the oath. Only then did she speak. "I've found the arsonist. I even know where he is." At that moment, inside the tavern, really? Seriously? That's great. Where's he? Just as she expected, she could feel the killing intent. This clearly wasn't just the reaction of an ordinary A-rank mercenary. Zek's eyes gradually filled with anger. "Tell me right now. Hurry." Suddenly, Espen replied, "Calm down. I've already figured out his next target. I want us to catch him fair and square. We can only arrest him if we catch him in the act, right before he commits the crime." Her eyes were full of resolve. "I'll ask again, what is it that you want?" "He'll pay for his crimes at our hands." When night came, Espen finally went to bed. But she still seemed haunted by what had been said earlier. Zek had slammed his hand onto the table and declared firmly, "I'll remember it with magic until just before the arsonist commits the crime. At the decisive moment, you catch him and take him away. After punishing him, hand him over to the Knights and collect the bounty." "Oh, if it were just us, that would be fine, but what is it that you want, Espen?" That question kept weighing on her mind. After meeting Xenoc, The future would surely change. After all, there had never been any child named Pin in Xenok's childhood. We've already come this far. I can't just leave things as they are. No matter the cost, I have to change the future. As she was thinking, she suddenly heard someone calling from outside. Spin. She turned toward the door. Keth. He came toward her and said, "There's something I absolutely have to tell you. This morning, I saw the new spirit beast." Hearing that, Spin was startled and jumped out of bed. "What? Really?" She immediately got down and asked him, "Where?" Well, he seemed hesitant about that. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and an explosion plunged everything into darkness. Keth was startled. "That's impressive." Fly panicked and asked, "Leica, are you all right?" He helped Fly up. "Hey, we're the ones who got struck by lightning." That's not it. It turned out Leica's tail functioned like a lightning rod, so even if lightning struck it, Leica wouldn't be hurt. But the important thing was that Leica's tail was wounded. Leica couldn't injure themselves. Keth guessed someone hurt Leica. Unexpectedly, Leica snapped at Fly. "You traitor. You're even siding with humans." Fly quickly shot back. "This person isn't bad." Then Leica turned toward Keth and hesitated. Maybe, but Leica still seemed furious. Keeping company with humans, it's wrong. It seemed Leica was remembering the painful past of being captured and imprisoned by humans. How could you do that? All humans are vile and deserve to die. Furious, Leica attacked them and shouted, "Then why are you associating with humans?" Fly tried to soothe Leica. "Leica, you seem to hate humans even more than I do." "That's right. The one beside you is a mage, isn't he?" Unexpectedly, this spirit beast was accusing mages in particular. The one who tried to capture and kill me was a mage too. Of all humans, I hate mages the most. Leica's eyes burned with fury. I barely escaped. And yet how can you travel with humans? Then Leica's rage once again turned into lightning and lashed out at the two of them. After saying that, the sky turned dark again. They ran off. Fly sadly turned to Keth and asked, "Hey, are you the kind of person Leica was talking about?" That question made him fall silent for a moment in thought. Then Keth answered, "Well, I don't know." Keth's eyes were bright with excitement as he recounted to Spin everything that had happened that day. So that's what happened. But Keth's story left her uncertain, suspicious, and full of questions. Thinking back on it, Wibby had attacked her the moment they first met too. It had always seemed jealous whenever someone got close to Lubis, not that it hated humans. Fly had also done something terrible before, but that didn't mean it disliked humans. Spirit beasts really were giving her a headache. This is going to be hard. Still, we have to bring Leica along somehow. I let my guard down, but thankfully Keth succeeded. She thanked him for helping her. "Thanks for telling me. It's a relief that you found Leica on your side." But then he asked her, "But why do you look so tired today?" "Huh?" Keth asked out of concern. "Even though I've been using magic nonstop, transformation magic, barrier magic." The question left her too embarrassed to know how to answer. Well. Keth's eyes softened sweetly as he tried to comfort her. He was firmer than anyone else when facing enemies and strangers, yet he couldn't lie to someone close to him. Then suddenly he moved closer to her. "What is this?" The sensation made both of them a little flustered. "Are you hiding something from me?" "That makes me sad." It seemed Keth had sensed part of what she was feeling. "What did you and Xenok do today?" She forced a smile. But Keth kept moving closer and closer to her. Feeling shy before his tall frame, she reminded him softly, "Keth." Suddenly, he seemed to shrink a little from exhaustion. "Are you all right?" Yeah, I'm just a little drained." She reached out and touched his forehead. "Do you have a fever? You're burning up." "A little." Then he took her hand and spoke in a sweet, intimate voice. "If you touch me, I feel better. And don't keep avoiding me. It makes me sad." Those words stirred Spin's heart a little, seeing weakness in the boy who was always so strong in front of her. But then she suddenly came to her senses and smacked both of Keth's cheeks. "Oh dear, I think you're really sick. You're even talking nonsense." Spin touched Keth's cheeks and comforted him. "You said the same thing when I used that spell, remember? That I shouldn't overuse it." Her eyes were full of determination. "If you're hurting, you have to say it, okay? I worry about you." Feeling the girl he liked touch his cheek made Keth feel as if he were drowning in a sweet dream he could no longer escape from. His face turned red, making Spin even more worried. "Oh no, your whole face is red. You've been enduring this for too long, haven't you?" Then she covered him with a blanket. "Lie down right now." A little while, and I'll be fine. I'm not sick. Mages recover quickly. It's only temporary. Sure enough, after just a short while, he returned to normal. Then he left. See you tomorrow morning, Pin. Standing in front of her room, he paused to think for a while. His heart was brimming with love. What am I supposed to do? He remembered the feeling he had when he met her as a child. I like you. It had become the truth. Scene change. On a bright sunny day, with radiant sunlight pouring down at a restaurant in the city, the table where Spin, Xenoc, and Keth were sitting was surrounded by a magical barrier. Keth said, I blocked the sound and made sure no one could see the spirit beast appearances. Spin, dressed in dark casual clothes and sitting beside him, looked at him in surprise. She asked, You can use magic like this too? Keth made a tiny blue flame on his fingertip and smiled with pink cheeks. Of course, my master taught me very well. His bright expression quickly shifted into a sly smile. Resting his cheek on one hand, his golden eyes looked straight at Spin as he said, Mages are better at using magic when they have something to focus on. And right now, I'm focused on you. Xenoc spoke gruffly. You're obviously still sick. He darkened and threw Keth a killing glare, but the other boy kept smiling anyway. At that moment, Spin began discussing the matter. You probably heard this already, but Spirit Beast Leica seems to hate humans a lot. Is there any way to bring them along peacefully? Snow said, Leica has always hated humans. How could that possibly be peaceful? Fly let out a tired sigh and said, After meeting us again, Leica seems to hate humans even more. Snow answered in shock, Hick, even more than that? Is it even possible? Fly continued, Apparently Leica was once hunted by a human mage and nearly lost their life. Spin asked worriedly, If it was that close to death, then Leica would be even more wary, right? So it'll be even harder for you to persuade them? All three spirit beasts fell silent. Fly then said, Hey human, I want to meet Leica one more time. Can you make a chance for us to talk? Crossing her arms and thinking it over, Spin replied, Then we'll have to subdue Leica first. From what you've told me, they probably won't quietly listen. In that case, we'll have to be careful of the lightning. Xenoc nodded in agreement. Spin frowned and continued. Using lightning in the city is dangerous. One mistake could start a fire. Xenoc raised a hand and said, Hey, then what if we do this instead? Fly, do you think you could act as bait? A little later, most of the food on the table had been cleared away. Spin stood up and said firmly, Good. Then let's do it during the few days Zek is away. She thought of old Sahaman. 3 days remained until the day the arsonist would act. During that time, we could do whatever we need. Scene change. Spin's group split up to carry out the plan. She and the two spirit beasts went with Xenoc, while Keth went with Snow perched on top of his head. The plan to find and lure out Leica began, and Keth was immediately assigned the task of setting the trap. Spin frowned to herself. This city is much bigger than I imagined. If we search place by place, it'll definitely waste too much time. So she spoke to Lubis, whom she was holding in her arms. Lubis, what is Leica like? It answered flatly, Don't know. Spin could only give up. Is your title as captain of the spirit beasts really no help at all? While she angrily pinched Lubis's cheeks, Fly spoke up. Leica doesn't just like lightning. Leica likes fire a lot too. Isn't there somewhere in the city where fire gathers? So Spin's group moved to the blazing, red-hot smithy. They all stood outside watching. Spin said, This is the biggest smithy in the city. Her blue eyes suddenly widened with joy at what she saw before her. Leica was there, curled up beside the fire in the forge. Scene change. In a dark room, red blood suddenly splattered across the wall. Baron Sahaman stood there with a cane in hand before 3 badly injured men gasping on the ground. The hooded subordinate behind him thought to himself, he couldn't solve things the way he wanted, and instead he paid to buy commoners just to beat them. What a piece of trash. Sahaman was in an extremely foul mood. He remembered kneeling in Count Sura's study, terrified and uneasy before the man's cold words. It seems you don't understand me. I told you I can't give you any more money. I don't have enough left to hand to a man who deceived me. And you're still not gone from my city yet? Must I issue an expulsion order before you leave? Sahaman's whole body shook with humiliation and rage. Clenching his fists, he thought furiously, damn it, before setting the fire. I even tried to steal away the fortune he'd saved up. How dare he treat me like this? And on top of that, it made me lose face in front of the Countess. Did he think I would just let this go? Then he spoke to the hooded subordinate. Listen, can that important day be delayed? The man gave a sly grin and replied, Of course. That's easy enough. How much longer can it be delayed? Sahaman's fire of revenge had fully ignited now. He smiled cunningly and swore to himself, I'll make you regret this for sure. Scene change. Meanwhile, on Keth's side, Snow, perched on top of his head, was angrily chirping, What's wrong with you, human? I nearly died. Keth only muttered and raised a hand to touch his hair. The blue magic diamond on his earring was sparkling with light. Keth said, Got it, Pin. I'm getting ready. Then he said to Snow, Looks like Pin's side has found Lake already. Her friend is probably luring them toward the operation site now. And indeed that was the case. At that moment, on Spin's side, Fly and Leiko were dashing toward somewhere. Keth untied the ribbon holding back his hair, and his long curly hair fluttered lightly in the wind. He said, Well then, let's get going too. To the operations site. No, to the trap site, rather. At the same time, in a forest outside the city, brilliant golden sunlight shone through the lush green trees. Spin and Xenox stood waiting behind a large tree, while Xenox's gaze remained fixed on the girl beside him. Spin turned to him and said, Feels like lately we're always ending up hiding somewhere, doesn't it? Xenox flinched a little and hurriedly answered, Huh? Yeah. Spin said wistfully, I want to go home. Funny, isn't it? I don't know when it happened, but I started thinking of the house we lived in together as my real home. Our home. Emotions surged like waves in Xenox's wildly beating heart. He parted his lips slightly. If we marry, we'll live like that, won't we? But his reason immediately stopped him. I can't say that. His face was soon clouded with sadness. Elsewhere, on a patch of grass, Leika confronted Fly. So all of this was a misunderstanding? You're not a spirit beast serving human? Fly immediately replied with a bright smile. That's right. Fly didn't become anyone's spirit beast. I'm just friends with them sometimes. Leika is my friend too. Leika refused to look directly at Fly and asked irritably, Then what exactly are you trying to say? Fly said gently, Couldn't you try thinking about it a little differently? I was captured too once, but kind humans saved me. Spirit beasts are the same. There are good ones and bad ones. Fly hoped Leika might come to see the humans Fly traveled with in a more favorable light. Hearing that, Leika curled their lip disdainfully. So after all that talking, you've just been brainwashed by humans. And you even brought your tail along, too. Leika had noticed Spin and Xenox lurking in the distance. Leika accelerated and started running, saying quietly, I was such an idiot to trust you even a little. Spin shouted loudly, Keth now. A blue magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Leika's feet, startling them. From the circle, blue beams of light shot straight up into the sky, and Leika gasped in shock. At that moment, Keth descended from the sky with his staff in hand. Smiling faintly, he said, Honestly, I end up fighting spirit beasts all the time, don't I? In a dazzling blue light. Spin also rushed out at once from where she had been hiding, her blue eyes full of determination. Keth landed beside her, and Spin immediately asked, Did you do it properly? Keth smiled and replied, I did. Leika had fallen into the trap and was now trying desperately to free themselves by unleashing violent bolts of lightning. But the lightning was quickly absorbed by Keth's barrier. He continued, Lightning is useless too, because I set up a lightning rod. I made it very sturdy. Keth turned to Spin with a cheerful grin and said expectantly, Aren't you going to praise me? She looked a little flustered, but still reached out and patted his head. Thank you. An arm quickly stretched out between them, even while Keth was still grinning. Xenox, radiating killing intent, said, Pin, I think we need to have a talk with him. Spin immediately replied, All right. Yes. The two boys exchanged murderous looks, while Spin paid them no mind and stepped forward. She approached the barrier and said, You're Leika, right? Actually, I don't want to lock you up either. It'll be fine in a little while. Let's talk for a moment. Leika glared angrily. I have nothing to say to humans. It turned and hissed at Fly. You traitor. Xenox immediately waved his hand and said bluntly, Fly isn't the traitor. I'm the one who came up with this plan. The lightning rod inside the barrier drew in even more violent bolts of lightning. Espen said calmly. No matter how many times you try, it's useless. Lightning won't work. Can we talk for a bit? There's something I want to tell you. Then Espen knelt down and lowered her voice as she spoke to Leica. You were kidnapped by a mage, weren't you? I'll definitely take revenge for you on the person who hurt you. Leica flew into a rage and cried, "Liar." But before it could finish, Espen said, "I'm not lying." She smiled gently. "I'm the one who made a contract with Lupus. Don't believe me?" Leica let out a breath. Its round face still looked irritated as it said, "Stop lying. In the end, all humans are the same." Espen didn't give up and continued with a mischievous smile. "Snow likes me a lot too." Behind her, Snow immediately jumped up and shouted, "Who likes you?" Under the brilliant sunlight, the wind swept through Espen's long hair as she smiled softly and asked, "What would it take for you to believe me?" Leica fell silent for a moment, then said, "Take off this cage." Espen immediately replied, "Sure." Even Leica was startled. Ket spoke up to stop her. "Pin, it's dangerous." Xenok also panicked. "Bean, no." Espen turned back and gave them both a small, reassuring nod. To Leica's surprise, the barrier around it was removed. It frowned in confusion, thinking, "What is this?" I thought she'd refuse. Leica shouted, "What are you? You're fine even after being struck by lightning." Espen only replied calmly, "It's fine. I'm very strong." Besides, she curled her lips into an eerie smile. Leica looked bewildered. "What are you talking about? Why can't I hear anything?" On Espen's face was a smile that was half casual, half mad as she spoke so only Leica could hear. "I'm already dead. If someone's dead, can they still be called human?" Leica's mouth fell open in shock. Espen continued, "Well, is that enough?" Leica was silent for a moment, with endless golden sunlight pouring around the two of them. Leica asked, "Does that one really like humans?" Espen asked back, "Who? You mean Fly?" Leica replied, "Yeah. At first, that one was just like me and hated humans." Hearing that, Espen was a little surprised. Leica continued, "Even so, it chose to go with you." Espen smiled awkwardly and replied, "Yeah, that's right." Inwardly, she thought, maybe it's because of Reuben. Leica asked again, "Will you really take revenge for me?" Espen answered at once, "I will." Leica then said, "I'll think about it. If you turn out to be the same kind of human as them, I won't hold back before striking you with lightning." Espen burst into a bright laugh. "Okay, do that." Xenok, Keth, and the two spirit beasts immediately ran over to Espen. Fly hesitated a little when facing Leica, seemingly awkward. Suddenly, a fierce blue bolt of lightning shot out. Espen and Xenok turned in shock to look. The trees behind them had caught fire and were instantly blazing. Leica hurriedly shouted in protest, "I didn't do that on purpose. My tail hurt, so." The forest blazed fiercely, branches falling as they burned. Espen cried out in shock, "What is this? Why is it on fire?" Leica replied, "Because of the fire and lightning attributes. They can cause wildfires too." Espen shouted helplessly, "Why are you so calm about this? You damn spirit beast, put out the fire before it spreads." Keth. A while later, Espen collapsed exhausted beside a bucket of water. At last, the fire had finally been extinguished. After all their effort putting it out, everyone was drenched to the skin. Snow awkwardly wrapped itself in Xenok's coat while he stood there stiffly. Keth sat on the ground with a smile, while Fly worried over him. The humans were soaked. Leica seemed somewhat concerned about Keth, and the mage's mood was terrible. Espen smiled in relief and thought happily, "Everything's going well. This means it's a happy ending, right?" At last, they had gathered all the spirit beasts. Then she stood up, smiled brightly, and said loudly, "Shall we go?" The thought of going with Jack tomorrow made Espen's mood sink a little, because tomorrow was supposed to be the day the arsonist set Count Shua's castle on fire. Later, when Espen's group returned to the city gates, she froze at the sight before her and wondered, "What is this?" A shrill scream rang out like thunder in her ears. Fire! The entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames, and the people ran in panic. More shouts rang out. "Everybody get back. Where's the water? Isn't there a mage?" "There's no mage." Espen stared in shock. "A fire? But Leica is right here." Then she heard two people talking nearby. There was a fire in the forest earlier. Wasn't that the arsonist the knights were chasing? Espen was stunned. The fire in the forest was the arsonist too? Clearly, they had no idea spirit beasts even existed. So it must have been the arsonist. At the same time, a young man in a black cloak stood in front of the massive blaze, wearing a crazed, delighted smile. While everyone around him fled from the fire, he alone remained standing there. Suddenly, Jack ran over to Espen and shouted, "Hey, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you." That man started the fire. "Hurry and find him." He abruptly stopped when he saw the cloaked figure in the distance. Jack shouted, "That's him." Espen still didn't understand what was happening and asked in surprise, "What?" Jack shouted again, "The arsonist." Espen saw the man in black running away, and in horror she realized, wait, the direction he's heading is. More terrified screams rang out around them. This is bad. Count Shua's castle is on fire too. Count Shua's castle was burning. Espen went rigid in shock. A blond man nearby was also shouting in panic, "Quick, we have to hurry." Espen only grew more frightened. It was as if she could no longer hear anything. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm and called Pin. Xenos called her name loudly. "Pin, get a hold of yourself." His figure came into view before Espen. Without thinking, she said, "Captain." The two of them looked at each other, and Xenoc's face was full of worry. Espen put a hand to her head and said, "Sorry, I blanked out. I have bad memories connected to fires." She turned to Zek and said, "Zek, I feel sorry for you too." Zek looked awkward. "Oh well." Espen wondered. The fire was supposed to happen tomorrow, but it's been moved up by a day. Is this the day my parents died? Espen tried to find a solution. Think. The city and the castle are both drowning in flames. How do I deal with this? Zek suggested. "Sis, we need to chase that man first. It looks like he has an accomplice too. I saw him with another man. A nobleman." The person Zek meant was Baron Sahaman. Espen clenched her hands. "Uncle." So in the end, beside her, Laken narrowed its eyes as it watched her. Right after that, Espen said to Zek, "Zek, go to Count Shua's castle first and catch that man. We'll follow behind." Zek wanted to know what Espen planned to do after that. You're coming there too, right? Espen answered seriously, "Yes. Catching him is very important to me. Trust me." "Okay, got it. See you later, sis." Zek replied. Then he turned and left, while Espen looked back. That fire was being reenacted before her eyes once again. The castle was burning. The servants screamed in fear and ran. Espen thought, the city and the castle are on fire at the same time, so the troops are split up. This must be the same as when I was a child. That was Espen's guess. In her heart, only one desire rose up. I want to go. I want to go to my parents. Espen asked Keth, "Keth, can you control the flames after going outside?" Keth replied, "I can, but the area is too wide. I can't handle all of it by myself." Espen narrowed it down. "If it's only at the castle, then can you put it out?" Keth answered, "It'd be much better if the area were limited." Espen made saving people the top priority. They had to rescue everyone first. At that moment, Leica spoke up, wanting to help her. "Hey, if you're worried about the flames around you, I can put them out." Espen was surprised. "What?" Leica asked her. "What? You didn't know?" Espen hurriedly urged it. "Tell me. Hurry." Leica repeated, "You made a contract with the manager, so you can use our power or control us." Leica continued, "As you can see, I have a tail like this, but I can't control my own ability. That's why I need you to use my power." Looking at the castle drowning in flames, Espen realized, I can help everyone, and Count Shua's castle too. But wait, if I use invisibility magic, then no one will be able to see me. Looking back to the past, when Espen was still a child, she had asked, "Then it'll be fine even if I run into my past self, right?" No, the denial had come at once. Lubis answered, "Because a soul would meet another soul." Lubis had said, "As long as you don't meet that child from the past, it's fine, right?" Espen asked. She asked Lubis, "Change. The future." Those words left both Keth and Xena confused. What was she talking about? She said firmly, "You told me I couldn't. But the future has already changed ever since I met Xenoc." Espen had realized that. Keth was a little surprised by those words. On the other hand, Lubis seemed completely calm. "So you figured it out?" Espen said nothing for a moment, then finally spoke. "Xenoc, Keth, I'm counting on both of you. Go to Count Shua's estate, put out the fire, and save the Lord and everyone else. I'll take care of the fire in the city." Espen took the task upon herself. Keth spoke with some hesitation. Pin, that's a noble's estate. Even if we don't go, there'll be lots of people from the household to deal with it. But the city is different. Are you going to put out a fire over such a huge area by yourself? Normally, you'd choose to save as many people as possible, but this is strange. Keth voiced his thoughts. He asked Espin directly, "Why are you telling us to go to Count Shua's castle?" "Because." "Fine, I'll say it." Espin stopped hiding it. "Because my parents are definitely going to die today." Keth and Xenoc were both shocked to hear that. Espin lowered her head, no longer concealing anything. "Wasn't my conversation with Lubis strange? I won't regret this choice." That was what Espin thought. Right after that, she asked, "Keth, before you said there was something that could turn back time, right? And that it could reverse time. It's a treasure that can go to the future." As a child, Espin had been amazed by that clock. But it wasn't an object. It was a person. Me. I'm a time traveler from the future. Espin placed a hand on her chest as she spoke. A moment ago, she had looked confident, but the next second pain showed on Espin's face. "And this is my hometown. I want to change the future, so, please, I'm begging you, save my parents." Her face darkened. "Because I can't go to the castle. Can you go there right away?" Espin asked them. Xenoc agreed without hesitation. "I'll go." Keth agreed as well. "Okay, I understand. Let's talk about this later." As Xenoc passed by her, he said, "I'll always be on your side." Espin was deeply startled by those words. The two of them headed into the castle together. Keth told her, "Don't get hurt," and Xenoc gave her words that made her trust him even more. "Leave it to me." Fly grabbed Snow and flew up. "Hey, take Snow with you. Make it snow. I'll follow those two." Fly dropped Snow onto Espin's head and left. Faced with everyone's support, Espin was moved to tears. After that, she immediately pulled herself together and said, "Then let's go." The flames were still raging non-stop around the castle. Espin, Snow, and Leica all looked up at the blazing red flames. Espin clenched her fist firmly. "I can put out the fire." A voice echoed in her mind. "I never thought the day would come when I'd use magic. No, to be exact, this is absurd. What can I even do?" Leica answered that question. "Use Snow's ability to make it snow, so the fire can't spread any farther and will weaken." Espin asked Leica, "How do I use it?" Her questions only made Leica irritated. "Didn't Lupus tell you? What was that idiot doing?" Espin ignored Leica's annoyance and urged it on. "There's no time. Hurry." Leica could only reluctantly instruct her. "Lift Snow up." Espin did as told and raised Snow. Being lifted up and put down over and over made Snow unhappy. It had just been set down. "Touch foreheads." Following Leica's instructions, Snow and Espin pressed their foreheads together. "Snow will entrust its power to you." The moment Leica finished speaking, a magical circle appeared. It was a spiritual connection. When it happened, Espin thought to herself, "Feel it. Is this Snow's heartbeat?" A stream of light appeared and wrapped around Espin. "I know this instinctively," she thought. After the spiritual link was formed, Snow transformed into a human form, brimming with energy. Leica looked at Snow and thought, "It worked on the first try. I thought it would fail a few times first." Borrowing or controlling the power of a spirit beast depended on two conditions. One was how much the spirit beast trusted that person. Snow seemed to trust her a great deal. Espin's voice rang out. "The fire is spreading. Make it snow." Snow answered at once. "Okay." Snow used the weapon in its hand, making it glow. It seemed to understand how to use its power. Inwardly, Espin blamed Lubis. "Lubis, that jerk, not telling me about something this useful." Snow pointed the weapon forward. Controlling the power wasn't easy with a massive fire surrounding the city, and even the weapon in Snow's hand seemed overwhelmed by the sight. But then Snow lit up with joy as snowflakes began to fall. "I did it." The people in the city were also stunned by the falling snow. Everyone cheered. "Snow! It's snowing. The fire's not spreading anymore." They cried out happily, "God is protecting our Shua territory." Espin looked up at the sky and thought, "Doing this? I really don't look human at all. Me? What can a dead person even do?" And just as expected, even Count Shua's castle still couldn't. Snow looked toward the burning castle. Then a voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Leica hurriedly urged. "It's not over yet. Now use my power." After finishing its part, Snow returned to its spirit beast form and flew away. "Oh no, I'm going to die." Only then did Espen realize and turn back. The remaining flames hadn't been extinguished by the snow because they were flames born from magic power. They had to be put out with my power. But by then, something was wrong with Espen's vision. Her sight gradually darkened, and she could no longer see Leica clearly. "What is this? I'm out of strength." It felt like she had just fought an all-out war. Espen tried to steady her legs before they gave out. "But I can't stop." She lifted Leica up. "I'm counting on you." Leica only said, "Touch me. Hurry." Then, just like before, they pressed their foreheads together. Red hair appeared. Leica had now transformed into a human as well. Espen gave Leica an order. "Absorb the flames with your own power." Leica obeyed at once. "Got it." It stretched out a hand, and black strands appeared, sucking in the crimson firelight. "Xenak Keth, the flames are still swallowing up the houses. I'm trusting the two of you with everything." Espen placed all her trust in those two, while she herself struggled to draw in the blazing fire. The flames were gathered into Leica's palm. "Please, definitely." After some time, the fire was gone, leaving only black smoke filling the sky. In a corner of the city, two people held each other after the disaster. Meanwhile, Snow, Leica, and Espen lay sprawled across the road in exhaustion. Espen sighed. "I am dying." Even though it was worn out too, Leica still told Espen and Snow, "Hey, get up. To be safe, you should make it snow one more time." But both Snow and Espen protested fervently. "No, I don't want to. Just kill me." But in the end, Espen still had to force a smile and agree. "Okay, I know." She suddenly sat upright. "Is father okay? Is mother okay?" Then Espen saw something. The back of a man hurrying away somewhere. Espen could only see one side of his face. The moment she saw him, Espen immediately wanted to leave. "Give me a little time. I'll be right back." Leica asked her, "Human, where are you going?" Its gaze was softer than before. Leica saw its own reflection in Espen. She answered, "To catch my enemy." With that, Espen ran off after the man. 30 minutes earlier, Keth and Xenak had arrived before the flames at the castle together. Looking at the fire, Keth exclaimed, "Wow, it's enormous." He was a little worried about Espen's parents' safety. Are Pin's parents still alive? First, we need to find a safe way in. While Keth was still thinking of a way to put out the fire, Enoch said, "I'm going inside." Xenok's recklessness made Keth panic. When Xenok was about to step in, Keth grabbed his shoulder and asked, "What are you doing? If you go in there without any protection, you'll die." "What are you talking about?" Xenok replied coldly. "Pin asked us to go inside." Keth clenched his teeth, unable to say anything. Helplessly, he muttered, "Seriously, I'm a very rational person." Keth used his magic to create a protective barrier for Xenok. "I hope my magic lasts." Water magic doesn't hold up for long. Inside the fire, a couple was trapped and unable to get out. "Let's go in." The flames were raging fiercely now, and the scene was utterly devastated. Everyone inside was terrified, covering their faces with their hands. Keth shielded himself from the flames with his mana and slowly moved forward. His face flushed red with discomfort as he looked around. "This is bad. The fire is bigger and stronger than I expected." From behind him, Xenok quickly moved ahead and urged, "Hurry." Looking at his back, Keth could not help but marvel. How does he look so calm? But in truth, Xenok felt deeply uncomfortable. Too hot, he thought to himself. Even so, his eyes remained unwavering as he continued straight ahead. No matter what happened to his body, he did not care. What made Xenok think that way was Espen's smile. Silently, he resolved himself. "I'll make your wish come true." Then Keth said as he reached him, "Pin's parents seem to be somewhere around here." Beside him, he added, "I'll try a tracking spell." Xenok asked, "Will it take long?" Keth replied, "A little." But before he could even cast it, Xenok had already turned and headed in another direction. Keth called after him in confusion. "Hey, where are you going?" Xenok said coldly, "If you had Pin's personality, wouldn't you help people first too?" His eyes shone sharply as he stared ahead. There was a group of servants struggling against the flames. "There are people here." He quickly rushed to help them and pointed out the way. "The exit is over there. Have you seen the Lord?" A maid beside them immediately answered, "The Count is evacuating people at the end of the corridor with the Countess." Hearing that, the two exchanged a glance. silently understanding each other. On the other side, Count Shua held his wife and shouted to the others, "That side has collapsed already. Evacuate everyone through the west passage." They said anxiously, but Count, he answered loudly, "I'll follow behind." Then he looked down at his wife and thought, "There's no one left here now." Seeing her cough, Count Shua patted her back to reassure her. "My lady, are you all right? I'll support you." Quickly. At the same time, Xenoc and Keth arrived as well. "Count," he began, hesitating. "You too," Xenoc quickly said. "We came to rescue you." Keth held protective magic in his hands to shield the two of them. Slowly, they made their way outside under the protection of the magic. The maids outside cried out through their tears, "Count! The Count is out!" At last, they succeeded in getting out of the sea of flames. Everyone was exhausted. Suddenly, the Countess looked around as if searching for something. Anxiously, she stammered, No, she's not here." Then she turned to Count Shua and said fearfully, "My dear, Espen is nowhere to be seen. Our little girl must still be inside the inferno." Espen really was still trapped within, holding her head in terror. Xenoc and Keth looked at each other worriedly. Then Lubis's voice rang out in the air. "That is the law of exchange." Xenoc blurted out in disbelief. "What?" It continued, "Because you saved someone who was meant to die, this is the trial in return." Inside, Espen cried out in fear. "If this keeps up, she'll die." Count Shua struggled in agitation as his subordinates held him back, his whole body lunging toward the flames as he shouted, "Let me go. I have to go inside. Espen is still in there." They tried to stop him awkwardly. "You can't, Count. It's too dangerous." Looking at the fire, they added, "The outer wall has cracked. The castle could collapse at any moment." The scene was utterly brutal, the flames continuing to roar violently. Looking at it, even Keth felt horrified. If this goes on, Pin of this time will die. But, seeing that Xenoc intended to go in, Keth quickly grabbed him. "You're going in there?" Xenoc shook off his hand coldly. "Let go." But Keth still tried to hold him back. "Didn't you hear the night? The castle is going to collapse soon." Xenoc replied coolly, "So what?" Keth honestly tried to persuade him. "If you go in, you'll die. Let's find another way first." Xenoc glanced at him with unwavering eyes. "Even if I die with Pin, that's fine. Or do you want Pin to die?" Keth fell into a dilemma and ground his teeth as he cursed. "You crazy bastard. I mean, we should find a safer way." Over on the side, Fly listened to them going back and forth and said helplessly, "Would Pin be happy if the two of you died together? There's not much time left. What other way is there?" At that moment, Fly pinched Lubis and turned aside. Soon after, she enlarged her form and shouted, "Human, I'll stop it from falling, so hurry in and save her. There's not much time left." Beside them, Keth clicked his tongue in exasperation. "Today must be the day. I sympathize with this stupidity. I'll blast a hole through it with magic, so run. I won't be able to hold out for long." Hearing that, a strange glint of suspicion appeared in Xenoc's eyes. Lubis spoke again, saying more ominous nonsense. "Are you really going to save her? You may lose something precious." But Xenoc could not be bothered with it, and simply ran inside in one swift motion, making Lubis jump up furiously. "Are you ignoring me?" At that moment, Keth asked anxiously, "Why do you keep saying such unlucky things? Everyone here is already worried." Lubis answered awkwardly, "This body must do what it is supposed to do." And its voice dropped low. "By the way, the same thing will apply to you as well." Lubis kept rambling on. "If you've already made up your mind, this body can help a little." Inside, the fire grew larger and larger, and the air was thick with smoke and ash. Xenoc hurried deeper in, his eyes searching, when suddenly he caught sight of butterflies flying around him. Like guiding spirits, they led Xenoc toward a room not far away. In a small corner beneath a table, Espen's trembling figure was curled up, hugging herself tightly. Xenoc stood before her. That tiny figure cautiously looked up at him. Seeing this, Xenoc finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Espen with joy, he unconsciously said in a quiet voice, "Hello, Pin." Outside, Fly was panting wearily. Human, I can't hold out much longer." Beside her, Keth said uneasily, "I think my magic has worn off too." Count Shua's side was no less worried. The Countess clasped her hands and silently prayed, "Espen." Suddenly, there was movement from inside the fire, enough for everyone to hear. The Countess turned her eyes toward it as well, her whole body going rigid with indescribable emotion. It was Xenoc, carrying Espen in his arms as the two of them safely emerged. From the other side, people called out joyfully, "Xenok! Espen!" Count Shua hurried over to take Espen and kept thanking him. "Thank you so much. Truly." Even the surroundings changed. People shouted in delight. "It's snowing." Where Espen was, she looked toward Xenok and rejoiced inwardly. Everything worked out, and the innocent people who had been tied up in the dark room were freed as well. The children ran to their families in excited tears. Unrestrained smiles appeared on everyone's lips, and the atmosphere became peaceful once more. After casting spell after spell, Espen was exhausted and leaned against the tree behind her. Closing her eyes tiredly, she murmured, "How will the future change now, I wonder?" Snow fell over the city all day until the flames were finally extinguished. Not long after, things gradually returned to normal, and the castle began to be repaired and restored. Everyone worked together to rebuild the city, young and old, men and women alike. The future had changed. On Count Shua's wife's side, she said warmly, "Thank you so very much." "Thanks to you too. Our daughter is still alive." Xenok and Keth had been forcibly kept at the estate, and at this point they could only smile awkwardly in response. Standing opposite them, she praised them with sparkling eyes. "How about staying one day? I'm sorry we have nothing but the annex, but I've prepared a meal. Please eat with us." Keth awkwardly tried to refuse. "Ah, does. We." But before he could finish, she cut him off. "Please eat with us. I worked very hard to prepare it." Keth helplessly gave up. "She's Pin's mother, so there's no way I can refuse." Xenok surrendered too, placing a hand on his chest as he agreed. "Then we gratefully accept." They could not resist the Countess's kindness. They slept in the annex that had not burned down, and Espen seemed even more delighted. Cheerfully, she said, "You two can stay there comfortably. I'll stay at the inn." With an excited wink, Espen added, "If my mother asks you for anything, just go along with it. She wants to repay the people who saved my life. Please." The next day, at the annex, sunlight filtered through the leaves. Breakfast had already been prepared, and the dishes were neatly set on the table. Keth leaned toward Xenok and whispered awkwardly, "Let's eat and then leave." Xenok replied at once, "All right." Then Keth looked over at Lubis and Fly, who were happily playing, and asked, "But really, what were you thinking yesterday, jumping into the fire by yourself like that? Even without my magic, what would you have done if you died in there?" At that, Xenok only lowered his head and remained silent. Then he calmly said, "But I didn't die." Keth laughed mockingly. You didn't die because of me." Beside him, Xenok added, "From now on, I'm going to live like that child." In his mind was the image of Espen, someone who saved others, even while hurt herself. "I'm going to become a person like that." Keth let out a disdainful sigh and asked, "What for?" Xenok answered confidently, "To become someone who won't be ashamed." Then he looked embarrassed and avoided Keth's gaze as he added, "I'm going to propose." Hearing that, Keth burst out laughing. With a sly look in his eyes, Keth replied, "Seriously, Pin would probably love that." Stimulated by those words, Xenok innocently asked back, "Really? She'd like it?" Then Keth delivered a fatal blow. "Yeah, so much she'd run away." Xenok looked as though he had been struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning and collapsed on the spot. Looking pitiful, he turned toward Keth, clearly dissatisfied. Keth smiled faintly. "Should I have done that too? Maybe I should have jumped into the flames. Pin should have known what I looked like too." Up in the tree, the main subject of this conversation suddenly felt her ears itch. Back at the meal, the table was filled with fresh and delicious delicacies. The Countess smiled warmly. "It's a shame the main food stores are far away. There isn't much, but please eat plenty." Xenok felt a little overwhelmed by this enthusiasm and answered awkwardly, "Thank you." What he truly wanted in his heart was only one thing. "I wish Pin were here." Last night, Lubis had made it clear, Pin must not come face to face with herself at this time. Suddenly, a small hand beside Keth tugged at him. Young Espen looked up at Keth innocently with an expressionless face, while Lubis's voice rang out again. "Because the soul would disappear, Keeping an indifferent expression, Keth looked down at her. That made the little body flinch in fear. She quickly ran over to the Countess, who indulgently said, "My daughter is very shy. Pin, you have to thank your saviors." But Espen, still extremely timid, hid in the Countess's arms and could only say, "I'm sorry." The two of them replied helplessly, "It's all right." After that, everyone began the meal, and food was served onto the plates amid her enthusiastic hospitality. After the meal, Count Shua stood before them and asked with a smile, "Do you really need nothing?" The two quickly stepped outside and bowed to the Count and Countess. "Yes, we're fine." Keth added, "We don't expect any reward. You've already given us food and lodging, and that is more than enough." Xenoc lowered his head gloomily and thought, "This farewell shouldn't be we. I still can't let go of the thought that I need to have Pin." At that moment, Espen came hurrying out from inside toward the two of them. No longer afraid, she bowed properly and said, "Thank you for saving me." With a firm tone, Espen looked up at Xenoc and added, "I won't forget it." Xenoc, with unreadable feelings, only stared at the little girl before him. Count Shua then added warmly, "You may come to Shua territory anytime. We will never forget our benefactors." But Xenoc held his head, his mood impossible to describe, while behind him Keth smiled smugly. "I understand." Then, without warning, Xenoc threw an arm around Keth's neck. Startled, Keth had no time to react before Xenoc dragged him away and whispered something to him. A moment later, Xenoc shyly asked, "If it's all right, may I speak with your daughter for a bit?" The Countess looked confused, but still agreed. "What? Of course." After receiving their permission, he took Espen's hand and led her aside, whispering something to her. Up in a nearby tree, Espen looked at him in confusion as he led her elsewhere. "Xenoc, what are you doing?" Below, Keth approached, looking around carefully at everything. Espen became even more confused and called, "Keth." He looked up and grinned with obvious delight. Seeing her blank expression, Keth called out, "Pin." Using magic to lift himself into the air, he reached out a hand toward Espen, bowed slightly, and said, "Let's go." Still not understanding, she put her hand in his and quietly asked, "Go where?" Keth quickly wrapped an arm around Espen's waist and gently flew down with her, then answered, "Where else?" "To meet the people you want to see." Before long, Espen and Keth appeared before Count Shua and his wife. In a low voice, Keth said, "Go meet the people you want to meet." The two of them looked somewhat surprised and confused, awkwardly calling Keth. Then, looking at the shocked Espen, they hesitantly asked, "This person is—" She immediately lowered her head, and Keth introduced her. "A precious colleague of mine, and also my captain, the one who sent us to rescue the two of you." Espen's emotions were incredibly complicated as she clutched her chest and silently called out, "Mother, Father." Hearing that, they warmly said in unison, "Ah, so you are our benefactor. Thank you so very much. I heard there was a great hero who put out the fire in the city. So it was you." Elsewhere, Xenoc was happily playing with little Espen, while Count Shua kept speaking gratefully. "Thank you all so much. No matter how many times I say it, it won't be enough. Thank you for coming to my territory." Every word and gesture of theirs was now etched deeply into Espen's heart, hers and their daughter's. The Count added sincerely, "I hope our daughter grows up to become a wonderful person like you." At that, Espen choked back tears, overwhelmed. "Only now do I really feel that my parents are still alive." Then the scene shifted, and afterward Espen packed her things. Behind her, Xenoc and Keth stood watching in silence, both deep in thought. At last Keth hesitantly spoke. "Pin, if you leave just like this, will you really be okay? You finally got to see your father and mother. It would be fine to stay a little longer before leaving." Espen did not answer. She only lowered her head and continued packing. In her mind was the moment when the Count had said, "Our daughter, how wonderful it would be if she grew up to become someone like you." Back then, Espen had only bowed her head and answered, "H, thank you." With a strained smile and tears in her eyes, she had added, "I should be the one thanking you too, for still being alive." Remembering that, Espen lifted her head and calmly replied, "I'm Fine." Thinking of the three of them being happy together was enough to make Espen happy too. "I think I should leave this place. If I stay any longer, I'll only become attached." Hearing that, Keth looked toward Xenoc beside him, seeking his opinion. Espen thought to herself, the man I could not even bear to call uncle. I reported all his crimes through my written report, and he was arrested. He will never escape punishment. Suddenly, someone called from behind, "Sis." She turned around instinctively. Zek came running in from outside, breathing hard, and added, "Are you leaving now?" To everyone's disbelief, he smiled brightly, pointed at himself, and said, "I'm going too. That guy will be punished at headquarters where the mercenaries are, and I've already had a good talk with the Lord here." In his eyes, Espen seemed like a radiant angel. Zek added without holding back, "It's all thanks to you, sis." As he said that, he held an item out toward Espen. "Please take this." Espen looked at it in confusion. Beside her, Zek explained, "If you come to our mercenary group and show them this, you'll always be able to get help. With a white mercenary corps. Just hold this up and shout, 'Red bean sprout tree,' and that'll do." Espen looked at him with a faintly disgusted expression and said, "What a strange name." Zek still confidently posed with a hand at his chin. Cheerfully, he continued, "Our mercenary corps is going to grow much bigger in the future. You can come anytime. We'll never forget your kindness." Espen looked helplessly at Xenoc beside her and said, "Let's go to the main gate." The scene shifted to Xenoc playing with little Espen again, with Lubis walking behind him. "Do you know why this child obediently follows you around? This child can't see me, so don't turn around, okay? You know that, right? You must never come face to face with your future self. And I hope this body won't break apart either." Xenoc looked at it uncomfortably. "I can't tell whether you like or hate Espen," Lubis replied from behind, floating in the air. "How arrogant of you to judge this body." The space around them now held only the conversation between the two of them, but I hope Espen won't disappear because I need her. Back in reality, the carriage supported by Espen's parents rolled along the road. Inside, she remained deep in thought. "Mother, father, even though I can't show you my true form." Her train of thought broke off as the image of the three of them reunited appeared in Espen's mind. She happily murmured, "But I love them. I truly love them. Even if everything doesn't go smoothly, even if I can't return to the future." The carriage quickly reached another place. Inside it, Espen silently reassured herself, "I still hope those two are alive." Time passed quietly like that. Several days went by while we stayed in the carriage. At that moment, Espen sat bored, staring out the carriage window without saying a word. Suddenly, she remembered something, turned around, and asked, "Oh, that reminds me." Looking at Xenoc and Keth, who were playing with Lubis and Fly, she spoke up, "What do we do now?" "We've gathered all the spirit beasts." Lubis happily enjoyed being held in her arms as it answered, "I'll tell you when we get back." Espen repeated in confusion, "What do you mean?" "That's making me uneasy." Outside, everything was peaceful, with soft sunlight pouring down. The coachman hesitantly asked, "Are you really getting off here?" "The Lord told me to take you all to the city." Espen answered awkwardly, "Yes, we'll be fine." Before long, the three of them got out of the carriage, and the carriage turned back toward the city. They stood there, watching it slowly disappear into the distance, each lost in their own thoughts. Keth returned to his original form and exclaimed happily, "We're finally free." Beside him, Espen praised him. "You've worked hard." "Thanks." Then she cheerfully put her hands on her hips. "All right, let's go." Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. All three of them sensed that something was wrong. Their sharp gazes turned at once toward the bushes behind them, their expressions full of suspicion. From behind them, Clory flew in and said coldly, "So you've arrived." Espen looked at him in confusion. "Sir Clory." His expression was grave as he added, "Good thing I found out first. There's no time to explain. Get back, quickly." A vague figure began to emerge in the air. Black, brimming with murderous force, pointed his sword at Espen. He launched a surprise attack from behind her, expecting to wound the small Espen in front of him. But she had already summoned a magical weapon and was on full alert. With keen eyes, Espen noticed another strange presence behind her. "Who is it?" Black gave a satisfied cough of amusement and praised her. "Oh, not bad." Black and Carson stood before them in imposing fashion, Black smiling faintly as he observed them. The most shocked person at that moment was Xenoc. Panicked, he cried out, "Father!" Black smiled lightly again and replied, "It's been a long time, Xenoc. You brought a new teacher with you without saying a word to me." And does that brat have something to do with this too? As he said that, Black turned to Keth. Even a mage is involved. How interesting. Then his voice dropped, his eyes full of killing intent as he stared at Xenoc. You ignored my summons and disappeared. Are you ready to pay the price? After that, Black looked toward Clory and said, Ah, I do value the fact that your power made Clory take your side. Clory, I'll deal with you later. On the opposite side, even someone fearless like Xenoc was trembling in front of Black. The calmest one now was probably Espen. She raised her sword toward Black, her eyes full of hostility. Seeing that, he didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at her with great interest. In the end, only Espen remained sitting quietly behind the trees. She recalled the moment when Black, in a low, threatening voice, said each word to Xenoc. Choose. If you obediently come with me, I won't kill Clory, that girl, or this young mage. At that time, Espen wasn't frightened at all and moved to shield him. Xenoc, don't listen, Will. But before she could finish, he said heavily from behind her, No, Espen. Xenoc, looking as if all life had left him, added, I'll go. Then he left the others behind and followed Black. Throughout the whole process, no one said another word. Back in the present, Espen looked dejected. After that, Keth went back to visit his teacher, and Clory said he had somewhere to go and disappeared as well. Espen looked up at the sky gloomily. He begged me, so I didn't fight, but... Xenoc, will you really be okay? The scene shifted. Xenoc had been locked in a dark room, his entire body bound in iron chains. The scene changed again, this time to a vast mansion where the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Keth stepped into a room, looked ahead, and said, Yes, I'm back. A man with white hair and beard spoke up. Leaving this place so suddenly isn't like you at all. Keth smiled with amusement and replied, I'm sorry. Something fun came up. Hearing that, the man turned to look at him again and asked, All right then. Did everything go well? Looking at Keth's unusually cheerful face, he continued, Did you find any clues about objects or people related to time? At those words, the image of Espen saying, I am a time traveler, rose in Keth's mind. But he concealed it and answered, No, I still haven't found anything. Master, why are you searching for things related to time? Sitting down a chair and lifting a potted plant with one hand, the man replied, What a troublesome question, asking all that. His eyes held deep intent. You always do as you're told, but if you want to know, then fine. You could say it's a chosen being that contains supernatural energy, though the common people don't know of it yet. And that being may not even be human. But time travelers definitely do exist in this world. They are people who were accidentally swept up in distortions of time and space, and then moved through time. By borrowing the power of a special creature, they travel across time, and they are divided into two types. The special creature in question is called a spirit beast. A time traveler is someone who moves through time with the help of a spirit beast. At that, Keth asked again, Have you ever met the master? The man calmly answered no, but around 100 years ago, there was mention of it in my master's records. My master once encountered such a creature. Unable to stop himself, Keth asked, What happened to that time traveler? Without hiding anything, the man explained, They were discovered by mages and taken away along with the spirit beast. The time traveler was locked inside an iron cage like a bird stripped of freedom. After that, they say both the time traveler and the spirit beast ended their lives as test subjects. By then, the man had already taken out many books. Why? Are you interested? Startled, Keth said, yes. I just didn't expect something like that. The man replied with composure. It's a secret, so very few people know of it. But you're my disciple, so it's fine. Suddenly, his voice sank lower as he looked at Keth meaningfully. As for this teacher of yours, I trust you won't disappoint me. Keth stood up, expressionless, bowed respectfully, and replied, Yes, master. He then asked once more, Have you ever seen a spirit beast? The man immediately continued, Yes. I believe the royal family had captured one back then. Or perhaps I should say the royal knights. Then he looked down at the books on the table and asked, Well, did you discover anything? Keth answered, No, beneath the table. Keth had already clenched his hand tightly. In the depths of his gloom, he added, I was just curious. The next day, at the mansion, Xenoc sat silently in a corner, his body chained and motionless. Black entered from outside in his gleaming shoes. You still haven't changed your mind? Looking at Xenoc curled up in the corner, Black coldly enunciated each word with an indifferent face. Return to your true nature. His arrogant, icy gaze fixed on him. If you come back, I will revoke the order to turn this city into utter chaos. Only then did Xenox sit up straight and timidly say, "There's something I want to ask." Black immediately said, "What is it?" Xenox hesitantly continued, "Why do you suddenly care about me now? During those dark days in the past, you were the one who abandoned me here, father." Black answered indifferently, without hiding anything, "Because you're useful. Isn't that obvious? You're my son." Hearing the answer at last, Xenox pressed his lips together and curled in on himself without replying. "I want to become stronger, but this heart only still exists because of Espen. If I don't go." His thoughts suddenly cut off. In Xenox's mind appeared the image of Espen smiling brightly under the rosy sunlight, and he couldn't help continuing the thought. Then both Espen and that house will be burned to ashes. I hate that. I wish things could stay the way they were, the home where I lived with you. Black smiled faintly, looking satisfied, and said, "It seems you've made your decision." The restraints around Xenox's hands were removed by magic. "Prepare yourself as quickly as possible." With that, Black turned and coldly walked away, leaving him alone in the dark room, as he said in a hard voice, "I will grant you mercy for only 2 more days." The scene changed again to the place where Espen was staying, the air there bright and fresh. A shocked voice rang out, "What?" Keth looked utterly surprised and asked again, "You're leaving?" Espen nodded in reply. He had come to see Espen the very next day, only to hear that she was leaving for somewhere else, so he felt a little deflated. "Why so suddenly?" Espen looked slightly troubled, but still forced a smile, and explained, "It's not sudden. Xenox went away to save me." Keth lowered his head sadly. "A few days ago, you never mentioned you were leaving. Why did you suddenly decide this?" Espen was truly helpless. She lowered her head and didn't answer. What had happened was that the day before, Lubis had told her, "We have to leave." She hadn't understood and asked, "What are you talking about?" "We have to leave," it added. "If you don't leave now, you'll regret it. That's my advice to you." Lubis's expression had been extremely cautious, its voice heavy with meaning. "Leave this city as fast as possible." After hearing that, Espen had looked up at the ceiling in deep distress. No matter how much she asked, Lubis wouldn't answer, only saying that she needed to leave quickly and then things would improve. Back in the present, she lifted her head and drew in the air around her. In a yard where the spirit beasts gathered, staying here any longer really does feel strange. There's one thing that can never change. I am someone who has already died. I only exist by borrowing Lubis's power. Even though I am here now, whether it's Xenox as a child or Xenox as an adult, even if I witness him growing up and becoming a leader, I no longer have any way to see that through. At first, I came here because there was something I had to do. Now everything is over. I have no reason left to stay. As she said that, Espen spoke slowly, word by word. "I'm leaving." Keth could only stare at her stiffly, unable to react in time. Suddenly, someone called her name from behind. Both she and Keth turned toward the voice. It was Xenox, slowly walking toward them. Espen couldn't help being shocked when she saw him. Then she excitedly called out, "Xenox!" She ran over to him. "What happened? Weren't you taken away? Where's your father? You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Slightly flustered, Xenox replied, "I talked things out with my father. I'm not hurt." Espen clearly didn't believe him and immediately asked, "What? Talk things out." He helplessly continued, "Also, Espen, your clothes." Being questioned in return, Espen grew a little embarrassed and answered timidly as she looked at him, "Ah, this?" She began explaining what had happened. "I said I was planning to go meet your father." So the maid, in great excitement, the maid had said, "You're going to the Lord's castle to meet the Duke? Then you have to change clothes first." Hearing that, Xenox could only say, "Ah." Embarrassed, Espen thought, "I wonder if he heard what I was saying to Keth." Then she looked at him and asked, "What do you mean by saying you talk things out with your father?" Xenox tilted his head away, his eyes avoiding hers, his expression carefully concealed as he hesitantly answered, "I've decided to return to the capital. To the main estate in the capital, a place filled only with calculations and a deeply oppressive atmosphere." Hearing that, both Keth and Espen looked at him. Neither showed their emotions clearly, and silence hung between them. A probing glint appeared in Espen's eyes as something stirred in her thoughts. A little later, Espen steadied her emotions, smiled brightly, and said, "Do you have time?" Xenox answered in confusion. She added, "Let's go on a picnic." And as soon as she said it, she did it. Not long after, the two of them were seated in a peaceful place. Espen lifted a delicious pastry to her mouth and took a bite. Of course, it had been made by the maid. Beside her, Xenox silently and shyly stole glances at her. Suddenly, she said, "It's peaceful, isn't it?" Startled, he reflexively answered, "Huh? Igriega." But in truth, Espen had noticed it long ago. He must have been so surprised when I suddenly invited him on a picnic. He keeps sneaking glances at me, so I can't bring up the main point. Thinking that, Espen said, "On a day like this, there's someone I think of." Espen turned to look at him, her gaze probing as she asked, "Someone you think of?" She answered, Placing both hands behind her and tilting her head up, she closed her eyes and continued, "It may be someone I can never meet again. Sometimes I wonder how that person is doing." Remembering each moment from her previous life, she continued, "That person was rough around the edges, but very kind." It was the scene of an interrogation. In her previous life, Xenoc had used violence to question someone, but to her, he had been a compassionate person. At that time, he had been filled with deep killing intent, his voice full of authority as he said, "Speak." His eyes held no warmth as he looked arrogantly down at the person below and asked, "Did you really see that Espen Shua was still alive?" At that memory, Espen lowered her head sadly. "In any case, he's someone I can never meet again." At that moment, Lubis's words echoed in her mind. "If you help capture the subordinates and spirit beasts that escaped at this point in time, you will be able to keep living. If all the spirit beasts are found, this body will fulfill your wish." Thinking that, Espen questioned inwardly, "I don't know whether I can return as I wish, but even if I do go back, I don't think I'll ever meet that person again." Then Espen turned to him and called, "Xenoc, are you really going to leave this place?" That question plunged Xenoc back into sorrow. He lowered his head and agreed. Then he looked at her calmly and added, "In exchange for the house where I used to live, I will." Espen suddenly cut him off. "Then that's great." Smiling brightly at him, she finally said what she had meant to say by inviting him on this picnic. "I'm leaving too." Hearing that, Xenoc looked a little crestfallen, his mood sinking to the bottom, and asked, "Will you come back?" Espen lowered her head, looking troubled, and answered, "I don't know either. And besides..." But before she could finish, Xenoc cut her off. "Wait, I have something I want to say." Espen looked at him in confusion. "What is it?" Flustered, Xenoc hurriedly stood up, leaving her even more puzzled. His little heart, flushed red with embarrassment, kept urging him to say it. "I like you." He had secretly practiced it many times and even prepared flowers. "I told you I had something I wanted to say, right?" The innocent little lamb was so excited that he immediately wanted to see that confession through. Amid the romantic scenery of blooming flowers, the bouquet Xenoc held behind his back fit the moment perfectly. A boy barely in his teens held the bouquet out in front of Espen and sincerely said, "Please marry me." In contrast to the young boy's shy, nervous feelings, Espen fell darkly silent. On his side, flustered but earnest, he continued, "Espen, I like you. I really, really, really like you." In Espen's mind arose the image of Xenoc from her previous life, and he had been just as sincere then. "It feels like I've fallen for you." At that, Espen was stunned. "It's clearly not the first confession I've received." "It isn't, but..." Then she looked at him, and behind him, the image of his former life self seemed to appear again. "There's no reason for me to accept the captain, and besides, there's also the age gap. I'm an adult." After thinking it over for a long while, Espen decisively blurted out, "No." Noticing how crushed he looked, she awkwardly added, "No, I'm sorry." When the rejection hit him, Xenoc's current level of endurance wasn't enough, and he couldn't help bursting into tears. Over on her side, Espen kept trying to explain so he would understand. "I don't see you that way, Xenoc. I'm really sorry if I made you misunderstand." Xenoc hurriedly grabbed Espen's hand, his feelings unbearably tangled. He placed her hand against his chest and sincerely said, "Why not? To me, it can't be anyone but you." The situation had become very much a situation. Espen was crying inwardly without tears, her mind screaming, no means no." She struggled free from his arms, thinking, first, get away from here, and think later. "No, maybe I should just leave like this." And with that thought, Espen decisively abandoned her young admirer and took off running. Xenoc, successfully rejected in love, stood frozen in place from the first heartbreak of his life. He lowered his head, his gloomy face practically spelling out heartbreak in giant letters. Meanwhile, Espen ran desperately, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a purple aura appeared ahead of her. Before she could react, Espen looked that way and quickly changed direction. "Ah, this is bad. No good. Change of plans. I'll just leave like this." Then suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in the air, startling her. "You look rather flustered." Espen looked toward him and called out in surprise, "Keth." Sitting on a tree branch, he casually raised a hand in greeting. "Ah, you asked me to go away for a while, but looked like you were having trouble." Even though Keth had heard the whole conversation from beginning to end, he still teasingly asked, "What is it? Are you going to marry Xenok?" Running alongside him, Espen shot back angrily, "Why do you know about that?" He answered casually, "Because he told me the same thing too." Confused, she muttered, "So I'm the only one who didn't know?" At that moment, Keth gave her a signal, a sly glint appearing on his face. "Let me help you." Before Espen could even process what he meant, her body slowly began to lift into the air. Keth grabbed her hand and used magic to send the two of them soaring upward. At that moment, he spoke even more earnestly than Xenok had. "Then choose me instead." Espen stiffened as she stared at the person in front of her, inwardly wondering if something was very wrong here. In her mind appeared the image of Xenok from the moment they had begun gathering the spirit beasts to the time she had met the two of them. "I never imagined things would turn out like this." The altered future was drawing closer in a frightening way, because I would no longer exist in their future. Thinking of that, and seeing Xenok also running over, she pushed Keth away and shouted, "You too." Then she abruptly drew her sword and stepped forward without another word. That sword was indeed one of Wibby's creations. She proudly raised it, her face full of excitement and confidence as she declared, "Beat me first, then talk. I like strong people." The two of them clearly looked a little intimidated, casting wary glances at Espen. Once again, Espen pointed her sword at them and shouted, "Come at me." Keth could only laugh awkwardly. "Aha!" Espen could not hide the thrill in her eyes. Her whole body burned with battle spirit as she aggressively said, "Who's coming first? Who wants to get beaten up first? Just admit it. Don't make me think about it anymore." Yet Keth simply raised his hand and said with an amused smile, "I surrender." His words came out so smoothly that heartbroken Xenok could only stare at him as if betrayed, mouth hanging open in shock. In an instant, the atmosphere became peacefully indescribable once again. The three of them grew harmonious again and continued the picnic they had left unfinished. But perhaps Xenok still had not recovered from the pain of being rejected. He curled up off to one side in silence, looking dejected. Espen did not leave him to mope alone. She walked over, patted his head, and comforted him. "Why are you crying?" But even that did not cheer Xenok up. In a dark voice, he replied, "I'm going to leave, and if you leave too, then I'll never be able to see you again, right? That's why I confessed." Hearing that, Espen smiled lightly. "No, we'll meet again. So don't cry anymore, okay? After all, I'll be staying here forever, so I won't mind meeting you again one more time." Hearing that, Xenok brightened again at once, looking at her with innocent delight in his eyes. Espen looked at him and thought, "Before you grow up, I like you better this way." Suddenly, she cast a fond glance at Xenok, making him flustered. "But I'm not accepting that failed proposal." A while later, the three sat together and enjoyed the rest of the picnic before parting ways. Not long after, Xenok left the territory. With a promise that they would meet again, he said goodbye and that he would see her again. After that, without hesitation, he coldly boarded the carriage and left the city. Somehow, he looked truly grown up. Espen also headed elsewhere with Lubis. She sat sadly on the embankment. It seemed Keth would be leaving soon too. Everyone was going to leave this city. Beside her, Lubis said, "Can we talk now?" She immediately turned to him. It spoke at once. That is the price the two of them have to pay. The price for changing fate." Espen clearly did not understand the implication and looked at it in disbelief. The price they have to pay? Neither hurried nor slow. She looked at Lubis again and asked, "What do you mean?" Time passed like that, and a few days later, Espen sat on the grass in boredom, absent-mindedly staring up at the sky. From afar, someone called out, "What are you doing?" When she saw Keth approaching with a bright smile, she reflexively called, "Keth." She sat up at once and asked curiously, "There are only 3 days left. What is it?" He immediately replied, "Of course there is. I have to leave too." No emotion surfaced in Espen's eyes, because she had already known this day would come. Espen turned away and said with complicated feelings, I see. If you leave too, then I'll be all alone. Ah, no, I'm leaving too. Sensing that strange emotion from her, Keth bent down and asked with a smile, Pin, is something wrong? You don't look very well. At that moment, Espen merely lowered her head, her mood sinking, and fell silent for a while. Lubus's words kept echoing in her ears. The price they have to pay. What did you mean by that? Because the two of them saved you. They will lose all their memories of you. That made Espen freeze. Lubus had added then, not just the two of them. Everyone will forget you. That is already a very light punishment for changing fate. There will be no disabilities or lingering damage later. Hearing that, Espen had started trembling. That's right. Even if I'm sad, I have to accept it. I'm already someone who died. The Espen of this place is neither alive nor dead, just like a ghost. At that time, Espen clenched her hands tightly and said in a low voice, I understand, but this is too cruel. Even so, that period had given them unforgettable memories. All of our memories, and I'm the only one who will remember them. Seeing her expression, Keth did not know what he should do next either. He hesitated as he looked at her and said, Pin, actually, I came here today to tell you something. You said you were leaving, right? It would be better if you left immediately. Do you remember what I said I was looking for when we first met? Back then, Keth had clearly said it was a treasure that could reverse time and lead someone into the future. He seriously took her hand. My master has started to suspect that there may be a time traveler here. A flicker of surprise crossed Espen's face. What? How is that possible? Keth explained, because of the spirit beasts. Since spirit beasts have appeared, there are time travelers too. My master knows all about time travelers, and while waiting, anyone who travels through time together with spirit beasts will become a target for experiments. The royal knights will arrive soon. You're in danger right now. I'll buy you some time, so you need to leave as quickly as possible. Suspicion flashed across Espen's face as she looked blankly at him. Her mood darkened again in a way she could hardly describe. She pressed her lips together awkwardly. In the end, it still came to this. Then Espen softly replied, I'm fine. You don't need to worry, Keth. Keth urgently shook her shoulders lightly and asked, Why? Do you have some other way to escape? Espinan cercamdi. No, I don't need to run away. Keth grew even more agitated as he continued. Then tell me. Beside them, the two spirit beasts could not help sighing sadly as well. Keth was anxious, cold sweat already pouring down as he blurted loudly, I'm really worried about you. Espen was caught off guard and could not react in time. Her mind seemed to spin. But then she only lowered her head and answered, Thank you, but you really don't need to worry. At that, her voice turned cold. Because everyone will forget me anyway. Keth clearly did not believe her and stared at her in shock. What are you saying? Lines of memory from the day of the fire came flooding back. Lubus had said, Are you really going to save him? He may lose something precious if he takes part in this. At the time, it had carefully emphasized each word and warning. The same goes for you. Remembering that, Keth was also able to guess a few things. Understand. It's because we saved you when you were little, right? The atmosphere froze. Neither of them said another word. Suddenly, Keth placed a hand on his chest and said without hesitation, Pin, I'm going to become an archmage, so I won't forget you. I'll definitely be able to do it. Time and again, Espen found herself astonished by him. Looking at the boy standing before her, hesitant yet earnest, she unconsciously said, Thank you. Espen smiled brightly, her spirits lifting again as she continued in a lively voice. Since you said that, if I had known things would turn out this way, I would have said goodbye to Xenoc one more time. Keth quickly called out, Pin, but before he could finish, both of them sensed something strange. There was someone there. Keth quickly detected a group of people approaching, and Clory was among them. He immediately turned to Espen and said, Pin, hurry and hide. It seems the royal knights have come after hearing that spirit beasts appeared. At this rate, both you and the spirit beasts will be taken away. Worried, she spoke up. Then what about Lord Clory? Keth came over and grabbed her shoulders. I promise you, I'll find a way to save Lord Clory, so you need to leave first. After saying that, he let go of Espen so she could leave. Only after watching her slowly run farther away did Keth finally feel relieved. At that moment, Espen shouted back, Keth, thank you. Keth happily waved to her as well. See you again, Pin. In the forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the space around them became quiet. Espen ran with the spirit beasts all the way to a stream. Panting, she thought, we should be fine once we've come this far. Let's rest a bit. She crouched down and looked at her reflection on the water's surface, unable to stop herself from sighing. I ended up back here again. It really felt as though time had returned to that moment, to the place where I first woke up. Behind her, Luba spoke calmly. It's time to leave. Confused, she asked, what are you talking about? It replied, one day, when I left the town, I found the location of the next spirit beast. Espen jolted in shock. What are you saying? Haven't we already found all the spirit beasts? Luba sighed and answered no. There's still one left. Seeing her blank expression, it added, the last spirit beast does not exist in this time. We have to move. The signal is faint, but now I finally know. The timelines will soon overlap. We have to move quickly. Espen's body began to change. Luba's calmly continued, and when that happens, I'll give you the adult body you wanted. Espen suddenly realized something and asked, eyes wide, wait, then which time period are we moving to this time? The timeline quickly activated, gears turning. Lubis answered meaningfully, you'll know soon enough. Hearing that, Espen cursed inwardly, you damned spirit beast. Even at the very end, you're still this arrogant. Could you explain at least a little? Where am I going now? Time and space shifted, and a large city appeared at night. Espen, now in her adult body, lay on the ground and slowly began to wake. Her hazy eyes slowly opened, her whole body still unable to adjust. Espen sat up, and the first thing out of her mouth was a curse. Damn it, Lubis. Where did I get sent this time? First of all, the important thing was to figure out where she was and what time period this was. She rubbed the back of her aching neck and stood up. Even if I've walked into a tiger's den, as long as I'm still conscious, I'm still alive. Suddenly, before her lay a scene of death. Someone was lying motionless in a pool of blood. Her eyes widened in horror as she looked over. What is that? That person is dead? The man's sword was stained with blood, and a familiar figure was stepping on the body on the ground. Espen was shocked again and again. Confusion and disbelief filled her as she saw who it was. The person before her was Xenoc. His eyes held undisguised killing intent. On her side, she called out in surprise, Captain. Then Espen looked around at the scene before her. I recognized this time. A look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. I really never thought I could return to the time of my previous life. This must be it. Perhaps right after I died. At that moment, the late-night air was deathly still. Not a single leaf stirred. For Espen, it was as if only she and Xenoc remained, silently staring at one another without speaking. A trace of anxiety appeared on Espen's face. She unconsciously bit down on her hand, calling in her mind, Captain. Then she looked at the man opposite her and corrected herself at once. No, Xenoc. In this moment, Espen did not know what to say or how she should address him. What was she supposed to call him? But before she could gather herself, a sharp blade was already pressed against her neck. Filled with killing intent, Xenoc pointed his sword at Espen and asked coldly, Who are you? The sudden question left her at a loss for what answer would fit the situation. Espen clearly remembered Lubis's words. He will forget every memory related to you. Thinking of that, she looked sadly into those eyes that held no warmth at all. He forgot everything. At that, Espen stammered awkwardly, I'm sorry. I was just passing by. Xenoc did not care and said coldly, Travel pass. Hearing that, the transmigrated woman froze on the spot. Where am I supposed to get that? I just arrived from the past. Espen quickly tried another approach and looked at Xenoc as she asked, Who are you to be saying such nonsense? He answered, I am a royal knight. Espen glanced at the unlucky young man who had long since sprouted angel wings and flown off to the afterlife, then asked, Did you kill him? Xenoc patiently answered each question. No. Those repeated questions were enough for him to understand the situation. In an icy voice, he said word by word, You do not have a travel pass. After that sentence, Espen was promptly thrown into an iron cell. She was so speechless, she could only bow her head in resentment. What is this? She glared at that hateful retreating figure and complained, Why, Xenoc? Ah, no, Captain. Espen rushed forward and grabbed the bars, her face full of dissatisfaction as she stretched out her hand to stop him, screaming inwardly, Don't go. But the only ones paying attention to her were the guards. In their eyes, she looked like she was one step from death. The spirit beasts, together with Lubis, remained invisible to everyone. At that moment, Lubis looked at the sulking Espen and suddenly asked in an interview-like tone, "How do you feel about time travel?" Espen's face darkened as she restrained her fury and answered the interview. "It sucks." Outside, the guards had already fallen asleep. She asked again, "So what do we do now?" Lubis answered confidently, "Don't worry." The spirit beasts gathered around and declared firmly, "The preparations are complete. All you need to do is trust me." Espen asked blankly, "Preparations for what?" Lubis continued helplessly, "Ahem. I've charged enough energy. This time, the destination is exactly the present, precisely the moment of your death." That was how it was supposed to be. Espen seemed to understand and fell into thought. If that's the case, then, according to the diagram of arrows crisscrossing before her eyes, the timelines originally should not have connected, but they had become linked through their movement. They had even become tangled together. No one could possibly know what had happened anymore. Hearing that, Espen was once again stunned, her body frozen as her thoughts became unreadable. Espen grabbed Lubis by the neck and shouted angrily, "Why are you here?" It replied teasingly, "Of course I have to be here because the last spirit beast is here." Then it smiled brightly and added, "If you're worried about being trapped here, don't be." That struck directly at the doubt troubling Espen. She silently stared at it as it continued. Everything has a solution. The next day, sunlight filtered through the leaves at the place where Espen was being held. Early in the morning, Xenos came there to inspect the area. Behind him, several guards looked at him fearfully, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Expressionless, Xenos looked into the completely empty cell and stood there, hands on his hips in helpless disbelief. A mocking look crossed his face, and he unconsciously muttered in an indifferent voice, "Huh." The scene shifted to a different place, a vast mansion. Espen had returned to her child form and was standing proudly in an empty room, both hands on her hips. Tilting her head, she thought, "First, I came back to my own house." Lubis followed after her and complained, "Where are you going? Don't just wander around." Then Espen looked around the room and murmured unconsciously, "What a mess." But then she touched her chin like an adult and sighed wearily. Well, of course. After that, she looked at Lubis and said, "How surprising. You can move through space too." It immediately came closer to her. "It's all thanks to you. Because we gathered the spirit beasts, I gained more power." Espen picked it up and exclaimed, "So, gathering the spirit beasts gives you abilities?" Lubis nodded in agreement. The power increases." Espen asked again, "By the way, what are we supposed to do now? Where's the current spirit beast?" It answered impatiently, "Wait. I'm looking." Espen looked outside and continued, "Then let's walk around the capital." After a moment of doubt, it replied, "That's not a bad idea." Outside the mansion, the sound of footsteps gradually approached, coming closer and closer. It was Xenos. He was slowly walking down the corridor in the direction he had intended to go. The instant Espen saw him, she was struck with shock, as if the whole sky had collapsed. Her mouth fell open unconsciously. Hearing the movement from the room beside him, Xenos also turned to look that way. Espen quickly slammed the door shut, though the curtain was still swaying. Terrified, she dropped to the floor. "What is this? Why did Captain come out from the house next door?" Outside, Xenos raised his hand toward the door and politely knocked on the wooden panel. Espen froze as she heard the knock and that familiar voice from outside. "Lord Shua? Lord Shua, are you home?" At that moment, Espen could only cover her mouth, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Outside, Xenos seemed disappointed as he said, "Still not back? I've been waiting so long." After struggling with herself for a moment, Espen remembered the Xenos from before the time shift, when he had sincerely said, "Pin, I think I've fallen for you." Remembering that, Espen looked down at her tiny body and sank into thought. She seriously touched her hair. Pink hair. That color is very rare. Outside, Xenos still stood patiently before the door, waiting for an answer. Then suddenly, surprise and suspicion flashed in his eyes. Using Leica's power, Espen's hair turned red. Playing dumb, she looked up at him and asked, "Who are you?" As if under a spell, Xenos gazed at her gently and then said, "Who are you?" At that moment, the night was utterly still. Not even the leaves stirred. On Espen's side, it felt as if only she and Xenoc remained, the two of them silently staring at each other without a word. A faint trace of anxiety appeared on Espen's face. Unconsciously, she bit down on her hand and called out inwardly, "Captain." Then she looked at the man opposite her again, her face turning cold as she said, "No, Sinok." In that moment, Espen did not know what to say or how to address him. What was she supposed to call him? But before she could collect herself, a dull yet sharp blade was already pressed against her neck. Filled with killing intent, Xenoc pointed his sword at Espen and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The sudden question left her unsure how to answer in a way that fit the situation. Espen clearly remembered what Lubis had told her. He'll forget every memory related to you. Thinking of that, she looked sadly into those eyes devoid of warmth. He had forgotten everything. At that, Espen stammered, "I am sorry, I was just passing by." Xenoc ignored that and said coldly, "Your pass." Hearing that, the transmigrated girl froze on the spot. Where is she supposed to get that? She had just come from the past. Espen's mind quickly started racing. She looked at Xenoc and asked, "Who are you to be talking nonsense like that?" He replied, "I am a royal knight." Espen glanced at the unlucky young man who had long since spread his angel wings and flown off to the afterlife, then asked, "Did you kill him?" Xenoc patiently answered each of her questions. No, those repeated questions were enough to tell him what was going on. His gaze turned icy as he said each word clearly, "You don't have a pass." After those words, Espen was thrown into a 4-barred holding cell. She was left speechless, lowering her head in resentment. "What is this?" She glared at that hateful retreating figure and protested. "Why?" "Hey, Xenoc, no, Captain." Espen lunged forward and grabbed the bars, her face full of dissatisfaction as she reached out to stop him, her heart screaming, Don't go." But the only ones paying attention to her were the guards, and in their eyes she looked like she was at death's door. The spirit beasts and Lubis remained invisible to everyone. At that moment, Lubis looked at Espen and, in a very formal tone, began interviewing her. "How do you feel about time travel?" Espen's face darkened as she suppressed her fury and answered the interview. "It sucks." Outside, the guards had already fallen asleep. She asked again, "So what do we do now?" Lubis replied confidently, "Don't worry." The spirit beasts all gathered together and said firmly, "The preparations are complete. All you have to do is trust me." Espen blinked and asked, "Preparations for what?" Lubis helplessly continued, "Ahem, I've charged enough energy. In this time travel scene, the exact point in the present is the moment of your death. That's how it originally was." Espen seemed to grasp the issue and sank into thought. If that's the case, then, according to that diagram with arrows pointing back and forth, those times were never supposed to connect. But time has been connected by our movement. It's even become tangled. No one can know what exactly has happened. Hearing that, Espen was once again shocked, her body going still, unable to process what to think. Espen transformed and grabbed Lubis by the neck, shouting angrily, "Why are you here?" It teased her in reply, "Of course I have to be here because the last spirit beast is here." Then it smiled brightly and added, "If you're worried about being trapped here, don't be." That answer struck directly at the doubt Espen had been carrying. She simply stared at it as it continued. There's a solution to everything. The next day, sunlight streamed through the leaves into the place where Espen was being held. Early in the morning, Xenoc came to inspect the area. Behind him, several guards looked at him fearfully, not daring to breathe too loudly. Expressionless, Xenoc looked into the completely empty holding cell and placed his hands on his hips helplessly. A mocking look crossed his indifferent face as he unconsciously muttered, "Huh." The scene shifted to a large estate. Espen had transformed back into her childhood form and was standing in an empty room with both hands on her hips, full of pride. Tilting her head, she thought, "First, I came back to my own house." Lubis followed after her and complained, "Where are you going? Don't wander around." Then Espen looked around the room and muttered unconsciously, "What a mess." But then she touched her chin with the air of an adult and sighed in exasperation. Of course, after that, she looked at Lubis and said, "How surprising. You can move through space." It immediately went up to her and replied, "Thanks to you. Because you gathered the spirit beasts, I gained more power." Espen picked it up and exclaimed, So gathering the spirit beasts gives you abilities? Lubis nodded. My power increases. Espen asked again. By the way, what are we supposed to do now? Where's the current spirit beast? It answered impatiently. Wait. I'm looking. Espen looked outside and continued. Then let's go around the capital. After a moment of doubt, it answered, that's a good idea. Suddenly, footsteps began approaching from outside the estate, growing closer and closer. It was Xenoc. He was walking slowly down the corridor in the direction he had intended to go. The moment Espen saw him, she was utterly shocked, as if the sky had fallen in. She unconsciously opened her mouth. Hearing the noise from the neighboring door, Xenoc also turned his attention that way. Espen quickly slammed the door shut, though the curtain was still swaying. Terrified, she dropped to the floor. What is this? Why is the captain coming out of the house next door? Outside, Xenoc raised his hand toward the door and knocked politely. Espen stiffened when she heard the knock and that familiar voice from outside. Lord Shua, are you home? At that moment, all Espen could do was cover her mouth, not even daring to breathe loudly. Outside, Xenoc sounded disappointed as he said, Still not back? I waited and waited. After struggling for a moment, Espen remembered Xenoc just before the time travel, when he had sincerely said, Espen, I think I've fallen for you. Remembering that, Espen looked down at her small body and fell into thought. Touching her hair seriously, she thought, pink hair, that color is pretty rare. Outside, Xenoc still stood patiently at the door, waiting for a response. Suddenly, surprise and suspicion flashed in his eyes. Using Leica's power, Espen's hair turned red. Playing dumb, she looked up at him and asked, Who is it? As if under a spell, Xenoc looked at her gently and said, Who are you? The little girl before him felt both strange and familiar, leaving him stunned for a moment. Then his voice rang out again. Who are you? Hearing that question, Espen felt a little horrified and didn't know how to answer. But in her fluster, she blurted out, Do you know Sister Espen? After saying that, she looked at him with sparkling eyes, while inwardly screaming nonstop, What am I saying? Xenoc looked suspicious and said, Sister Espen? To keep him from doubting her, Espen quickly explained, Yes, she's someone I know. Then she turned around and continued. She asked me to, at the same time, she thought to herself, since it's already come to this, I'll just make something up. Inside the neat and tidy house, the two of them continued talking. Look after the house for her, until Xenoc did not seem willing to let her off so easily, and continued questioning her. Since when? By now, Espen had regained her composure and answered smartly, Why should I tell you? At that, he simply stared at her in silence with a murderous look in his eyes, frightening her terribly. But what Espen did not expect was that he would suddenly open his mouth and plead with her. Please. Standing before her, he continued sincerely. Shua is a precious subordinate of mine. She's gone missing, and there hasn't been a single day that I haven't worried. Hearing those words from him, she fell silent. Then she recalled the night when she had been badly injured and began to speak. One day, she appeared covered in wounds. At that, the image of a happily smiling woman holding a bouquet of flowers surfaced in her mind. She continued, At that time, I promised I would look after this house for her. She said that now. She wanted to live freely. As she said that, Xenoc suddenly cut her off. I see. He looked at her, then added, Thank you. After saying that, he turned and left at once. Once he was truly gone, she broke out in a cold sweat from fright. Escaping that awkward encounter, she let out a sigh of relief. I almost got exposed. I thought my heart was about to explode. Xenoc lives in the house next door, so it'll be hard for me to stay here long. She twirled a lock of her brown hair and thought, I can't keep borrowing Leica's power all the time. She'll get exhausted. Under the clear blue sky, dotted with a few white clouds, she made up her mind. Time to move. Then she asked aloud, Is there any way to make money? Hearing that, Lubis was a little startled and asked to be sure. You mean human money? I can make some. The moment it finished speaking, countless gold coins rained down from the sky, leaving Espen staring in shock with her mouth open. Unable to believe her eyes, she immediately asked, How is that possible? Lubis answered confidently, Of course. Then Espen picked it up and asked, Then why didn't you do that back at Xenoc's house? Was there any need to? She then suddenly realized, right? Xenok is rich enough to have anything he wants. Helplessly, she set Lubis down. After all, he was a young nobleman living a life of abundance. She let out a long breath as she suddenly remembered something. I haven't even thanked him yet. Then she crouched down to gather the pile of gold coins Lubis had created, secretly rejoicing. Luckily, no one's here. Better pick them up before someone sees. The scene shifted to a street, where carriages moved back and forth under the mild sunlight. Espen had changed clothes and arrived there. Looking at the familiar scene before her, she thought, everything is still the same. There are so many people. First, I need to find somewhere to stay. After that, Espen began her search for a place to stay. She asked women, then men, trying to find somewhere to live. But in the end, she failed. Sitting on a public bench with her head lowered, she thought, there's nowhere suitable. Why is every place so expensive? No one will even lower the price. She remembered how differently she had been treated when she was the deputy commander of the Imperial Knights. Since you're the deputy commander of the Imperial Knights, I'll give you a discount. Then she realized, maybe it's because I don't know anything about how things are at this point in time. After that, she thought again about the gold coins from earlier. The amount of gold Lubis can make is limited. Thinking of that, she suddenly asked Lubis, when can you make more money? Tomorrow. In the end, Espen let out a helpless sigh and resolved herself. There's no other way. I'll just have to sleep at an inn tonight. Suddenly, in the crowd before her, she noticed a familiar figure that looked just like the captain. But she did not have the courage to face him and instead chose to run away. See, Captain. Then she decisively ordered Lubis. Lubis, transform me. Hurry. After returning to her small child's body, she finally dared to peek out and look. Has he gone? But to her surprise, although the build was very similar, it was a completely unfamiliar face. What? It's someone else. She immediately let out a sigh of relief and thought, you scare me half to death. All of a sudden, someone bumped into her, making her cry out, ah! The man asked worriedly, oh, little one, are you all right? She covered her face with her hand and looked up at the person who had just run into her. It turned out to be Clory. Seeing the worried look on Clory's face, she thought in shock, that familiar voice. Lord Clory. He raised a hand and asked with concern, I'm sorry. Are you hurt? Espen stepped back and replied, why yes, I'm fine. But Clory was still worried and continued, if you're hurt anywhere, let me see. The moment he finished speaking, she covered her face and ran off, shouting as she ran so he would not worry. And no, I'm not hurt. I'm really not hurt, Lord Clory. At that sight, Clory stood there blankly, and he also wondered, how does that little girl know my name? After running to a safe place, Espen bent over, exhausted and panting heavily. At the same time, her mind kept filling with questions. How can this be? Why is he still alive? In her memory, Clory, the uncle she had been close to, had died. Then she thought on. At this point in time, he should already have been dead. Too many things had changed. Espen's face was filled with disbelief and shock at what had just happened. Suddenly, she thought of herself and asked, then where is the me of this time? The image of another Espen flashed through her mind, and a sudden thought struck her. Maybe I'm still alive too. But she quickly shook her head and dismissed the possibility. No way. Then Espen thought of her parents and continued, but if my parents are still alive at this point, then why did I end up living as if I had abandoned everything now? The more she thought, the more stifled and frustrated she felt. This is such a mess. Espen looked at Lubis, knowing very well that if she asked, Lubis would answer everything. But right now, she did not want to know, because if the answer was despair, then, in the end, she made a request. Lubis, sorry, but turn me back into an adult. This small body only gives me pointless thoughts. As soon as she said it, Lubis easily transformed her back into an adult. While she was still dazed, a small figure suddenly brushed past and then crashed right into her. Espen glanced over and inwardly complained, that hurts. What kind of day is this? I keep getting bumped into. At the same time, the other person also said, I'm sorry. A second later, Espen's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The person facing her was a young woman, and most striking of all, she had pink hair. That alone was enough to shock Espen. Pink hair. The scene shifted to Xenok's grand and magnificent mansion. In the study, where sunlight streamed through the window onto the bookshelves, Xenok sat at his desk with his chin propped on one hand, lost in thought, when a voice suddenly called out, Duke. He looked toward the person opposite him and said, Go on. The secretary thought awkwardly. It's strange to see the Duke so deep in thought. As the secretary reported on the matters at hand, Zenock remained sunken in thought. You must decide immediately on the date of the engagement ceremony. Then the image of Zenock's back appeared, with blood-soaked roses and strange patterns before him. The secretary's voice continued. The vassals are strongly opposed. They believe the long-standing agreement between the families cannot be broken. Next came the image of a shield with intricate patterns, and in the center was the symbol of a goat's head with a great horn. The voice continued. Marquis Goud has already paid the price. At that, Zenock suddenly cut in and said coldly, a price I haven't even received. Hearing that, the secretary replied, but wasn't that the final order of the previous duke? Zenock picked up his fountain pen and said, yes, that's right. Then the memory of that room from that day surfaced, along with a voice saying, Captain. Espen, holding a glass of wine, said sharply, I understand that feeling. Even with high status, you still feel lonely, no matter how many people are around you. He held her by the shoulders with a tender gaze as she said, we're both the same, Captain. You've worked hard. When the secretary pleaded, please make a decision, my lord. His hand began bleeding because he had crushed the pen in his grip. Expressionless, he made his decision. Choose a date. It doesn't matter to me anyway. The scene shifted back to the girl who had just bumped into Espen, the pink-haired girl. Espen quickly helped the pink-haired girl to her feet. For a moment, the bustling street seemed to stand still. When she saw Gloria's beautiful face, beautiful enough to make time stop, Espen thought in amazement, wow, a beauty. This is the first time I've ever seen someone with pink hair. So there are people with pink hair in the Empire too. Then she noticed the girl staring at her and thought, but why is she staring at me like that? Then the two began talking. Thank you for helping me. It was nothing. Could you possibly be a relative of mine? What? Seeing Espen's surprise, Gloria said in disappointment, so you're not? Then she added apologetically, sorry. I thought only my family had pink hair. Hearing that, Espen grew curious. What family? But because she was in a hurry, she answered vaguely and tried to leave, only for Gloria to stop her. I see. Then I'll be going first. Wait, customer. She stepped forward, caught the hem of Espen's clothes, and said, I know this must be sudden, but... Then she spoke decisively, almost pleading, could you help me with something? Huh, what? Gloria opened her mouth to explain. The truth is... But after only getting out 2 words, she suddenly collapsed. Seeing her fall like that, Espen was so startled she could not speak. Terrified, she caught Gloria in her arms, her face full of alarm, while thinking, what is this? After that, Espen took Gloria to some kind of inn. It seemed Gloria had a fever, so Espen placed a cold cloth on her forehead and sat by her side keeping watch. By then, Gloria had already awakened from her delirium. She jolted awake, and Espen gently spoke up. You're awake? The first thing Gloria did after waking was immediately apologize to Espen. I'm sorry for troubling you, Uni. It's all right, Espen replied. She smiled warmly and continued speaking to Gloria. In life, there are days when you end up receiving help too. Hearing Espen's comforting words, Gloria suddenly burst into tears. While the two talked, Lubis couldn't help yawning in boredom. Huh, why are you crying? Sniff. I'm sorta. Sniff. I know. Calm down first. After a while, once the room gradually fell quiet again, Espen finally spoke. Are you all right now? Yes. So, you're a noble, but you ran away? Gloria wiped her tears as she answered. Yes. Then she suddenly introduced herself to Espen. My name is Gloria Gagud. She continued explaining who she was, though tears still streamed down her cheeks. And I was locked up in a tower. It turned out Gloria Gagud was the daughter of Marquis Gagud. The last 3 words came out in a tightly restrained voice. For 24 years, hearing Gloria's story, Espen looked slightly horrified as she said, What did you say? Who did that to you? That's a crime. But Gloria's eyes only fell helplessly. It wouldn't be considered a crime. Then came the image of Gloria's father and the chains inside the tower, she said. Because it was my father who locked me up. Espen could hardly believe what she had just heard and blurted out. What? Gloria lowered her head and continued. When my mother gave birth to me, she ran away. Since then, my father became paranoid. As Gloria spoke, an image of her as a baby appeared. I was locked in a tower from childhood all the way until I grew up, and I was never once allowed outside. Inside that castle, the little girl named Gloria had been lucky enough to be found by her older brother. If my only brother hadn't found me, I think I would have gone mad. At that moment, Espen perceptively noticed something. "Are you all right? Your complexion looks bad." But Gloria only said, "Yes, I'm fine." Then she continued, "On my 24th birthday, that was the first time my father came to see me." She recalled that her father had only come for his own gain. He told me to get married for the family's honor. In other words, I was going to be sold off. Thinking about the wedding dress she had never even dared imagine, Gloria's sorrowful voice rang out. It was a marriage where everything had already been arranged, and all that remained was to send off the bride. At that point, she smiled happily, and Espen couldn't help feeling as though she saw a reflection of herself in her. Gloria smiled brightly and said, "So I ran away. Now I want to live my own life." After hearing that, Espen sank into silence. Suddenly, Gloria shyly touched her cheek and said, "Running away was nice and all, but I hadn't eaten anything, so I ended up fainting." Espen immediately got to her feet in concern and asked, "Are you all right?" A little later, a hearty meal had been prepared. Espen had made it all herself under Gloria's admiring gaze. "Eat." Watching Gloria eat so innocently, Espen suddenly asked, "What are you planning to do now?" Caught off guard by the question, Gloria still told her honestly, I'm not sure. For now, I think I'll leave the capital first. To be honest, I did wonder whether I should tell my fiancé about the situation." Hearing that, Espen was startled. "Why would you tell him? Your father will find out." Then she suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, who was my marriage partner again? And then the one thing Espen never could have expected happened. The moment Gloria's voice rang out, Espen froze. "It's Duke Black Knight, Duke Xenoc Black Knight." Gloria stunned her again and again, but upon hearing that name, Espen could only silently repeat, "Xenoc." She remembered the innocent Xenoc of the past and couldn't help feeling down. So he was engaged already? Then she helplessly tried to calm herself. Get a hold of yourself. Even when I was deputy commander, I'd heard about this plenty of times. She vaguely remembered overhearing a group of guards gossiping back then. It's true, the captain's engaged to some incredibly powerful family. At the time, she had let out a long sigh, thinking, he really has everything, doesn't he? Then Espen folded her arms, remembering how she had been back then and quietly reproaching herself. I wasn't in a good state. My thoughts were a little twisted then. A child shouldn't feel inferior or ashamed. Then she suddenly asked, "Have you ever met your fiancé, even once?" Gloria answered seriously, "No, never." Then she imagined herself in a wedding dress, running away with her fiancé's back behind her, and Gloria's resolute voice rang out. "Even if I met him, I'd still run away. Thanks to that, he doesn't know me either. Since I was locked up, there isn't even a portrait of me in the estate." Espen looked at Gloria's pink hair and suddenly realized, the symbol of the Gagud family is pink hair. Now I understand. At those words, Gloria's eyes lit up at once. "That's why I was curious, since we have the same hair color." Espen could only laugh awkwardly. But a second later, Gloria suddenly said something that made Espen stiffen. The Duke is famously well known, after all. Espen let out a quiet sound, then fell silent as Gloria continued. "Even someone in prison like me has heard of him. They say he's cruel and cold. I heard he practically beat an innocent subordinate to death." Hearing that, disbelief clearly showed in Espen's eyes. Xenoc's gentle face rose in her mind, and she thought, no way. The captain was famous for being fair and upright. What on earth happened? At that moment, Gloria suddenly grabbed Espen's hand and confessed, "It's really embarrassing, but I have to get out of this city. Can you help me?" At first, Espen was a little stunned and surprised. But then she smiled brightly and agreed. "All right, I'll help you." As night fell over the city, a figure in a carriage appeared at the city gate. A few strands of striking pink hair were visible. That person was none other than Espen. She looked toward Gloria, sitting in the carriage, and softly wished her well. "Have a safe journey. I hope you find happiness." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Why are you helping her?" Lubis continued curiously. There's nothing in it for you. Espen replied. I don't know either. Then Gloria's smiling words resurfaced in her mind, so much like her own. So I ran away. Now I want to live my own life. Then she turned her head and calmly said, because she looks like who I used to be. Gloria, wrapped in a cloak, looked at her worriedly and asked, will you really be all right? You'll get in trouble. But Espen turned her back, placed both hands on her head, and firmly said only 2 words. Go. Then from somewhere nearby, a wooden door suddenly burst open. Before Espen could even turn around and understand what was happening, a flurry of voices rang out. Found her. She's here. Be careful. Seize her. After she was subdued, someone shouted to report, We've found the young lady. Bring her back to the estate immediately. Faced with this situation, Espen merely watched indifferently. Early the next morning, in a luxurious and splendid manner, Espen was dragged into a room and forced to kneel behind a man. We have brought the young lady back. Marquis, leave us. It turned out the one who had captured her was Marquis Gagud. Holding a sword, he said in a vicious tone, I have something to say to my daughter. But unlike what he expected, Espen showed no fear at all and merely closed her eyes in silence. He tightened his grip on the sword, as if he only needed her answer to strike at once. You helped my daughter run away, didn't you? At that moment, Gloria's voice suddenly rang through Espen's mind. You should leave the capital too. But back then, Espen had told Gloria, well, if that means going to the capital, then I can't leave. She had smiled brightly and continued, there's something I need to find in this capital. Don't worry about me. You just go. Under Gloria's stunned gaze, Espen had suddenly asked her for a favor. Someday, come back and help me. Or help someone in trouble, like you were. That's my condition. At the same time, Espen had also been calculating inwardly. Running away itself wasn't all that difficult anyway. It would be a bit troublesome to change her hair color and leave, but it wasn't impossible. For now, at that moment, Marquis Gagud lost patience and swung his sword at her, roaring in anger. How dare you ruin my great plan? I'll kill you right here. The moment he finished speaking, he raised his sword, and a blinding light immediately burst from the blade. But right then, a voice suddenly called from outside the door. Father! When Espen turned her head, that voice rang out again. No, Glenn Gagud pushed the door open, panting, and said, I completely lost Gloria. Hearing that, the Marquis lowered his hand and shouted furiously, What? What'd you do to lose someone so weak? I'm sorry, Father. Marquis Gagud's furious bellow made Glenn freeze. Useless fool. But after that, Glenn still calmly stated his plan. But father, it would be better if you made use of that woman instead. Hearing that, Espen gave a quiet, surprised huh. Then she kept listening. Doesn't she have the precious pink hair? That can serve as a temporary solution. But that rough voice rang out again. Why would I need a temporary solution? Glenn merely smiled and said, You should come. There are guests. Someone from the Black Knight family is downstairs. And indeed, in the hall below, Xenoc was waiting with his secretary. The Marquis hurried off at once, grumbling loudly. Damn it, why are you only telling me now? I invited them here myself. But he still didn't forget about Espen and ordered, Keep that woman locked up. Glenn immediately answered, Yes. After the door shut, only then did he let out a sigh and complain, This is not easy. As he approached her, he said, My father has been terribly rude. Espen looked at Glenn helping her and thought to herself, Is this the brother who let his little sister escape? Please wait a moment. I'll get you out soon. Hearing that, Espen was shocked that he was suddenly helping her. Xenoc's face flashed through her mind along with Glenn's words. The Duke personally came to the house and is making a scene downstairs. Suddenly, she looked toward Lubis as though hearing something. It called her name, making her turn back. Then it seriously informed her here. I can sense that the last spirit beast is here. Espen gaped in astonishment. What? She stared at it in disbelief. What are you talking about? I still haven't sensed anything at all until now. Glenn, standing to the side, understood nothing. There was a limit to the range within which Lubis could track traces of the spirit beast. She thought, the capital is huge, so we decided to search all over. Lubis innocently lifted its face to her. I really couldn't sense it before. Then it declared with complete confidence. It seems the last spirit beast has accumulated power. Power enough to escape my pursuit. She asked, "Then what do we do?" It continued. "However, I can sense a trace of power here that cannot be erased. It must be something connected to this place." Frowning, she listened in disbelief. "I feel the trace of that power underground." Just then, Glenn spoke up, interrupting their exchange. "Allow me to introduce myself." He smiled brightly. "I am Glenn Gagood, the eldest son of the house of Marquis Gagood." His question made her recall what had happened earlier. "You're the one who helped my sister, right?" "Actually, I was there too." Immediately afterward, he bowed a 90-degree angle in gratitude. "Thank you so much for helping my sister, and I'm sorry that you got dragged into my family's affairs." Flustered, she blushed and stepped back. "That's enough." Then he asked, "What is our benefactor's name?" She answered briefly, "Pin." Glenn returned to his serious expression. "As I said, it's hard to get out of here right now." His words struck her like a bolt from the blue. "Because the Duke is downstairs. The main entrance is heavily guarded." She froze and grabbed her head. "Oh, come on." Espen thought, "I didn't notice earlier. Xenos is downstairs." She remembered him and lamented inwardly. "Why do I keep getting tangled up with him?" She fearfully recalled the moment he held a blade in front of her. "I can't face him. He already recognized me before." Just before she spiraled further, Glenn cut in. "Would you like to move to another room? I'll guide you." Hearing that, she asked, "By the way, is there anything in the basement here?" It seemed he had just remembered something. "Huh, there's a prison down there." "Ah." Then he revealed, "There's a secret passage in the basement. We used to go outside through it." Espen gave a strained smile, but her next question made him a little surprised. "Won't you get into trouble if you let me go?" He began by praising her. "You really are a kind person." "It's all right." Glenn placed a hand on his chest. "I'm the only heir of this family. Even if my father is angry, I won't go down that easily." Then he held out his hand while she looked on in surprise. "Shall we go?" Meanwhile, in the drawing room, the Marquis was laughing delightedly, in stark contrast to Zinok, who sat opposite him, bored and propping up his chin. The Marquis proudly boasted about his daughter. "Our Gloria is incredibly beautiful," he continued while Zinok glanced around, "because she resembles her mother." Seeing Zinok's reaction, he awkwardly tried to explain. "Ah, yes, well, the Duke hasn't seen my daughter yet, so naturally you wouldn't know. I cherish her too much, so there isn't a single portrait of her." Zinok inwardly mocked him. "You cherish her, yet there's no portrait? Isn't that contradictory?" Then the Marquis's next words made Zinok's eyes widen. "My daughter possesses lovely pink hair, beautiful as a flower. You know the trait of our family, don't you?" He boasted. "We are the only family in the capital with rare pink hair." Zinok rested his chin on his hand and thought. Pink hair. He recalled the girl he had encountered before. That girl had pink hair too, and she had no past papers. Such a rare hair color. Could they be the same person? Then he continued listening to the Marquis's droning with growing annoyance. At that moment, the other two had already descended the stairs below. Glenn warned her, "Be careful." He walked ahead, holding a lamp. "It's old, so the stairs are worn down everywhere." Walking behind him, Espen asked, "Has this place not been used for a long time?" He replied, "No." Then he absent-mindedly said something she found hard to understand. "I wish I had never used it. Or rather, I wish I had sealed it off." He forced a smile again, as if nothing had happened. I am rambling. Sorry, let's go." A little later, a door came into view ahead, and Glenn turned back to tell her, "It seems to be near here." Espen looked at what stood before the door. "What is that?" she wondered. "An altar?" Lubis also spoke up. "Pin, it's nearby." It told her, "I can sense the trace of the spirit beast." She asked where. It pointed at the wooden box in front of them. In there. She couldn't believe it. Inside that crate. Suddenly, Glenn turned around. "What's wrong?" Espen panicked. It's just." Then she asked him about the wooden box. "What is that crate?" He looked a little surprised. You saw it." Embarrassed, he lowered his head. "That altar is kind of ugly, isn't it? The crate beside the altar is a box containing my family's heirloom." He also explained, "For certain reasons, we left it there. However, it's been enchanted so no one can take it away." She cried inwardly in despair. "I am doomed. How am I supposed to take the treasure now?" She wondered, "What do I do?" It'd be so strange if I asked him to open it just once. Resting her chin on her hand, she racked her brain. No matter how I say it, he'll definitely think it's weird. He stared at her blankly. Seeing that, he asked, Is there something you want to say? She darkened at how directly he saw through her. If I'm not mistaken, your footsteps have been getting slower. She turned back to see him questioning her. Is something wrong? In the end, she steeled herself and abruptly turned around. There's no other choice. He was startled to hear her request. I wonder, could you listen to me even if I asked for something strange? Glenn hesitated. Yes, I'll do my best to help if I can. You couldn't have helped my sister for no reason. I'm the same. She timidly looked up at him. She fell silent for a moment in thought. Then she turned and pointed to the box. Could you show me the treasure inside that crate? He looked shocked by the request. What? But in the end, he agreed. All right. A little later, Glenn was holding a glowing golden object in his hands. He introduced what he was holding. This is the flower necklace, my family's heirloom. Lubis appeared behind her with a bright smile. Pin, that's it. I can sense the spirit beast's trace on it. It innocently cried out, take it with you. She was alarmed. What are you saying? That's called stealing. Glenn looked at her in confusion. Miss, what's wrong with you? For a moment, she couldn't think of anything at all. Just then, the necklace let out a harsh, piercing sound. Espen asked, what is that? He replied, a signal from my assistant. Looking at the necklace, he added, I suppose we'll have to go back up again. Even then, I had no idea things would turn out like this. Up in the drawing room, the man prepared to introduce something. While the Duke had been kept waiting, Xenox still sat there with his chin propped on one hand, watching. Pointing at Espen, who had been changed into a different dress, he said, look over here. This is my daughter, Gloria Gagud. Xenox calmly lifted his gaze. She thought, I never imagined I would become Xenox's fiancée. Espen bowed in shock, pretending not to recognize him. In front of her, Xenox radiated a chilling aura. Don't recognize me. The Marquis cheerfully praised them. Ha, unbelievable. I'd almost say the two of you make a very lovely pair. He was about to ask, Your Grace, when shall we proceed? But Xenox cut him off. Marquis, I would like to speak alone with the Marquis Gagud's daughter. The Marquis froze at the request. Would you mind leaving us for a moment? It hit Espen like a bolt of lightning. What is he going to say to me? The Marquis thought that if the two of them were left alone, the girl would ruin everything. So he hurried to say, Ha, it is an honor that your grace favors my daughter. However, she is rather timid. But Xenox interrupted again. Marquis. He shot the Marquis a cold look. I do not wish to repeat myself. Once they were alone, Xenox demanded, Why did you run away that day? You only needed to prove who you were. Espen looked away, avoiding his eyes. I had gone out in secret, so it would have been improper of me then. He rose and slowly walked toward her. Then let me ask you this. He recalled standing before the empty prison cell. Still staring at her without emotion, he asked, How did you get out of the cell? She cried inwardly in distress. I'm a former deputy commander of the Sky Knights. Of course I know that basement prison well. She thought, Lubis helped a lot too. Then she said aloud, I had someone sent to get me out. Meanwhile, Lubis, Fly, and Snow lay sprawled on the floor. See you later. They didn't see us anyway. Espen responded quickly. It's only natural that your grace would be surprised. They got me out without leaving any record behind, so as not to stain the family's name. He tilted his head, looking at her in weary displeasure. Good, but I know very well that the strange woman I met that day was my fiancée, and not someone like this. Who is this woman? He wondered. She spoke up as well. You really are cold. He asked, Did you expect an affectionate fiancée? Espen awkwardly defended herself. No, I only thought you might at least be a little kind. That was my misunderstanding. But it seemed Xenox was seeing a different image overlaid on her. What is this? A hallucination? He wondered. The next moment, he suddenly felt dizzy and clutched his head. She grew deeply worried. Do know your grace. He lifted a hand to signal that he was fine. Xenox opened his eyes through his fingers. The dizziness had already vanished. He could not understand what had just happened. After everything was settled, Espen called out, Lubis. It widened its eyes at her. I am listening, she asked. How long will it take to investigate something that bears the spirit beast's traces? It answered, I'm not sure. Then it cheerfully added, but if we keep it with us, at least 3 days, we'll be able to learn the current condition and location of the spirit beast. We may also discover other useful information. Snow was also listening closely to their conversation. She nodded. Okay. Then let's make sure we keep it safe no matter what. 2 days passed in the magnificent palace-like mansion. Espen stared in alarm. It's taking even longer to investigate. Lubis lounged comfortably on the table. I found something strange, so I need to look into it more. Then it said, the final spirit beast has taken human form and is hiding somewhere around here. She frowned curiously. Human form? Like when we first met Wibby. It explained, a little different. Back then, Wibby couldn't erase the outward traits of a spirit beast. It added, in truth, spirit beasts cannot completely look human. However, Lubis's eyes gleamed. The final spirit beast seems to have managed it because it has enough power. Espen tried to reassure herself. When I decided to impersonate Gloria, I was already prepared to be imprisoned. She gave a stiff smile. For certain reasons, I hope I may trouble you for a few more days. Glenn immediately objected. No, then he smiled sadly. I should be the one thanking you. The longer you delay things, the more at ease Father will be, at least for now. And my sister will be able to escape pursuit and get farther away. Hearing that, she could not help admiring him. You two really are good siblings. I'm envious. He tried to force a smile. Thank you, but it's only because of guilt and responsibility. I didn't know she was being imprisoned. Then Espen gripped the hem of her clothes and cautiously asked, about the family heirloom you showed me. This may sound strange, but is there another one like it? Resting his chin on his hand, he thought for a moment. I'm not sure what you mean by another one like it. Actually, the heirloom was originally a pear. She was shocked to hear this. A pear. Glenn hesitated slightly. As for the other one, it is currently at House Black Knight. He looked pained. My father gave it to the Duke as a gift. Espen thought in confusion. Why there of all places? Glenn asked sincerely. Do you need that item? She answered firmly, yes. I told you once in the basement. There is something I absolutely need to find in this capital. And for some reason, I have a feeling the clue to what I'm looking for is connected to House Gagud's family heirloom. Of course, I'm not shameless enough to ask for it. I only need to borrow it for a while to examine it. And while I'm impersonating Gloria, it would benefit both you and your sister as well. Glenn thought for a while, then said generously, I could just give you the heirloom. Espen shot to her feet in shock. What? Embarrassed, he quickly reassured her. I'm joking. It's just that there's a certain force after that heirloom. Rather than letting them take it, wouldn't it be better to give it to the benefactor who helped my sister? I said something foolish. In any case, if you want to see it, you'll have to go directly to the Black Knight Mansion. Since you're currently the Duke's fiancé, it shouldn't be too difficult. Shall I come and tell you how? The word fiancé made her whole body stiffen. Espen inwardly groaned. Why do I keep ending up face-to-face with him? Glenn asked. What would be a good reason to go there? She suggested. Well, how about this? In a late afternoon, when the loveliest sunlight of the day filtered through the leaves, it created the perfect setting for a stroll befitting noble ladies. Out on the street, finely dressed ladies and young gentlemen walked along the Empire's busiest avenues. At that moment, Espen too was dressed in a simple but elegant blue outfit, holding a parasol in the same shade as she stood by the road. It seemed she was on her way to meet the Duke of Black Knight. She recalled Glenn's suggestion and his excited expression. A date. Take a walk together, and then you'll receive an invitation to the Duke's mansion. I heard the Duke is resting for a while. Perfect timing. If you meet him near his residence, he won't be able to avoid inviting you in for a meal. Espen thought with a strained smile. In any case, I'm grateful for Glenn's quick thinking, but if I have to stay beside him from morning on, I'm done for. Suddenly Black Knight spoke, cutting through her thoughts. I didn't expect to receive a letter from House Gagud. I said so yesterday. I cannot give you anything. Inwardly, Espen finished the sentence for him. Not concern, not tenderness, not emotion, and not love. Black Knight asked sincerely, even so, will you still marry me? She was startled. He really said that? Espen answered innocently. It's fine, because my family is very fond of your grace. Watching her walk ahead of him, he remained bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Black Knight spoke. I don't believe this engagement exists because that young lady likes me. I don't know why she's wasting her time, but it would be discourteous to let her leave like this. He stepped forward, politely offering his hand like a perfect gentleman and asking her to dine with him. Would you like to have a meal with me? Espen was utterly stunned. Is Glenn some kind of prophet? Somewhere else, Glenn seemed quite pleased with himself. Anyone could have guessed this much. After walking together for a while, they reached the final part of their outing, returning home by carriage. He courteously held out his hand. "Won't you take it?" Flustered, she tried to refuse. "Yes, I mean, even when a knight offers his hand." Before she could finish, he interrupted to remind her, "There are many eyes on us here. You'll hear unpleasant rumors otherwise." She hesitated and glanced at Black Knight, as if some higher power were silently passing judgment on every one of his gestures. He was still as cold as before. Yet at first glance, he looked like the captain she had known, kind and courteous. At times like this, she tightened her grip on the parasol in her hand. When Espen remained silent for a long while, he took the initiative and called to her, "My lady." Startled, she quickly replied, "I'm sorry. Something from a long time ago just came to mind." Gently placing her hand on Black Knight's, she said brightly, "I greatly admired the captain of the Sky Knights. I thought I should say it at least once, Captain. Even though you were someone burdened by insecurity and self-doubt. Even so, I truly liked and admired you." After arriving at the dining place and waiting quite a long time, the main dishes were finally all served. Espen felt utterly helpless in the face of this extravagant spread, overflowing with wealth. Perhaps because the setting was so formal, the atmosphere between them was rather tense. The silence lasted from broad daylight until the first glow of sunset fell through the windows. Though she felt extremely uncomfortable, Espen still had to maintain the proper bearing of a noble lady. "This is unbearably uncomfortable." To stop herself from focusing on how full her stomach was, she turned her attention to the objects around her. Although it had been a long time since she had been here, everything still seemed deeply etched into her memory. "This place is still as spacious as before. In the past, I only came here once. Not the drawing room, but a guest bedroom. Actually, I was drunk at the time, so I hardly remember anything." Black Knight asked, "You mentioned the Sky Knights. Are you interested in them? In my knight order?" Espen thought for a moment, then replied, "I am interested, but if you ask me specifically, then I'm interested in the captain, not the knights." Realizing she had misspoken, she hurriedly corrected herself. "Oh, not that kind of interest." He continued, "Is that so? Thank you for answering the question I asked you in the drawing room." Suddenly Espen cut him off. "I'm sorry, but if you don't mind, may I ask you something? Your Grace received a necklace as a gift from my family. May I see it just once?" Puzzled, he asked, "That's not difficult, but isn't it an item from your own family?" She answered honestly, "Yes, that's right. It was originally a pair, but I never got to see it. My father sent it away before I had the chance. It's a shame that I couldn't see it. I'm begging you." After hearing her reason, Black Knight immediately ordered a servant to fetch it. "Very well, I'll have someone bring it." Some time later, a necklace with an exquisite pendant appeared before Espen. As soon as it was brought out, he reminded her, "Take a good look." Espen quietly asked Lubis, "Well?" It answered matter-of-factly, "As expected, it's the same. I can also feel the power of the final spirit beast here." She was startled, but quickly composed herself. Turning to Black Knight with a bright smile, Espen said, "Thank you for letting me see it. If you don't mind, I'd like to take a good, long look first and then return it to you." He seemed rather flustered by her shamelessly direct request. A good long look? As he watched her for a moment, Black Knight suddenly grew curious. This may sound strange, but he abruptly stood up and asked, "Have we perhaps met somewhere before?" Hearing Zinok say that, Espen inwardly panicked for a moment, but she feigned calm and asked back, "What?" In the evening glow, her voice rang out, "But we did meet a few days ago, in that alley at night." She recalled that time. "You threw me into prison." He replied calmly, "That was ordinary procedure." Zinok pressed further, "Not then. I mean before that." She shook her head. "No, we haven't." Espen quickly changed the subject, smiling at him. "May I ask why you're asking me that?" He stayed silent for a long moment, unable to arrange the reason in his own mind for why he had asked her such a thing. Irritated, Zinok clenched his fist. "Pretend you didn't hear anything." In that tense atmosphere, a gentle voice rang out and dispelled the gloom. She and Zinok both turned toward the source. Lubis said, I have bad news. Standing near the necklace on the table, it voiced what it sensed. I feel more power here than in the first necklace we saw. It's the power of the final spirit beast. At those words, her eyes widened at the necklace. Lubis continued, and not only that, in a grave voice, it sensed the area around the mansion. I thought it was an illusion, but somewhere inside this mansion, I can feel the power of the final spirit beast. Lubis's words struck Espen like lightning. Her face tensed as she carefully scanned her surroundings, inwardly lamenting, "Captain, what are you doing in this mansion? Are you connected to the spirit beast?" Xenoc had no idea what was going on when he saw her seeming panic. Espen tried to calm herself and spoke. "Your Grace." Awkwardly placing a hand to her neck, she said, "I'm sorry, but may I request a tour of your mansion? It's my first time visiting such a large place, so I'm very curious." Outwardly, he remained calm, but inwardly, he was already somewhat annoyed. First she asked to see the gift, and now she wants a tour of the mansion too. She really is hard to read. Xenoc said, "I'll show you around." Just then, hurried footsteps sounded. A blonde butler seemed to be searching for someone. When he found Xenoc, he leaned close and whispered into his ear. After he finished speaking, the butler turned to Espen and bowed respectfully. Xenoc said, "My man will guide you." Espen and the four little spirit beasts trotted after the butler to explore the mansion. The butler extended a hand and introduced each place. "This is the hall, where parties are held." They moved on to another luxurious room. "This is the second grand drawing room in the mansion." Espen gave a strained smile in response. Inside, she was frantic. "I want to go alone, but how can I do that?" Sweat formed on her face as she desperately thought of ways to slip off by herself. Should I say I need the restroom? But what if he waits outside the door? Espen sadly covered her face and lamented inwardly, "I miss Ket, the great archmage." She remembered Ket's innocent, adorable face calling Espen and grew downcast. "If Ket were here, he wouldn't forget me." Suddenly Fly spoke up. "If you need it, Fly can help." Espen looked at it in surprise. Seeing her bewildered expression, Fly explained, "Because I'm good at communicating, my ability to borrow human energy has also improved. You want to go alone, right? I can help you for a little while." At once, a pale yellow light spread through the air, but the butler had not noticed yet. His eyes grew dim, as though he were losing consciousness. Fly urged Espen, "Go. Hurry." Snow was floating upside down beside her in midair. "If it's the invisibility spell the archmage used before, then I can do it." A cold blue aura appeared and wrapped around her body, concealing her presence. It warned, but it won't last long. Espen seized the chance and ran off, putting distance between herself and the butler before he regained consciousness. She and the spirit beast searched through the mansion's corners and hidden spots. Suddenly, Espen noticed a room. She quietly examined it. "There's no one here right now." After a moment's thought, she opened the door and stepped inside. Only after entering did she let out a breath and look around the room. "Here." Lubis answered at once. "That's right." She carefully looked around the room, feeling that something was strange. This place is just an ordinary room. Suddenly, an image surfaced in her memory. Herself in the past, sitting on the bed and looking back gently. On the other side, Xenoc leaned against the door and said gruffly, "You're drunk. If that's the case, will you even remember anything tomorrow?" Espen opened her eyes, a shadow passing through them. Those fragmented memories appearing so suddenly left her confused. She placed a hand on her chin, thinking, "What was that?" It felt like I just remembered something. Then, as if realization struck, Espen stared in shock. "Wait a minute. This place. Isn't this the guest room where I stayed one night back when I was deputy commander?" Lubis said, "I can sense demonic energy here." She repeated his words in surprise. "Demonic energy?" He explained, You're not a spirit beast, so you can't see it. Hold on tight, and I'll let you see." After he said that, her eyes widened at the sight before her. The room had now turned completely purple, and bizarre things drifted through the air, making Espen blurt out, "What is this?" He answered, "The demonic energy of a spirit beast." Lupus explained to her, "Spirit beasts are originally sacred creatures, but if they harbor evil intentions toward others, instead of being degraded in rank, they gain the power of demonic energy. And through negative emotions like anger, hatred, and sorrow, they grow even stronger." Laika, below them, also frowned in discomfort. It was something a spirit beast should never do. Lupus changed the subject. "The final spirit beast is no longer simply what we need to find. We now have to find it as a criminal that has committed a taboo no spirit beast should ever commit." She fell silent at this new information. This was serious. She asked, "Then what do we do now?" Lupus suggested, "It looks like we'll need to investigate this place. Like examining a gemstone, we'll need time." Hearing that, Espen suddenly recalled Xenok's unpleasant expression in panic. "So, I have to come back to this room again? What excuse am I supposed to use?" While she held her head in utter helplessness, Laika reminded her, "Pin, we have to go back now." She looked confused. "What?" She immediately dashed out of the room and rejoined the drowsy butler, putting on an innocent expression. The butler, dizzy and disoriented, came to his senses and after seeing Espen, finally relaxed. The two of them continued touring the mansion until nightfall, and she returned to the room where Xenok was. Espen put on a perfectly polite expression. "Thank you very much. It was a very interesting experience." After thanking him, she made up an excuse. "If you don't mind, could I come by one more time next time to see the gemstone again?" Xenok was silent for a moment before replying, "Of course." Hearing that, Espen brightened with delight. But she had no idea that Xenok had noticed all her strange behavior. In any case, there was nothing odd about his fiancée coming to the mansion. "I'm not sure why you want to visit, but sooner or later, I'll find out." He stood there, watching Espen leave happily, lost in thought. When she had walked some distance away, Xenok placed a finger on his chin and watched her. He murmured thoughtfully, "How strange." Curiosity showed on his face. How strange. Xenok recalled the way Espen had thanked him. What kind of Marquis's daughter bows as perfectly as a knight? Thinking of the way she had smiled and spoken to him so cheerfully only deepened his confusion. She didn't even seem aware of it. A cold shadow seemed to fall over Xenok's handsome face. He now looked far colder and darker than before. Something was happening. Seeing that she had already left, Xenok turned away as well. Xenok's tone carried a trace of irritation. "Espen, where the hell are you?" By then, Espen had already left his room and night had fallen. At the same time, someone in a hooded cloak that concealed her face was heading toward his room. Once inside, the girl greeted him. "Hello." Her voice drew Xenok's attention, and he looked back. Wearing a dress with a veil draped over her head, she politely said, "My dear and esteemed Duke." Xenok saw her and remained silent. But from the atmosphere alone, the streaks of purple light had clearly appeared again. The scene shifted outside the mansion. Espen was walking step by step toward the carriage waiting for her at the gate. Suddenly, Lupus, perched on her head, began fidgeting as if something was drawing its attention. Espen asked, "What's wrong?" It was silent for a moment before replying vaguely, "I don't know. I feel like I sense something, but I'm not sure." She let out a puzzled sound. Holding Lupus, Espen heard it suddenly say, "If the final spirit beast has already become a perfect human, then we won't be able to find it easily." Still not understanding, she looked at it. "What is it? Why do you sound so down?" Lupus's face tightened, but in its current form, there was nothing it could do. "If only I could use my original power." The scene shifted to the next day, to a room filled with cabinets holding bolts of fabric, light sparkling over them. Espen wore a gloomy expression, and the air around her felt dark as well. Glenn, standing beside her, could only laugh awkwardly. A professional-looking woman clapped her hands in admiration. "Oh my miss, that suits you so well." Espen, however, was so exhausted her soul practically seemed ready to leave her body, with no energy left to appreciate the praise. Seeing her lifeless state, he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Her face stiff, she answered in despair, "How many more times do I have to change clothes?" He gave an awkward laugh. "Haha, sorry. Let's rewind 30 minutes to before this disaster, when she had still been in high spirits." What? You're a clothing designer? Glenn said confidently. Rather than calling a designer over, it would be better if we just went straight to the fitting room. Back in the present, she was so tired she was leaning against a dress frame nearby. He showed not a bit of remorse. I can't help it. After all, we have a guest coming to the mansion today. The moment Espen heard the words guest, she suddenly perked up as if injected with new energy. A guest. Seeing that, he signaled to the girl beside him. Glenn smiled at her like an angel. All right, let's go. The scene shifted again. Now many servants were carrying bags and bundles of cloth forward, and Espen began to feel that something was wrong. Wait, is it really okay to buy this much? He replied with a smile. Don't feel pressured. This is also my way of expressing my gratitude to you. After saying that, Glenn turned serious again. I can't let my benefactor wear things Gloria once wore. Thinking about visiting the Duke as a fiancé like this now. Since this directly concerns the Marquis's honor, Father will understand. She wilted. Ah, right. The woman beside them smiled brightly and said, Miss, your brother is truly kind and affectionate. Hearing that, Espen shot Glenn a sideways glare to vent her irritation. He tried to keep smiling. Let's go. The two of them went outside together. A carriage was waiting at the door, and several maids were helping load the luggage onto it. He asked with concern, Are you hungry? I know a famous place nearby. She nodded. Sure. Glenn then led Espen somewhere, where many people were bustling around ahead of them. The people around were gossiping, drawing her attention. Let's see. They say can make wishes come true. You just have to go to the temple and pray. She became interested in the rumor. A temple? There wasn't really anything called religion in the Empire because people believed in magic. Espen tried to recall what she knew of religions. There were a few minor ones, but compared to other kingdoms, they were hardly on the same level. She listened curiously as a tall young man continued. The temple? I heard it's just a statue. You have to go down into the basement, right? At that moment, a cold voice cut in. A living god? Who would believe that? The silver-haired girl beside him, however, seemed interested. But a lot of people's wishes have come true. Hearing that, Espen felt uneasy. What kind of nonsense is this? A fraud? If that were true, then the royal knights wouldn't even need to exist anymore. She was so absorbed in their conversation that she forgot Glenn was beside her. When she realized he had been silent for a while, she looked up at him. And the moment she did, she froze at his dark expression and those sharp, icy eyes that looked as though they could execute someone on the spot. Espen hesitantly called his name, Glenn. At that, his expression changed. Saw thee. Glenn returned to his earlier gentle and elegant demeanor and smiled at her. The tea room is over there. The two of them stopped paying attention to it and went inside. On the table before them was already a tray full of delicious-looking desserts in various shapes. Once they sat down, he spoke first. I looked strange just now, didn't I? Glenn awkwardly avoided her gaze. I'm a little sensitive about that. She waved her hand. It's nothing, really. His voice sounded again. You asked me earlier about the guest visiting our house today. Espen replied, yes. Does it have something to do with what I heard on the street just now? Glenn lowered his head and explained, yes. The story people were talking about is about a new religion that has recently risen in the capital. She repeated his words in surprise. A religion? He nodded, recalling what that place looked like. That religion is very strange. There is a living god there. The image of a girl with a hood hiding half her face appeared. Glenn said, that person calls herself the Black Snake. They say she's a red-haired woman. Espen frowned and voiced her impression. A snake? That doesn't sound like a good sign. He lowered his head. Is that so? The people who believe in it don't think so. Then he revealed his own sorrow. Actually, my father follows that religion too. She looked shocked. What? At that moment, even Lupus at her feet had taken notice. Espen felt her view of the Marquis had tilted. Him? No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like the type to believe in something like that. Embarrassed, she said, sorry, but I'm really surprised. Glenn didn't blame her. Speak freely. Because I think so too. Fragments of memory surfaced again in the darkness. A woman had fallen into a pool of blood. His voice rang out evenly. Father simply wants to pretend his sins never existed. Glenn watched sadly as his father weakened more and more and lost control, clinging to religion. To become the object of their salvation was nothing but being a fool who believed his sins would disappear. Images of devout followers kneeling in worship appeared. Glenn spoke angrily. "He's my father, but he's a fool." He continued seriously. "He was consumed by terrifying obsession and even spread around our family heirlooms. At least it was fortunate that one of them could be given to the ducal house as a gift." After hearing his story, Espen could only remain silent, not knowing how to comfort him. Glenn smiled faintly and went on. "That's why I truly don't mind giving the heirloom to you. Let's go back." The scene shifted again to a few days later, when a vast mansion appeared before her eyes. Dressed in a new outfit, Espen stepped up to the place and quietly sighed. Here again, some of the household staff led her inside. It was a relief that the captain had replied to Glenn's letter right away. Espen recalled what had happened a few days earlier and felt gloomy. "I have to go back to that room again." After gathering her resolve, she clenched her hand and entered with Lupus perched on her head. When she reached Xenoc's room, he was busy writing something. He said, "You may go anywhere you like and look around at your leisure." While Espen stood there a little flustered, holding the heirloom in her hand, his calm voice continued, "I'm sorry, but I'm very busy today. Since what you want is the heirloom, make yourself comfortable. A servant will guide you." After leaving Xenoc's room, her expression only became gloomier. Espen was puzzled. Can things really go this smoothly? It doesn't matter. It's not doing me any harm. But then why was a sense of loss rising in her chest? In contrast to Espen, Xenoc remained in his room looking at the paper on his desk, with her image drifting into his thoughts. Why do I feel so down? As the sun gradually set, the evening light fell across the mansion, creating a peaceful scene. At night, several rooms in the mansion were lit up, softening its gloomy atmosphere. Inside his room, he was questioning the butler. "Since when?" The butler looked flustered. That. Seeing him like that, Xenoc said, "You may leave." Xenoc's expression turned thoughtful, his eyes moving as though searching for something. But in the end, the only thing that could be heard in the room was his heavy sigh. On top of his bed lay Espen, fast asleep, making him let out a long breath. What the hell is this? Inside the bedroom of the luxurious mansion, Espen was sleeping soundly on the bed. She slowly opened her eyes and thought, why did I fall asleep like this? Recalling what happened before she dozed off, the last thing she remembered was Lupus. Then she realized, all right, Lupus said it would draw on my energy to investigate more quickly. Espen sat up and rubbed her head, thinking I was fine at first, but then suddenly I got sleepy. With both hands cupped together and a blank expression, she wondered, did I only sleep for a little while? What time is it now? Espen looked out the window and was startled to see that it was completely dark. Is it already late? Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. You're awake? It was Xenoc. She didn't know how long he had been sitting there. Seeing him suddenly appear like that, Espen screamed in fright, nearly collapsing as she trembled. Duke. He answered calmly, yes. Xenoc threw her a suspicious look and asked, why did you go into this room? Sweating all over, she forced the most natural smile she could manage and searched for a reasonable excuse. Well, I wasn't feeling well, so... Inside, however, she was panicking. Is he angry? He's not even using honorifics now, that man. She shut her eyes, trying to think of something to say. I don't know how but inwardly she thought, what's done is done. It's not like I can change it now. The atmosphere in the bedroom was extremely heavy, as Xenoc said. You weren't feeling well, so you came to my mansion? With his arms folded, Xenoc asked again why. Her mind spun. If I say it was because of the heirloom, it'll sound even more suspicious. Then she thought of those little spirits and grew worried. Besides, I can't let him see them either. In that case, Espen recalled Glenn's advice. Miss, men are simpler than you think. If you get into trouble, just shout this. Immediately, Espen cried out loudly in front of Xenoc, I missed you, Duke. She hurriedly added what she thought was a reasonable explanation. Of course I wanted to see the heirloom, but more than that, if I wanted an excuse to see you again, I thought I'd have to say something like this. Espen let out a breath, avoided his eyes, and shyly continued, defending herself. And falling asleep here really is my fault. I wasn't feeling well, and I got so sleepy. It really makes no sense at all. Only after saying it did she realize how wrong it sounded. Espen's jaw dropped, her face darkening in embarrassment. Seeing her like that, Xenoc covered his mouth and laughed, then said gently, Still, it does make me want to hear more. His sudden response made Espen blush and look up at him. Xenoc abruptly remembered intimate moments with his former fiancée, then gently reminded her, "But I don't want you to come here again. This is a place filled with too many memories for me." Espen asked innocently, "What memories?" Suddenly, a terrible possibility flashed through her mind, and her body stiffened. Memories with someone he deeply resented? She guessed inwardly, "So you resent me? Well, that's only natural." Gripping her skirt tightly, Espen was overwhelmed with disappointment. What exactly was I expecting? Lowering her head, she spoke with a smile that tried to seem calm. "It's not memories with some woman, is it?" she wondered inside. "If you're my fiancé, then this is where you should say it, right? Because I just told you I missed you." Xenox suddenly took her hand and said, "Why are you asking that?" Then, unexpectedly, he moved close to Espen, his voice soft and sweet as he murmured, "Are you saying you intend to make me forget her?" Hearing that, Espen froze in shock. Then she remembered the sight of him kissing his former fiancée. Espen's eyes widened in confusion. "What is this?" Xenox's red eyes glinted. As he looked at Espen, her upturned face seemed incredibly adorable. Then the image of a red-haired boy smiling appeared beside her, hissing, "I'm sorry. I was wrong, Captain." Remembering those words, she could only lower her head, cover her embarrassment with her hand, and reluctantly blurt out, "I am sorry. I was wrong." Suddenly Xenox's hand touched her cheek, and he thought, strange. Why does she remind me of him? Startled by his action, she stammered, what is it?" He only said calmly, "Your appearance and your personality are completely different." Then he abruptly cut himself off and withdrew from Espen. She was bewildered. He's using honorifics again. Xenoc walked away, leaving Espen standing there at a loss. Without turning back, he coldly instructed her, "Don't come back here again." Espen walked listlessly along the mansion hallway. Covering her face in shame, she thought back on it. Oh no, what was all that? Then she remembered the warning. An improper fiancé is forbidden from entering. Espen went pale in horror. How am I supposed to come back here now? Remembering how Xenoc had just moved in close to her, she fumed and flailed, trying to shake off the memory. Then Espen calmed down and rested her chin on her hand and thought. "First, let's go home." She quickly calculated inwardly. "I'll go back and discuss it with Glenn. He understands this better than I do. What to do in a situation like this." Lost in thought, she accidentally bumped into a mysterious woman with a veil over her head. She hurriedly said, "Oh, I'm sorry." The woman replied gently, "It's all right. Are you a guest?" Espen answered, "Yes." Lupus was there too, watching the two of them talk. The mysterious girl touched her neck, seeming to recognize Espen as she said, "You appear to be the daughter of Marquis Gagud." Espen asked, "Yes. And you are?" The woman replied humbly, with hidden meaning, "Just an ordinary and lowly young woman." Espen looked at her elegant and refined appearance and wondered, lowly? Her eyes flashed behind the veil over her head. Then she said in a low voice, "We will meet again." After the girl left, Espen stood there in a daze, and that other woman remembered what she used to look like. She suddenly realized it. Red hair, blue eyes, that had been her former self. Outside, everything was pitch black. Espen was riding home in a carriage, gazing out the window at the streets. Lupus suddenly spoke up excitedly. "Don't be shocked, but listen." Thinking back to the mysterious woman from earlier, it suddenly revealed that woman just now seemed to be the last spirit beast. Espen stared blankly, not yet understanding. The very next second, her mouth fell open and her face turned pale. Even outside in the street, her scream could be heard. What? How is that possible? Sitting inside the carriage, Espen's mind spun in confusion. Why had the spirit beast come there? And more than that, the spirit beast was a woman? No, wait, should she even call it the weaker sex? Question after question flooded her head. And why had that woman come there so late at night? Espen looked at Lupus again and asked, "Is that even possible?" It immediately replied, "In theory, yes." Beside them, Leica added gravely, "It may be because it has been corrupted. That mysterious woman carried dark energy. In order not to harm that soul, we have to drive the spirit beast out of her body." Espen, still confused, hugged Lupus and asked, "How? Do you have a way?" It answered briskly, "Oh, gather the fragments of the spirit beast." Espen became even more puzzled. Fragments of the spirit beast? What is that? Aren't you all spirit beasts yourselves? Lupus explained seriously, yes, though that also refers to the spirit beast beside us. Do you remember what the Archmage told us right before we left the final timeline? At those words, the image of Ket surfaced in Espen's mind, and she unconsciously said, "The crystal?" Lupus replied, Every word from back then ran through her mind. My master knew all about time travelers, and every time traveler who came with a spirit beast became a subject for research. Lupus then spoke sadly. About 100 years ago, a spirit beast came to this world and formed a contract with the person it met there. And the fate of that time traveler, Pin, was just like you and me. They were captured, experimented on, and died. Even so, spirit beasts that represent a timeline do not simply end with death. Whether Espen was in an adult body or still a child, the body granted by the spirit beasts remained the same. And the spirit beasts would always stay by her side no matter what. Naturally, only Espen could see them. After all that, Lupus concluded, I realized it while you were wandering around the capital looking for a house. I sensed a fragment of that damned spirit beast. To humans, the corpse of a spirit beast must look like a massive lump of magic, scattered in pieces all over the place. There's a limit to how much power we can use in this world. But if we gather enough of those fragments and use their power, we will be able to confront the last spirit beast. Hearing that, Espen suddenly frowned, her eyes filled with indescribable thought. She lowered her head, burdened with mixed emotions, and said helplessly to the familiar spirit beasts beside her, humans are truly cruel. Cruel even to time travelers. Espen's gaze turned distant as she thought. At first, I planned to leave this mansion as soon as the investigation was over. Then she remembered Xenoc's familiar face and concluded, I think I need to keep pretending to be his fiancée a little longer. That mysterious girl believed to be the last spirit beast definitely won't be easy to subdue. Still, Espen's feelings were complicated. She truly didn't know why she was doing this. Am I only doing this because the last spirit beast is too dangerous? Or, thinking that, all that filled her mind were images of Xenoc joking with her in her previous life. But then Espen shook the thought away. No, focus on what's in front of you first. Another question rose in her mind. I need to know what the relationship is between the captain and the last spirit beast. The next day, Espen sat deep in thought. I've been thinking about it. Are the places called this new religion connected to the last spirit beast? And that mysterious woman, they call her the Black Snake. The description matches too. They say she's a woman with red hair. The one who only showed the lower half of her face. The woman we saw also had red hair. Espen kept analyzing every tiny detail. I need to investigate that new religion, even if I have to ask Glenn. And the matter was so urgent that Espen even considered going directly to him to say it. The moment she thought that, she went to see Xenoc again, sitting calmly. He looked at her and asked, You've come again. She stayed silent while he complained, Was sleeping comfortably in my mansion last night still not enough? The table was still set with tea and refreshments. Xenoc added, So today all I have to do is hand over the family heirloom to you? On her side, Espen thought, the atmosphere is completely different from yesterday. She hurriedly said, No, that's not it. I have something I want to ask. And then Espen suddenly asked, Your Grace, do you have a lover? Xenoc calmly shook his head and replied indifferently, No. Why do you ask? Xenoc said again, If I already had a lover, why would I need an engagement? Espen's eyes darkened as she looked at him probing. Then what was that woman who came to visit last night? In the empty room, only Espen's questioning voice could be heard. Who receives a female guest so late at night? Hearing that, Xenoc did not answer. In silence, he slowly rose to his feet. He walked toward her at an unhurried pace, just like a young lady who, late at night, lies in a bed in the guest room of my mansion. According to your own words, that is not an hour for receiving guests. What do you think of that? In an instant, Espen was cornered and fell silent. She lowered her head and inwardly criticized herself for being too weak with words, then silently marveled. How is he so good at talking like this? Suddenly, Xenoc struck back, looking at her as he asked, Rather, I want to ask you, why are you asking this? Espen answered awkwardly, If a woman comes to my fiancé's mansion late at night, how can I not ask? Xenoc replied in puzzlement, That was merely family business. As my fiancé, you have nothing to worry about. Espen gradually regained the upper hand and blurted out, I'm jealous. That succeeded in silencing his sharp tongue on the spot. Taking advantage of that, Espen added, didn't I already say I care about you? Even though he had lost ground, Xenoc still picked at her words. You said you admired me. Espen replied with an extremely composed expression. Allow me to correct that. I do care, but I'm not good at expressing it. I will take this opportunity to exercise the rights of a fiancé. At those words, Xenoc could not hide his surprise as he looked at her. He rubbed his temple, his feelings complicated as he seemed to ponder something. Once again, he stepped toward her and said in a firm tone, I understand. Before the bewildered Espen could understand what he meant, he stood directly in front of her and said, the rights of a fiancé. Holding the back of the chair, Xenoc continued in a low voice loaded with deeper meaning. Then what about you? He leaned close to her face and asked in a grave voice, have you properly fulfilled your duties to this fiancé of yours? Espen immediately flustered, every clever word flying from her head, and stammered, What? What do you mean? Who knew where her thoughts went? She lowered her head, face burning red, and blurted out, what duties? Xenoc looked at her expressionlessly and said, I was joking. Hearing that, Espen struggled to hold back her anger and shot him a warm glare. Xenoc paid it no mind and said leisurely, I'm suspicious of keeping that woman by my side. As I said, I have done nothing that warrants criticism from my fiancé. Espen looked at him blankly in confusion and asked again, suspicious? Xenoc did not answer right away. He turned around, his expression turning somewhat grave. Faced with the astonishment and disbelief deep in Espen's eyes, Xenoc said, the new religion. He added vaguely, she's a figure closely tied to a newly rising religion. After those words, a flash of shock crossed Espen's face and silence settled over the room. The scene shifted. Outside the mansion, sunlight streamed gently through the leaves. Not long after, Espen came out and boarded a carriage to return to her own estate. From the top of the mansion, Xenoc stood in thought, watching Espen's departing figure, his feelings unreadable. His face was full of contemplation as he raised a hand to his chin, his eyes full of doubt. His mind was in turmoil as he suddenly noticed something strange about himself. Uncontrollably, he thought, it's true. Xenoc recalled how he had told her a secret he should never have revealed, and felt baffled. Why did I tell her that? Xenoc shut his eyes in frustration. It was a case under investigation. By regulation, it could not be disclosed to a civilian. Yet whenever he looked at the Marquis's daughter, it was as if she held some strange, mystical pull over him. At times, things seemed to enter his mind against his will. Espen's image kept circling through Xenoc's mind. He asked himself, why does she feel so familiar? The image of young Espen vaguely appeared in his thoughts again, in a way he could not explain. With a doubtful, bewildered expression, Xenoc could not understand why he kept seeing those strange images. What is this? But then he steadied himself again and let out a helpless sigh. He did not know what was wrong with him. Ever since that girl appeared, I've been feeling something impossible to describe. Suddenly, someone hurried in from outside and called urgently, Your Grace. The man reported, As for the person you mentioned before, I have finally found where he is staying. It was a man who harbored mysterious energy, the Archmage, a suspect in the case. As for Espen, when she returned to her room, the first thing she did was discuss it with Lupus. Just as expected, the last spirit beast is connected to the new religion. Lupus hesitated before continuing. It seems it created a religious group in order to gather power. Then it could not help but remark, that child was originally a child of extraordinary intelligence. Irritated, Espen cut it off. This is not the time to be admiring that. As she spoke, Espen lowered her head, a trace of sadness appearing on her face as she added, No matter what, we have to go see that religious group in person. The scene shifted to another place, a splendid and pristine city. Espen put on delicate makeup, wore an outfit she liked, borrowed Wibby's power to slightly change her hair color, put on a pair of dark glasses, and said brightly, Good, I'm ready. Just like that, she headed to the place where the followers of the new religion gathered. And I also spoke honestly with Glenn about my goal and what I want to do. Espen had not hidden anything and said it plainly. I hope that new religion will be destroyed. At the time, Glenn had agreed completely and replied, I will fully support your goal. And right after that, she had gained a kind helper. But first she had to soothe the jealous Wibby. All right, Glenn gave me useful information. Let's help each other. At that moment, the image of Chloe holding Espen's hand in her previous life surfaced. In a gentle voice, she said, I'll be your best friend and your greatest support, Espen. Let's solve everything together. Her face soft and smiling happily, she added, and I'll always be your friend. At that, Espen unconsciously murmured, Chloe, my friend. At that moment, she closed her eyes and silently guessed, come to think of it, Uncle Chloe should still be alive. You suffered so much after your father died. You won't have to suffer like that anymore. That's a relief. Filled with the proud confidence of a time traveler, Espen smugly thought, could that be thanks to me? Then she looked up at the sky, her heart complicated. I wonder how my father and mother are now. I want to go see them. But no matter what, she was still on mission. Espen quickly pulled herself together. No, don't think about that right now. She was in no position to dwell on it. The urgent thing was to find the last spirit beast. Espen quickly arrived in another city, a place somewhat secluded, yet extremely prosperous. Looking at the wall before her, she could not help but remark, this is the western branch of the new religion. Before she left, Glenn had made it clear. The new religion had many branches. She would have to reach the center to meet the Black Snake, the living god, but only a select few were permitted into the center. At the time, Espen had suggested, then what about going to a branch first? And after that, she came to the western branch. She lined up like everyone else and received an item from a member of the religious group. Welcome. The Black Snake welcomes all believers. Amid the flow of people, a member of the sect instructed, you may take the holy object you have received and go inside. Espen followed the people ahead of her. Looking around at the surroundings, she thought in surprise, a basement? Come to think of it, Glenn did say this religion only conducts worship underground. Once inside, the hall turned out to be very large and well lit, with a representative standing on a raised platform. It was an elderly priest, perhaps. Smiling gently, he stretched out a hand in welcome. Greetings, dear brothers and sisters. Thank you for coming to visit us once again. The Black Snake welcomes you all. Down below, while the people beside her cheered, Espen stood stiffly and inwardly mocked them. So fake. What an act. Then she secretly glanced at the excited followers, baffled. Why are they acting like this? How strange. Above them, the priest said, everyone, please open your holy objects. Espen did the same and opened hers. This. Seeing the item before her, her head buzzed, and she grew even more confused. A candle? It led her from one surprise to another when a flame suddenly lit on its own without anyone touching it. What is this? The fire lit itself? Magic? Looking at the burning candle in her hand, she felt she understood part of it. Did the Archmage interfere too? Suddenly, she noticed the cross attached to it contained a crystal, and the heat of the flame had triggered its mechanism. Only then did Espen realize how serious it was. Looking at the people around her, whose bodies seemed out of control as they raised their heads and swayed, she was horrified. What's wrong with them? Then something happened behind her. Someone fully cloaked approached Espen. In a low voice, the person said, keep your head down. Surprised, she replied, what? The person gestured for silence. Sure, I'm going to use invisibility magic. Thanks to that spell, Espen boldly followed behind that person and made her way outside. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, who are you? Why did you bring me here? A trace of surprise crossed Espen's face when she heard a familiar voice. Because you were the only one who wasn't affected by the charm. It would be very dangerous if you stayed there. As she said that, the person removed her hood, turned around, and introduced herself. I'm Chloe. I'm a Knight of the Sky Knights, currently investigating this case. Seeing her dear old friend again, Espen remembered every moment and every word she had once said. Pin, you my best friend forever. Back in the present, Chloe looked puzzled when she saw Espen frozen in place. At that moment, Lupus appeared and announced, "The first fragment of the spirit beast has been found. Not long ago, I was in the chapel." Hearing that, Espen could not find the words. Overcome by indescribable feelings, she stood there blankly. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Ket walked down the corridor, and Lupus continued, "The cross trapped in the chapel." When Ket sensed it, it could not help but exclaim, "Wow, what power!" Elsewhere, Lupus said, "It's such a massive source of power that it won't be hard to notice." In a grave tone, Lupus continued, "It's such a massive source of power that it won't be hard to notice." Then it added, "Pin, we have to move quickly. There's no time." Espen understood that clearly as well. "I know. It's best to move before the ceremony ends." Then she turned her eyes toward Chloe and thought, "But how am I supposed to stay calm when my old friend is standing right in front of me?" Thinking that, Espen dejectedly bowed her head, and the surroundings fell quiet. Then streams of memories began racing through her mind. "I suddenly remembered. Back when I was alive in my previous life, I never stopped training. Memories of all the effort I put in without rest. Moments of Chloe teasing me with a smile. Pin, you seem like you hate the captain, but your actions say otherwise. Don't tell me you like the captain." Espen had immediately denied it. "No." Remembering how things were back then, I no longer wanted to think about it. Perhaps because I died. Espen was crumbling now, as if her body could no longer hold itself up, but Chloe remained the same, kind as ever, as she stepped closer and asked, "Are you all right?" Espen could not tell her what she was really thinking and merely stayed silent. Seeing Chloe's awkward look, Espen steadied her emotions and answered, "I'm fine now. Thank you." After that, she asked again, "I was very surprised when you said you were a knight of the Sky Knights. I truly admire all of you." Hearing that, Chloe flushed bright red at once and covered her mouth as she said, "Thank you." Seeing that, Espen smiled inwardly. You still get shy when someone praises you, just like before. A little later, Chloe regained her composure and said, "This place is very dangerous, so it would be best if we left immediately. I'll guide you." Espen cut her off at once. "No, I can't." Her expression turned serious, and in a cold voice she said, "I have something to do here." Suspicion appeared on Chloe's face, and she fell silent for a long moment. Then suddenly footsteps sounded behind them, and the approaching person asked curiously, "What business?" Following Chloe's gaze, she brightened at the sight of that person, while Espen turned around in surprise. Seeing Chloe approaching with his usual cold demeanor, Chloe called out in a cheerful, excited voice, "Father." Without changing his expression, he reproached her. "I told you not to call me father. Call me commander." She gave a sly little laugh. Hee, it's just the two of us, though." Over on Espen's side, she murmured to herself, "Lord Chloe is here, too?" Right then, he turned toward her and, with a hint of suspicion, let out an, "Oh." Then he added, "So it was someone I knew. We met on the road before, remember?" Chloe looked surprised and asked, "HM? Father, you know her?" He hesitated before answering, "Not exactly." Chloe looked Espen over appraisingly. "But that hair color is hard to forget. And now it's changed to something else, and you've gotten a bit rounder too." As he said that, doubt filled his gaze, and he trailed off with an uncertain "ah." The image of Espen covering her face and hurriedly running away flashed through his mind again. With his sharp instincts, Chloe guessed, "It seems she knows you, father, but you don't remember anything." Meanwhile, Espen had already gone pale with anxiety, screaming inwardly, "I never imagined we'd meet again like this." At that moment, Chloe received a signal in her ear from afar. She turned to Chloe and said, "There's a signal from the captain." He glanced at her and replied, "Confirmed." Chloe's expression hardened as he looked at Espen suspiciously. "I don't know what this means, but keep going in that direction. That is the exit. We'll treat you as a civilian we happen to come across. But if we run into you here again, from that point on, you'll be considered suspicious. Also, how you know my name? I'll look into that myself." With that, he left with Chloe. Looking at Espen's figure, Chloe thought in confusion, "That's strange. Why does she feel so familiar?" But Espen, staying true to herself, turned back toward the place where the ritual was being carried out. She knew very well that this was not the time to lose herself in those feelings. With that thought, She looked at Lupus and asked, "Lupus, you said the spirit beast fragment is inside the chapel, right?" It said nothing, silently affirming her words. Filled with determination, Espen headed for the hall. "We have to hurry before the knights arrive." It wouldn't be easy, but she still went inside, carefully observing the situation as she moved. Espen grew thoughtful. With the spirit beast's help, she could turn invisible, but it wouldn't last long. Better finish this quickly. She analyzed the situation inwardly. Usually, the Sky Knights either track down national criminals or search for something with similar potential danger. This time, it was probably the latter. If her guess was right, then that religious group had grown to an alarming level. Even the royal family felt threatened by it. The fact that they had let her go meant they hadn't started a full-scale investigation yet. If that was true, then she had effectively received an order to investigate as well. Espen kept speculating about their strategy. If this was only a simple survey operation, they would be working in teams of 4. In the end, she concluded Chloe is inside. So maybe it's like this, 2 inside and 2 outside. Inside the hall, members of the Black Snake Society were indulging in spirit power. Espen quietly slipped in and accidentally overheard a conversation. "Is everything ready?" "Yes, almost everything is prepared." Espen frowned in confusion. "Prepared for what?" Lupus immediately explained. "They're draining negative energy from people. To humans, it's basically like taking away their life force." Hearing that, Espen was shocked, and her resolve to wipe them all out only grew stronger. "This is even worse than I thought. That mysterious woman in the sect was abusing the power of the spirit beast to harm people. We need to completely eradicate this religion." Espen fixed her attention on the spirit stone above. "Is that it?" Lupus answered. "That red stone over there." She understood at once. "All right." Espen focused her inner power and raised her hand toward it. "Before the invisibility spell disappears, let's take it and get rid of it." Under her influence, the spirit stone above began to tremble. It silently detached itself from the cross and slowly floated toward her. Suddenly, elsewhere, the Archmage snapped his fingers, a mysterious, unreadable smile curling on his lips. The mansion suddenly exploded, flames and smoke filling the air. The cult members immediately realized something was wrong. An intruder outside, a separate battle had broken out, accompanied by chaotic screams. "The knights are coming. Damn it, cast a spell." Holding the spirit stone, Espen looked toward the door in confusion. "What's going on? Since the spirit stone is already in my hands, I should get out of here first." But a variable appeared. From behind her, the Archmage spoke in a low, unreadable voice. "Stop!" Espen flinched, inwardly alarmed. When did the invisibility spell disappear? The Archmage, with only his present memories, pointed his staff at Espen threateningly. "You ignore my warning, so you really are nothing but a thief." Espen said nothing, only quietly thinking of how to escape. What I do now? Opposite her, the Archmage lost patience, murderous intent rising in him. Without warning, he immediately launched a lethal attack at Espen. She was briefly horrified, unable to react in time to what was happening, and all she could see after that was chaos, with no clear sense of who had the upper hand. The Archmage only smiled calmly. "This Archmage seems pretty capable. This is troublesome." It took Espen a moment to realize that the man before her was none other than the Archmage. She stared at his face in shock, calling his name in her heart. "Archmage!" But he coldly shifted his gaze elsewhere. That attitude left her completely stunned. A second later, though, she understood. Disappointed? She told herself. Of course it's how it would be. And yet her heart still remembered the gentle voice from the past, confessing to her, "Because I like you." With sadness, Espen realized that neither the Archmage nor Xenoc remembered her. Then suddenly Espen looked toward Clory and wondered, "I still don't understand why Lord Clory protected me. But I have to get out of here now." It was too late, though. The Archmage had already begun channeling magic through his staff, and countless blue chains instantly appeared. In the next instant, they wrapped around her hands, while the Archmage's voice rang out. "Oh my, Miss Beauty." It was the same smile, but it no longer held the sincerity it once had. Smiling brightly, he said to her, "I've got something to take care of with this young lady, so wait for me a moment." Hearing that, Espen glanced at the gem in her hand, anxiety rising within her. "Don't tell me, the Archmage wants this gem too?" How does he know? A second later, the countless chains suddenly coiled around her entire body, making her cry out inwardly in fright. But just then, the staff in Chloe's hand suddenly began to glow. A moment later, the chains wrapped around her were cut apart in an instant. He stated bluntly, "I can see everything happening here, Archmage." Hearing that, the Archmage smiled again and launched into self-admiration. So you know me? This is why being famous is so exhausting. At that moment, 3 more people suddenly appeared at the doorway from who knew where. The smile vanished from the Archmage's face at once, replaced by a curse. Damn it! Then he suddenly turned back toward Espen. Seeing that, she looked at Chloe in fright, silently asking for help with her eyes. Inside, she thought, "So, in the end, you can see me now?" Then she looked at Chloe and kept reasoning, "Chloe has helped me twice now. I don't understand why, but still." The image of her holding out her hand before the 2 soldiers flashed through her mind, and she continued thinking, "I don't know if it's because of the gem, but I'm grateful." But at that thought, Espen suddenly spoke to Chloe. "You helped me, and I repaid your kindness with hostility. I'm sorry." The moment she finished apologizing, she immediately gave an order. "Wibby." At once, a wall of ice was created. She ran off, ignoring Chloe, trying to stop her from behind. Just like that, Espen's figure gradually disappeared behind the ice. Seeing that, Chloe immediately cried out in alarm. "Father, Commander, are you all right?" "Claudian suerdel plesli. I'm fine. It seems I've remembered who that girl is." "Ugh." Hearing that, Chloe went over to him and let out a sigh of relief. Then she suddenly asked in confusion, "Father, why did you save that suspicious person just now?" The image of the shattered chains rose in her mind, and she continued, "You could have taken that person down, but instead you helped her avoid getting hurt." But Chloe only replied, "I don't know either." Chloe recalled how worried he had been at the time. "Fortunately, I found her first. There's no time to explain. Move aside now." In the end, he sincerely told Chloe, "For some reason, I felt like I had to help her." Under a clear blue sky, in the grounds of a magnificent and peaceful castle, Espen, having successfully escaped, sat down wearily beneath a tree to rest and thought, "Phew, I really thought I was done for." She imagined herself being caught and continued musing, "If I get caught, then no matter what I do, I'll become a criminal." Then Xenoc's fierce expression and cold voice surfaced in her mind. She is a criminal. On top of that, she pretended to be the Marquis's daughter. We'll meet again at the execution grounds. Just thinking of that made her seethe inwardly. No, but then she suddenly remembered something, let out a sigh of relief, and took out the gem. "Oh, right. Is this the spirit beast fragment?" Then the image of the blazing red fragment appeared, making her remember what Glengagood had said. They have a lot of branches. Maybe each branch has 1 fragment. At that thought, her eyes lit up. First things first, it turned out the place where she was hiding was a vast castle garden. Espen steeled herself. "Let's get out of here safely first." Right now, Chloe's group was gathered in front of the building, forcing her to think more carefully. "I managed to escape the building, but it still feels like there are far too many people around." Espen asked Lupus, "Wibby's invisibility spell can't be used anymore, right?" Exhausted, Lupus replied, "It can, but not for long. I'm worn out." Hearing that, she complained inwardly in resignation, "It can't be helped. We'll have to use it as efficiently as possible to get out of here." As she focused on calculating her next move, a voice suddenly rang out. "I can help with that." The Archmage came up behind her without a sound and casually greeted her as if nothing had happened. "Hello, miss." It turned out he had stepped out from a magical space. As he approached, he said, "We know each other, don't we?" She looked flustered. He keenly noticed the gem in her hand and said, "I suppose it's because of that gem." The moment the Archmage finished speaking, she dropped into a guarded stance, making him quickly explain, "I didn't come here to fight." "Then what did you come for?" Espen immediately pressed him. "You want to take the gem, don't you?" The question hit the mark so perfectly that he couldn't deny it. "I guess I can't exactly say no." The moment he finished speaking, the Archmage darted toward her, appearing right in front of her in a flash. At that moment, Espen was still busy planning. "Is he going to attack me? I'll have to use Wibby's power." But the Archmage's laughter cut off her thoughts. "Ha ha, sorry. I'll stop joking around." Then he added, I'm really happy to see you again after such a long time. Hearing that, Espen said in disbelief, You? Archmage? At once, he answered gently, It's me. The Archmage softly took her hand and praised her. You're still as beautiful as ever, Pin. Espen still couldn't believe it. She asked again, You still remember me? But instead of answering right away, he only said, Let's talk about us later. Just then, a carriage suddenly arrived at the main entrance of the building. As the person stepped down from it, the Archmage's voice sounded at the same time. Because right now, he looked at her and continued, A troublesome person is coming. That person was none other than Xenoc. When Xenoc arrived at the foot of the stairs, Clory and the guards were already waiting there. They bowed respectfully and greeted him. Captain, you've arrived. He immediately went straight to the point. What happened? Clory lifted his head and told him everything that had happened. Just as expected, the mages were all together. We captured all of them alive, and the leaders have been detained as well. Then Clory reported the matter of the red stone and the sleeping drug. In addition, after searching the entire temple, we confiscated illegal sleeping drugs and prohibited magical catalysts. At that point, Clory suddenly hesitated, making Xenoc ask in puzzlement, What is it? The reason Clory was so troubled was the Archmage. The Archmage you've been pursuing has appeared. At those words, a flicker of killing intent flashed through Xenoc's eyes. You mean the suspect? Yes. Clory bowed his head and honestly admitted the truth. But I couldn't capture him. Xenoc did not scold him, only said, All right. Then he looked toward the unconscious people over there and stressed, What matters more is securing the details and evidence of this religious group's illegal dealings. After that, the two continued talking. That reminds me. I found a very suspicious person. A suspicious person? Yes. I suspect that person was also a mage and used a strange kind of power. As he reported, Clory thought to himself, the outfit looked like some kind of inspector's uniform. Recalling Espen's appearance at the time, he continued, light blue hair, sunglasses, unusual clothes, and the hair color too. Yes. Hearing that, Xenoc fell into thoughtful silence. The difference from the impression I had before is too vague. I'll need to examine it separately. At the same time, somewhere in the garden, quite a few frightened nobles were huddled together around the people lying on the ground. And among them was Espen. At that moment, she seemed to be deep in thought about something. She recalled what the Archmage had said to her earlier. Pin, there's not much time, so I'll explain quickly. First, let's change clothes and blend in with the believers sitting over there. Hearing that, she asked anxiously, Will it be hard to escape? The Archmage raised his staff and explained more clearly. Not hard, but right now, there's a large-scale barrier here. I'll be fine, but if you move, it'll leave traces of magic. Hearing his words, Espen's eyes dimmed a little. In simple terms, the Sky Knight's mages have already detected me. You don't want to be chased, do you? At that time, the Archmage had smiled brightly and sincerely and said to her, Don't worry, I'll protect you. Let's go together. At that moment, Espen suddenly calmed down. What am I even thinking? Just then, the person standing beside her suddenly shouted, I want to live happily. Seeing that, she couldn't help thinking, has this religion really corrupted people this badly? Espen stared in shock at the scene before her and thought it didn't deserve to be called a religion at all. Right then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the distance, making her jolt. Only now did she realize in astonishment. The troublesome person the Archmage had mentioned was Xenoc. While she shrank into herself nervously, Xenoc's gaze had already settled on her. Why do I run into him everywhere I go? He looked at her standing there, expression unreadable. As she stood there trembling, she accidentally bumped into the person behind her. The man immediately flew into a rage and shouted, Don't touch me. Do you want to die? At that, Espen shot him a sharp glare, making the man behind her freeze in fear for a moment. Then she decisively threw a punch and knocked him out. Before he could even finish saying, Young La, he had already collapsed unconscious. Seeing that, Espen panicked a little. Oops, she had reacted before thinking. Looking at the unconscious man at her feet, she inwardly felt relieved. Luckily, Clory made it so he didn't recognize me. Espen recalled the Archmage saying earlier, I don't understand why so many spells don't work on you. Then images of Espen's past and present appearances surfaced along with the Archmage's words. I can't turn you into someone else. It's like you're already under a spell. At that moment, Xenoc's cold voice rang out in front of Espen. So it really is you. Alarmed, Espen immediately tried to play it off. Ahaha, Duke, hello. But he directly brushed aside her little act. Forget the greeting. Crossing his arms, he looked at her and asked, why are you here? Then the two began talking. Haha, it's a long story. Then you'd better start talking quickly, before you're treated like a criminal. Espen sighed inwardly. How brutal. Then after a pause, she said, my father seems to be interested in religion. The Archmage ran up and suddenly wrapped Espen in an embrace. The unexpected action left her completely stunned. I miss you so much, Pin. His eyes were gentle, his smile soft, as if all his longing was poured into that hug. Espen's hand came up to his chest, and she was surprised when she felt his heartbeat pounding wildly. I can hear his heartbeat. It's loud and clear. Snapping back to her senses, Espen hurriedly tried to push him away. Hey, Archmage, but she couldn't move him. Realizing she was resisting, he loosened his embrace, looking at her with overwhelming tenderness. Unable to endure even a second longer, the Archmage leaned against Espen's shoulder and whined. Just a little longer. He poured out all the longing he had held inside. I really missed you. Then suddenly his tone changed. But the air around them suddenly grew heavy. I never expected you to know Xenoc already. Espen was taken aback by his words. And then the Archmage smiled, changing the atmosphere once more. He flashed a sunshine-bright smile that seemed to make everything around him sparkle. We really do have a lot to talk about, don't we? The morning sunlight poured over the castle, making its grand, gleaming white beauty stand out even more. Espen told Glenn everything. So that's what happened. Glenn stared blankly at everything unfolding before him. She gave an awkward smile. Why don't you two say hello? At her words, Ket raised a hand in greeting. Haha, hello. Espen introduced him. Glenn, this is an old friend of mine. Snapping back to his senses, Glenn answered, hello. Ket's expression darkened with jealousy. A man? Standing beside him, Espen thought she had misheard and asked again, but he only gave her a bright smile and said, it's nothing. Ket smiled radiantly once more as he introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the Archmage Ket. Startled, Glenn stammered. Why, you mean that Archmage? Well, I suppose that's not wrong. The moment he realized who Ket was, Glenn's jaw dropped and sweat poured down his face. He immediately ran off, as if someone were trying to eat him alive. I hope you have a wonderful day. If you need anything, just call for me. Espen frowned in confusion. Why'd he run off like that? She rubbed her chin in thought. Back when I was deputy commander, not many people knew Ket. Maybe that's changed too. I guess that's understandable. Ket laughed and explained, I'm wanted now, after all. Espen gaped at him in shock. What? He quickly reassured her. That's not important. Thinking she had heard wrong, she repeated, not important? Ket changed the subject at once. Leaving that aside, I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me. As the sun began to sink behind the mountains, everything was dyed red with the color of dusk. Holding the gemstone in his hand, Ket finally understood. So she was gathering the spirit beast fragments in order to eliminate the final spirit beast. Sitting across from him, Espen nodded. That's right. He lifted the ruby before his eye. How interesting. I can't believe this gem plays such an important role. Are you interested in it too? Ket voiced his thoughts. I think this has something to do with a time traveler. Two lambs played at Espen's feet as her voice rang out. You're exactly right. Touching the pendant at his neck, Ket said with a smile, I traveled all across the Empire, hoping I'd meet you again. And somehow, I ended up becoming a thief. So you wanted to? At his question, Espen fell silent, unable to say a word. She suddenly asked, why do you still remember me? Slightly surprised, Ket rubbed the back of his neck. Is it strange that I'm the only one who does? About 10 years ago, after you disappeared, I went to see Xenoc, but he didn't remember anything. He remembered nothing about you. Not just Xenoc. Even Lord Clory was the same. Even the servants in the house didn't remember, as if they had all been cursed. Recalling it now, Ket sounded even more bewildered. Why was it like that? Was it some kind of curse? Espen answered his question. That was the price I had to pay to save my parents. Everyone forgot me. But why are you the only one who remembers? Fingering the pendant around his neck, Ket said, I don't know. Maybe my wish was stronger than the price. I swore with all my strength that I would keep my promise to you. I told you we'd meet again someday. She lowered her eyes and gave him a gentle smile. Thank you. Resting a hand on his thigh, Ket thought for a moment. If Xenoc is a mage too, then maybe he'll overcome it and remember Pin as well. His eyes narrowed into a cheerful smile. I'm really glad I became a mage. Then Ket asked, so what are you planning to do now? Espen's face turned serious. I'm heading to this religion's second branch. The two of them stood from their seats. Good, let's go together. Do you need my help? It's embarrassing, but I guess I'll have to ask for it. Then Ket voiced the question that had been bothering him. But Pin, what will happen to you if you eliminate the last spirit beast? The air around them suddenly grew dim. After hesitating, Espen said my wish will come true. Hearing her answer, he replied calmly, I see. Then we absolutely have to succeed. The sun disappeared behind the mountain, and darkness fell, casting a dull violet shade over everything. Xenoc slept soundly in bed, but in his dream he seemed to encounter something that left him troubled. In the dream, Xenoc saw himself as a child. What is this? This is the house I lived in when I was little. The boy in the dream kept turning this way, and that as if searching for something. What was I looking for? Suddenly, a pink-haired girl appeared and called out, Captain, no, Xenoc. Startled, Xenoc blurted out, Espen. He jolted awake, drenched in sweat. In the dream, Espen had held Xenoc's hand and smiled brightly. If no one here cares about you, then all you need to do is meet someone new who will love and cherish you. His eyes widened, and all he could see in them was Espen's figure. Then the scene suddenly changed to when they were older. She stood behind Xenoc as he was being pulled away. Are you going to forget me? Back in reality, he sat on the bed, clutching his head. What was that dream? This terrible sense of loss and emptiness. I don't remember anything but the name I called in that dream. Pin, in the grand palace. The morning sun streamed through the stained glass windows, scattering countless shimmering rays of light. Xenoc stood in the middle of the great hall with a face as cold as ice. Espen bowed to him respectfully, her clear voice ringing out. Welcome, Your Grace. The two sat across from each other, but Xenoc did not say a word. Tension filled the air, while Espen could only lament inwardly. What kind of disaster is this, showing up here so early in the morning? She glanced toward the door and thought to herself, at least Marquis Gagud is out. Suddenly, Xenoc spoke, each word as cold as winter frost. There's something I want to ask. Espen answered quickly, yes. His gaze sharpened and his voice dropped. Yesterday at the shrine, did you see a silver-haired man and a pale blue-haired woman? Espen's heart skipped. What was coming had finally come. She tried to stay calm, but her mind was in turmoil. What do you mean? Xenoc continued describing them, never taking his eyes off her. The man had silver hair, and the woman had light blue hair. They're hard to miss because their hair colors are unusual. One of them, the man, is an archmage and a wanted criminal. He paused for a moment, then pressed further. People said the woman was highly suspicious. Have you seen her? Espen hesitated briefly, then stammered, I don't know. I felt a little dizzy yesterday. Xenoc fell silent for a moment, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Is that so? His low voice and blade-sharp stare made her tense. Then, without warning, he drew the rod at his side and swung it straight at her, his voice icy. Then I'll ask a different question. Espen reacted swiftly and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The impact knocked over the teacup on the table, and tea spilled across the wooden surface. Without hesitating, she reached out and grabbed Xenoc by the collar, pulling him close. The sudden move made him freeze. An ordinary noble lady would never know how to defend herself like that. The distance between them was so close their breaths mingled. Espen looked up at him, her eyes sharp. Xenoc gave a faint smile, his low voice tinged with interest. What is this, daughter of Marquis Gagud? Espen frowned slightly, crying out inwardly, damn it, I just acted on instinct. Was that so wrong? Around them, the palace's little pets stared curiously at the pair. Feeling watched made Espen slightly uncomfortable, and she hurriedly avoided Xenoc's eyes. There are secrets in this world that cannot be spoken, so I cannot tell the Duke everything, even if you suspect me. Xenoc frowned. Not even to your fiancé? At that, Espen raised a brow and stared straight at him. If your grace says that, Then are you hiding anything from me? Her words made Xenoc freeze, and he murmured inwardly, Espen. Seeing his unusual reaction, Espen couldn't help wondering, why does he look so surprised? Xenoc's face suddenly fell, his gaze shifting away as he said in a low voice, Actually, I never intended to get engaged or anything like that. I'm looking for someone. That confession made Espen's eyes widen slightly. Xenoc nodded, his tone firm. There is something I absolutely have to say to that person. I don't think you can understand the situation. By now, Espen couldn't hide her curiosity. Then why did you hold an engagement ceremony? Xenoc answered in a baffling way. I don't know. I was planning to cancel the engagement immediately. As soon as he finished, he suddenly stepped closer and took her hand. The action caught Espen completely off guard. His attitude changed at once, his eyes gentler, but hiding something impossible to read. I'm curious too why I did that. He continued, his voice low but certain. I know you have a secret you can't tell anyone. But his next words were what truly stunned her, enough to make a faint blush rise to her cheeks. But as the captain of the Sky Knights, and as your fiancé, Xenoc gently lifted Espen's hand and pressed a soft kiss to it. His eyes were tender, yet carried a deeper meaning. I can't simply overlook someone who was there that day. Sooner or later, it will be mine. His voice dropped, laden with implication. Let's go outside and clear everything up. Espen frowned, full of suspicion. Yes, all right. Xenoc turned, preparing to leave. But after taking a few steps, Espen suddenly spoke up. By the way, Your Grace. He looked back, as though waiting for what she was about to say. Espen asked slowly, who is the current deputy commander? Xenoc paused for a brief moment. Espen continued, her voice tinged with distance. I never wanted to know what happened after I died, but now. She clenched her hands slightly, her gaze darkening. I've been locked away all this time, so I know nothing about the world outside. I want to know everything. Hearing that, Xenoc could not hide his surprise, and an indescribable feeling rose within him. His deep eyes studied her, as if trying to read every mystery behind those words. Locked away, Espen continued in a low voice, just like how I couldn't recognize the Duke the first time we met. Xenoc let out a soft response, his eyes clouded with confusion. There isn't one. He paused for a moment, then turned and walked off. There hasn't been since then either, except for one person. All right, I'll see you later. Espen watched his retreating back, feeling an indescribable emotion well up inside her. A trace of doubt flickered in her eyes, but in the end, she said nothing. Thoughts tangled through her mind like a knotted skein. Why? Why? Espen walked slowly through the tree-shaded garden, but her face was more troubled than ever. Brilliant sunlight filtered through the green leaves, casting mottled shadows over the stone path. Pin, what's wrong? A familiar voice pulled her back to reality. Espen looked up at Ket, then quickly averted her gaze. It's nothing. But her distraction did not escape him. Espen said nothing more, only remained silent. Ket let out a soft sigh, but did not press further. We decided to investigate the second branch of the new religion together with Ket. Fortunately, Ket said he had already managed to gather some information. As they walked along the narrow road, Ket suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. He stopped, and a sparkling stream of magic suddenly glowed in his hand. In an instant, Ket's appearance changed completely. He smiled mischievously. I need a disguise. I'm a wanted criminal, after all. Turning to her, he flashed a dazzling grin. More people recognize me than I thought. Is it because I'm too handsome? Standing beside him with her arms folded, Espen slowly replied, Isn't it because your hair color stands out too much? At that, Ket's face immediately fell, his voice sounding wounded. You're terrible. A lot of people say I'm handsome. Espen sighed helplessly and snapped lightly. I know. Now, get up. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, but he only chuckled. Peen. His voice suddenly softened. Tilting his head, Ket asked gently, Do you feel a little better now? Espen paused. Ket stepped closer and lightly lifted her wrist, his low voice full of concern. I was worried because you seemed kind of down. He placed a hand on her face, his deep eyes shining with sincere worry. Nothing's wrong, right? Espen opened her eyes wide, momentarily startled by the sudden concern. But she quickly regained herself and smiled faintly. It's nothing. Thank you. Hearing that, Ket let out a relieved breath and beamed. That's good. Then, shall we head to the branch? Espen nodded, but before they took another step, she suddenly asked Ket, "Can someone who has died come back to life?" Espen asked him, "Can a dead person really be brought back to life? You're a mage, after all." After hearing the question, he answered at once, "No, that's impossible." She gave an awkward smile and faltered, "Of course it is." But what he said next shocked her completely. "But if you want, I'll try." Ket took Espen's hand and lifted it to his face, his gaze full of indulgence. "Even if I have to change the whole world." He stroked her hand against his cheek with clear delight. "That's what a mage should be, right, Pin?" Standing beneath the shade of a tall tree, the two of them looked almost unbearably romantic. After talking for a while, Ket made as if to leave. "Let's go." Espen, flustered, said nothing. Deep down, she thought, what he just said must have been a joke. As soon as she thought that, she quickly called out Ket. But before she could say anything more, he took her hand and smiled gently. "Tell me whenever you're ready, because I'm always here." His hand clasped Espen's tightly. "I won't leave your side." It seemed she had felt his sincerity too, because she smiled happily. The two of them walked into the house together beneath the clear blue sky. As they walked, he said, "But, Pin, before we find the second spirit beast fragment." The image of a woman in a black veil, smiling, flashed through Ket's mind. "Have you ever seen the final spirit beast? You said it's masquerading as some woman, right?" "Huh," she answered. "That's right. Given the current situation, it's hard to see the leader of that religion. But if it's the same person, then I may have seen her already." He offered a suggestion. "We don't know much about the enemy. Maybe it would be better to investigate here first." Hearing that, Espen pointed at him. "That's true." After they finished talking, Ket held out his hand and said, "It's been a long time since we worked together. Come on, let's enjoy this." Espen let out a sigh, then smiled brightly and reached out her hand. "All right." Meanwhile, Xenoc was walking with Cullen. His handsome, icy face was enough to make anyone swoon. Sweating nervously, Cullen stammered, "Captain, I don't think your grace needs to personally go on patrol like this." Xenoc turned his head. "What do you mean I don't need to?" Cullen panicked. "Of course not. This is work for the younger knights." He froze. Why is the captain acting like this in secret? This is what discipline in the Sky Knights has come to now. Xenoc shot him a blood-red, murderous glance. Cullen turned pale at once. Sorry. Xenoc looked away. "Fine, let's go." Cullen let out a long breath and thought to himself, this is so awkward. An image of Xenoc came to mind. There are more and more complaints and questions. Since the captain isn't acting like a knight at all, what's the reason? His gaze turned sharp. Ever since the deputy commander disappeared, Cullen stopped behind him, sighed, and thought, what am I supposed to do with the nobles reacting this strongly? Someone like me is going to lose his mind. Then he ran over to Xenoc. "Captain, why did you stop?" Xenoc stood there in a daze, unable to say a word. Right in front of him were Ket and Espen, strolling together and laughing happily. Cullen stared at them in confusion. A woman? Who was that woman? At that moment, he remembered what Chloe had said. The captain's fiancée has pink hair. It's wonderful, isn't it? Realizing this, Cullen became certain. He bit his hand, sweat dripping down in beads as he trembled. Then does that mean? Before long, a shocking headline formed his mind. Captain Black Knight has been cheated on. Special news. Cullen imagined Ket and Espen getting married and smiling happily together. His face turned deathly pale. Cheated on. At that moment, Xenoc spoke. "Follow them." His words frightened Cullen enough to make him ask, "Follow who, sir?" Xenoc looked toward Espen and ordered, "The girl." At that, Ket and Espen turned their heads to look. Ket's eyes picked up on something. Ket turned and said, "Pin." But before he could continue, she called out in a voice full of killing intent, "Ket." Then, glancing behind them, she whispered, "We're being followed." Ket looked surprised. "Oh, you noticed already?" "Actually." Espen looked behind her with icy eyes. It seems to be quite a skilled knight." Ket laughed quietly. "It looks like she doesn't realize the one following her is Xenoc." "All right then." After thinking it over, he whispered into Espen's ear, "Pin, look behind you." She looked confused. "What?" Only then did she startle when she realized it was someone she knew. She looked at Xenoc and thought, "Captain." Ket looked at her and said, "Everyone's here so early in the morning." "Huh?" Espen was still bewildered. "Duke, what's with that outfit?" But she didn't need to know. A moment later, Xenoc was already standing in front of her, asking, "Why are you here?" She replied, "Didn't you say you'd come visit me from time to time?" She still looked dazed. "Oh, was that today? Since you're here, even if I came, wouldn't I end up not being able to meet you anyway?" He fell silent. Cullen, who had been standing behind him watching everything, covered his face and cried out, "Captain." He clenched his fist tightly. "Oh my God, I can actually see the captain being jealous." Only then did Xenoc ask, "Who's the person next to you?" Espen hesitated. This is..." But before she could finish, Ket cut in. "I'm her friend." The two of them stood there smiling at each other cheerfully. "Your only close friend, right?" "Ah, that's right. This is my friend." Watching them get along so happily, his face darkened with killing intent. Still smiling, Espen thought to herself, "Luckily Ket transformed earlier. If Xenoc remembers Ket, then..." He spoke up. "Where are you two going?" Why do you ask?" Folding his arms, he said, "I'm coming with you." Cullen's jaw dropped, and he tried to stop him. "Captain, what about our patrol?" Just as Espen's heart was filling with anxiety, Xenoc suddenly made a suggestion. "If Xenoc remembers Ket, then... where are you two going?" "I'm coming with you." Espen instantly froze. "Coming with us?" Cullen, standing beside them, couldn't help trembling too. "Yes." I find her behavior rather suspicious. Even though Cullen knew full well the man was brazenly making things up, he didn't dare expose him. "It's my duty to investigate and monitor people like that." "A lie. You don't normally handle ordinary suspects, sir." Xenoc pressed on, cornering her further. "I have no choice but to stand by until I hear your explanation." "I'll explain right now." She hurriedly tried to steer the topic away. "Where are you off to, Sir Knight? You even have a colleague with you." But Xenoc's face suddenly darkened. "A colleague? Not someone following me?" His words immediately left Espen speechless. "What?" "Yes, that person as well. This is bad. How would I know what Cullen looks like right now? I messed up." She hurriedly tried to smooth it over. "Since you two were together, I suddenly assumed you were colleagues." Ket, standing beside her, let out a sigh. "It's just that the Duke's clothes are different from usual, so I wondered if you were secretly investigating something." Espen forced an awkward laugh. "Well, the captain secretly investigating is normal enough. With the Duke's personality, he'd probably choose to investigate things himself." But the other man continued to leave her speechless. "You say that as if you know me very well." The smile on her face, strained as it was, could no longer stay lifted. Ket hurriedly spoke up to dispel the awkward atmosphere. "Pin, when are we leaving?" Seeing his cheerful face along with Lupus, Espen suddenly remembered. "Right?" She turned to Xenoc and said, "I already have plans with my friend, so I'll be leaving first, Your Grace. If you're not planning anything suspicious, then let's go together." Her face immediately fell, her discomfort plain to see. Espen muttered bitterly, landing a devastating blow. "You really do have a suspicion problem." Leaving him standing there in shock, she hooked her arm through Ket's and immediately walked away. "Let's go, Ket." "No." "What?" Xenoc stood rooted to the spot, while beside him Cullen had already collapsed at some point. After they had gone a little farther, Ket secretly glanced back at the man behind them with a meaningful look. Under the golden light of the late afternoon sun, the two of them simply walked side by side. "Is it really okay for us to just leave like this?" He was a little worried inside. Xenoc's going to get suspicious. Espen sadly shook her head. "I don't care." Tilting his head, he voiced his curiosity. "Hearing that makes me curious too. You talk as if you understand Xenoc really well." Ket explained, "It's not just Xenoc. We've known him since childhood, but right now he's the captain of the Sky Knights." Espen looked away, avoiding the topic. "We just know each other. That's all. Just someone the time traveler knows, right?" Ket quietly let out a sigh. "So that means you two already knew each other. If only you'd met me first." He gently reached out and stroked her hair. "Come on." Ket strode ahead, leaving Espen standing there in a daze. "Hurry up, Pin." She lowered her head and smiled in relief. "Thank you for not asking anything, Ket." After walking a while, the two of them arrived at Count Turdirian's mansion. Espen raised her eyes to look at the huge building in front of her. "Here?" "Yeah." She sifted through the small, jumbled fragments of memory in her head. "From what I know, the woman who came to Xenoc's mansion that night was Count Turdirian's daughter. The two of them had exchanged a few words. Ah, I suppose you're the daughter of Marquis Gagud." "Yes, that's right." "And you are? So you're just some lowly, ordinary girl." Espen's eyes narrowed slightly. So she and the final spirit beast are the same person. Suddenly, Lupus popped up from behind her. Oh, it looked toward the mansion and said, I can sense its energy. It's so strong that I'm wondering why I couldn't sense anything before. Leica and Flea had also noticed something strange. A barrier has been set up. I think it's a strong one. Espen spoke in a voice full of determination. Then we have to stop it before it moves any faster. Let's go in. She was seated alone on a lavish settee in the spacious drawing room to wait. A male servant approached and politely bowed. Please wait a moment, miss. My lady will be here shortly. Yes, I understand. She felt a little anxious inside. At least we'd managed to get in. There was one nagging question she couldn't shake. Why did the spirit beast decide to meet me? Just as she was lost in thought, someone else slowly entered the room. Hello. Kana Turdirian, Count Turdirian's daughter, appeared in splendid clothes with gorgeous pink hair. I am Kana Turdirian. I never expected a visit from you, daughter of Marquis Gagud. That attitude of hers immediately made Espen visibly uncomfortable. Her hair color and eye color are the same as mine. It's just, the way you speak makes it sound as if you know me. Kana was immediately surprised by those words. How can I not be curious, then? You're quite different from what I imagined. She moved toward the chair opposite Espen. In any case, welcome. Coincidentally, there's something I want to say to you too. Espen tried to form the most natural smile she could, all the while worrying about Ket's side of things. What is it you wanted to say to me? Ket, I'm only trusting you. You have to find something. Kana smiled calculatingly. Without hesitation, she made her demand. Please call off your engagement to the Duke. What? Her eyes lowered, putting on a pitiful look. You don't love him anyway. Espen angrily clenched her dress. Hey, being engaged doesn't mean you have to be in love. I never thought I'd say words like that. Then do you love the Duke? The question left her frozen. Kana's eyes shone brightly, her hands clasped before her as if in prayer. I love him. I've been in love with him for a very long time. From behind, Lupus exposed her lie. Liar. A spirit beast can't have feelings for a human. Espen gazed thoughtfully at the eager look in the other woman's eyes. If it's not a lie, then it must be the emotions of someone whose body has been taken over by a spirit beast. Kana continued speaking. If the Duke and I could become a couple. She slowly moved closer to Espen. Then there's nothing I wouldn't do. She raised one hand and lifted the other woman's face. Daughter of Marquis Gagud, let me warn you first. Out in the hallway, servants and maids hurried busily back and forth cleaning. Ket and the three spirit beasts stood tucked into a corner, quietly observing. It seemed he'd discovered something. I can feel killing intent everywhere. Ket raised a hand, sending out an invisible thread of light to probe all around the mansion. It quickly led to a place that was hiding a small, mysterious wooden box. So there are valuables in a place like this too? Ket used a small current of magic to examine the area. Just as he thought, after a moment, he discovered a glowing wooden treasure chest and cried out in delight. Yes, there's something good in the basement. Then he quickly made his way toward where the treasure was hidden. Though the chest was made of wood, it shone brightly with a powerful magic sealed over it. He thought to himself, just as I expected, it's a spirit beast fragment. Its power matches the fragment Espen showed me. He recalled the glittering scarlet stone Espen had shown him and fell into thought. The moment his hand drew near the chest, a powerful force formed a large sphere around it, protecting it. At that, he grew concerned. Oh, the barrier's really strong. It wasn't hard to tell how immense the power guarding the chest was, because the magic around it was growing darker and spreading farther. Not just anyone could create a magical barrier like this. Just like at the magic tower, frowning at the important fragment before him, he raised his hand and summoned the power within himself. A powerful magic circle appeared, and his whole body seemed to glow. The force stirred his hair in the air as he steeled himself. Back then, too, I had to break through it to find Pin. A magic staff appeared in his hand, radiating tremendous power. The whole room flooded with light as it shattered the chest's magical barrier. The chest opened, revealing a multicolored sparkling stone inside, which he picked up. He smiled happily at the sheep spirit beast, Flea. Mission accomplished. Elsewhere, Kana smiled, but a frightening aura of killing intent radiated from her body. Espen stared at her in alarm. What is this? Why is she suddenly smiling like that? Kana leaned close to her face, golden eyes glowing like a monster's, baring her fangs as she murmured, "Daughter of the Marquis, I will definitely have the Duke." Hearing that, Espen angrily shoved her away and shouted, "The Duke isn't an object." Kana answered at once, smiling faintly while her words dripped with mockery. "That's right, but he isn't yours either." Espen's face flushed red with frustration, her brows knitting together. She remembered the red-haired woman in black and realized the spirit beast had been coming and going from Xenox's mansion. Kana was utterly smug now, laughing proudly. "Captain, has anyone ever pestered you like this before?" In the middle of that tense atmosphere, Lupus delivered important news with an excited look. "Pin, Wibby sent a signal. They found the spirit beast fragment." Hearing the little spirit beast say that, Kana's face froze, bewildered and unable to understand what was happening. Espen rose to her feet and bowed apologetically. "I've come to the wrong place. Please forgive me. I'll take my leave now." With that, she departed, trying to stay calm and not feel embarrassed. She reassured herself, "I have to stay perfectly calm." But then she suddenly turned back and caught sight of Kana. The woman was smiling brightly. Espen was confused. "What is that expression?" After leaving, she asked softly, "Lupus, couldn't you see anything in her eyes?" It answered, "Even if I look into human eyes, I can't see anything. That's because that spirit beast has taken over a human body." After the two of them left, only Kana remained in the mansion, reclining against a sofa in the silent room. She lightly rested a hand on her knee and wondered, "Was that you, Lupus?" She closed her eyes tightly and felt for the source of the power. It was like a treasure chest filled with miraculous light. She murmured to herself, "I can't sense it, but I can tell. It could be no one but you." A gentle smile spread across her face. So that woman really is a time traveler. This is going to be fun. Espen and Lupus waited under a lamppost for a while before Ket arrived. She eagerly asked, "You're here?" In response to her haste, he merely smiled. A magic circle enveloped the two of them as he showed her the stone he had found. "Look at this." The stone shimmered a vivid purple under the sunlight, and he explained there was a spirit beast fragment in the mansion's basement. The second fragment. Holding it in her hand, she examined it and asked, "Were there any others?" "No. If it had been hidden with magic, I would have found it. I've never seen this one before. Could there be one at another branch?" The two exchanged words. At her question, an idea immediately came to him. Raising a finger with a smile, he said, "Let's go check. I know where it is." With that, the two of them found themselves standing before another huge mansion. She stared with wide eyes, looking incredulous. "Here? Yeah, this place is decorated like an auction house." He began explaining the place. "Like the other branches, they hold worship services in the basement." She blurted out, "How disgusting. They use things like this to lure unrelated people here." Upset, she voiced her opinion. "Exactly," Flea angrily agreed. She turned to Lupus, who was probing the surroundings. "How is it, Lupus? Can you sense the spirit beast fragment?" Floating in the air, Lupus replied, "It's a little faint, but I can still sense it." Hearing that, her expression hardened. "Then good. An auction house is easy to infiltrate. Let's go." Inside, the place was bustling with people, all of them chatting happily among themselves. She tugged lightly at his hand. "Let's hurry down to the basement. There's nothing here." He nodded. "I know." The two walked through one dim hallway after another. "There aren't as many guards here as there were at Temple Number 1. This is easy." But they didn't notice the shadowy figure silently following behind them, dressed all in black and looking mysterious. There it is. She looked delighted at the object she needed. The next fragment was being kept inside a dark room, surrounded by a gloomy black aura. This time, too, it had been placed in the center of a cross. She was startled by the coincidence. She turned and signaled to him, "Hurry and take it so we can leave. We shouldn't waste time." He quickly stepped forward, and when his hand touched it, there was no obstacle at all. She picked up the stone and inspected it. "All right." She stared at it suspiciously. "This is going too easily. Something feels off. The final spirit beast is really worrying me." Kana's image rose again in her mind. Before she could think it through further, she turned to him and said, "Let's go." Quickly. Suddenly, a figure in a mysterious black cloak who had been standing there with folded arms finally spoke. "So now you show up? She stared at the person before her in shock. The figure lowered his hood, revealing a handsome face. He spoke coldly. Now you have no way to deny it. Even so, I'll ask you one more time. Why did you come here? He leaned close and asked. Espen stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her. Why is the captain here? Recalling the moment she had run into Xenoc while he was on patrol, she thought, no way. It can't just be a coincidence. She shot him a wary glance and asked inwardly, were you lying in wait here? Espen thought irritably. Didn't we already run into each other at branch number 1? We met Chloe too. The Sky Knights are here. After waiting a moment and getting no answer, Xenoc patiently asked, why aren't you answering me? His face fell, carrying a hint of sadness. If you don't want to be thrown in jail, you'd better answer my question. Espen frowned. I don't know what to say. She calculated inwardly. If I run away from here, he'll go to House Gagud too. If he finds out I'm a fake fiancé, Gloria and Glenn will get dragged into trouble. Thinking that, she let out a helpless sigh. Fine, I'll go with you. Xenoc frowned and said nothing, looking at her suspiciously. But before agreeing, Espen set a condition. But will you let my friend go first? She insisted firmly, I'll tell you everything. Xenoc didn't make things difficult and agreed. Fine, I'll order them to stand down. Espen responded politely, thank you. Hearing Espen plead for him, Ket looked briefly surprised, then calmly stepped forward and draped an arm over her shoulders. She looked back. Ben. He smiled cheerfully, though there was something meaningful in it. All right, I'm leaving first. Thanks for saving me, darling. Then he gently took her hand in an ostentatious way, so Xenoc would see it. With sharp eyes, Ket glanced over and gave a provocative smile. Seeing that, Xenoc pressed his lips together in anger, glaring at the two hands clasped together. Cullen felt that murderous aura like he was witnessing the end of the world. What on earth is happening here? Sensing an opening, Ket pressed further. Even he couldn't help adding fuel to the fire as he said, an engagement in a noble family is usually an arranged marriage, right? So having someone you love isn't such a bad thing. Xenoc's face grew even uglier, exactly as Ket had hoped. It's nothing. I was just saying. Xenoc clenched his fists in fury. By then, Ket had already let go of Espen and bowed. Left alone in this situation, Espen stood there with her mouth open, not knowing what to do. Then Ket brushed past Xenoc. It's an honor to meet you, Duke. Ket shot Xenoc a smug glance, while Xenoc returned it with a hostile stare. Suddenly, Xenoc felt a strange sense of familiarity. This way of speaking, it felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Espen called out in a warning tone, Duke, I think someone is coming. Xenoc set his anger aside, his face darkening. First, they needed to leave this place. Let's go upstairs. At that moment, Ket and the three spirit beasts were leaving the basement. He smugly glanced back over his shoulder. What should I do now? Ket held up the spirit beast fragment and curled his lips into a grin. I'm the one the princess entrusted with an important task. Smiling, he lightly kissed it. It's far too late for regrets now. I'll keep moving forward, even without you. The scene shifted to Xenoc's office, a room decorated with refined taste and dominated by brown tones. Espen sat in the chair across from Xenoc, and as she looked around the room, she felt a wave of weariness. It felt so familiar. This arrangement again. Xenoc asked seriously, getting straight to the point, so what are you going to tell me now? Espen lowered her head slightly. It's not particularly hard to say, but I don't know how much you'll believe. Xenoc prompted her. What do you mean? Espen put on a sorrowful, unreadable expression. My father took an interest in this new religion, so I looked into it. Hearing that, Xenoc asked, so what you told me last time was a lie? She quickly explained, no, that's not it. My father really was interested in that religion, but there was another reason I pursued it as well. At that point, Espen stopped, exhaled, then took a deep breath. Then she spoke. Do you know about the existence of spirit beasts? Espen looked straight at him, completely focused. I know the captain's personality better than anyone. The sharpness in her eyes showed that she knew exactly when to choose her moment. The time for flimsy excuses had already passed. In fact, Espen had already made this decision before she left with Ket. Should I just go like this? Xenoc will grow suspicious. From this moment on, I'm prepared to reveal the truth. If the captain suspects me and interferes, that will be very disadvantageous. Xenoc frowned skeptically. Spirit beasts? I've heard of them. Espen immediately explained. Then this will be easier. I'm retrieving something that religion stole. She admitted frankly, It's something connected to spirit beasts, so I had no choice but to sneak in secretly. Other than that, I haven't done anything wrong. After hearing her, Xenoc's expression barely changed. Is that all? Espen replied, yes. Like anyone else, he had no reason to believe her. And you expect me to trust what you're saying? Espen had already anticipated this. It's fine if you don't. Following her instincts, she answered honestly, I just didn't want to lie anymore. For an instant, Xenoc unconsciously thought he saw the shadow of the girl he had been searching for all this time. That girl had said the same sort of thing too. I didn't do anything. I'm only saying this because I don't want to lie to the captain. He spoke, making Espen freeze slightly. You're very much like someone I know. Raising his voice a little, Xenoc added, that's why this is making me very confused. Then he lowered his voice again. I understand the general story, but I can't trust you 100%. He continued, you know the reason better than anyone. Still, Xenoc made his own decision. So I'll accompany you on this path. You have no right to refuse. His hand tightened. One thought still weighed on his mind. Who was that man? Espen felt a little troubled when she thought of Ket. Ket won't be happy about this. Even so, she remembered the happy time the three of them had spent together before. But still, it's been so long since the three of us were together. After thinking it through, she smiled and agreed. Still, she did not forget to ask, then you won't get in my way, right? Xenoc answered, I'll decide that as I go. Hearing that, Espen gave a light shake of her head with a soft smile. That's unfair. He crossed his arms calmly. If you asked that question, most people would answer the same way. Waiting for this moment, Xenoc finally asked what he most wanted to know. What kind of relationship do you have with that man? Espen was surprised by the question. Why is he asking that? By reflex, she answered, he's my friend. Xenoc pressed on. Your friend, really? She stared at him, confused. If he's not my friend, then what is he? Xenoc still felt bothered by it, but let it drop. Friends? Then why were you two so close like that? Never mind. It's nothing. Espen was the one truly bewildered by the whole thing. She understood nothing at all, but things seemed to have turned out fine. Since she had achieved her goal, she asked once more to be sure. Since I answered you, that means you won't bother me anymore, right? Xenoc replied calmly, right. However, depending on the circumstances, you may still be involved because I'm in the middle of an investigation. Espen smiled politely to show she understood. Yes, I understand. The Duke is also investigating that religion. Whatever it is you're researching there, I'll pretend not to notice. Hearing those courteous words from her, he felt a little displeased. Do you not want anything to do with me? Espen's smile stiffened in confusion. What? Not understanding, she asked. Is that what you want? Xenoc acted as if he couldn't care less and turned his head sharply to the side. I understand everything now. Seeing that there were no more issues, Espen asked to leave. Then I'll take my leave. At that, Xenoc jolted to his feet. He immediately grabbed Espen's arm and hurriedly called out, Hey! She stopped. Yes. Afraid she would leave, he quickly said, Have some tea before you go. Xenoc's eyes reddened slightly as he shyly added, I had them bring some very good tea. The scene shifted to another estate. Inside, a meeting of the Sky Legion's leaders was taking place. Ralph slammed the table and stood up, shouting, How long is he planning to keep refusing? He continued angrily, Did we do something wrong? Did the captain abandon us because of his own stubbornness? One person after another joined in. Abandon us? That's a bit much, but when exactly did the captain stop appearing? Ever since the deputy commander disappeared. Ralph looked deeply displeased and indignant. And on top of that, he's cold even to people who come to visit him. What did we do when the deputy commander disappeared? She ran away on her own. Elsewhere, Kalen sat in silence, thinking to himself, killing by draining the blood dry. He reflected seriously, I used to be a high-ranking knight while she was still deputy commander, and the discrimination among the knights was truly disgusting. The insults directed at the deputy commander. I can't believe she endured all that. He knew about Espen's circumstances, a fallen noble with no family backing and a terrible burn scar on her face. And yet despite all those disadvantages, she had become deputy commander through skill alone. Thinking of that, Kalen's heart sank. At the very least, I respected her, and I understand the captain. Regardless of everyone else's mood, Ralph kept complaining. Chloe could hardly take it anymore and wanted to raise her staff and cast a spell, but her father, who was just as irritated yet still bound by principle, stopped her. During the meeting, Another mage took the opportunity to speak up. Now that we're all here, may I present the progress of our research? The matter of the spirit beasts. Clory paid special attention at once. Spirit beasts. Sitting to one side, Kalen watched the people whispering among themselves and grew annoyed. Damn it. It looked like those people had started research without the captain's permission. These old wizards really are. He felt intensely uneasy about the whole matter. It wasn't something that had only just started, but there was definitely something strange going on. He could only cling to one small hope. Captain, Deputy Commander, either one of you, please come back soon. This place is a complete mess. The scene shifted to the Gagood estate, to Espin's tea room. The moment he heard it, Kit understood. Ah, I get it. So Xenoc is going with us from now on, too. I see. Hearing his calm response, Espin looked a little flustered. You're not surprised? Kit smiled and moved closer to her. No. Ever since we met in the basement, I thought things would turn out this way. He added his own request without losing out. But let's go first and let Xenoc follow after. Espin didn't see the issue and asked, That's not important, but why? Ket answered frankly, I don't think Xenoc would like it. He gently reached toward the side of her hand. Besides, I want it to be just the two of us. She only let out a puzzled hum. Ket did not hide his feelings at all. Lovingly taking her hand, he lifted it to his cheek and smiled softly. We're best friends, after all, and I'm more handsome, too. Faced with that clingy behavior, Espin blanked out for a moment. She quickly returned to her usual irritable self. Handsome enough to make people lose their minds. Wait, are you not handsome? Lowering her voice, Espin said, Ket, sorry, but I'm not used to things like this. She looked slightly embarrassed, with a faintly aggrieved expression. That's why I don't have friends. Spin was the same. Hearing that, Ket's face slowly grew gloomy, tinged with bitterness. But then he smiled and lightly kissed her hand in comfort. That may be unfortunate for everyone else, but for me, it's a good thing. I'm the only one who knows how adorable you are. Espin looked up at him in brief surprise. She gave a reluctant laugh. That's only because you can't see my real face. But hearing those warm words cheered her up again. Thank you. Then Ket turned serious. I discovered something. He explained, the spirit beast fragments resonate with one another. That means we can find the other pieces more easily now. Ket smiled faintly. If we combine that with my magic, we can get the third fragment quickly. With that, Ket used magic to teleport himself, Espin, and the spirit beasts away. Let's go to the next place. All right. Just as they left, the butler arrived with tea and pastries. Where did Milady go? She was just here. The scene moved to Marquis Gagood's office. The butler came to report, and the Marquis asked back, What? She's not in her room? Did she go to the Duke? The butler answered carefully, I do not know, my lord. The Marquis smiled sinisterly. He could let it slide, since it was commendable to see progress with the Duke. But of course, he always had to prepare for the worst. A fake could not be used as a replacement forever. He had to find Glorious soon. He recalled a conversation with his younger brother, Noran. What is it, brother? You mean Gloria, don't you? It's been over 15 years since I last saw my niece. I want to see the child at least once. Knowing his younger brother had no good intentions, he became even more cautious. Noran knew Gloria's face. Even though she had been little then, he knew she looked exactly like his wife. The Marquis had cut the conversation short. Don't concern yourself with it. Just do your own job well. Seeing his older brother's attitude, Noran had smiled slyly, as though he had found something interesting. Look at that. It seems he's tense about something. The scene shifted to the third branch of the religion. Espin looked around. How strange. She looked suspiciously at the peaceful scene and the children playing. Could it really be this quiet? The area was full of children, completely unlike the other branches. Wibby spoke up excitedly. Those kids look kind of familiar. You think so too? Fly agreed. I feel the same way. Then Kit spoke. Pin, before we go in, can I ask you something? Espin did not refuse. Ah, sure. Kit smiled brightly and spoke the question in his heart. What's your real name? You must have had your own life before you met me, and you must have known your parents too. He said sincerely, I want to hear it directly from you. Espin looked up in surprise. Then she lowered her head again, calming herself. Espin spoke a single word. Suwa. Kit asked again what? She placed a hand over her chest and repeated firmly. Spin SU. I'm the deputy commander of the Sky Knights. Espin SUA. Kit showed only a flicker of surprise at her expression. Calmly, he said, I see. Espin was startled that his reaction barely changed at all. You're not surprised? Kit casually waved it off. You weren't surprised when I said I was a mage, either. She immediately replied. That was when we were children. Kit corrected her. You're not a child anymore. As they walked, Espin suddenly came to a stop. She asked in confusion, Cadess, why are you trying so hard to learn everything? He closed his eyes slightly and smiled. Why, I wonder. It was an answer Kit had already given Espin in the past. Because I like you. He said gently, I gave him my answer a long time ago. I only hope you understand it. Of course, Espin understood Ket's feelings for her, but she stayed silent. Ket changed the subject. But, Pin, this may be rude to ask, but you originally came from this point in time and returned to it, right? She answered, that's right. Kit suddenly asked, then where's the real you now? The question made Espin pause and thought. Ket continued explaining, I may not know much about the world because I was busy searching for you, but I do know about the missing deputy commander. She also had red hair, and she also met your parents. Before he could go on, Espin said directly, I'm dead. Ket stared at her in disbelief. What? After that, she told him everything. I told Ket everything about the day my world changed. She told him about her sword duel with Xenoc and what happened afterward. After hearing it, Kit asked doubtfully, I don't understand. Are you saying your body was never found? Emotionlessly, she answered, probably not. Resting her chin on her hand, Espin treated it as something ordinary. If I had died, I wouldn't have been listed as missing. Inwardly, she thought, besides, there are plenty of people who are hoping for my death. Hearing that, Ket pointed out the suspicious part. Then isn't that very strange? If you died after being hit by a carriage on the road, your body definitely should have been found, unless someone carried it away. Espin recalled the image of herself lying in a pool of blood before she lost consciousness. I'm not sure. It was very late and very dark, and there was no one around, so maybe the driver cleaned it up. At that moment, Lubis suddenly spoke. I didn't clean it up. I still remember. The driver ran away, and you became a time traveler. I went into the past looking like this. Hearing that, Ket hurriedly asked, then Espin, where did your body go? She, too, frowned in confusion, wondering where it had gone. Then Ket offered a theory. What if, when you returned to this time, you became Espin again? She immediately rejected it. How could that be? Even my appearance is different. Ket continued. If that's not the case, then there's no reason for it to have disappeared. Espin still clung to her old thought. Then did someone carry the body away? Ket dropped to one knee and bent toward the ground. No. Using his finger, he drew two Espins and explained his idea. Let's assume you were still alive at that point in time. In other words, let's think of it as your body still being alive. If so, where do you think you would have gone? Espin thought about it. Maybe back to my hometown. Lubis cut in firmly, but you definitely died. I'm certain of that unchangeable truth. That's why I was able to take your soul. If I hadn't, you would have been trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. Then Lubis abruptly switched sides. But if only the body remained alive, then what the mage said makes sense. Espin whipped around and shouted, What are you talking about? Furious, she demanded, What nonsense are you spouting? Did you trick me? You tricked me, didn't you? Frightened by the look on Espin's face, Lubis still kept his composure. How was that tricking you? Then Espin and Lubis began bickering and settling scores, while Kit sat to the side, oddly pleased and feeling fortunate. Once Espin calmed down, she stepped aside with the spirit beast to talk privately. Lubis said, From this perspective, we spirit beasts are foreign objects that suddenly appeared. Nod slowly explained, the existence of time travelers is considered an anomaly caused by such foreign objects. To resolve that anomaly, I left behind a dummy. Hearing that, Espin was utterly shocked and froze on the spot. She truly had not expected anything like this. Lubis continued, In short, when a spirit beast takes away his soul, it only temporarily replaces it with an empty body. Lubis proposed a theory. The only possibility is that your body moved on its own. It was moved by the memories contained in a body without a soul. Then it smiled sharply and pointed out the important part. And this dummy lasts for 3 months. Within those 3 months, the dimension naturally creates a new fate so the cycle can continue without problems. With a headache, Espen asked again, so, in short, there's a possibility that my body moved even without a soul? Lupus answered, that's right. Losing her temper, she shouted. Then why are you only telling me this now? Lupus replied bluntly. I forgot. It had no emotions because the last spirit beast and time traveler I saw were killed by humans. It was so horrifying that I ended up forgetting it. Lupus froze, knowing that feeling of loss. Spin, helpless, said, that's enough. I just wish I could understand right now. Lupus still wore that same smiling expression. Spin sympathized, but she also felt sad that Lupus didn't trust her. She said, I'm saying this because we came here together. No matter what everyone thinks of me, I still consider all of you my friends. She dropped to one knee to show her sincerity. That's why I've been trying so hard to find the spirit beast fragments. It would be great if we could seize this chance. Understanding her, Lupus replied, I understand. After the conversation ended, Spin stood up and gently nudged Ket on the shoulder. Let's go. She thought to herself, after getting this fragment, maybe I should go back home for a while. What would happen if my body is still alive? Inside the new religion's church, the people there were bowing their heads and praying solemnly. Spin and Ket peered in. How strange. Everyone seems normal. Looking at the man kneeling devoutly on the platform, she grew suspicious. The people here don't even go to places of worship. Did I guess wrong? Spin tilted her head and looked at the children around them, sensing that something was off. Wait, something felt wrong. Weren't there way too many children here? Fly spoke up. Just as expected, I can sense an energy from those children that's similar to ours. Me too. She was startled. What? Ket leaned close to Spin's ear and whispered. Spin, should we go down to the basement? She asked. Do you sense something? He smiled. I can sense it both above and below. Then Ket pointed at the ground. The spirit beast fragment is down there. Hearing that, she said decisively, then let's go down and check. In the hallway, Spin walked alongside Ket, carefully looking around. Ket had already used invisibility magic, but they still had to be cautious. Determination was clear in Spin's eyes. This is the last spirit beast place. There's no telling what it may have prepared. Lupus answered her question. Can the last spirit beast use spirit beast powers? Yes. Lupus added more information for them. Although its existence has been distorted, its use of power is a separate matter. Spin grew curious. How does it use them? Lika listed them for Spin. It was originally powerful, so it has many abilities. One of them is psychological manipulation. Humans call it brainwashing. Hiding behind a wall, Spin thought to herself, it has abilities like that too? She pointed to the door ahead and said, there's a staircase at the end of the hall. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, Spin saw something. A little boy is running toward us. She turned to Ket and asked, why is a child here? Ket replied, I don't know either. At that moment, a group of people in white hooded robes with their faces covered came chasing after the boy. Over there, catch him. They grabbed the boy and shouted angrily, damn it, what a nuisance. What do you think you're doing? He does nothing but laugh. It was obvious from the start. Got him. The little boy, who had been smiling brightly just moments ago, now looked terrified. He struggled and shouted, no, I don't want to. I'm not going. Mom. Hearing that, Spin was shocked. She said to Ket, let's follow them, Ket. Ket asked her, what about the fragment? Spin replied, we'll deal with that later. Hearing that, Ket could only sigh and agree. Fine, there are so many children in the garden. No matter what, they're cruel bastards bullying children. Thinking that, hatred showed clearly in Spin's eyes. Turning away, she said, scum. Ket looked at her like that and could only smile indulgently. My princess is really scary when she's angry. I'm in trouble now. All right, I'll help you deal with it. Spin's footsteps touched the floor. She and Ket had entered a strange space. What is this, a prison? Inside the cells were children who had been robbed of their freedom. Ket was furious at the sight before him. How vicious, Spin said to him. First, let's go in and see. Before rescuing anyone, the important thing is to understand the situation. Inside, a group of people in black and white hooded outfits stood surrounding an unconscious child. Ket and Spin followed them in and observed the situation from inside. One man in white asked. Can this really work? The man in black beside him answered. It can. Can't you see success is right in front of us? Just a little more. By combining the sacred gemstone we possess with a human, none of our experiments so far have failed. We'll create a living god. The man in black laid out each step of the plan. Spin felt helpless hearing their thoughts. These lunatics, she asked Lupus. Lupus, is that really possible? Ket behind her said, my guess is they deliberately experimented on children with weak immunity. This is the kind of thing unethical mages obsessed with research often do. It's disgusting. Those men continued exchanging information. Through this research, we'll obtain what we want. You will get your living god, and we will get research results on spirit beasts. Besides, it will greatly help the test subjects at our headquarters. After hearing everything, Spin listened intently and realized something. Huh, that thing. In the hand of one of the men in black, something was glowing so brightly that she couldn't make it out. Spin noticed a familiar pattern on the clothes beneath the black cloak. The Sky Knights. Her mouth fell open in shock. Why is a royal knight here? And wasn't the captain investigating this religious group? Spin sensed something wrong. Could there be a problem inside the Royal Knights themselves? An hour earlier, a hand rested on the arm of a chair. Xenoc Black Knight was sitting in his study, taking a break, when someone called out, Captain, the documents about the next branch have arrived. Kalen asked him, there are many troubling clues. You'll be leaving soon, won't you? Yes, he replied. Kalen reported the situation to Xenoc Black Knight. There's something you need to know before you go. The actions of some royal mages have been very unusual. Even mages in the Knight's Order have been drawn in. It seems they're conducting some strange experiment. In response to those words, he merely answered calmly, I know. Kalen was startled by Clay's words. Yes? What? Xenoc Black Knight repeated. I already knew. He continued. They're talking about research on spirit beasts, aren't they? I know all of it. That only made Kalen even more shocked. What? Xenoc Black Knight asked in return. With the inside in chaos, you're wondering why I haven't gone there, aren't you? Kalen voiced his suspicion. Yes, that's right. Could it be because of the vice captain? Xenoc Black Knight smiled and replied, it's because of the spirit beasts. But in his heart, he thought differently. If I say it isn't, I'd be lying. Kalen asked, sir. Xenoc Black Knight did not answer. Smiling faintly, he thought, I don't know since when, but the words spirit beast keep lingering in my mind. I happened to overhear it during the mages' conversations. All experiments involving spirit beasts are forbidden. Xenoc Black Knight turned away, his thoughts continuing. Thought I know the whole story, that's what they said. As if it had to be that way. An image from his childhood suddenly surfaced in his mind. By instinct, I feel that spirit beast research must be stopped. Xenoc Black Knight asked Kalen, are there clues related to spirit beasts at this branch? Kalen answered, yes, that's right. Xenoc Black Knight said sternly, all illegal research is punishable, but it seems there are still vermin from that religion inside the Royal Knights. Seeing Xenoc Black Knight leave, Kalen panicked and called out, Captain. Xenoc Black Knight said to him, move out at once. Issue the order. Xenoc Black Knight recalled Spin's words. I'll tell you everything later. The corner of his mouth lifted as he thought. Should I tell the Marquis Gaud's daughter? Xenoc Black Knight stepped forward. Memories of Spin came rushing back. The image of her lying on a bed. Xenoc Black Knight asked himself, what the hell am I doing? Resting his chin on his hand, he thought, wait. Come to think of it, she entered that room, but nothing happened. The images from the past kept appearing. At that time, Xenoc Black Knight had leaned close to Spin. This was a truth even I had long forgotten. That room, the elegant image of Spin appeared in his mind. It was a place only those I permitted could enter. Back then, an old teacher had said to him, the magic is working very well. Because I didn't want my memories of her to disappear. Xenoc Black Knight was thinking of another girl. But then, who was the girl who entered that room? The scene shifted to Xenoc's room. Kalen stood behind him, cautious and suspicious, not daring to speak. Looking at the man in front of him, standing with his back turned, impossible to read, was a little frightening. Xenoc pushed up his glasses and said just 2 short words, startling Kalen. Let's go. Back with Spin, she stood behind a corner and asked softly, Ket, there are a lot of people over there, so let's do this. Without saying much, he immediately agreed. All right, I understand. Even so, he still felt worried for Spin. Looking at her carefully, he warned, "Be careful." At that, the two split up according to plan and immediately moved forward. Holding Lika, Spin whispered with a serious face, "I'm counting on you." Understanding, it looked at her and answered, "Leave it to me." A moment later, the entire space was dyed red. Lika and Spin had merged into one, and her hair turned red. But it could not use lightning. Its flames could only burn what it wanted. Spin gathered mana into her palm, forming a large source of light. Without hesitation, she set the surroundings ablaze, making the knights cry out in alarm. The scene was horrifying. In the chaos, they looked at one another in panic and fear. What is happening? On Spin's side, she delightedly prepared to attack once more. The power had already gathered in her hand as she said to Lika, "Let's stall for a little longer." Then, without hesitation, she hurled the power at them, a bright grin appearing on her face. Meanwhile, Ket approached the children, who still looked wary. While Ket rescued them, Spin kept drawing attention to herself, launching wave after wave of attacks, and turning the space crimson with fire. The knights eventually created a barrier to block Spin's attacks. The leading knight trembled inwardly, his expression full of indescribable fear and confusion. What kind of power is this? Looking at the overwhelming scene before him, he guessed to himself, this isn't magic. And with a knight's sharp instincts, he swung his sword at Spin and cursed, "You little bitch." But how could someone like him touch her so easily? She stopped his movement with magic, making him cry out in pain. Spin gripped the sword in her hand with the bearing of a former vice captain. Her eyes were filled with authority as she pointed the sword straight at him. Then someone called from behind, "Hey!" Snow, clutching a child in his arms, visible only to Spin, spoke up. "We rescued them." At the same time, Lupus flew over, beaming as it brought the spirit stone, and said, "I got it too." The knight on the other side looked baffled, staring blankly at the bizarre sight before him. A little boy and a spirit stone. How could they float up by themselves without any force acting on them? At that moment, he vaguely realized the cause, and a delighted smile rose to his lips. He remembered the mysterious woman's words. Spirit beasts are invisible to humans, except under special circumstances. But with what you and I are doing, and with those passionate lectures full of excitement, spirit beasts will surely be drawn in. If you ever meet that being one day, use this, remembering that a spirit stone appeared in his hand. The smile on his lips deepened, and the killing intent in his eyes could not be hidden. He thought to himself, I could be wrong, but there's no loss in stopping it. And so, he embedded the spirit stone into his sword, creating a sinister scene. It truly affected Spin. All the strength seemed to drain from her body. Lupus naturally understood what that meant. Worried, it shouted to her, "Spin!" Seeing her weakened before its eyes, Lupus reminded her loudly, "Break the fusion, separate from Lika." But everything happened too fast. She was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. The knights were thrilled. It's a spirit beast. There's an energy source nearby. Catch it. With that, they raised their staffs and cast their spells, and the underground chamber gradually darkened. Chains and seals surrounded the spirit beast. They were truly trapped inside. Spin's body could no longer endure it. Powerless, she glanced at them. "I have to call Ket." But it was clearly too late. The knight raised his sword toward her and said coldly, You dare hit me just now." A strange wave of magic rushed toward Spin. But before it could reach her, a familiar voice came from outside. "You're always like this, always doing whatever you want." The knight was sent flying before he even understood what had happened. "Ah!" The others looked toward the entrance in horror, unable to hide the expressions on their faces. It was Xenox's group. He strode in proudly with his trusted subordinates and looked at them with an indifferent voice. "Hello. Long time no see." The knight stammered, his voice full of confusion and fear. "Captain, then this is?" Xenox, having run out of patience, could not hide the killing intent in his eyes as he ordered in a low voice, "Arrest them." They were quickly overwhelmed, restrained, and captured. On Spin's side, she had undone the fusion with Lika, and her hair gradually returned to normal. But for some reason, the knight from before still hadn't been caught and was lurking behind Spin. Unwilling to accept defeat, he gripped his sword and charged straight at her, shouting, "Bitch, die." It happened too suddenly. Spin had no time to react and only managed to turn around in shock. I can't move. But the one he stabbed was Xenoc. That's right. He had rushed in front of Spin to shield her. The sword in his hand fell weakly to the floor, but his voice still carried authority. "Anyone who attacks my fiancée must be punished." Spin stared at him in stunned shock, unable to grasp what was happening. Then she noticed the wound bleeding at Xenoc's side. Her eyes widened with shock, and she could not hide her panic. Spin immediately rushed over and cried out openly, "Captain, are you all right? Why? You could have avoided something like this." Xenoc heard the word captain, the word he had longed to hear for so long, and his lips moved slightly. "Is that so?" Looking at the woman he had missed day and night, he added, "You've been giving me hints all this time." Spin, clearly not understanding, innocently replied, "What?" Xenoc placed a hand on her cheek, his voice turning gentle. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" As if he had found a treasure, all his pain vanished. He stared at Spin, unwilling to look away, and said through clenched teeth, word by word, "The one I've been longing for." Yet Spin didn't hear him clearly and blankly asked again, "What are you saying?" But in truth she thought, he's speaking too softly. I can't hear him. Suddenly, Xenoc collapsed backward weakly. Spin cried out in panic, "Cap, no Duke." She anxiously supported him and asked, "Duke, are you in a lot of pain?" "It'll be all right." Hearing those concerned words, Xenoc felt a little delighted inside. It doesn't hurt that much. But then another thought occurred to him, and he closed his eyes. Maybe I should pretend to be sicker. A little later, at Xenoc's estate, the sky was clear and sunlight shone through the leaves. A person covered from head to toe approached the estate gate. When a mysterious person was stopped by the knights, they said sternly, "Do you know who I am?" The knights were a little intimidated, unsure of the situation. At that moment, CA came over and asked Spin with concern, "Are you all right? A healing mage will be here soon." She forced a smile and replied, "Ah, thank you." CA smiled brightly and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm CA, a royal knight and the captain's aide." At that, Spin suddenly remembered the past. So CA became a royal knight. The last time I saw him, he was still in the Sky Knights. Thinking of that, she secretly felt glad that he had successfully become a royal knight. On the other side, CA awkwardly scratched his head and added, "We met last time too, but we couldn't properly greet each other because we were conducting a secret investigation." Spin looked at him and replied, "It's all right." Inside, Xenoc was being treated, and outside, Spin asked worriedly, "Is the captain still all right?" He immediately answered, "He's fine. He's receiving treatment. He specifically instructed us to take special care of his fiancée." After thinking for a long time, Spin finally asked the mages in the basement. They were royal knights and members of the Sky Knights, weren't they? Hearing that, CA panicked. He quickly regained his composure, avoided her gaze, and answered, "Yes, you saw them too." "That's right. They were members of the royal knights. Something even the captain didn't know." Spin secretly guessed Captain didn't know. How could that be? Thinking that, she asked, "Are they plotting something even the captain doesn't know about?" CA replied, "At first, that would have been impossible. But ever since the vice captain disappeared, the captain hasn't come to work." What she had just heard truly shocked Spin, and she suddenly froze for a moment. Not noticing, CA added, "That's exactly why a gap opened up in the monitoring." At that moment, Xenoc's face appeared in Spin's mind. She couldn't believe it. Had the captain really stopped leading the knights because of her? Looking back at him, Spin asked again, "Did the captains take the vice-captain's disappearance that hard?" He answered uncertainly, "Yeah, that's right, because the captain treasured the vice-captain more than anyone else." But then he realized his words sounded bad, so he hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "Ah, of course, it's not like they were in a romantic relationship or anything. They were just colleagues." Inside, CA was already screaming, "What am I saying in front of the captain's fiancée?" Spin only lowered her head, lost in thought, and quietly replied, "Yes, just colleagues." At that moment, her mind was in complete turmoil. The captain hadn't gone to work ever since she disappeared, so was this all because? Outside, The two of them had long since fallen silent, and the space suddenly grew quiet. CA stroked his chin and thought, should I tell her that my nickname is Cac? After quite a while, Spin was left sitting there alone with her thoughts. Suddenly, someone walked over and said, "Hello." Spin looked up blankly, her face full of confusion. It was Clory. Keeping a cool expression, he said, "We've met before. I'd like to ask you a few questions." She answered yes. Clory immediately continued, "Allow me to ask directly. Do you have a contract with a spirit beast?" Realizing he had been too blunt, he quickly waved his hand and added, I'm not interrogating you. It's just that this is personally important to me." Spin asked in confusion, "Something important? Sir Clory, you don't remember either?" Clory looked away, hesitating. "Whenever I think about spirit beasts, I feel strangely unsettled, so I wanted to ask. I think you know a lot about spirit beasts. And have we met on the road before? Oddly enough, you feel very familiar to me." In his mind, he once again saw her from before she transmigrated, with her blonde hair. Then he remembered her appearance with blue hair and sunglasses, and continued, "Even though you look different and your hair color changed, somehow I still recognized you." Spin answered awkwardly, "Maybe you've met my sister. I have an older sister." It was as if she were recounting her own life back then. "I lived a very peaceful life." Clory looked a little doubtful. "Really? Is that why I always feel like I have to help you?" Just then, a knight called out to him from afar, "Sir Clory." He turned and walked over, but before leaving, he said, "I'll come back. I want to talk to you." Spin replied, "Yes." After that, she gave a strained smile and thought, I don't even know what else we would talk about. Then another person appeared and greeted her, "Hello." This made Spin turn in surprise. It was Cloy, cheerfully waving at Spin. "How have you been?" The scene shifted to Xenoc's room. He lay quietly on the bed with his eyes closed, resting in exhaustion. As soon as she saw him stirring awake, Spin immediately blurted out, "You're awake, my lord?" Xenoc slowly sat up and looked questioningly at Spin, who was smiling brightly. Tilting his head, his face full of confusion, he asked, "Why are you here?" Spin didn't react in time and only repeated, "Why?" That went back to earlier, when poor CA had pleaded, "Please stay until the captain wakes up." Then she said hesitantly, "CA kept me here and said I wasn't allowed to leave." Hearing that, Xenoc was rather pleased with him and inwardly praised him. "I should reward CA and give him some rest." Spin asked with concern, "Do you feel any better? I heard the sword was poisoned." Xenoc answered, "It's fine. It's not life-threatening." Spin looked worried and full of self-blame as she added, "Not life-threatening doesn't mean it doesn't hurt." Xenoc touched her cheek in a comforting gesture, and Spin looked up at him. A flash of surprise crossed her face at the unexpected action. "My lord?" His face suddenly flushed red, and his eyes were full of affection. "What's the reason?" Xenoc took Spin's hand and thought to himself, "Why did you hide your identity?" "I don't know why, but none of it matters now." Without hesitation, Xenoc placed Spin's hand against his cheek, leaving her stunned. Looking completely content, he murmured with satisfaction, "This is better than you being dead." By now Spin was blushing bright red in embarrassment, flustered and at a loss. "Hey, Duke." Xenoc, shameless as ever, replied matter-of-factly, "Aren't you my fiancé?" Spin couldn't deny it and answered, "That's right." She never expected Xenoc to then say, "Then stay by my side." Unable to hide his happiness, he smiled brightly and continued, "I'll lend you this shoulder." Spin grew even more flustered, inwardly screaming, "What do you mean, lend me your shoulder?" Her expression turned utterly awful as she stiffly stared at the man bearing his feelings to her. Xenoc wrapped his arms around Spin, and she could only respond helplessly, "This bed is a little." At that moment, Xenoc suddenly looked pitiful and aggrieved as he gazed at her. "It hurts so much." Spin immediately fell for it and hurriedly asked, "It hurts? Are you still all right?" Looking at her like that, it was as though the Spin from her previous life had appeared again. Even if their faces were different, deep down, they were still the same person. The corners of Xenoc's lips curved up on their own, his smile barely restrained. He gave a soft laugh and nodded. Yes, it hurts a lot. My body and my heart both hurt. I've waited for you for a very long time. I truly missed you. Spin still didn't understand the situation and innocently looked up at Xenoc. She unconsciously let out, "Huh?" Completely naive, she calmly replied, "But we already met yesterday." Xenoc didn't explain any further and only lowered his head as he said, "I see. Then let's just say I've known you for a very, very long time." After that, the room fell silent without a single sound. Xenoc looked at the person he had longed for day and night, now right beside him, and thought, "I really don't understand how this can be when we've met so many times." He unconsciously tucked Spin's hair behind her ear. "What exactly is happening? Even your appearance and manner are different." Spin blurted out awkwardly, "Is this really helpful?" Xenoc nodded. "Yes, it calms both the mind and the body." Smiling with great amusement, he explained, "Don't they say there's nothing better than human warmth?" Xenoc stared at her intently, feeling emotional inside. How should I put it? She seems a little gentler. Time passed slowly. Outside, night had long since fallen, and the estate glittered with lights. At some point, Xenoc comfortably drifted off to sleep on the bed. Poor Spin had to sit beside him and keep watch until late into the night before he finally let go. Just then, Ket appeared through a spatial portal. The moment Spin saw him, she asked, "Ah, Ket, why are you only here now? Are you okay?" Ket happily placed a hand on his chest and replied, "I'm fine." He explained, "The children have been handed over to the Sky Knights, so there shouldn't be any problem. I was waiting for you in the room." Spin exclaimed in relief, "That's a relief." Ket pulled out a stack of documents and said, "Also, look at this." Spin turned to him doubtfully. Every page was the result of the New Religion's work, their research journal. And there was a magic password on it, but I already decrypted it, so you'll be able to read it too. When she reached the end, a look of shock flashed in Spin's eyes. She shot to her feet and slapped her hand on the table, staring at Ket in disbelief. "This," he explained in a grave tone, "yes. It looks like the Royal Knights have been secretly setting up a base and carrying out experiments. There had to be a reason. They were experimenting on the children in the temple, and it was under the guidance of that mysterious woman along with the Knights. And those children, every last one of them was used as test subjects." Pointing at the documents, Spin said, "I feel sick reading the words written here. A body for a god to descend into. An empty vessel." Ket then suggested an answer to what Spin had been wondering. "Spin, could your original body also be inside this base?" Spin cried out in agitation. "What?" Ket added, "No matter how you look at it, this seems to be talking about you. Don't you think that's strange?" The two of them in the room continued piecing together all the difficult clues. Elsewhere, No-Ran recalled an earlier time when he had bribed a guard and gotten into the building where Gloria lived. At that time, the middle-aged man had warned seriously, "Don't bother yourself with it. Just do your job well." His reaction had been strange. There had also been cautious footsteps outside. There was definitely some kind of problem connected to Gloria. Spin noticed the door, clearly aware of an unwelcome presence. The person lurking behind the large door had surely heard the conversation. Spin quickly stepped outside and glared angrily at No-Ran. There wasn't a trace of friendliness in her eyes as she looked askance at him. No-Ran fumbled, not knowing how to explain himself, and could only force a smile. Naturally, Spin did not welcome him. Questions filled her mind. Who is this? A bad feeling suddenly came over her. Could he be someone Gloria knew? What should she do? Just then Glenn came running over, to her surprise, and called out, "Gloria." With a strained smile, Glenn asked, "It's been a long time, Uncle. Have you been well? I heard you came to my sister's residence without permission." At that point, his gaze grew cautious. "What brings you here?" No-Ran hesitated, then answered with an awkward laugh. "Well, I got lost." Inwardly, he cursed, "Damn it." Glenn showed no courtesy as he continued. "Is that so? Then I'll have someone escort you out. Show him the way." And so No-Ran followed a maid from the estate to the exit. Only then did Glenn finally let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. When I heard someone had intruded, I nearly jumped out of my skin." Spin led Glenn back into the room. "A stranger showed up, so I was startled." He quickly explained, "Yes, that's my uncle, but he doesn't get along with my father, so please be careful." On No-Ran's side, a listening device attached near his ear gave off a sound. "Milady, His face lit up when he heard the part. If we're caught, it'll be trouble. At that moment, he smugly thought, just in case, I attached a listening device. Didn't expect that, did you? From inside, the conversation on Spin's side kept streaming through. Meanwhile, Ket looked upward with a mocking expression, as if he hadn't noticed something. He gave a light laugh and said, "Hey, some old fox is using cheap equipment." Spin asked in confusion, "Huh?" He replied with a faint smile, "Spin, that man from before can hear us from very far away. He has a magic device." Glenn cried out in horror. "What? Then what do we do?" "I just called her m'lady and even said we'd be in trouble if we got caught." The more Glenn spoke, the more he trembled. Nervously, he continued, "What do we do?" Spin quickly came up with a plan and reassured him, "It's all right. I have an idea." The next day, at Xenok's estate, sunlight filtered softly through the leaves. Inside, Spin smiled brightly and said, "Good morning, Duke. Did you sleep well last night? You're not hurting anywhere, are you?" And used to this sudden enthusiasm, Xenok answered a little stiffly, "I'm much better now. It's been a long time since you've come without warning." Spin calmly continued, "Is that so?" Her expression turned serious. "There's something I want to ask you. It's only hypothetical, but I want you to answer honestly." Xenok cleared his throat, covering his mouth, and said, "All right. What do you want to ask?" Spin immediately asked, "If I weren't your fiancé, what would become of us?" Xenok looked at her questioningly and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Spin answered in a serious tone, "Just hypothetically." He immediately replied, "Why would you suddenly say something like that?" Covering his mouth and lowering his head, Xenok let out a soft laugh he couldn't suppress. Seeing her puzzled expression, he smiled and said, "You're not really Gloria Guggett, are you? Or does Marquis Guggett have another daughter?" Spin picked up on the implication in his words, and her face turned guarded. "He's really sharp," she thought. Xenok continued, "If you weren't my fiancé, then that would be legitimate grounds to break off the engagement. But I won't let that happen." Spin curiously asked why. Xenok looked at her with complete sincerity, his eyes full of affection. "Because I like you. No one but you." Hearing that, Spin froze for a moment, her young heart fluttering. But she forced herself to steady her voice and asked, "We've only known each other for a short time." Xenok didn't hide it and simply replied, "I like you from the very first sight." Spin stared in shock. "What?" Xenok gave a soft smile and lowered his head as he continued, "Besides, maybe we've been connected since the past." Spin silently looked at him, saying nothing, but inside she was filled with 1,000 unanswered questions. Xenok went on, "I don't know what kind of situation you're talking about, but as long as you're you, I won't change. Our engagement won't change either. Remember that, Lady Guggett. I accept it because it's you." Spin looked conflicted, her eyes reflecting an indescribable hesitation. "My heart is pounding," she thought. Then she replied, "I understand." The scene shifted outside the estate, where the sky was still as bright as before. Spin walked out with heavy steps, her mind still spinning with thoughts. So that's how the captain feels. Determination filled her eyes as she looked up at the sky. Now we have to face the truth. Then she looked to the side and asked, "Lupus, how is the fragment of the spirit beast?" Lupus answered, "I still can't sense it." Spin only stood there in silence, saying nothing more, and it was unclear what she was thinking. At that moment, No-Ran sat by the window looking outside, his face pensive as he carefully considered Spin's matter. Staring at the ring in his hand only made it harder to sort out. No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. Recalling Spin's face, he wondered, when Gloria was little, she looked exactly like my sister-in-law. Could a person's face really change that much while growing up? And when No-Ran had left that place, the magical listening device had let him hear that mysterious conversation. By this point, he had vaguely figured it out. Fraudulent marriage was a serious crime, especially. After a long pause, No-Ran smiled darkly and clenched the ring in his hand. "Especially when it's with that Imperial Duke. Maybe I should pay a visit to the Knights." Elsewhere, Spin looked at Ket and asked, "Ket, are you ready?" Ket looked at her fondly and replied, "Don't worry." Suddenly, the vinegar jug Xenok appeared out of nowhere, radiating dense, killing intent, his lips curling into a cold smile. With an arrogant look, He glanced at them and demanded, "Are you colluding with a wanted criminal?" Caught red-handed, Spin could only force an awkward smile and stammer, "Well, about that." Beside her, Ket calmly agreed at once, yes. He pulled her closer. "She's my accomplice, right, Spin?" "Ah, no, Gloria." Spin jumped inwardly, scolding him. "Why are you saying that now?" On the other side, the jealous vinegar jug noticed only Ket's filthy hand resting on his beloved wife's shoulder. His gaze was brimming with murderous intent, as though he wanted to tear his romantic rival apart on the spot. Sensing the killing aura around them, Spin awkwardly explained, "Duke, are you planning to arrest us right now?" Ket, not particularly concerned, rubbed his chin and grinned. "If it's only Xenoc arresting us, that's fine." Spin thought nervously, even if Ket says that. That with Xenoc staring at her like that, Spin was still a little intimidated. "Oh dear." He folded his arms across his chest and said nothing, but his eyes clearly wanted Ket dead and buried. Meanwhile, Ket still looked cheerful, his hand resting on Spin's shoulder as he smiled and said, "Gloria, I told you it'd be fine." Spin looked at him doubtfully. "Can it really be? You're a wanted criminal." He cut her off calmly. "That's right." Ignoring Xenoc's anger, Ket kept that bright smile on his face and explained, "First of all, Xenoc is a loyal friend. The one who issued the wanted order wasn't the Imperial family or the Knights. It was a wizard. More precisely, my teacher." Spin seemed to understand and looked at him with a little sympathy. Ket calmly added, "Let's go. We don't have much time." At that, he used magic to open a barrier, and it seemed Xenoc intended to come along as well. Before long, Spin was transported through space, and she stared in surprise at the scene before her. It was the estate in the city where Count Sua lived. The three of them stood in front of the great gate. Spin looked at it with mixed emotions and thought, "I'm back in my hometown again." Then she suddenly remembered something and looked at Xenoc. "Come to think of it, Duke, aren't you busy?" A teasing glint appeared in his eyes. "Isn't it a little late to ask that now?" Feeling somewhat conflicted, he continued, "A single day is fine. Still, you should at least tell me where we're going." "But why are we in Sua territory?" Spin answered honestly, "This is my hometown." A questioning look flashed through Xenoc's eyes. "What?" Spin explained, "It's a little complicated, but this is my hometown, and there's something I need to find out here. It may sound strange, but I don't want to lie to you about it." Not to be outdone, Ket stepped between the two of them. "Come on, let's hurry. We only have one day." Once inside, Spin sat before her parents and said, "We've come looking for someone." The Countess asked in confusion, "What? Our daughter?" After a moment of confusion, the Countess added, "She's gone." Spin stiffened awkwardly. "What?" According to what the Countess knows, the child said she had something to do and left. Spin wondered, so that person really said that? Then she asked out of curiosity, "And there's been no contact either. Aren't you too worried?" At that, the Countess grew sad. "Of course we are, but she's a strong-willed and righteous child. I believe she'll overcome any hardship because that's how we raised her." Spin clenched the hem of her clothes. "So that's it," she told herself. "I could have grown up like that too if my parents had still been alive. If the three of us had been reunited as a family, I could have received that kind of love too." After thinking that, she smiled brightly and said, "I'm sorry for bothering you." The Countess replied, "It's nothing. You're guests of the Duke, after all, and we've received his help." At that moment, the Count added, "He's done so much for this territory. He always looked after my wife and me, especially during the drought. To be honest, the Duke already asked us the same thing you did. I just don't know whether it'll be of any help." Lupus also said, "Your parents are still alive now, and a lot must have happened because of your time travel. Some of it may even be beyond imagination." Spin said nothing, but inwardly agreed. Time had passed, and everything had become tangled. Why had House Sua still fallen into ruin, even though her parents were alive? Was it because of the drought? Outside, Xenoc was listening to the conversation as well. "We just hope we can see our daughter again soon." Then, all of a sudden, Ket's voice rang out. "Have you found the person you're looking for yet?" Hearing that, Xenoc turned and looked over coldly. Ket slowly descended and landed near Xenoc. He stared at him calmly for a moment, wearing his usual model-like smile, then looked at Xenoc with apparent goodwill. Xenoc quietly called out Ket. The elegant man with refined, harmonious features said, Ket. Black bowed respectfully and spoke. What? Then he looked straight at Ket and asked, why are you with Lord Sua again? Ket merely curved his lips into a faint smile. Then he laughed out loud and replied, want to know why? Black immediately asked in a stern tone, answer me. Ket didn't back down at all and shot back provocatively. I don't feel like it. Then he shot Black a murderous glare and continued, if you're curious, find out yourself. He stepped forward, pointed at Black, and added in a teasing voice, mind your own business, my friend. Telling you would be a complete waste. Ket recalled everything he had gone through, the times he had shed sweat and blood, the moments he had nearly collapsed, and continued, you have no idea what price I had to pay. He turned to leave, not forgetting his final words. But there won't be much time left. Ket looked back with a radiant smile. Because I'm going to take everything. Black was left standing there in silence, deep in thought. His eyes shifted to the side contemplatively. Black looked around the palace where he stood, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. This place feels so familiar. Hadn't I come here before as a child, long before I became an adult? Black remembered coming here with Ket. I came here with Ket, and there was one more person too. Then Gloria's image surfaced sweetly in his mind. After remembering that, Black suddenly froze. Then he let out a satisfied sound. At that moment, Gloria was already standing before a holy temple. Her eyes full of determination, she looked up, recalling what Reuben had said. My daughter said the person she wanted to meet was there, so she absolutely had to go meet them, she thought to herself. That's why I couldn't tell her not to go. I really wanted to go down and see my child again. Gloria's eyes flashed. If that's the case, then. Lupus beside her spoke up. Your body probably moved with the very last effort of your life. Recalling what she had once been like, Gloria suddenly realized it. My final effort. Didn't I want to defeat the leader and become free? Memories flooded back, and she thought, in any case, my body is in the Forbidden Palace. Probably in the Royal Mage's secret base. As Gloria stood there, Ket and Black stepped out at the same time. Still thinking, Ket's hypothesis came to mind. If my body still exists, then, could I be revived? As Ket and Black approached, Gloria said, let's go back. Scene shifts to the Royal Knight's headquarters. A gray-haired young man looked alarmed and anxious. What? The Duke isn't coming to work? A long-bearded old man calmly answered. Yes. Didn't you know? That old man was Simon, a mage and the current vice-captain of the Knight Order. The gray-haired young man lowered his head in disappointment and said, it was confidential business. Simon pressed him. What is it? I can pass it on to the captain. He replied, it's nothing. Come to think of it, you're the younger brother of Marquis Gaude. And he's our comrade too. Simon's eyes lit up as he said seriously, then feel free to speak. For example, have you ever heard of gods or spirit beasts? Scene shifts to a palace. Night had already fallen. Gloria appeared there by teleportation, brushed off her arm, and thought, I am exhausted. Recalling what had happened earlier, Black and Ket had gone their separate ways. The captain had gone straight back to his estate, and Ket had gone out to take care of something. Gloria entered the palace and sank comfortably onto the sofa. She still thought to herself, I wonder how Gloria is doing now. Glenn said they had made contact. Gloria sprawled out and silently hoped, I just hope she's still doing well. But then, the final spirit beast was obsessed with the captain. She remembered Gloria baring her teeth almost perversely and saying, if I can become a couple with the Duke, then I can do anything. Gloria narrowed her eyes and thought. Lupus had said that was the feeling of the body's owner. What kind of person is Lady Tadirian, really? Why is this so important? After thinking it over, she sat up and asked, Lupus, if someone is possessed by the final spirit beast, is there any way to make the owner of the body come back to her senses? Lupus replied, I don't know, but I might think of something if I touch it. Gloria asked, do we have to catch it and tie it up? A white spirit suddenly popped out and asked, can I eat this? A yellow spirit beside it added, it smells really good. Gloria lazily answered, go ahead, eat it, eat it. And so all the spirits cheered happily. Across from their dining table, a holy jar suddenly began to glow powerfully. Gloria glanced over at it at once. What is this? It feels like someone is watching me. The gray-haired young man, holding a strange viewing device in his hand, was seeing an image of Gloria and the spirits as they were now. He grinned slyly as he listened to Gloria and the spirits chattering happily. This is so good. Give me more. Eat slowly. It turned out that Simon had given him that strange device. The old man had instructed him carefully. This is an image recording device. I want to learn everything about the captain's fiancée. If you discover anything unusual, report it to me, record it, and bring it to me. I'll reward you handsomely. The gray-haired young man, trembling slightly, accepted the eerie device. Simon placed the device in his hand and continued, and don't worry about it being discovered. No one will find it unless they're a highly skilled mage. The gray-haired young man gripped the device tightly, full of determination, and hurried into the palace. A day passed, and the moon rose high, shining over the dark night sky. At that moment, Gloria had changed into her night clothes inside the palace when someone called to her. My lady, Glenn, holding a coat and looking very rushed, informed her, I've received urgent news. Gloria looked surprised. Urgent news? For me? In the distance, a carriage was already racing along. Glenn continued, the Duke sent for you suddenly. What should we do? Gloria, now dressed properly and formally, answered, I'll go. Why is the captain calling me over at this hour? Before long, she arrived at the Duke's residence. In front of a warmly blazing fireplace, Gloria turned to Xenoc curiously. What is it, Duke? Did something serious happen? He only replied, No, nothing at all. She pressed, then why? Xenoc answered honestly, It's just, I wanted to see you. I'm sorry for calling you here. I thought you'd be even more surprised if I came to visit you myself. Xenoc's face reddened slightly as he shyly confessed. It's strange, but today I had this feeling that you were going to disappear again. Gloria blinked in surprise. What? He replied. It's happened so many times already. Gloria suddenly realized, I remember now. Peen. The image of the innocent little boy from back then appeared beside Xenoc. He slowly confessed his feelings to her. I missed you so much. So much. Hearing that, Gloria grew flustered and didn't know how to react. And she finally asked, What do you mean by that? Seeing her blank reaction, Xenoc answered, a little embarrassed, Stop pretending. You know exactly what I mean. Xenoc looked at her, trying to find the answer he wanted. Your Pin, the one who appeared in my childhood. Right? His gaze stayed fixed on Gloria without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, Gloria thought, and the vice captain I've been searching for. Gloria S.U.A.? This is unbelievable. She stared in shock. Why did he appear under the identity of Gloria Gowd? I remember everything now. Xenoc thought quietly to himself. There must be a reason why she didn't look for me. A reason she didn't reveal her identity even in front of me. Remembering how Espen S.U.A. had once beaten him black and blue, Xenoc grew confused. There must have been a reason she beat me and then left. At once, he changed his expression and smiled brightly. I had no idea you were a noble lady too. At the same time, he thought to himself, I want to hear it from her own lips. Until then, I'll remain the same Zenik I was as a child. Glenn looked over in confusion, while Gloria thought, What is going on? Glenn was utterly bewildered by what was happening. Hadn't it been said that in exchange for saving her parents' lives, everyone would forget Pin? But Ket remembered, and now Xenoc did too. Countless questions and chaotic thoughts flooded her mind. Lord Clory seemed to be remembering something as well. No way. If this is the price for bringing the dead back to life. Then, a storm of thoughts attacked my mind, and not just one. Gloria glanced at Lupus, hoping it could somehow help her in this situation. Lupus rose into the air without saying a word, and then simply flew away. Gloria kept her head lowered, unable to say anything. The atmosphere between the two of them was unbearably awkward. Xenoc continued staring at her, waiting for an answer. Scene shifts to the next day, a beautiful morning inside the palace. Gloria sat in the quiet drawing room. It turned out that she and Xenoc had looked at each other until dawn. In the end, he stood up to leave and smiled helplessly. I know this is hard to understand. Let's talk again tomorrow. Then he turned to her and gently added, I only remembered not long ago myself. Then he calmly told her, You kept appearing in my dreams. Whenever I opened my eyes, I wanted to see your face because I was afraid you would disappear again. Hearing that, Gloria felt sad too. So I hurt him that deeply. Xenoc lifted her hand, leaned closer to her, and said affectionately, I really missed you. I'm sorry for calling you so late at night. Gloria raised a hand to her forehead, her mind spinning in confusion. Should I think of Xenoc as the boy I met when I was young? Or should I think of him as the captain? At that moment, Glenn suddenly appeared and asked, "You seem very worried." As soon as she saw Ket, she asked, "Ket, how were you able to remember me?" He answered, "To keep a promise." Seeing Ket keep dancing around the matter, Gloria impatiently said, "What does that mean? Stop dodging and tell me." Ket glanced at her and said, "Before you left. After I let you go." At that time, Glenn had fallen into a hollow, lonely emptiness. He confessed, it felt like something was very wrong, as if some great power was embracing us and making our memories blur. The boy Ket from the past closed his eyes and held his sword. Ket remembered and continued, "So I cast a spell on myself." His staff shone brilliantly after he cast the spell. He recalled it and explained, "Even if it was just one word, hearing that word again would make me remember everything." Suddenly, Glenn stepped forward and lifted the end of Gloria's braid, bringing his face close to hers as he said softly, "That one word was Pin. Your name." A string of objects with similar sounds to the word Pin flashed through Glenn's mind, and he innocently said, "That means I could hear it again at any time, right?" Then his eyes lowered and he said seriously, "I risked my life to carry out that spell." Glenn remembered how, as a child, he had been so frightened while casting the spell that he burst into tears. He continued, "I was little and ignorant then, so I thought this was the only way." Taking Gloria's hand, Glenn suddenly confessed the feelings he had hidden for years. "I like you, Pin, in the past and in the present." Hearing her best friend say that so suddenly, Gloria froze on the spot. Her lips parted as if she wanted to say something. Remembering the past, she thought that Xenoc had once said the same thing. Back then, Xenoc had told her he liked her too, and that confession had shocked her just as much. "Thank you both for liking me." Then Gloria darkened her expression, pretended to be cold, and answered Glenn bluntly, "But, strangely enough, I'm not interested. I'm sorry." Glenn let out a long, sorrowful sigh, then replied calmly, "You don't need to apologize. I didn't say it because I wanted an apology." He smiled gently at Gloria and said sincerely, "I just want you to know that I'll always be by your side." At that moment, Glenn suddenly thought of something. Does Xenoc still not know Pin is the vice captain, or is he pretending not to know? Back then, when Pin vanished, Xenoc had said to Glenn, "The vice captain disappeared. To be honest, I don't hate her. The captain knows exactly what she means to him, but I'm the only one who doesn't know." Xenoc had continued, "No matter how composed the vice captain is, there'll still be rumors that they're lovers. It seems like there's something between them." Glenn thought to himself he knew something about the spirit beast, and then suddenly I heard that strange story. Back in the present, Glenn was still sunk in thought. The story I heard while I was investigating, back when I didn't know you yet, said the two of you were deeply bound together. What a ridiculous story. Time passed in the blink of an eye. At the palace, the sun had set, giving way to moonlight and twinkling stars. At that moment, only Gloria and Lupus stood together on the balcony, gazing out. She suddenly called out, "Lupus." Without looking at it, still staring up at the glittering sky, Gloria asked, "Is there another price to pay for saving my parents?" Lupus answered, "Yes." She turned to look at it and asked, "Then why didn't you tell me?" Facing all the spirits, Gloria spoke in disappointment. "I'm saying this because we came here together. No matter what you all think of me, I believe we truly trusted each other. I thought of all of you as friends." Lupus only replied vaguely, "I couldn't tell you. You had to realize it yourself." Gloria listened closely to every word Lupus said. "Because that's the price, Pin. Only one fragment of the spirit beast remains, and you have to gather it." Gloria lowered her head sadly, while Lupus continued, "You're an extraordinary human. Like the other time travelers, I only hope no tragic ending awaits you." Lupus looked at the other spirits of its kind with a trace of sorrow. "No matter how much I may want it, I can never become human, because I'm a spirit beast." As if something had finally clicked into place, Gloria replied quietly, "All right." It was a bitter night. After a long, solid sleep, Gloria was stretching awake and yawning repeatedly. She heard footsteps approaching her room and glanced over curiously, listening. Glenn flung open the bedroom door, looking utterly flustered as he shouted, "Gloria!" She looked surprised. Glenn. Then he turned and spread his arms as though shielding her, yelling, "What are all of you doing?" A footstep approached, and a cold voice said, "Step aside, Mr. Glenn." It was a soldier who had been sent there. He held up an official notice in front of Glenn and declared loudly, "We came here under orders." Gloria still didn't understand what was happening. He continued, "I'm here to arrest the impostor who dared mock a noble family and the Duke." Gloria still couldn't grasp the situation. He repeated, "I'm here to arrest the impostor who dared mock a noble family and the Duke." She stood frozen, watching Glenn desperately try to stop them, and asked herself, what is going on? Gloria bit her lip and thought, no, this isn't right. She remembered what Ket had once told her. Pin, that man who just left, can hear from very far away. He has a magical device. Helplessly, she thought, I knew it. It's just happening sooner than I expected. The men in front held up the proclamation, and Gloria wondered again, but why did the Sky Knights come? Where is Marquis Goud? Then Gloria spoke up to calm Glenn. Brother, it's okay. She scratched her ear and said calmly, I don't even know why they're doing this. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Gloria walked toward the knights and said indifferently, I'll be back. Glenn hurriedly replied, Then I'll come too. But before he could finish, a voice cut in, No. The captain of the knights spoke sternly in a haughty tone. You cannot accompany us on the route used to escort criminals. Gloria had no choice but to go with them, leaving Glenn behind after trying to reassure him. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. I'll see you later. In the blink of an eye, Gloria was already walking down the road toward their destination, with knights standing guard on both sides. Feeling that something was off, she wondered, this is strange. She suddenly remembered what Ket had told her earlier. There's something I need to investigate. I'll be back this afternoon. Only then did she realize Ket was away, so there was no one she could discuss things with. Talk about bad timing. Just as she was about to step through the gate, someone suddenly shouted, Stop! Gloria turned around in surprise. It was Xenoc. He strode over and stepped in on her behalf. Where are you taking my fiancée? The knight captain, visibly uneasy, immediately explained, Sir, we receive a report that this girl is a fake, so... Xenoc cut him off at once. That accusation is baseless. Besides, this is not the knight's affair. He slowly stepped forward. Then, unexpectedly, he came up to Gloria and lifted her into his arms. His face remained calm, but there was a trace of anger in it, anger that his girl had been falsely accused. While Gloria stared at him in utter shock, Xenoc said sternly to the captain, I'll be taking my fiancée with me. His voice turned even colder and sharper. If anyone has a problem with it, they can come to my estate. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace. Ket was walking through it, glancing around as he searched. It's not here either. Where's the spirit beast fragment? His feet suddenly stopped. Ket seemed to see something that made his face go pale, his eyes widening in shock, or perhaps fear. He glanced upward, sensing something strange, and silently guessed. Strangers crossed the barrier inside Pin's room. And not just one. As Ket was busy examining the magic diagram, a voice rose behind him. Where are you going? Behind him, an old man with snow-white hair and beard was slowly approaching. Stroking his long beard, he spoke first. It's been a long time, my disciple. The old man continued. Don't we have a lot to talk about? Ket turned around and looked at him in complete shock. It was not just surprise. There was fear mixed in. The old man continued threateningly. First, let's talk about the specimens and documents you stole. By early the next morning, the air outside the palace was fresh and peaceful. Inside the warm, crimson-toned royal bedroom, a gentle voice spoke. Here, Pin. Gloria opened her mouth and answered. Wait a second. Gloria asked Xenoc anxiously. Will it really be okay? Will the knights come here too? He replied. That's why you need to stay here. If you stay here, nothing will happen to you. Xenoc blushed slightly and shyly revealed. Because for a long time now, only one person besides me has been allowed in here. Memories surfaced of when she had been Espen, when she had fallen asleep in his room. Gloria thought to herself, it's the room where I dozed off not long ago, and also the room I shared with the captain. She remembered that when she had still been Espen SUA, she had shared many intimate moments with Xenoc. Pushing those thoughts away, Gloria's face darkened as she lamented inwardly. This is so uncomfortable. Xenox seemed about to go somewhere, so he quickly said goodbye. I'll be right back. I'll personally receive the knights. His expression hardened, and his eyes flashed with suppressed anger as he continued. I'm curious who dared act on their own without my order. Then Xenox reached out and lightly touched Gloria's neck. He said gently, I'm going now. Stay here, all right. Gloria's cheeks flushed, and she answered awkwardly. Huh, okay. Xenox turned away, his face turning cold as ice, while Gloria stared after him blankly. Then, remembering something, she quickly called out to stop him. Oh, wait, she thought. I almost missed it. Gloria was just about to speak when she suddenly froze. She remembered what Xenox had said earlier. Because for a long time now, only one person besides me has been allowed in here. Gloria went still. In her mind, she wanted to say something to Xenox, but she could not bring herself to voice it. She only thought, Captain, those words can only mean one thing. Memories from the past came flooding back. Espen Sua, wearing an oversized white shirt, sitting on the bed. Across from her was Xenox, gently saying, You're drunk, huh? Then he suddenly asked a strange question. Will you still remember tomorrow? Only then did Gloria realize it. The only person who had ever entered this room was her. Understanding the hidden meaning behind Xenox's words, her whole body flushed red with embarrassment and surprise. I remember now. Someone slammed a water pitcher down on the table. Espen, dead drunk, shouted, Rejected again, again, again. She dropped her face onto the table and groaned tiredly. Can I even do this? I'm so exhausted. Chloe spoke up as well. Every plan I make gets rejected. I'm looked down on inside and out as some ruined noble with nothing. In the end, all I get is everyone's contempt. Espen sadly confessed her own feelings. I didn't become a knight for this. Someone stepped in through the tavern door, making Chloe glance over. It was Xenox. Looking at Espen, he asked, Are you drunk? She cried out in surprise. Captain. The scene shifted to the palace. Espen was slumped over on a sofa, and when Xenox saw her stir, he said, Are you awake yet? Hearing the familiar voice, she sat bolt upright in alarm. In front of her sat Xenox with his arms folded, looking perfectly at ease. Espen stared in surprise. Captain. She looked at the table, where an extravagant spread of food had already been laid out, along with wine. She hurriedly asked, Why am I here? And what is all this? Xenox answered calmly, Chloe has already been sent home. I tried to take you back to the women's dormitory, but recalling how, while drunk off her head, she had kept hitting him and demanding more to drink, Xenox explained. You kept shouting and asking for another glass. It was troublesome. After being told that, Espen replied awkwardly, I'm sorry. Looking at the expensive liquor lined up in front of her, he said, Anyway, tomorrow is a day off, so drink as much as you like. Espen quickly poured herself a full glass and gulped it down, thinking, whatever. It's not like I have family or anyone who cares about me the way they care about Chloe. With candlelight casting a romantic glow over the food and wine, Espen suddenly spoke from the heart. That's why. I really, really hate you, Captain. Xenox asked why. In her drunken haze, Espen gave an answer that left him stunned. Because I can hate you. Xenox asked why. Still soft with drink, Espen repeated the answer that startled him. Because I can't hate you. She then laughed aloud, trying to break the tense atmosphere. I'm such an idiot, right? Gripping her wine glass tightly, Espen confessed. I worked so hard so no one would ignore me, just because I don't have parents. She had always been obsessed with people of higher status than herself. But now I feel so ashamed and insecure. Xenox was surprised by her words and could not reply at once. Espen clenched her fist and struck her thigh as she complained bitterly. Why does everyone hate me? He finally said, I don't hate you. Espen looked up at him in surprise, and he continued, I like your sincerity. Xenox went on, recounting the things she had done. You're the first one to arrive at work and the last one to leave. He continued, you were also the first person to notice the bullying of the new knight. At that moment, Xenox looked straight at Espen and said seriously, and to me, you are my only rival. Hearing that, sweat poured down her face, and she swallowed hard in fear. Espen covered her flustered face with her hand and replied, Why has no one ever said that before? Only you, Captain. I'm such a fool. Then Xenox suddenly laid his heart bare. Because I like you. The word struck Espen like a bolt from the blue. She froze on the spot, even as her whole body burned hot. She quickly lifted her wine glass and forced a smile, trying to play it off. "I respect you too, sir." Xenok covered his mouth as he laughed and said, "Sorry, but I meant something else." Then he stood and approached her, continuing gently, "I respect you very much, but what I want is to do this." The moment he finished speaking, Xenok leaned down and pressed a kiss to Espen's lips. The two stared at each other, both flushed red and trembling with nervousness. Realizing he had been too hasty, Xenok immediately pulled back, turned his back to her, and said shyly, "I'm sorry. I must be drunk too. If you don't want to see my face, then," but Espen grabbed his collar to stop him. Looking up at him softly, she said one more time, "I liked it." From above, she looked irresistibly alluring, with her full chest rising beneath the loose shirt. Xenok fell silent, his voice rough and low. "You won't regret this?" Then he caressed Espen's cheek. He bent down and kissed her again. Some time later, Espen was sitting on the bed wearing nothing but a shirt, turning back to look at Xenok. He was sipping wine, and when he saw her looking at him, he asked, "You're drunk, huh? Then will you still remember tomorrow?" Then he stood up and began unbuttoning his shirt. Xenok moved toward Espen and gently pushed her back onto the bed with deep affection. Suddenly, Espen blurted out, "I regret meeting you." Xenok's strong hands touched her face, and Espen felt as though she were going mad with pleasure as she thought, "After today, I don't think I'll ever be able to escape you." Xenok stared at her, desire consuming his entire body. "Then I'll have to do even better tonight." A little while later, the two of them had already set off fireworks all over the bed together. He thought to himself, "I hope you'll remember this happy night." Outside, the sky was pitch black, lit only by glittering stars. Inside the bedroom, Espen had already fallen asleep after their passionate exercise, and Xenok gazed at her intently. Looking at the kiss marks left on her neck, he thought, "I love you. I could give up anything for you. To me, you are the most precious person in the world, precious enough that I could abandon everything." Xenok kept staring at her. "So please, don't belittle yourself." Then he slowly pulled Espen into his arms as she slept, and the two of them drifted off into slumber together. Just as the captain said, that night truly was a very happy one. We were supposed to talk the next day. That was what I had decided, never imagining that I would forget everything completely. The scene shifted to the next day. Gloria woke with a start, her face red, tears somehow welling in her eyes. She looked around. She was in Xenok's bedroom. Holding her aching head, she thought, "I forgot." Gloria froze. "But that's strange." A housekeeper stepped in and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, my lady." At the sight of her, Gloria was startled. The housekeeper. I met her when I was serving as vice captain. Remembering how kindly this housekeeper had always treated her when she was Espen SU, Gloria relaxed a little. Thank goodness. She treated me very well, just like the captain. But the housekeeper standing before her now spoke with cold professionalism. "The Duke has instructed me to prepare your meals and attend to your needs. If anything is inconvenient, please let me know." Gloria thought, "She's so cold," but outwardly she quickly nodded and answered, "Come in." Suddenly the woman said, "I cannot. Those without permission may not enter." Since the housekeeper was not allowed into Xenok's bedroom, Gloria had no choice but to push the food cart inside herself. As she was taking it into the room, the housekeeper suddenly called out, "My lady, what I am about to say is somewhat rude, so I ask your forgiveness." Gloria turned back, curious. She stood still as the woman explained everything clearly. "There is only one person besides the Duke who may enter this room, and the Duke has long dreamed of marrying that person." Closing her eyes, the housekeeper continued in the same formal posture, her voice icy. "At present, you are accused of insulting a noble family and pretending to be a marquis's daughter. I heard that you came here seeking refuge for a time." She recalled all that Xenok had done for Espen Sua, shedding blood and sweat, and even risking his life, and went on, "Ever since the person the Duke loved disappeared, he cast everything aside and searched for her. He even faced mortal danger after falling into traps set by enemies who took advantage of that. That is why I believe he truly loved her." Then the housekeeper continued, each word like a blade stabbing into Gloria's heart. Marrying someone you truly love is surely not a good choice for you, my lady. The reason I offer this advice without the Duke's permission is because I genuinely care about the person who disappeared from the Duke's side. She quickly bowed her head to Gloria and honestly confessed, "As a servant, I cannot allow someone suspected of fraud to remain in this house." Then the housekeeper straightened her back and said firmly, "You may tell the Duke about my words and actions. I will gladly accept punishment." With that, she stepped outside and closed the door. The next moment, Gloria was alone in the room, and she collapsed, covering her face in agony. So many tears fell from her that they pattered onto the floor. She thought of the people important to her, the housekeeper, her best friend Chloe, and Xenoc too, and blamed herself inwardly. "I always thought that even if I died, no one would grieve for me. I never thought anyone would remember me." But the truth was that was not the case. Gloria sank down onto the floor, clutching her chest and sobbing. They were tears of happiness. Happiness that she, too, was someone worthy of love. Her hand trembled as joyful memories and the affection between Gloria and Xenoc rushed through her mind all at once. It was only at this very moment that she realized something. It wasn't that Espen Sua disliked or hated the captain. In the past, she had loved him very much. But another opposing thought rose up like shards of glass, tearing through that realization. But at that moment, Lupus flew around her and called out, "Pin." Seeing Gloria crying miserably, he flew closer, then cheerfully said, "Listen." Gloria stopped crying at once when she heard Lupus's next words. "We found the last spirit beast fragment." The good news from Lupus left Espen stunned. "We found the last spirit beast fragment." Unable to hide her shock, she stepped forward and asked, "What? Where?" He flew ahead and answered softly, "I think I know where it is." The moment he finished speaking, Lupus turned around and immediately led the way. In the garden below, a group of people was gathered together. Knights and mages were speaking intently about something, their expressions grave. A sudden feeling of unease rose in Espen's heart. "Why are the mages here? Did they come to arrest me?" Their words drifted in and out on the wind and reached her ears. Everything was used for the test subject inside the Royal Knights. Those words hit Espen like a thunderbolt. Her vision darkened as something clicked in her mind. The last spirit beast knows I'm a time traveler. It joined hands with the Sky Knights. They're trying to capture me by any means. Espen began racking her brain. Wouldn't it be better if I let myself get caught here on purpose and then sneak into their secret base? Thinking it through only took an instant, and she immediately said to Lupus, "Let's go to where the spirit beast fragment is." The two moved lightly down the vast corridor, dark as pitch. Then her feet suddenly stopped. Should I go talk to the captain? She remembered what the maid had said to her earlier. "As a servant, I cannot allow someone suspected of fraud to remain in this house." Espen gave a bitter laugh and exhaled. "After I gather all the fragments and clear up every misunderstanding, then I'll talk to him." From far away, the sound of rapid footsteps drew nearer and nearer. Xenoc's arm shot out and swiftly caught hold of her slender shoulder. At the sight of his flustered, anxious expression, Espen looked confused. "Why are you here? Where are you going?" She hurriedly explained, "I think I've caused a lot of trouble. This morning I was out of it, and you helped me, but now there's somewhere I need to go." Xenoc suddenly pulled her into his arms. "I won't lose you again." He lowered himself and, without hesitation, pressed a sweet kiss to her lips. "Because I love you, Espen." Espen's eyes opened wide, as if she could not believe what was happening. Then they slowly closed as she quietly gave herself over to the comfort he brought her. Her hands gently slipped around the back of Xenoc's neck. Oh, why didn't I realize it? After they parted from the kiss, Espen gave him a bright, happy smile. "See you later." Unlike her, Xenoc could only let out a long sigh. Helplessly, he tipped his head back toward the sky, his eyes shut tight in thought. Then he placed a hand on her shoulder and asked firmly, "Then will the real Gloria Gagud come?" Xenoc spoke haltingly. "You asked me before." Espen had once said to him, "If I'm not your real fiancé, then what will happen to us?" "You asked what would happen if you were not my fiancé." Xenoc made up his mind without hesitation. Then I'll call off the engagement because the person I want to marry is you. Those words instantly left her frozen in place. Spin SUA. His hand gently caressed the soft nape of her neck. Lowering his head, he whispered by her ear, "Do you understand now? How could you not have known?" Xenoc knew he could not keep hiding it any longer. "No matter what you looked like, I still knew it was you." Spin's eyes suddenly grew unfocused, and the question kept echoing in her mind. Why? The price I had to pay. In the end, I finally understand. She lifted her gaze to look at Lupus in front of her. A faint voice seemed to echo by her ear. "To save your parents, I took away the most precious thing you had." Xenoc's loving kisses, the most precious thing, the warm embraces every night. All of it now came flooding back like a slowly rewinding film, and Spin could not stop the tears from falling. Looking at the young man before her, endlessly calling her name, her heart ached sharply. Pin, my past self really did love the captain so much. So I really did lose love. After a long moment of thought, Spin slowly spoke. Right now, all I feel is emptiness and passing sadness. I am sorry. I don't think Pin can return your confession. She forced a smile despite the sorrow in her heart. But if I could live again, could you and I make beautiful memories together then? The faint moonlight filtered softly through the clear glass windows. Xenoc clenched his hand tightly, and from his bitter mouth came a single word filled with pain. After that, the two of them walked side by side down the long, wide corridor. "You're going outside, aren't you? Let me see you off." "All right." Suddenly, a figure appeared from a narrow turn in the hall, instantly drawing both their attention. Kit staggered in, covered in injuries, limping as he rasped, "Hi. Get." Spin ran to him anxiously. "Your body. Did you get into a fight?" "Just a little. My teacher was a bit rough." He slowly raised his face, his eyes meeting Xenoc's. Kit had heard everything from the beginning. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. "What do we do now?" "We're both back at the same starting line." Xenoc frowned and immediately retorted, "Not at all." Spin turned around and took his hand. "Captain, you should go back first. Won't Lady Digger and the mages come looking for you? You need to return." His voice carried a trace of unease. She frowned, placed a hand over her chest, and answered seriously, "You think I'm going to leave again?" "No, I promise. I'll stay by your side." Spin forced a smile and pointed toward Ket. "We need to talk." Xenoc raised a hand to scratch his head and let out a sigh. "All right." He gently stroked her soft hair. "I never could win against you anyway." Spin immediately went stiff, her face frozen solid. Xenoc smiled softly, then turned and walked away, leaving behind a girl whose heart was pounding uncontrollably. Ket frowned as he watched Xenoc's back, inwardly scoffing. "How nauseating." Spin turned back and asked worriedly, "Ket, are you okay? Come over here. You need to rest." He laughed, then suddenly buckled. "Get." She hurried forward to support him. "I can't anymore. Let me help you." "Pin, I like you." His sudden confession startled her even more, and she could hardly believe what she had just heard. Resting against her small shoulder, Ket whispered softly, "I love you too." Spin wrapped her arms around him, her eyes brimming. "I'm sorry." The two of them simply held each other, and in the quiet night, her bitter confession quietly echoed, "I think I've lost the ability to love someone." Spin's confession to Ket struck him like a bolt from the blue. She rested her head against his shoulder and looked at him with guilty eyes. Ket had once told her, "I gave up my life to cast this spell. I'll take responsibility for the time you lost." Now he gripped both her shoulders and said, "That was my choice, not your responsibility." Spin fell silent for a moment, then answered softly, "Even so, I still want to take responsibility." Ket's eyes dimmed, and his face turned red before he knew it. His hands dropped weakly in disappointment. "So that means all you feel for me is responsibility." He drew back his blood-stained arm and gave a faint, sorrowful smile. "Even if it's only pity, I'm still happy." Spin took one of his arms and draped it over her shoulder. As Ket leaned against her, he said, "I like how honest you are. Even someone twisted like me wants to live honestly because of that." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the clear glass windows, bringing warmth to the whole room. Ket had recovered a little by then. Sitting beside the bed, he asked, "If we gather all the spirit beast fragments, do you think your feelings will change?" "I don't know." He looked straight into her eyes and pleaded without hesitation, "Please choose me." Kit smiled hopefully. Even if you choose Zinok, if you ever get tired of him, then come to me. Spin could only feel helpless when she heard that. The question rose once again in her heart. Can I ever love again? Kit fell silent, then summoned a magic circle before him. After absorbing all of it into his body, he let out a cheerful breath. All right now, right? Yeah. I'm better now. Seriously. Bracing both hands on the bed, he continued. There's something I want to tell you. Ket gently revealed something important. Pin, I think I found where your body is. Faced with this difficult truth, Spin's eyes widened in shock. It's with the Sky Knights. Ket immediately made up his mind. Then let's go take it back. His eyes wavered a little as he looked away. And the Spirit Beast fragment is moving too. Actually, that's even more urgent. He told her everything he had learned. I heard they're about to use it for an experiment. We have to get it before it disappears. Thinking of all the innocent people involved, Ket quickly urged, which way should we go first? Spin fell into thought for a moment. Then she told Ket, when I looked at this body, the original person's soul was still there. That's what Lupus said. She looked down at Ket sitting on the bed. If we gather all the fragments, then maybe we can free the person whose body was taken by the Spirit Beast. Floating in the air above them, Lupus said, the final Spirit Beast has already been altered. So if it loses the human body it's occupying, it will no longer be able to return to being a Spirit Beast. Worry showed clearly in Spin's eyes. She sighed and temporarily decided on their next step. First, let's go find a Spirit Beast fragment. She and Kit also agreed to tell Xenoc about it. After waiting a while, the captain arrived and they explained the current situation. Xenoc frowned, not quite understanding. A temple laboratory? Spin nodded. Yes. Ket said it's called the Northwestern Temple Laboratory. Do you know it? Of course. The abandoned temple in the Northwest. Standing outside and watching the two of them talk, Ket silently judged them. So the way you speak to each other has changed, huh? Her beautiful profile was full of seriousness, giving him a strangely unbelievable feeling. Does the vice captain really look like this? His gaze lowered, his discomfort obvious. Xenoc fell into thought, clearly hesitant. The Northwestern Temple has been abandoned for a long time. There was once a mass murder there committed by a killer, so everyone avoids it. They continued discussing it. Since no one goes in or out, it's the perfect place for a laboratory. Right, and its scale is different from the other labs. Xenoc turned to Ket and asked, Ket, can you teleport us there? Ket clicked his tongue. That's nothing. He pointed at his stomach and shook his head. What's a little wound like this? It's no problem. It practically looked as if there were a hole in his abdomen. Xenoc generously offered, if you want, you can rest at my estate. The two men looked at each other. Though both were smiling on the surface, their eyes were practically sparking. Spin, caught between them, scratched her head awkwardly. Captain, would you like to ask a mage to heal him? Xenoc agreed at once, which annoyed Ket to no end. Fine, I'm ready. After they finished discussing everything, night had already fallen, and Spin returned to her room and flopped onto the bed. Her gaze lingered on the ceiling as she thought deeply. The captain had driven the mages out. Remembering the murderous looks in their eyes, Spin shuddered when she thought of them turning back to look at her. How terrifying. There was nothing good to say about it. Her eyes widened as she stared blankly into empty space. I still can't believe it. The captain knows my whole identity. Her dark history flashed through her mind, making her unable to stop herself from covering her embarrassed face with her hand. At some point, Xenoc had quietly approached and sat down beside her. Gently placing a hand on Spin's forehead, he asked tenderly, Are you hurting anywhere? No, we can talk. Seeing him propping himself up on one hand, looking at her with smiling eyes, she asked shyly, But why are you smiling? Because I'm happy. Xenoc seemed completely immersed in happiness, and his voice could not hide his joy. Maybe it's because I spent so long searching in vain. Being beside you now feels like a dream. Spin lowered her face, her mood a little sad. So long in vain. Earlier, there's something I didn't explain clearly. I think you should know. She sat up and looked straight into his eyes. To save my parents, I lost the ability to love someone. Those words made Xenoc freeze like stone. Maybe I loved you in the past, but I don't now. I don't know if that feeling will ever come back, and maybe I'll never be able to love anyone again. Before she could finish, Xenoc immediately cut in. You should know this, then. That's fine. I can love you alone. He stared into the empty space ahead, his heart still full of hope. And one day, if you remember, it would be wonderful if you loved me again. Then he looked straight into her eyes and confessed without hesitation, because I can't love anyone but you. Xenoc looked away and took a long breath to steady his emotions. Then he slowly began, I once received a letter while you were missing. The words in it had filled him with anxiety, asking him to go to a meeting place. At that time, Xenoc had rushed without a moment's hesitation to the place written in the letter. It was a small wooden house deep in the forest. When he arrived, people had already surrounded it. Only then did he realize it was a trap. The moment he pushed the door open, someone came at him fast with a knife. Xenoc had been far too careless then. I went in such a hurry that I wasn't prepared, so I was badly injured. I nearly died. His body had gradually turned cold. Lying in a pool of blood, I thought that even if I died, I still hoped that it was true you were there. Hearing those words, Spin could only fall silent, her eyes wide as she stared at him. Sensing the confusion in her heart, he gave her a small, reassuring smile. Xenoc quickly changed the subject. We're going to the temple laboratory at midnight, right? The night sky was cloudless, revealing an endless stretch of darkness filled with countless shining stars. On the sofa in her private room, Spin sat in a daze, slumped down as if she had no life left in her. Her thoughts chased each other in a tangled mess. Lying in a pool of blood, I thought, even if I die, I still hope. The image of Xenoc, drenched in blood yet cold-faced, crept into her mind. I hoped it was true that you were there. Spin shut her eyes tightly and prayed in utter sincerity. Then she opened them again, her gaze filled with an indescribable sadness. Suddenly, her whole body began to glow, as if something was about to happen, and even she herself did not seem to know why. The scene shifted to the abandoned temple in the northwest, a grand mansion-like structure deep in the forest. It was still the same trio, Ket, Spin, and Xenoc. They were discussing their plan of attack. Xenoc instructed them. Listen carefully. He explained in detail, we'll infiltrate from two directions, but the night side is only a decoy. The Royal Knights would wait outside in great numbers. Our only objective is to retrieve the Spirit Beast fragment. It was a sparkling oval jewel, gleaming with all the colors of the rainbow. Xenoc continued, we don't know what's waiting inside, so fight with everything you have. Spin suddenly asked something a little unrelated. Is there anyone inside being used as a test subject? Ket raised his staff and answered, I tried using magic, but I didn't get any response. Lowering his voice, his eyes sharpened. But I can't be sure. Xenoc gave an update on enemy placement. Reserve forces had also been arranged at headquarters to prepare for any situation. When the moon reached its highest point and illuminated every corner despite it being night, Xenoc carefully looked around once, then gave the order. Let's move. The three of them began acting according to plan. Hidden among the bushes scattered around the temple were plenty of knights already in position. Spin walked through the dark corridor inside the building, secretly shivering. It's so gloomy. I have a bad feeling. Lupus said, I can sense the energy. By borrowing the Spirit Beast's power, you'll obtain Spirit Beast energy within your body. Spin asked, is that a good thing? The adorable Lupus denied it. It's not a bad thing. Only the sound of footsteps echoed sharply through the dark, silent gloom. Suddenly, Xenoc swiftly drew his sword and slashed at an enemy who had appeared out of nowhere, startling Spin and making her step back instinctively. Once she came to her senses and looked more closely, Spin asked in confusion, is that a corpse? Looking carefully at his clothes, she recognized the uniform of a mage belonging to the Sky Knights. Xenoc stared at him with obvious displeasure. Kit spoke up, but it's strange. There isn't a single living person. I can't sense anything at all. Xenoc agreed. Me neither. Spin narrowed her eyes and looked around, speaking casually. Same here. There really aren't any people? I don't think that's true. I feel something dark, something deeply unsettling. Could some danger be waiting ahead for them? A dark mass? Someone asked. Spin judged, yeah. That's why I think we should go farther in. The three moved deeper inside, following Spin's instinct. They went deeper and deeper until they seemed to reach the final room. There, they stopped before the eerie back of a woman with long, loose hair, dressed in a black gown that covered her legs and a loose outer cloak. She immediately turned her head and greeted them sweetly. It was Kana. Please come in, my honored guests. Xenoc already had his sword at the ready, and both Ket and Spin stood poised to fight. Seeing that, she said, "No need to be so wary. This is a place I prepared so we could talk." That fake face of hers only made her seem more suspicious. Could anyone trust her? It was obviously a trap. The room where that spider-like woman stood was filled with a thick purple atmosphere, so dense it was suffocating. Several knights lay scattered around, motionless. Kana pointed toward them and asked loudly, "Oh my, are you looking for this?" They were the knights who had sneaked in. In a lazy, teasing voice, she added, "Don't worry. They're just having a beautiful dream." Spin immediately realized it. Her ability is psychological manipulation. That's dangerous. She quickly told Xenoc and Ket. They still had to be careful. At that very moment, Ket raised the staff in his hand. He cast a spell, creating a huge, explosive burst of energy that shot straight at Kana. But instead of showing fear or even trying to dodge, she merely stood still and produced a shield so strong that it completely blocked Ket's attack. At the same time, Spin quickly made her move as well. Lupus rushed over and touched Spin's forehead. A snow-white light flashed as the two transformed. Very quickly, a completely new Spin appeared, looking like a winter angel. Even her hair had turned pure white. "I'll freeze her with Weeba's power." She ran forward, but suddenly Kana appeared behind Spin out of nowhere, making her jump in shock. Xenoc immediately rushed in and pulled Spin into his arms to protect her, while pointing his sword at Kana in warning. Kana glided about like a shadow, her face always wearing a mocking smile. In a flirtatious tone, she said, "You disappoint me, Your Grace." As she spoke, she put on an alluring pose. "Do you know how passionately I pursued you?" Xenoc cut her off coldly. "Nonsense." Kana looked disappointed. "So that's the outcome." Suddenly, several knights who had already died rose to their feet, their movements stiff like puppets on strings. They lunged madly at Ket. This had to be Kana's doing. Ket raised his staff, pointed it at them, and struck them down with a spell. On Xenoc's side, he was being attacked in the same way. He had to keep swinging his sword without pause, each strike cutting into the enemy without a moment of hesitation. Spin seemed to realize that this was only Kana's stalling tactic to buy time, so she tried to stop it and shouted, "Captain Ket." But in the very next second, her voice caught in her throat and her eyes widened in shock. That scheming spider-like woman took advantage of the chaos and suddenly lunged forward, stabbing hard into Spin's abdomen. Xenoc saw it just in time and cried out in panic, "Spin!" Boom! A huge explosion rang out in the sky, shattering everything. In the dark night, a purple light flashed again, illuminating the whole sky. A man's figure appeared faintly through the mist, gazing into the distance. In the dazzling light, Kana looked toward Xenoc and Spin and smiled brilliantly. Xenoc turned his head to look behind him, his sharp eyes narrowing coldly. Spin lifted her head and looked at him blankly. The two stood at the center as loud cries suddenly erupted all around them. Xenoc stared ahead in surprise, while Spin was filled with anxiety. At that moment, Kana suddenly charged in, seizing the chance to launch a sneak attack on Spin. She quickly blocked the attack. Ket, terribly worried, hurriedly shouted, "Spin, are you all right?" Spin quickly answered, "I'm fine." Holding her wand, she retreated, and immediately after, a black hand came flying at her. Spin swept her wand, and a streak of light appeared in midair. Kana and Spin fought in the sky, each move carrying the intent to kill the other. Wave after wave of light blazed across the heavens. Spin glanced back anxiously and thought it evolved, and it's become terrifyingly strong. The little rabbit on her weapon clutched its head and screamed, "Spin, I can't take it anymore." The weapon's breaking too. Spin panted heavily, exhausted. After a moment of thought, she muttered to herself, "This won't work. Even the sword." Then she said, "Spin, get ready." Suddenly, Kana opened her mouth and screamed in rage. High in the sky, within a golden light, Lupus dived down and said, "I'll help you." The blinding golden light left Kana stunned, her pupils shrinking. She stretched out a finger tipped with claws and screamed. This. No. Spin also grimaced and tapped her own head, cursing inwardly. It's too bright. The light gradually shifted and dimmed, as if moving into another dimension. Spin slowly opened her eyes, staring in shock at everything before her. In place of that dazzling gold was a mysterious blue hue inside a castle. Spin turned left and right, looking around in confusion. She thought, what is this? Where am I? Suddenly, the image of a young woman appeared before her, crying out, "Ah, I failed again." Spin's blue eyes widened as she stared in astonishment at that person. Kana clasped her hands in prayer, and above her floated mirrors with faint, blurry reflections. Spin could hardly believe what she was seeing. She thought the final spirit beast. No, that's... Looking more closely at the girl, Spin concluded, the hair color and eye color are completely different. Tears fell like rain, and Spin recognized her. It was Kana Tadirian. Kana clutched her head, blaming herself. Why? Why can't I do it? That blinding yellow light appeared once more, and Spin raised a hand to shield her eyes and discomfort. The wheel seemed to turn again, carrying Spin into another space. There was a figure beside her, and Spin looked over in surprise. In front of her, a couple was talking, while the woman beside her was also watching them. Spin was full of curiosity. She glanced at the person beside her, then shifted her gaze to the smiling couple and thought, that's the captain. And me. In the scene before her, Xenoc gave a shy smile. The girl in front of him was smiling brightly too. Spin stared at herself in amazement and thought, did I really used to smile like that? The lonely figure of the girl, standing by the castle wall, looked sorrowful. Spin remained frozen, staring at the scene before her. Elsewhere, Kana lowered her eyes, and endless darkness filled them. That familiar golden light appeared again, and Spin looked up. Streaks of light shot by like meteors, and she muttered blankly. It shifted again. Kana's hair was now tied up, and she said in pain, Why won't it work? Spin saw an image of herself lying on the ground, red blood staining everything. Kana said, the vice captain has disappeared. Maybe she already. Xenoc seemed unable to accept that and cut her off. Hey, enough. Spin isn't dead. Seeing Kana look up blankly, Spin finally realized, so this is what happened after I died. Xenoc's expression darkened, but his voice was firm. I can't think of any other woman but her. I love her very much. Kana's eyes brimmed with tears as she listened to Xenoc's words, like hearing a final sentence passed on her. So your engagement and your feelings. I can never accept them. Kana collapsed, her hair spilling across the floor as she sobbed. Why? Why couldn't it be me? Spin's image gradually surfaced in Kana's mind. Kana silently compared herself to her and imagined countless possibilities. Is it because I don't have red hair? Because I don't have blue eyes? Or because I'm simply not that person? Suddenly, a voice accompanied by a mysterious smile echoed out. Oh my, how pitiful. A mysterious woman stood there like a supreme being. Kana looked up in surprise as the woman said, Let me help you. Tears were still rolling down Spin's face while Kana stared wide-eyed, listening to the woman's words. I can give you a face just like that girl's. If you wish, I can also give you that man. In the dim darkness, the woman continued. In exchange, you must give up everything, your mind, your body, and your soul. Kana seemed to accept the bargain. She raised her hand, and thorny vines quickly wrapped around it. Behind the mysterious woman, the darkness deepened even more. Suddenly, Spin rushed between them, grabbed Kana's hand, and shouted, Stop! Her eyes trembled as she said sadly, Some things, even if you don't want them, once they're taken away. Then Spin shouted at her, That's your life. Kana seemed to awaken and stared at her wide-eyed. The image of Spin with her red hair appeared once more. In the darkness, the thorny branches of a crimson rose slowly spread outward. The long hat concealed almost all of the mysterious figure's face, revealing only a chilling smile. Then a voice rang out, "There's so many good people in this world. If one won't work, then what?" Kana asked in shock. What did you say?" Spin's eyes sharpened as she glanced to one side and saw an attack rushing toward her. Red beams of light flew straight at her. She quickly raised her hand to block them and shouted, "Come out and slap me in the face if you have to. Are you really going to lose everything like this?" A light seemed to shine down upon Kana as she heard Spin say, "No matter how wronged or resentful you feel, I'll accept it all. Just live your own life." That golden light appeared once more, and a voice called out, "Spin." A magic circle opened, and Lupus descended in front of her, announcing, "It's time." The golden light began to move again. Spin hugged Lupus and prepared to leave, saying to Kana, "I'll come back to save you. Until then, don't give up anything. Wait for me." Kana's eyes widened in astonishment. She seemed to awaken at those words. "Besides, you look better with brown hair." The golden light gradually faded, and the scene returned to silent darkness. Spin smiled brightly and thought, "I've returned to the basement." At that moment, Ket rushed over and shouted, "Spin, you're back?" Looking at the present scene, she hesitated. "I'm Ket right now." In front of her were Ket and Xenoc. Both of them were staring at Kana, who was bound in chains. Kana glared at her, struggling to break free. Spin stared blankly, shocked. "She's tied up?" Kana glared at her with hatred, gritting her teeth as if trying to break loose. Then she lowered her head and spat out a blazing red stone. Spin was startled, stunned by the sight. Looking at the glowing stone before her, she thought a spirit beast fragment. Ket raised his staff and opened a new magic circle. The moment he saw Xenoc charge forward, he shouted, "Hey!" Then thought to himself, "That's a bit much. Usually I'm the one who gets sent flying like that." A hand reached out, about to grab the stone. Xenoc seized it tightly, his red eyes narrowing. Suddenly Ket shouted, "Spin." She quickly replied, "I know." Her foot struck the ground as she thought, "If I can defeat that spirit beast now." Kana broke into a horrifying smile. Her fangs showed, making her look even more terrifying. Someone thought in disbelief, "Is it smiling?" Spin gritted her teeth, staring ahead in horror. Suddenly Lupus cried out, "Spin." Then it flew toward Xenoc and shouted, "That's not a spirit beast fragment. It's a fake." Hearing that, Xenoc opened the hand that held the stone. In his palm, only a blood-red fragment remained. Kana's whole face sank into shadow, while her red hair and glowing eyes made her look like a demon. Xenoc seemed to realize something. Startled, he turned his head. That place was covered in red, as though something was about to activate. Kana stood at the center, surrounded by countless crimson magic circles. Spin and the others stared at the scene in both shock and worry, thinking it's a trap. A group of people stood neatly with their hands clasped. All of them were covered in shadow, as though they had lost consciousness. Kana laughed eerily. "You've fallen for it." While everyone shielded their eyes from what was before them, Clory simply stared blankly at it. Kana continued, "You'd better not expect any help, because things are very busy outside too." Standing amid the rows of red magic circles, Clory looked dazed, as if bewitched. A powerful light burst from his staff, and the men all raised their heads. The light formed a magic circle around them, brightly illuminating the entire area. The two powers seemed to merge together and yet oppose each other. Two figures stared at it with unwavering resolve. Light shone down over Spin, Xenoc, and Ket. Ket said, "Haha, this. It'll be hard to escape without killing them, won't it?" A flash of realization appeared in Xenoc's eyes. Looking at the sword stances and the way the people ahead were holding their swords, he thought, the Sky Knights have been mixed in with them. Suddenly someone said, "Only two people can get out." Both Xenoc and Ket stared blankly. "What?" Spin's gaze was firm. "I have an idea. I'll let them capture me." Outside the dark castle, it was cold and silent, but inside, light shone in from somewhere. Spin was bound by iron chains, walking with her head lowered between two spirit beasts. Suddenly her steps halted, and she thought in surprise, that sound. This is the mage's building of the Sky Soul Knights. Escorted by the whole group, Spin called out in her mind, "Lupus, are you there?" It answered, "I'm here." She lifted her head, her eyes more determined than ever. "All right, if Lupus and the spirit beasts are here, then I can borrow their power whenever I need it." While she was being escorted, people whispered among themselves, Is that the sacrifice? Probably. She had no time to care about them, and instead instructed Lupus, leave Lika behind to observe the surroundings. Go find the spirit beast fragment. It quickly replied, got it. Kana propped her chin on her hand, bored, then reached into the cage and said, isn't it here? Lupus, I mean. Something like blood flashed through Spin's vision. Kana continued, I suppose not. I really miss him. Spin pretended to sound cheerful as she said, if Lupus had caught you, you'd have been together forever. That's impossible. Warm light gently shone over Lupus and a sleeping boy as a voice echoed. It's not just me who saw it. Kana rested her chin on her hand, her eyes gleaming as she smiled like a demon. By possessing them, you can obtain tremendous power from them. Spin looked at her and cursed inwardly, crazy bitch. But aloud she asked, can you tell me about it? Kana replied comfortably, of course. You're about to die anyway, so what does it matter if I tell you? Her words drew Spin into imagining it all. Kana said, when you die, Xenoc's spirit will collapse. The demon inside Kana seemed to appear as it said, and after that, by manipulating his mind with my power, Kana will obtain the man she desires. The two sat facing each other as Kana talked and pointed at Spin. Watching her, Spin thought, that's not even a serious problem. A moment later, Spin's words made Kana's eyes widen in shock. She said, how petty, killing someone just to get the captain. As if looking down on a demon from above, she said, how boring and stupid. Moonlight cast a hazy blue over the castle as Spin's voice rang out. And what I mean is, who do you think knows this building best? Footsteps crushed the grass as someone raced through the night. His face flickered in and out of view. Ket charged forward with his staff, while the red magic circle emitted a mysterious glow. The staff flashed, and someone shouted, destroy it. An explosion erupted at once, and the castle wall was blown apart. Crimson flames roared up as though they would burn everything to ashes, together with Xenoc's order to destroy it. The knights all unleashed their attacks at once. A huge explosion shook the area, sending smoke and fire billowing upward and dust raining down. A giant blaze swallowed an entire section, creating a disastrous sight. A stretch of wall was blown away as well. From the smoke and dust, a figure slowly stepped out, broad-shouldered and powerfully built. It was Xenoc. He emerged without a scratch, still carrying that same cool, confident bearing. Inside the castle, however, Kana was nowhere near as calm in the face of Xenoc's fierce attack. She was so startled her eyes and mouth hung open. Spin did not let herself remain at a disadvantage for long either. The chains binding her snapped apart one by one. Ket had helped free her from behind. Kana finally came back to her senses, grinding her teeth in fury at having her plans ruined. Seeing that, Spin smiled smugly, looked up at Kana, and teased, I'm guessing someone's causing trouble out in the courtyard. At the same time, the castle was being slowly devoured by flames. Inside, the tremors were unavoidable, and Kana raised her arm to shield herself from the debris falling from the ceiling. That was the opening Spin needed, and she immediately slipped out of Kana's sight. Once outside, she wasted no time and gathered power to smash through the walls for easier movement. Determination and a hint of excitement shone in her eyes. Time rewound to just earlier, when Spin had boldly said to Xenoc and Ket, I'll let them capture me. She quickly explained, once I'm inside, the spirit beast can search for the fragment, and I'll try to find my body. Xenoc still did not fully understand, but Ket immediately grasped it. Knowing he couldn't stop this girl, he closed his eyes in weary resignation. But Spin's words sounded more like a declaration, and he could only press his lips together and go along with it. Though worried, Ket still reminded her, Spin, the weakness of magical devices is light magic. Recalling Ket's warning, Spin unleashed a powerful blow, slamming it straight into the floor. A series of crashes followed, and lightning from her attack spread throughout the area. Kana had found her by then, but could not stop her in time and could only stare in shock as Spin displayed her power. The current raced through the entire castle, even reaching the place where Ket and Xenoc were fighting. What was bound to happen happened. The black device containing Spin's body had also been detected by the electrical surge. Electric current ran along the machine, destroying its circuits one by one and leaving the guards utterly stunned. The wiring was gradually ruined along with it. No one knew how much time had passed when one of them suddenly cried out, "Damn it, turn on the lights now. We can't let the power go out." He urged the others into a panic as they scrambled to reinforce the machine. On the other side, Kana was forced to retreat before Spin's power. Once again, she lost track of Spin in stunned disbelief. Spin swiftly ran off, continuing her search for her body. As she moved, she wondered, where is Lupus? Then suddenly, a huge hole blocking her path caught her attention. Without hesitating, Spin jumped straight in. The opening led her exactly where she needed to go. Landing carefully, she tried to see through the darkness and thought, "A basement? Is there something here?" Looking at the darkness blanketing everything, she muttered, "This doesn't feel good." Suddenly, her attention caught on a body being carefully preserved inside a glass chamber, glowing with a dazzling blue light. Once she saw clearly who was inside, Spin could not help being startled. She gasped inwardly, "My body." Inside that machine was Spin's physical body, sleeping peacefully without the slightest wound on it. Spin recalled what Ket had once said. Right, it seems the Royal Knights have secretly established a base and are conducting experiments. Along with that, she remembered the feeling she had back then. My body might be inside the Imperial Palace. A familiar voice cut through Spin's wandering thoughts. "It's been a long time, Vice Captain." It was Simon's voice. He calmly corrected himself. "No, I should say former Vice Captain. Spinsua." Spin cried out in surprise. "Simon, Archmage Simon." Simon paid no attention to her shock and continued, "I never imagined you would be in a different body and even make it all the way here." He did not give Spin long to think before attacking, still talking endlessly in a tone as if he had her completely in his grasp. "I will make the best possible use of your soul and spirit." The laboratory had been thrown into chaos by Spin's attack, but Simon's voice still rang out, full of menace. "The price for interfering with this experiment," he struck as he spoke, "I will make you repay it with interest." An attack shot straight towards Spin, putting her completely on the defensive. She caught a glimpse of its power. It was terrifying. Her mind nearly went blank. "This is..." The attack continued mercilessly toward her. Spin could not react in time and simply stood there, lost in thought. Right, but the pain she imagined never came. Even after a long moment, Spin was still frozen in her weak defensive stance. Simon's attack had been interrupted. He turned around in shock, where a sharp sword was pressed against him. In the blink of an eye, Simon was pinned underfoot. The one who had come to the rescue was Xenoc. Holding Simon down, Xenoc coldly reminded him, "A mage must always be prepared for any battle. Isn't that what you always said?" He increased the pressure, making the man beneath him cry out in pain. In Simon's eyes, Xenoc looked murderous. In a dangerous voice, Xenoc called his name, then coldly informed him, "You will be punished for conducting illegal experiments and colluding with a false religion." At that moment, Ket ran over to Spin's side, delighted. "Pin, I'm here." Spin was about to respond happily when Xenoc's command came. "Ket, watch him," leaving Ket deflated. Spin did not stay stunned for long and rushed toward the experimental chamber. With a single punch, the glass around the chamber shattered. Even Simon, though pinned down, shouted in panic, "No," but was already too late. A brilliant light burst from the experimental chamber. From inside it, Spin's body fell limply downward. Spin immediately and precisely caught it. She quickly caught hold of her own body. Outside, Ket held his breath as he watched. Xenoc, too, was drawn by the commotion and turned his gaze toward her. Simon, meanwhile, could not stop himself from shouting curses. "Damn it, what are you doing? Didn't I say to cooperate with us? What I meant was to deal with the cult leader." A voice cut in, full of irritation. What a temper. It was Kana's voice. Though she looked somewhat disheveled, she still stared ahead with overflowing confidence and let out a shamelessly self-absorbed line. The main character always appears last. A dangerous aura radiated from her, and a swarm of butterflies flew out from her side. As Kana stepped forward, showing off her sharp claws, she continued, "I didn't intend to use this method, but you really are an annoying person." The aura spreading from her grew wider and wider, swallowing the nearby knights and making them collapse with agonized groans. Some of their faces were being corroded as well, and they looked to be in so much pain that tears streamed down their cheeks. The air was filled with cries of suffering. Even Simon, still pinned under Zinok's foot, was gradually invaded by that aura, which eroded his face as well. Seeing that, Zinok quickly moved away. The aura closed in, forcing Zinok and Kit to stand close together. On the other side, the knights lucky enough not to be affected stared in shock at those writhing in pain, not knowing what to do. Though startled, Spin still clutched her own body tightly and looked at Kana, full of confusion. Kana smiled brightly, yet murderously, and said, "I'll devour all of you." The raging aura spread to where Ket and the others were standing. Spin could not help asking, "What is that?" Lupus had arrived and explained its transmutation power. It comes from the negative emotions of humans. As that transforming power continued to spread, Lupus added more information. It's the way it releases the power it has accumulated until now. Then warned Spin, "This will make it impossible for us to use our strength." Spin immediately grasped the crucial point and anxiously asked, "That can't be. What should we do?" Lupus did not seem discouraged. A dazzling light burst from it as it declared, "I won't give up." At the same time, Fly also arrived to support them and brought good news as well. It pushed forward a spirit stone fragment and announced happily, "I found the last fragment." At the same time, more and more people were being occupied and corroded by that transformative power to the point that they no longer looked human. Spin shouted to signal Zinok and the others. "Captain Ket, those people, absolutely do not let them get out." At the same time, Ket and Zinok were struggling to hold back the people being controlled by the transformed power as they staggered forward sluggishly. Spin shouted again, "Stop them." Hearing that, Ket could only laugh bitterly. "Our princess always gives us the hardest jobs." Zinok, still cutting down enemies without pause, turned and reminded him, "Stop talking nonsense and do it." Ket was deeply dissatisfied, and while attacking, he did not forget to argue back. "Who said I wasn't doing it?" In contrast to the hectic struggle on this side, Kana remained in one spot nearby, which drew Zinok's attention. He wondered silently, why is she still standing there? At the same time, Lupus said to Spin, "I'm originally the keeper of dimensions, so I can't use more power than what is permitted." As it spoke, Lupus gradually imagined itself in human form, resolute. "But if we put the fragments together, I can use it once." Then Lupus asked her, "In exchange, it will be hard on you. Is that all right?" Spin did not pay much attention to that side effect. She replied firmly, "This is the decisive battle." She looked at the chaos before her and at Kana's mad smile. Her arms tightened around her own body, her voice resolute. "I'm a knight, doing what is right. I have no intention of backing down." She placed a hand over her left chest, the mark of a knight's spirit. Spin continued, "And I want to save that pitiful person." In her mind appeared the image of the real Kana, still sunk in a deep sleep. Outside, Kana herself still stood motionless in place. She secretly covered the wound on her hand and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I need time to arrange and solidify my power." Her mind wavered violently. Images of different faces surfaced and merged together in a grotesque way. She calculated inwardly. The souls of the mages trapped inside are unstable. Thinking that, she could not help cursing again, "This is insane." And yet on the outside, she still wore a sinister smile. Her voice rose again, as if from hell itself. "Lupus, where are you?" The transforming power spread wider and wider, until only a few spots in the room remained untouched. Spin and the others had retreated into a corner of the room, and under Kana's attack, they could only shield their faces to avoid its effects. Zinok continued to carefully observe the girl, venting her fury outside. Kana shouted angrily, "I will destroy everything." A dazzling golden light burst from another corner of the room. Behind the large magic circles, a human body gradually took shape, with shining golden hair. Surrounded by glittering seals, Spin stepped forward, radiant enough to be blinding. Kana turned and stared blankly, then spoke uncertainly, "Lupus?" She looked at the girl who was gradually approaching and frowned for a moment. Then, as if she had gone mad, she shrieked at the girl still walking toward her, "Get away from my Lupus!" But the girl's steps did not stop because of the scream. Irritated, Kana continued cursing. I said get away right now. I'll kill you. Spin suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and even her mind was startled. What is this? This power, it's making me sick. Lupus instinctively covered its mouth, unable to hide its shock. It immediately tried to reassure itself. Oh no, it's only because I used too much power. Xenoc and Ket shouted something, but Spin could not hear clearly. It continued comforting itself. Just hold on a little longer. Seeing this, worry flashed in Kana's eyes, and even her stream of curses came to a halt. Looking at Spin collapsing and coughing blood, she sneered, "You can't endure it, can you?" 2 attacks shot straight at Kana, and she hurriedly dodged. Spin, still wrapped in that noble golden aura, gradually recovered and forced herself back to her feet. Against the opponent's transformative power, she put up a defensive strike and advanced 1 step at a time. It seemed to be too much for her. Sweat poured down her face. In her mind, she sighed, "Every time I use this power, it hurts so much," then reassured herself again. That's because we still haven't fully merged. Just a little more. Another wave of dizziness washed over her, making it impossible for her to keep resisting. Faced with the attacks rushing toward her, Spin collapsed helplessly. Ket, who was in the middle of fighting, noticed and panicked. Xenoc was no different. Without time to think, he recklessly rushed towards Spin. Only a few words echoed in his mind. This can't be. The only word he managed to say was pin. All he could do was pour all his strength into rushing toward the girl who had fallen. Through pain and gushing blood, Xenoc managed to shield and protect her. Spin jolted awake and stared blankly at the person before her. Kana's attack had pierced straight through Xenoc's right chest. Spin immediately screamed, "Captain!" At that moment, Xenoc and Spin were still in the midst of an incomparably brutal battle, a fight hanging by a thread. Xenoc's entire body was already stained with blood when suddenly, from somewhere, a sharp sword aimed to stab straight into him. Seeing it, Spin shouted loudly, "Captain!" Her cry echoed through the space. But tragically, the sword had already sunk deep into Xenoc's body. Blood poured out, soaking one side of his shoulder, and his heart grew weaker by the second. Xenoc's body fell, and Spin quickly rushed over to catch him. She kept calling to him in vain, "Captain." By now, Xenoc's eyes were tightly shut, and even his breathing was growing faint. Kana, with the mind of a spirit beast being overtaken, suddenly screamed strangely, "No, he must not die." But then her voice abruptly fell silent in the still air. The evil of the spirit beast surged up again, and her whole body was wrapped in something bizarre and dark. Kana spoke calmly, "There's no other way." She looked straight at Spin, her body radiating countless strange lights, and using the power of her spirit beast, Kana commanded, "Kill all of them, except for my Lupus." At that moment, Spin's face was full of sorrow as she looked at Xenoc, her eyes deep with thought. Then a voice called from somewhere, "Pin, sorry to keep you waiting." Cradling Xenoc in her arms, Spin was enveloped in a brilliant light. Xenoc's body began to rise, lifted by streams of golden light supporting him. His body floated in the fantastical space of light. Then suddenly, a pair of feet appeared near Xenoc. It was Kusin. He stepped close to Xenoc and performed some kind of magic. Kusin's face stiffened, sweat beading on his forehead. Looking at Xenoc's blood-covered body as it was gradually being overtaken by the spirit beast, he thought he stopped breathing. That thought flashed through Kusin's mind, but he did not give up. He immediately used healing magic on Xenoc and brushed the thought aside. "No, it's still too early to give up. I can't let things end like this." Kana, meanwhile, was extremely pleased with herself. Laughing, she arrogantly said, "It's too late. My power is stronger than yours." She looked toward Spin, whose whole body was radiating an extraordinary light. Kana continued to provoke and mock her. "Lupus, even if it's you, there's nothing you can do." Then she immediately unleashed a blazing red sphere carrying dark, strangely sinister energy. Smiling brightly, Kana declared, "Become mine alone." Then she hurled that fireball towards Spin at lightning speed and said, "It's over for that girl." At that moment, Lupus's mind, or rather its power, seemed to merge into one with Spin. Her hands gently grasped her own brilliantly shining sword, and Lupus immediately poured power into Spin. Now, this power is yours, Pin. After that, Spin gripped her own sword and prepared a mighty strike to cut through Kana's blazing fireball. The two forces collided, creating an intensely dazzling flash of light. Spin thought to herself, with the weapon I know best, I'll end everything. An explosion erupted in an instant. Kana could hardly believe her eyes. Her face hung open in astonishment at the terrifying power from Spin, who had defeated her in a single strike. Through the light, the image of Spin standing strong with her sword against the terrifying spirit beasts gradually emerged. Her whole body carried the light of power, of goodness, fighting against the cruelty of the spirit beasts inside Kana. As her thunder sword met the fireball flying toward her, Spin's face turned serious, determined, and with one strike she shattered it. A massive explosion truly followed, flames bursting up violently as though they would burn everything away. In that silent space, a pillar of thunderous light appeared in the middle of the castle. Spin silently lowered her gaze. Astonishingly, Spin had subdued Kana. Kana's body was now tightly bound against the wall by glowing chains, and she seemed to have fallen unconscious as well. Spin also quickly sank to the floor. Slowly looking at her own hands, she thought, Lupus's power. If you use more and more of it, it takes away your life force. Looking at Lupus in its tiny form, Spin confessed, actually, I've been thinking about the destruction the last spirit beast wanted to bring about. She seemed to sink into thought as she looked at Lupus and asked, is it the unease I felt every time I looked at you? Thinking of the spirit beast, Spin said the first spirit beast to appear in this world. This body was the first spirit beast I met, just like a child, and it was killed by humans. The thoughts came flooding back. Spin remembered seeing Lupus, a spirit creature with an innocent and cheerful form. She remembered her memories with that little spirit beast. It had a blank, childlike face, carefree and innocent. In everyone's memories, Lupus was joy and love for life. Lupus slowly spoke, you and I have come a long way together. Lupus gradually appeared and softly continued, so I hope. Amid the brilliant light, Lupus appeared in human form and gently looked at Spin, who was collapsed on the floor, expressing its wish with care. The person you protect will not hurt you. You've worked hard all this time, Pin. Seeing Lupus appear before her, Spin could not stop herself from crying out, Lupus. Before she could continue, Lupus spoke again, along with returning you to your original body, I will grant you one more wish. However, I can do nothing more than give you a choice. Hearing that, Spin was slightly startled. Lupus then presented her with two choices. Will you choose to revive the love from your past? Or, Lupus looked at Xenoc's breathless body, while Kusin was still desperately trying to heal him, and offered the second choice. Or will you choose to save the one who has stopped breathing? Kusin, drenched in sweat, still worked tirelessly to save Xenoc, then glanced toward Spin. Hearing the two choices, Spin was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. But then she suddenly closed her eyes. A stream of memories flowed through Spin's mind. Beautiful, sweet memories with Xenoc. Then she spoke and answered, what kind of question is that? Her face was utterly resolute as she made her decision. The answer was decided from the start. After those words, Xenoc's body began to change. Spin's choice had been placed on Xenoc, and his whole body radiated a strange, sparkling light. Holding a brilliantly shining jewel in its hand, Lupus added, and there is still one more thing I promised. At that moment, Spin's original body had returned. Lupus had restored her to her true form. Spin's current body slowly closed its eyes. Her soul had been returned to her own body. She slowly stepped toward Lupus. Lupus touched Spin on the head, and the space glittered with light. She stared at Lupus with wide eyes, and it told her, this is my gift to you. That left Spin utterly stunned. Looking at Spin with a gentle gaze, Lupus said to her, I cannot return the love you lost, but I hope the rest of your life will be filled with love. At that moment, the three little spirit creatures were also standing nearby, watching with all sorts of emotions. Then Lupus placed a kiss on Spin's forehead and bestowed its gift upon her, full of gratitude. This future is a gift for you, my time traveler. I sincerely hope you will be truly happy. Whether it was that kiss from Lupus or the gift they wanted to give Spin, her whole body radiated a wondrous light that foretold a future full of happiness. Lupus did not forget to say, "My girl." In a room, Spin wrote, "Dear Mother and Father." Sitting at the desk by the window, she wrote, "Are you both doing well?" She recalled the moment she embraced them. She wrote, "It has already been a week since we last met." Spin went on, "I'm doing very well and keeping busy with all sorts of things." She wrote, "I have officially stepped down from my position as vice captain." She remembered telling Chloe about it. Then Chloe suddenly hugged Spin tightly. Chloe silently watched the two of them embracing. Spin wrote in the letter, "My position will be taken over by Sir Chloe." When he looked at her, Spin smiled brightly at him. She thought of Kana again, then wrote, "I've also made another friend." She continued, "She isn't very well right now, but I think someday we'll be able to talk a lot together." Remembering Kana in tears, Spin wrote, "And many other things have happened as well." She recalled the time she met Kalen. The moment he saw Spin, he froze. He lowered his head, and she looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, Kalen and the people with him all bowed before Spin. He raised his head and said, "I'm truly sorry that I could do nothing against the actions of those high-ranking royal officials." Spin listened in astonishment as he continued, "But I have great respect for the vice captain. Please take care on your way." Spin wrote in the letter, "I don't really understand why, but perhaps it means I've finally been acknowledged." At that moment, she stretched. Spin looked out at the garden beyond the window and stood up. Xenoc appeared as well and said to her, "I'm not the captain anymore." Spin hesitated. "Right, Xenoc, but why?" Taking her hand and pressing it to his cheek, Xenoc said, "Because you saved my life, I belong to you now, body and heart." Spin stared at him wide-eyed in shock as he rubbed his face against her hand. Ket then came over to the two of them. Xenoc let out a sigh and said, "Resistance is useless. To the younger knights, you're like a hero." Spin hesitated. "I never felt that way when I was vice captain." Smiling, he replied, "That's only because you never noticed." Kana blocked Xenoc's hand with her own, and Ket added with a grin, "Exactly. Spin really is oblivious." Xenoc glared at him angrily while Spin wondered, "Really?" Hugging his magic staff, Ket said, "I've been busy turning down offers to become the master of the magic tower and to become an imperial knight." Xenoc shot back, "Isn't that because you reported your own teacher? Just accept it." Ket fumed, "That's too much." Seeing the two of them arguing, Spin burst into laughter. She thought, "The love I once felt for one boy did not return, but thanks to the spirit beasts." Thinking of Lupus and the other spirit beasts, Spin continued, "From now on, I can love anyone." She thought, and then suddenly said, "Living together, Xenoc, Ket, and I." Xenoc asked her, "Are you joking?" With a playful smile, Spin replied, "Just kidding." He pulled her hand and said, "You deserve a reward for winning those 10 days. Although first, so don't interrupt us." Kit exclaimed, I want to be the first husband." Xenoc grabbed him by the collar and snapped, "What are you saying? If we're going in order, I'm first." Ket provoked him, "So what if I do?" "I'm not backing down." Watching the two of them, Spin smiled and thought, "It all feels like a joke, but the future will be filled with happiness." Ket suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. Xenoc lifted her hand and kissed it. She remembered the time she had been with him on the city wall, then thought, "Time is finally on my side." All three of them looked at one another happily. Spin thought, "No matter what the future brings, it will be all right, because we will have a brighter future ahead of us."